Chapter 1, The Sect Assigns Wives. Spiritual Domain, Southern Wilderness State. Inside a main hall of the Hahuan sect. You mean, you have the talent to give birth to offspring with profound grade spiritual roots? Dressed in a green robe, Lu Ruyan crossed her arms over her chest, her breasts standing proudly upright, a strange light flashing across her beautiful face. Looking at the newly initiated disciple in front of him, he was half believing and half doubting. She had never heard of such a talent before. The man came to see her mysteriously, and Lu Ruyan thought he had obtained some extraordinary opportunity, but it turned out he was just having a baby. If it weren't for the phrase a descendant of a Xian grade spiritual root, Lu Ruyan would have suspected that the other party was just playing a trick on her. Sect Master, I'm telling the truth, you must believe me, Yi Chen said with a serious expression. He delivered his prepared statement in person, making it as reasonable as possible. After hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him became increasingly strange. You say your seeds can guarantee that every offspring will possess a profound grade spiritual root, and that's fine too. But why are the female disciples who demand sexual intercourse so beautiful, with slender waists, long legs, and curvaceous figures? Why would I need a 36D? You'd better explain this to me, otherwise. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ruyan's clear, aloof eyes. If she finds out that Yi Chen is playing a trick on her, she will definitely make him suffer a terrible fate. The Hahuan sect is the most skilled at torturing men. Cough cough. Yi Chen touched his nose and hurriedly explained. Sect Master, think about it, a child's talent is determined by their parents. Wouldn't a child born to a female disciple who was excellent in every way be even more perfect? I'm doing this all for the future of the sect. I begged the sect leader to understand. Despite saying that, Yi Chen simply couldn't bring himself to kiss the ugly female disciple. If Lu Ruyan were to assign him an ugly character, it would somewhat affect his performance. Having children is important, but physical and mental well-being is equally important. Beautiful female disciples undoubtedly have more motivation to charge forward. What you're saying does make some sense. Lu Ruyan calmed down, nodded thoughtfully, and her expression softened slightly. However, he still had doubts about what Yi Chen said. Can anyone really guarantee that all their offspring will possess spiritual roots? Wouldn't that mean they could mass-produce cultivators? Lu Ruyan was somewhat tempted. The Hahuan sect was originally one of the top powers in the southern wilderness. Over the past thousands of years, the sect's experts have gradually declined, and there has been a lack of outstanding young disciples. No exceptionally talented geniuses have emerged. The sect gradually declined and was reduced to a third-rate force. They are currently being suppressed by their arch-rival, the Heavenly Demon sect, and conflicts break out every now and then. Before long, the Hahuan sect might even be razed to the ground by the Heavenly Demon sect, and she, the peerless sect leader, would become someone else's plaything. Lu Ruyan naturally did not want this to happen. If what Yi Chen said is true, then he will undoubtedly be able to cultivate more disciples with spiritual roots for the sect, thereby changing the sect's decline. The Joyful Union sect lacks everything except female disciples. Why not give it a try? Lu Ruyan raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, her cool gaze falling on Yi Chen, and said indifferently. I can give you one chance. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Lu Ruyan was extremely beautiful, with a seductive and hot figure. Her prominent breasts were particularly eye-catching. She looked both innocent and alluring, and every smile and frown seemed to bewitch people. Moreover, she is the sect leader, and her cultivation is high. Her child is bound to be talented, perhaps even possessing a heavenly or earthly grade spiritual root. What I meant was arranging a female disciple for you. Lu Ruyan's face darkened, and she said through gritted teeth. If you dare to look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. This guy actually dares to make a move on her? Thank you for your trust, Sect Master. Sect Master, rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation in 10 months. Yi Chen quickly looked away and said confidently. 10 months? Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, and the way she looked at Yi Chen changed. This kid can kill with one shot? This secret is between you and me. You must not tell anyone else in the sect. Even if the vice-sect leader asks, you cannot reveal a single word. Lu Ruyan, with a stern face and a serious expression, looked at Yi Chen in front of her and gave him instructions. Once the seed is successfully planted, Yi Chen will undoubtedly become a hot commodity, coveted by various forces. Even within the sect, those who want to replace her will definitely have their eyes on Yi Chen. Her junior sister, who is now the deputy sect leader, has always wanted to join forces with several elders to replace her. Lu Ruyan must keep the news a secret and keep Yi Chen under her control so that she can create more disciples with spiritual roots in the future. This will become her trusted team, allowing her to firmly control the entire sect. Sect Master, rest assured, this disciple understands. Yi Chen responded. He was well aware of the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. The fewer people who know his secret, the safer he is. Go! Lu Ruyan waved her hand with satisfaction, a hint of anticipation rising in her heart. She sees Yi Chen's secret as her trump card for gaining power and suppressing external enemies. Outside the main hall, Yi Chen looked up at the gradually darkening sky and couldn't help but feel excited. Since activating the many children, many blessings system, he hasn't tried it with a woman yet. You'd better do your best this time. This not only concerns the future of the sect, but also his life and death. When Yi Chen transmigrated to this world, he was just an infant. Fortunately, he was adopted by the head of the Yi family in Jiangye City and raised as their own son, enjoying a life of luxury from childhood until he grew up. Unfortunately, his good fortune didn't last long. Yi Haotian's wife had an affair with the young sect leader of the Xiantian Holy Land, and the two conspired to murder Yi Haotian. Not only did they seize the Yi family's assets, but they also wanted to eliminate them completely, wiping out the entire Yi family. Yi Chen was able to escape only thanks to the life-risking protection of his loyal servant. His younger sister, Yi Qinger, was kidnapped by people from the Xiantian Holy Land. Almost all the rest of the Yi family members died. Yi Chen wanted to rescue his younger sister Yi Qinger, but his cultivation was too weak, and he didn't even have the ability to protect himself. Moreover, the Xiantian Holy Land is one of the 5 strongest forces in the southern wilderness, with a nascent soul stage expert in charge. It is not something an ant like him can easily shake. Seeking protection, he had no choice but to join the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen originally wanted to cultivate diligently so that he could one day storm the Xiantian Holy Land to avenge his family and rescue his younger sister, Yi Qinger. Unfortunately, he only had a yellow-grade spiritual root and extremely poor talent. Despite his arduous cultivation, he was still only at the Qi refining stage. The realm levels in the spirit realm are Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, deity transformation stage, void refining stage, body integration stage, Mahayana stage, tribulation transcending stage, and great emperor realm. Now that the sect's strength is declining day by day, let alone seeking revenge and rescuing people, in a few years even protecting him will be difficult. In order to become stronger, Yi Chen chose to tell his secret to the sect leader Lu Ruyan in exchange for a spouse and cultivation resources. Relying solely on his own charm to seduce potential partners would be too slow, which is why he considered offering himself up to the sect and having them assign him female disciples. As long as he continues to conceive and produce offspring, he can receive generous system rewards. In this way, Yi Chen can improve his strength even without relying on cultivation. Chapter 2: A Mighty Physique, an Undying Kidney Spirit. When Yi Chen returned to the courtyard where he lived, he found that the door to his room was open. Has anyone been here? He immediately became alert and cautiously walked in, looking around. If anything goes wrong, run for your life. It smells so good. A fragrant aroma wafts towards you. It is a fragrance unique to women. At this moment, Yi Chen also saw a woman wearing a red gauze dress sitting on the edge of the bed. Her cool, aloof face appeared exceptionally alluring in the candlelight, and her curvaceous figure seemed ready to burst forth, captivating anyone who looked at her. The layout of the room has also changed, with many red curtains interwoven, adding a touch of festivity. On the table were 2 large red candles, a wine pot, wine glasses. This is a female disciple arranged by Lu Ruyan? The wedding night. So quick? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He had just returned from Lu Ruyan's place, and she had already arranged a female disciple for him to cultivate with, and even helped to decorate the room. Moreover, they skipped the wedding ceremony and went straight to the wedding night. It's clear that Lu Ruyan is also very anxious. Yi Chen felt relieved. As long as they weren't being chased, he could still handle a female disciple. He stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over the female disciple. Almost exactly as he had requested, he had both good looks and a great figure. Long legs, slim waist, 36D. She is definitely a beauty selected from thousands of beauties. Lu Ruyan didn't fool him. Moreover, this female disciple possesses a Xian-grade spiritual root and is at the early stage of foundation establishment, making her cultivation level even higher than Yi Chen's. This would already make him an inner disciple in the Hahuan sect. When Lin Xingxue saw Yi Chen return, she immediately became nervous, her face flushed red, and she lowered her head shyly, her fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly, her heart pounding like a drum. Although she was terrified, she did not resist or run away. Lu Ruyan sent people to promise her many conditions, and her family also received generous benefits. The request was very simple: she had to serve Yi Chen well. For her own sake and for the sake of her family, Lin Qingxue simply could not refuse such a condition. It would be worth it even to sacrifice my body for this. When she saw Yi Chen's handsome face, she felt relieved and suddenly realized it wasn't so hard to accept. As a disciple of the Hahuan sect, she would need to find a cauldron for dual cultivation when she encounters a bottleneck in her cultivation in the future. It would be better for her to offer herself while she is still a virgin and receive a generous reward in return. Lin Qingxue blushed and, seeing that Yi Chen hadn't moved, couldn't help but raise her head, looking at Yi Chen with her bright eyes, and said in a soft voice, "Senior brother Yi, would you like me to help you take your clothes off?" Yi Chen's mind went blank for a moment, and his whole body felt hot. There was no time to admire it any longer. He pounced on it in a few strides. The girl is already being so proactive, what is he still hesitating for? Forget about drinking from the same cup, forget about talking about feelings first, just sleep with them and we'll talk about everything else. A fool wouldn't pass up a bargain. Senior brother. I have sword practice tomorrow. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes and said, her face flushed. A sweet, soft voice lingered in Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen. It was as if the devil was whispering, destroying the last vestiges of sanity. Ah. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. 1 hour later. Lin Qingxue, with tears still on her face, curled up in the corner and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Chen seemed to sense something and suddenly sat up. Snap. A slight sound emanated from his dantian. The next second, Yi Chen's aura surged. 11th level of Qi refining. A breakthrough has been achieved. Before I could think any further, the spiritual energy in my dantian was still impacting the barrier. Snap. His aura was even more ferocious than before. 12th level of Qi refining. Yi Chen was overjoyed. He never expected that the realm that had troubled him for so long would break through so easily. Moreover, he broke through 2 minor realms in one go. This undoubtedly gave him hope. Even before having any offspring, various rewards have already been triggered. If there were children, how generous would the rewards be? Ding. Detection indicates the host is about to give birth to an offspring. Would you like to consume 10,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of the offspring's aptitude? After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining a profound grade spiritual root. There is a 50% probability that it is an earth grade spiritual root. There is a 10% probability that it is a heavenly grade spiritual root. There is a 1% chance of obtaining a divine grade spiritual root. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance it's an ancient, top grade spiritual root. The spiritual root grades, from lowest to highest, are yellow grade spiritual root, profound grade spiritual root, earth grade spiritual root, heaven grade spiritual root, divine grade spiritual root, and ancient supreme grade spiritual root. The higher the level of a cultivator's spiritual root, the more sensitive they are to spiritual energy, the faster they can cultivate, and the greater their future achievements will be. Yi Chen himself possessed a yellow grade spiritual root. With the same amount of time and effort, others would have already reached the foundation establishment stage, while he was still only at the Qi refining stage. That was the difference. Without consuming spirit stones, the offspring's aptitude is guaranteed to be of the profound grade, with no probability of having other spirit roots. Looking at the illusory panel that appeared before him, Yi Chen did not hesitate to choose to consume spirit stones. If even one offspring with a low-grade spiritual root appears, spending 10,000 spirit stones will be worthwhile, not to mention the chance to gamble on the legendary ancient top-grade spiritual root. Ding! Successfully consumed 10,000 spirit stones. Probability of having offspring increased. The next second, Yi Chen sensed that the 10,000 spirit stones in his storage ring had vanished into thin air. He wasn't bothered by the loss, since the spirit stones were obtained from Lu Ruyan and were intended to improve his offspring's aptitude. If Lin Qingxue's offspring, born 10 months later, possesses an earth-grade spiritual root or even a higher-grade spiritual root, his status within the sect will rise accordingly. Then you'll have whatever you want. The sect will also continuously supply him with spirit stones to raise his offspring. You can have as many female disciples as you want. He might not be able to refuse, and Lu Ruyan might even force him to accept it. Eek. Lin Qingxue, who was sleeping beside him, woke up from her sleep, glanced at Yi Chen groggily, and asked wearily. Senior brother Yi, what are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep? She turned around, her eyes still blurry with sleep, and looked at Yi Chen, her beautiful face filled with confusion. Under the blanket, her snow-white skin was fully exposed. Yi Chen glanced down and saw the flames that had just been extinguished stirring again. He suddenly had an idea. Could it be a twin? Senior brother Yi, you. Before I could even speak, I was silenced. Until dawn. Yi Chen drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with joy, a smile spreading across his face. Mine, all mine. Chapter 3, Arrange for more female disciples. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-grade foundation establishment pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mighty physique invincible body, undying kidney soul, greatly enhancing the host's physical attributes. The reward came true while I was sleeping. It was past noon. Yi Chen woke up when he heard someone calling his name. Senior brother Yi. The sect leader has sent someone to ask you to come over. Lin Qingxue sat on the edge of the bed, her face flushed, and shook Yi Chen's arm. The sect leader is looking for me? Yi Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, his mind still a little foggy, and he didn't react for a moment. What does Lu Ruyan want with me? Could it be that you want to ask about your progress? But we just entered the bridal chamber last night. It would take 10 months for the baby to be born. How can we expect to see results so quickly? Surely you wouldn't doubt your own abilities, would you? As soon as Yi Chen got out of bed, Lin Qingxue, like a virtuous wife, helped him get dressed. The aroma filling the air stirred a renewed sense of excitement within Yi Chen. What a stunning beauty! I'll pamper her properly when I get back tonight. Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's burning gaze, Lin Qingxue lowered her head shyly, not daring to speak. After washing up and eating a simple meal, Yi Chen hurriedly went to find Lu Ruyan. Just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, he noticed 2 disciples guarding the gate. He only found out after asking that Lu Ruyan had sent him to protect him last night. It was called protection, but in reality it was also a form of imprisonment, more about preventing others in the sect from discovering the secret. Although doing so would arouse the curiosity of various forces, it is still much better than Yi Chen being kidnapped. Yi Chen didn't care about this. He had made this plan from the moment he decided to tell Lu Ruyan the secret. He is too weak now, and there are many enemies outside the sect who want to kill him. He would be more than happy to be protected by the sect. Yi Chen soon arrived at the main hall where Lu Ruyan lived. Disciple greets sect master. Yi Chen said respectfully. You must have had a tough night. I just woke up now. Lu Ruyan walked over in a snow-white dress, her firm breasts swaying slightly. Her gaze fell on Yi Chen, and she spoke with a strange expression. After a night of hard work, this kid's got some skills. Hearing this, Yi Chen awkwardly wiped his nose. It was quite tiring. Everything for the sect. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. What do you mean by for the sect? Isn't he the one who's enjoying it? This guy got the benefit and is still acting innocent? Don't give me that nonsense. I ask you, how is the matter progressing? Lu Ruyan was more concerned about having offspring. Since it's this kid's talent, shouldn't it be worth considering whether he succeeded or not? Although she was a little anxious, Lu Ruyan had no other choice. This is crucial to whether she can maintain her position as the sect leader of the Hahuan sect and prevent the sect from being annexed by external forces. She wouldn't tolerate any mistakes. Sect master, rest assured, everything is going smoothly. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan and said with a serious expression. He's been working hard all night, so he's bound to be completely captivated. Hearing Yi Chen say that, Lu Ruyan finally felt relieved. I will arrange another female disciple with good aptitude for you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lu Ruyan suddenly said. Since she had chosen to believe in Yi Chen's talent, she planned to try a few more. After all, giving birth once every 10 months takes too long, so naturally, one hopes to reap more rewards. Of course, Lu Ruyan was also worried that Yi Chen was deceiving her, so she didn't choose to go all in, lest Yi Chen take advantage of all the female disciples in the sect for free. Female disciple. Yi Chen was overjoyed and immediately exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, sect master. Sect master, rest assured, your disciple will not let you work in vain. Although Lu Ruyan didn't specify how many female disciples he would arrange, he would have several more offspring in 10 months. Yi Chen didn't delay. He asked Lu Ruyan for some more spirit stones as expenses and hurriedly returned to his residence. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I found that the previously empty side room next door had been cleaned up and decorated in a very festive manner. Even Lin Qingxue, who was feeling unwell, was helping out. Yi Chen already knew this was Lu Ruyan's arrangement, so he wasn't surprised and walked straight into the room. A pure and charming female disciple sat shyly on the edge of the bed. She wore a red, sheer, off-the-shoulder dress, her snow-white skin shimmering before one's eyes, adding a touch of allure. The room was filled with a fragrance that made one feel a tingling sensation all over their body. Senior Brother Yi. When Lin Qingxue saw Yi Chen return, she was at a loss and immediately went outside. Qingxue. Yi Chen called out. Lin Qingxue didn't respond, her face flushed as she quickened her pace. When they left the room, they thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Seeing this, Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. He turned to look at the beautiful female disciple sitting by the bed, and was about to ask her if she wanted to eat something first. He has only eaten one meal all day. Senior Brother Yi, I will serve you well. Lu Mengyao blushed and looked at Yi Chen with a charming and alluring expression, speaking in a sweet and coquettish voice. As she spoke, she casually pulled open the ribbon of her long dress. Her proactive demeanor seemed out of place with her innocent appearance. Yi Chen couldn't say anything more. Are you hungry? Then eat. Without saying a word, Yi Chen quickly stepped forward. Lu Mengyao reached out and grabbed Yi Chen, then slid him onto the bed. Just as they were about to make their move, Yi Chen stopped. Senior brother, what's wrong? Lu Mengyao asked in confusion. Am I not attractive enough? She deliberately wore a revealing red tulle dress, so there was no reason for Yi Chen to resist. Yi Chen stood up and looked at her with a smile. I like parallel parking. Lu Mengyao? Ah. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Hearing the notification sound flash through his mind, Yi Chen understood. Just as I expected. This undoubtedly gave him tremendous motivation. In the next room. Hearing the noises coming from next door, Lin Qingxue's face turned bright red, and she sat restlessly by the bed. Even though she didn't need to offer herself to Yi Chen tonight, she still felt uneasy. After their intimate encounter last night, Lin Qingxue found herself enjoying being with Yi Chen. That taste was intoxicating and irresistible, making people obsessed. Lin Qingxue originally intended to use cultivation to numb her longing for Yi Chen. As soon as he circulated his inner energy, a crisp sound came from his dantian. Snap. The next second, spiritual energy surged around him, and his aura became even stronger, like a sudden gust of wind. Mid-stage foundation establishment. I actually broke through. Lin Qingxue gaped in disbelief, her mind going completely blank. She had only recently succeeded in establishing her foundation. With her talent, it would take her at least several years of arduous cultivation to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. What's going on here? Lin Qingxue tried hard to recall what had happened recently, and suddenly froze. Could it be because of Senior Brother Yi? Recalling the madness of last night, Lin Qingxue's face flushed red with shyness. She guessed that her breakthrough in cultivation level might be related to sleeping with Yi Chen. But she didn't use the dual cultivation technique of the Hahuan sect during intercourse, so how could she still absorb cultivation power? Lin Qingxue couldn't understand it, so she looked up at the wall of the next room and muttered to herself with a rosy face. It seems the only answer lies with junior sister Lu. Chapter 4 Explanation? Who am I supposed to explain myself to? In the early morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window and fell on the headboard. Yi Chen woke up from his sweet embrace, only to find Lu Mengyao gone from beside him. Recalling the madness of last night, a smile crept onto his lips. Fortunately, Yi Chen had previously acquired a powerful physique and possessed an indestructible kidney spirit, making his physical condition much better than before. Otherwise, they would surely die from overworking in the fields. As it turned out, Lu Mengyao left in the morning still full of energy. This girl is in good health. As soon as Yi Chen got up, he felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupt from his dantian. Not good. He remembered the system rewards he received during his wild night. That adds up to 7 or 8 years of cultivation. He has already reached the 12th level of qi refining, and is only one barrier away from the foundation establishment stage. Yi Chen immediately took out a top-grade foundation establishment pill he had previously obtained from his storage ring and swallowed it. With the help of the medicine, he began to build his foundation and refine his spiritual energy. Inside a grand hall. Looking at the intelligence relayed back by her trusted aide, a hint of surprise flashed across Lu Ruyan's beautiful face. Is this kid crazy? Are they working this hard? Aren't you afraid of killing Lu Mengyao? They have absolutely no sense of tenderness or compassion towards women. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but wonder if it was too few for her to only arrange one female disciple for Yi Chen in one night. When she saw the rest of the note, her expression changed drastically. Lin Qingxue, inner disciple, Xian grade spiritual root, early foundation establishment stage cultivation, today broke through to the mid foundation establishment stage. Lu Mengyao, an inner disciple with a profound grade spiritual root and early foundation establishment cultivation, has broken through to the mid foundation establishment stage today. These two seemingly ordinary pieces of information shocked Lu Ruyan. If it was just one of the female disciples who broke through her cultivation level after sharing a room with Yi Chen, it might just be a coincidence. However, both female disciples broke through their cultivation levels after having sex, which shows that there must be a connection. Could it be that as long as I share a room with this kid, my cultivation level will increase dramatically? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and muttered to herself. A thought flashed through my mind. She has been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for many years, unable to advance any further. If it's just a coincidence, wouldn't that be a good deal for that kid? Lu Ruyan was still hesitant and did not act impulsively in a moment of impulse. This kid has quite a few secrets. Previously, Yi Chen only said that he could guarantee the birth of offspring with spiritual roots, without mentioning any other benefits. Lu Ruyan planned to try out several female disciples before making a decision. Just then, a female disciple rushed in. Metropolitan. The vice sect master, along with several elders, says they have urgent business to discuss with you. As soon as the words were spoken, crisp footsteps echoed outside the palace gates. Lu Ruyan's face darkened, and she looked up at the palace gate. Then a seductive woman wearing a light blue off-shoulder dress and swaying her slender waist walked in. Behind her followed 5 elderly men with white beards, each emanating an aura that was oppressive. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan's expression turned extremely ugly. These people are getting more and more unruly. They barged in before I could even say I wanted to see them. They completely disregarded her, the sect leader. However, this happened more than once, and Lu Ruyan still chose to tolerate it. She has too few bargaining chips to turn against them now, and dares not easily break off relations. Senior sister, this matter really can't be delayed. Please don't blame us for not knowing the rules. I can speak calmly, said Zhang Yuyan, the deputy sect leader. They apologized verbally, but didn't really care. When he looked at Lu Ruyan, he showed no respect for the sect leader whatsoever, only thinking about one day taking her place. What's up? Lu Ruyan had long seen through Zhang Yuyan's little scheme, and at this moment she was too lazy to argue with her, so she frowned slightly and asked. These people who came were all supreme elders of the Hahuan sect. They usually stayed in seclusion and rarely showed themselves. Something big must have happened. Senior sister, the young sect master of the Xian Tian Holy Land has sent someone to demand that we hand over a disciple named Yi Chen. Junior sister, if I remember correctly, this Yi Chen should be the disciple that senior sister just took in not long ago, right? Zhang Yuyan looked at Lu Ruyan with amusement, as if waiting to see her make a fool of herself. At the same time, he handed over a jade slip bearing the mark of the Xiantian immortal sect. The Xiantian sacred land? Yi Chen. Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly, and her brows furrowed. Xiantian Holy Land is one of the 5 holy lands in the southern wilderness, and is home to many powerful figures. The Hahuan sect was once as famous as it was, but now the sect has declined and can no longer afford to offend the Xiantian Holy Land. She took the jade slip and infused it with a wisp of spiritual power. A moment later, Lu Ruyan immediately understood the whole story. Yi Chen has actually offended the young sect master of the Xiantian Holy Land and is being hunted down by him. For a moment, Lu Ruyan was in a dilemma. If it were just an ordinary disciple, it wouldn't matter if he were handed over in order not to offend the Xiantian Holy Land. But now Yi Chen has revealed his secret talent to her. Once the seed is successfully planted, it will completely change the situation of the Hahuan sect and may even make the Hahuan sect shine again. If Yi Chen is handed over, the future of the Hahuan sect will be hopeless. However, if they don't hand it over, they'll offend the Xiantian Holy Land, and the Hahuan sect might be doomed in no time. Of all people to offend, this kid had to choose between offending the Xiantian Holy Land Even though Yi Chen might be lying to her, Lu Ruyan still wanted to take a gamble. Even if it offends the Xian Tian Holy Land. Moreover, if she were to hand Yi Chen over to his death, it would undoubtedly chill the hearts of her disciples, and her prestige as the sect leader would surely plummet. Jiang Yuyan will definitely find an opportunity to replace her, and no one will support her anymore. Lu Ruyan made up her mind, looked at Jiang Yuyan with a cold gaze, and said with a firm expression, "Isn't the Xian Tian Holy Land acting far too domineeringly? Yi Chen is now a disciple of my Hahuan sect. Do they think they can just take him away with a single word? They really don't take our Hahuan sect seriously at all. Even though the Joyful Union sect's power is not what it used to be, it's not a pushover to be easily manipulated." She deliberately turned the conflict into a contest between the Hahuan sect and the Xiantian Holy Land. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the several elders present changed, their turbid eyes flashing with a sharp light, and their auras surging, revealing their anger. To manipulate the Hahuan sect at will is tantamount to slapping the faces of these elders. They are just old, not dead, so why would they willingly suffer humiliation? Jiang Yuyan's face darkened. She originally intended to use this incident to suppress Lu Ruyan, but she never expected that Lu Ruyan would actually want to confront the Xiantian Holy Land for the sake of a disciple. "Senior sister, are you crazy? If we anger the Xiantian Holy Land, our Hehuan sect will be finished. He's just a disciple, what's wrong with handing him over?" Jiang Yuyan hurriedly tried to persuade her. She didn't want to offend the Xiantian Holy Land along with them, that would be tantamount to courting death. All he wanted to do was hand Yi Chen over and curry favor with the Xiantian Holy Land. Chapter 5. This disciple is no ordinary person. Just a disciple? In your junior sister's eyes, are the lives of sect disciples so worthless? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. "That's not what I meant." Jiang Yuyan's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly denied it. If this gets out, it will surely chill the hearts of the disciples. Who will be willing to follow her as the deputy sect leader in the future? Everyone was worried that she might throw them away as a pawn. She originally wanted to see Lu Ruyan make a fool of herself and take advantage of the situation, but instead, she was outmaneuvered. The elders calmed down and looked at Lu Ruyan. It is said that this Yi Chen is only a disciple with a yellow-grade spiritual root. Why is the sect leader so concerned about him? One of the elders spoke up and asked. He felt that Lu Ruyan seemed to attach great importance to this disciple named Yi Chen. It's right to uphold the sect's dignity, but it's clearly unwise to offend the powerful Xiantian Holy Land for it. If the sect were to perish as a result, it would be a greater loss than gain. In the elders' minds, a disciple with a yellow-grade spiritual root was not worth risking the sect's future for. Lu Ruyan glanced at the elders in front of her and said earnestly, "The sect is in decline and surrounded by external enemies. It is already in a precarious state and may fall apart at any time. If we discourage our disciples at this time, who will be willing to risk their lives for the sect? Doing this will only push the Hahuan sect into an abyss of no return." The elders fell silent. What Lu Ruyan said did make some sense. One disciple with a yellow-grade spiritual root is nothing, but if 100 or 1,000 disciples leave, the sect will collapse completely like a snowball rolling downhill. But if the Xiantian Holy Land is offended, the Hehuan sect will also be destroyed. At worst, we can just secretly hand the person over and make sure nothing gets out, right? Jiang Yuyan spoke with a gloomy face. She worried that this matter would offend the Xiantian Holy Land, leading to the sect's annihilation. At that point, even she, the deputy sect leader, won't survive. She doesn't want to die. The elders looked troubled. Whether they handed it over or not would be extremely detrimental to the sect. Lu Ruyan noticed their dilemma, and after a moment of contemplation, she looked at the composed old man at the head of the group and spoke. "Elder, may I step aside and say a few words?" "Good." The elder in the lead looked at Lu Ruyan with a puzzled expression, then nodded in agreement. He was also in a dilemma and wanted to hear what Lu Ruyan had to say. "Elder, this way please." Lu Ruyan led him toward the side hall. Jiang Yuyan and several elders were left behind. "What mischief are you up to now?" Jiang Yuyan looked at Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder as they entered the side hall with a livid face, feeling very displeased. What words are there that she, as the deputy sect leader, cannot listen to? At the same time, she was also worried about what unexpected things might happen. After all, she was still thinking of using this opportunity to suppress Lu Ruyan's prestige so that she could take her place in the future. Inside the side hall, Lu Ruyan, still feeling uneasy, set up a barrier to block out the sound. The Grand Elder frowned in confusion. Sect Master, what are you trying to say? He sensed that things were not simple. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have gone to the trouble of setting up a barrier. Lu Ruyan looked at him then, her expression solemn. Elder, what I am about to say will concern the future rise and fall of the Hahuan sect. We urge the Grand Elder to keep this a secret and not mention it to anyone. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I agree. He grew increasingly curious about what Lu Ruyan wanted to tell him, and why she was being so mysterious. Is it also related to the rise and fall of sects? Seeing that the other party agreed, Lu Ruyan no longer concealed anything and told Yi Chen about his secret talent in detail. She originally didn't want anyone to know the secret, but now, in order to withstand the pressure from the Xian Tian Holy Land, she had no choice but to tell the Grand Elder, the head of the Supreme Elders, in exchange for his support. Only in this way can we protect Yi Chen, this talent. But she would never let Vice Sect Master Jiang Yuyan or anyone else know the secret. What did you say? A descendant with spiritual roots? The elder exclaimed excitedly, his breathing becoming rapid, his eyes fixed on Lu Ruyan in front of him with fervor. He knew very well what this would mean. Even the most ordinary yellow-grade spiritual root is 1 in 100 among mortals, and higher-grade spiritual roots are even rarer. If a continuous stream of new disciples with spiritual roots could appear, it would be enough to ensure the continued prosperity of the Hahuan sect. Once a disciple with exceptional talent emerges, the Hahuan sect can be completely transformed, and there is even hope that it can return to its peak and become one of the holy lands of the southern wilderness. Is what this disciple named Yi Chen said credible? The elder gradually calmed down, but still harbored doubts. This talent sounds unbelievable and is hard to believe. I believe him, Lu Ruyan said with a firm expression. She had no other choice but to trust Yi Chen. At the same time, she also handed over the love letter slip. The elder took it curiously, looked down and read it, then his eyes widened in shock, and he gasped. Is this real? You broke through a minor realm in one night of dual cultivation? This is simply unbelievable. He could hardly believe it was true, but he also knew that Lu Ruyan wouldn't lie to him about something like this. On one side is the Xian Tian Holy Land's targeting, and on the other is the hope of restoring the sect to its former glory. The elder hesitated for a moment, then frowned, but quickly made up his mind. Although the Xian Tian Holy Land is powerful, we old folks are not all dead yet, and we can still hold out. At worst, we'll fight to the death. He chose to believe Yi Chen this once. No one can resist the temptation of bringing the sect back to its peak, especially the Supreme Elder who had witnessed the sect's prosperity and was even more eager to revitalize it. Despite the decline of the Hahuan sect and the lack of successors among its middle-level disciples, there are still a few top-tier fighters who are still alive. As long as they express their determination to fight to the death, even the Xian Tian Holy Land will be wary. Although the Xian Tian Holy Land is powerful and has many strong experts, no one is willing to risk the lives of several top experts just to retaliate against a Qi refining stage disciple. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. With the other party's support, even if Vice Sect Master Jiang Yuyan objects, it will be to no avail. Through this incident, she was also able to win over several senior elders to support her, achieving 2 goals at once. You're welcome. I hope this disciple named Yi Chen isn't lying. Otherwise, I will make sure his soul is scattered to the winds. The elder said in a deep voice, a fierce glint flashing in his cloudy eyes. Don't worry, Elder. I'll send another female disciple to try later. Then we'll know whether it's a coincidence or whether dual cultivation with Yi Chen truly allows one to break through bottlenecks. Lu Ruyan answered immediately. She already had a plan in mind. 1 could be a coincidence, 2 could be coincidences, but if the third female disciple also breaks through to a higher realm, then it certainly won't be a coincidence. All right. I await your news. The Grand Elder nodded and agreed to the arrangement. The two immediately reached an agreement. Chapter 6 Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Let's talk about the new moves. Inside the main hall, several Supreme Elders and Vice Sect Master Jiang Yuyan were getting impatient. He kept glancing at the side hall not far away, his heart filled with curiosity about the conversation between Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder. Jiang Yuyan felt increasingly uneasy and inexplicably anxious. At this moment, the door to the side hall opened, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to it. Elder. Jiang Yuyan hurriedly looked at the approaching elder, trying to get some information from him. The Grand Elder looked at her at this moment and said in a firm tone, Tell the people of Xian Tian Holy Land that the Hahuan sect has no disciple named Yi Chen. They've come to the wrong place. If you want to use this excuse to make things difficult for the Joyful Union sect, we old bones are not dead yet, and we are ready to fight any time. Jiang Yuyan was stunned. Looking at the Grand Elder in front of him in disbelief, he couldn't understand why the other party had changed his mind. When they came earlier, they were determined to force Lu Ruyan to hand over Yi Chen. That's a really fast change of attitude. What exactly happened? Elder, do we really want to become enemies with the Xiantian Holy Land? Jiang Yuyan said urgently. Just do as I say and reply to them, don't ask any other questions. The elder said coldly. He looked up and glanced at the several elders present. Let's go back. He turned and strode out without looking back. Without any hesitation, the senior elders all left together. Although they didn't understand why, they all followed the elder's lead and obeyed his decisions. Elder. Second elder. Don't go. Jiang Yuyan was stunned. She hadn't expected that all the supreme elders would turn against her. As the others left, only she and Lu Ruyan remained in the main hall, which instantly became eerily quiet. Lu Ruyan, what exactly did you say to the Grand Elder? How could he make such an impulsive decision? Jiang Yuyan turned around, glared at Lu Ruyan, and questioned her, believing that the other party had bewitched the Grand Elder. You dare call me Lu Ruyan? They're becoming increasingly unruly. No matter what, I am the sect leader of the Hahuan sect. Who gives you the right to point fingers? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and retorted, showing no mercy to her. Now that there are no elders present to support her, Lu Ruyan is not afraid of her. You? Jiang Yuyan was furious, but due to her status and power, she dared not challenge Lu Ruyan. Humph. Just you wait and see. You'll regret offending the Xiantian Holy Land. Jiang Yuyan made a harsh statement and turned to leave angrily. She was determined to find out what was going on. Lu Ruyan's face immediately darkened. She looked up at Jiang Yuyan's departing figure, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Junior sister's ambitions are growing bigger and bigger. Looks like we need to speed things up. In the side room of the courtyard. Snap. Accompanied by a crisp sound. The surrounding spiritual energy began to surge wildly into Yi Chen's body. It was like a bottomless pit, recklessly devouring spiritual energy. At this moment, his aura was also surging wildly. Early stage of foundation establishment. I've broken through. Yi Chen opened his eyes and shouted with joy. He had been stuck in the Qi refining stage for a long time, but after just 2 nights of dual cultivation, he successfully established his foundation. This undoubtedly gave Yi Chen hope for revenge. At this rate of cultivation, it won't be long before he can go to the Xiantian Holy Land to rescue his younger sister, Yi Qinger. Yeah. The door opened. Lin Xingxue and Lu Mengyao ran in when they heard the commotion. Seeing that Yi Chen was safe and sound, the two of them finally relaxed, and their tense expressions eased considerably. Lu Ruyan personally instructed them to serve Yi Chen well and not to make any mistakes. If Yi Chen lost even a single hair, Lu Ruyan might take their lives. Hey! Senior brother Yi, you've broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Xingxue and Lu Mengyao both noticed Yi Chen's sudden increase in cultivation level and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Breaking through from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage is not easy. They went through countless hardships to break through that barrier back then. Yi Chen had only broken through to the 12th level of Qi refining yesterday, and in the blink of an eye he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, which was truly unbelievable. Yes. When the spiritual energy in my body surged earlier, I took the opportunity to establish my foundation. Yi Chen said with a smile, without offering any further explanation. Lin Xingxue seemed to have thought of something at that moment, and her eyes lit up. Perhaps her guess last night was true. As long as she cultivated with Yi Chen, she could improve her cultivation level. Lu Mengyao, who was standing next to me, was the best example. She also broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage this morning. Could it be that the sect leader's intention in having them serve Yi Chen was actually to give them a chance to improve their cultivation? Senior brother Yi, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare some food. Lin Xingxue looked at Yi Chen considerately and walked out with a smile. I was thinking that I needed to be full to have the energy to work. Senior brother Yi, I'll go help. Having just experienced the madness of the previous night, even with her cheerful personality, Lu Mengyao blushed with embarrassment when facing Yi Chen alone. After speaking, she fled the room as if escaping. Last night was, after all, her first time. Moreover, many of the moves Yi Chen used in bed last night were ones she had never heard of before, and recalling those actions made her feel extremely ashamed. I never expected senior brother Yi to be this kind of person. Still shy? It wasn't like this last night. Yi Chen watched Lu Mengyao's departing figure, then shook his head with a wry smile. This girl was quite proactive last night. After he finished dressing and washing up, Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao brought in steaming hot food, setting out a table full of delicacies. All of this was arranged by Lu Ruyan to ensure Yi Chen's diet in daily life, so that his body would not become depleted. After a satisfying meal, Yi Chen raised his head and met Lin Qingxue's watery eyes, which were like a deep lake, gradually rippling. This girl is smitten. Remembering how he had neglected Lu Mengyao while spending time with her last night, Yi Chen now wanted to make it up to her. We can't afford to focus on one thing and neglect the other. Qingxue, Mengyao, your senior brother has a few new moves he'd like to discuss with you too. Yi Chen looked at the two of them with a smile and said. What, technique? Lu Mengyao was taken aback at first, but when she saw Lin Qingxue standing to the side with affection in her eyes, she instantly understood what was going on. Her face turned bright red in an instant. This is no ordinary move, she's still in pain. Senior brother Yi, I'll stop learning for now. I need to review the moves I learned last night. You talk to Sister Lin, I'm going out for a walk. Lu Mengyao quickly waved her hand, blushed, stood up, and fled outside. She can't take it any more of this, and it'll really kill her. At the same time, they also wanted to give Yi Chen and Lin Qingxue some space to be alone. Lin Qingxue can also help wear down their firepower. Chapter 7 Reward, Immortal Grade Bright Moon Mirror. In the room, Yi Chen chuckled and looked at Lin Qingxue, whose cheeks were flushed red. Shall we go to bed and have a chat about life? Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, Lin Qingxue nodded shyly and softly agreed, She was still a little shy, her face as red as a ripe apple. Lin Qingxue was not as open as Lu Mengyao. She would always blush when facing Yi Chen, feeling both longing and shy. Walk. Yi Chen couldn't wait any longer, taking Lin Qingxue's fair and delicate hand and walking towards the bed beside her. He has so much life he wants to explore. Starting from the origins of humankind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Outside the courtyard, Lu Mengyao, who was focused on cultivation, seemed to sense something and suddenly blushed, feeling somewhat at a loss. Even though she was usually so outgoing, she now felt shy. She quickly left the courtyard, afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself. That familiar sound is just too tempting. This will be a time when Yi Chen and Lin Qingxue are alone, and she can only try her best to control her emotions. Lu Mengyao blushed and murmured to herself. Looks like Sister Lin didn't sleep last night either. I still feel guilty when I think about it. It was my fault for affecting her. As soon as she stepped out of the courtyard gate, she was met by a refined female disciple walking towards her. She wore a red silk dress embroidered with gold threads, and was tall and graceful with a beautiful figure. With her delicate features and ethereal, she was like a celestial being. Lu Mengyao looked at the female disciple in front of her, whose appearance and figure were no less than her own, and a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. They also recognized the other person's identity. Su Nianwan. She is the personal disciple of sect master Lu Ruyan. She has an earth-grade spiritual root and exceptional talent. At a young age, she has already reached the peak of foundation establishment and is one of the most promising talents in the sect. Although Lu Mengyao, Lin Qingxue, and Su Nianwan are all disciples of Lu Ruyan, Su Nianwan has a higher status compared to others. Senior Sister Su, what brings you here? Lu Mengyao greeted her curiously and asked. Su Nianwan stopped, glanced at Lu Mengyao, pursed her lips, and said, the sect master sent me. As she said this, a blush crept across her fair cheeks. Metropolitan. Lu Mengyao instantly understood what was going on and was surprised. The sect leader actually sent his personal disciple to warm his bed? It seems senior brother Ye's identity is quite extraordinary. Otherwise, how could a disciple with a yellow-grade spiritual root have a personal disciple with an earth-grade spiritual root to cultivate with? This is enough to show how much Lu Ruyan values Yi Chen. Is senior brother Yi inside? Su Nianwan blushed, bit her lip, and asked shyly. Recalling what Lu Ruyan had told her earlier, she blushed unconsciously. She joined the Hahuan sect, but has never practiced dual cultivation with a man, and remains a virgin to this day. It's inevitable to feel shy when it comes to matters of love and intimacy between men and women. Exist. Lu Mengyao glanced back and hesitated before explaining. Senior brother Yi is in his room, but it's not convenient right now. Inconvenient? Why? Su Nianwan was about to ask further questions when she suddenly froze. His gaze immediately turned towards the courtyard, as if he understood something. Her face suddenly flushed red. She was so shy that she didn't know what to do and hesitated to speak. She immediately understood what Lu Mengyao meant by inconvenient. This is indeed quite inconvenient. She can't exactly go in and watch the game, can she? Then I'll wait here, Su Nianwan said awkwardly. She was ordered to come here for dual cultivation. Although she would have to face this kind of thing sooner or later, she was still flustered at the moment. Lu Mengyao noticed Su Nianwan's embarrassment and hesitantly offered a suggestion. Senior Sister Su, why don't you go and wait in the side room first? Let's take this time to decorate the new house a little. Tonight you can have your wedding night with Senior Brother Yi. She went through the same process yesterday and can now share her experience as someone who's been there. The bridal chamber. Su Nianwan's face flushed even more, her beauty captivating and alluring. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Junior Sister Lu. Led by Lu Mengyao, the two entered the courtyard one after the other. As she walked, Su Nianwan's cheeks flushed red, and in the blink of an eye, they turned red all the way to her ears. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He glanced furtively at Lu Mengyao, who was leading the way, and seeing that she looked perfectly normal, he didn't say anything. I just feel so shy. Shouldn't the walls here be reinforced? They quickly entered an empty room and began to decorate. In the adjacent room. Gradually, a silence fell. Senior brother, it seems like someone has come to the courtyard. Lin Xingxue curled up in the corner, exhausted, and said in a weak and feeble voice. Her hearing was very sharp, perhaps because she was under a lot of mental tension. She could detect even the faintest footsteps. The thought of her earlier indulgence filled Lin Xingxue with shame. This is so embarrassing. How am I supposed to face anyone after this? They must be disciples arranged by the sect leader. Yi Chen had already noticed the presence of the outsider, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Currently, only the female disciples that Lu Ruyan arranged for him can enter and exit this courtyard. No one else can get in at all. She'll be his woman sooner or later, so what's there to worry about? Metropolitan? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue immediately understood what was going on. Lu Ruyan has arranged another woman for Yi Chen. Sending one a day? That's way too frequent. Lin Xingxue felt a little jealous. If things continued like this, more and more of her sisters would come to share Yi Chen with her, making it difficult to be alone. Thinking of this, Lin Xingxue couldn't help but hug Yi Chen tightly, nestled against his chest, and carefully felt his heartbeat. The warm touch stirred something within them. Yi Chen's emotions, which had just cooled down, stirred up again, like an extinguished flame being doused with fuel, reigniting into a raging fire. Senior brother, you must take care of your health. Lin Xingxue sensed something was wrong and blushed as she warned her. The sweet, delicate voice lingered in Yi Chen's ears, like a cat's claws tickling his heart, stimulating his restless soul. Don't worry, I'm perfectly healthy, Yi Chen said with a confident expression. The next second, his reason was completely overwhelmed by the rising flames. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the immortal grade magic artifact, the Bright Moon Mirror, triggered by infusing a wisp of spiritual energy, capable of withstanding a full force attack from a nascent soul stage expert. Magical artifacts are classified into the following grades: mortal, treasure, spiritual, immortal, divine, emperor. Among them, immortal grade magical artifacts are already the limit that most cultivators can possess. Divine and Emperor grade weapons only exist in legends. Even Lu Ruyan and the Supreme Elder of the Hahuan sect do not possess a single one. A celestial grade magic weapon is enough to drive countless powerful figures in the southern wilderness to madness. Chapter 8 Foreign languages are great. We must learn foreign languages. Yi Chen's excitement grew even stronger as he watched the reward notification flash by. That's a great drive. You should learn to drive. This way you can get more rewards. With the celestial grade magic artifact, the Bright Moon Mirror, Yi Chen undoubtedly gained another means of survival. Previously, they only received rewards in terms of cultivation level, and it was only with great difficulty that they finally obtained a celestial grade magic artifact. Although the probability was a bit low, Yi Chen firmly believed in the principle that more work brings more reward. As the quantity increases, the probability will naturally increase as well. This undoubtedly fueled Yi Chen's fighting spirit. In the side room of the courtyard, After Lu Mengyao and several maids worked hard, another wedding room was set up. However, the battle in the next room was still fierce. Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan exchanged a glance. Both of them blushed deeply, too embarrassed to know what to do. A brief silence fell over the room. Su Nianwan hesitated for a moment, then spoke first. The wedding night may not be needed tonight. Yi Chen had devoted all his energy to Lin Qingxue, and he was probably exhausted by the end of the night. How could he possibly consummate the marriage? She felt she had come at the wrong time and should have come a day later. No way. Senior brother Yi is in great health. Lu Mengyao blushed and tried to explain. Hearing her say that, Su Nianwan's face turned even redder. My mind started wandering. 1 hour later. As dusk fell, the noise in the courtyard gradually subsided. Lin Qingxue fell into a deep sleep with tears still on her face. The door opened, and Yi Chen emerged, leaning against the wall, his face slightly pale and his entire body soaked in sweat. What a little devil! Yi Chen sighed. Fortunately, he has a muscular physique to support his body, otherwise he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Although exhausted, Yi Chen still enjoyed it. This was not merely physical and spiritual pleasure, it also brought Yi Chen considerable benefits. In addition to the previously obtained immortal-grade defensive magic weapon, there are also cultivation rewards accumulated over several years. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that his cultivation level had reached another bottleneck, and a breakthrough was imminent. He had never cultivated so quickly before. Li Xiaoyang, Zhang Shuyu, you two adulterers, just you wait. I will make the Yi family pay for their blood debt. Yi Chen muttered to himself with a fierce expression, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Li Xiaoyang is the young sect leader of the Xiantian Holy Land, a spoiled brat who acts recklessly because of his sect leader father. During his travels in Yi City, he took a fancy to Zhang Shuyu, the beautiful wife of Yi Haotian, the head of the Yi family. Zhang Shuyu was a promiscuous woman, and after learning Li Xiaoyang's identity, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. The two not only colluded, but also caused the deaths of Yi Haotian and other members of the Yi family, and completely seized control of the Yi family's assets. Li Xiaoyang naturally looked down on the Yi family's wealth, considering it merely a gift for his mistress Zhang Shuyu, and ordered his men to carry out a massacre. Yi Chen will never forget that night of bloodshed and carnage, when his family members were brutally slaughtered. Whenever he recalls the tragic deaths of his clansmen and the scene of his sister Yi Qinger being captured, his heart burns with rage and murderous intent. I wish I could tear that despicable couple who murdered the entire Yi family to pieces. Previously, he lacked talent and had weak cultivation, so anger was of no use. But now he possesses the many children, many blessings system, which grants him generous rewards for having offspring, and each act of conception also increases his cultivation level. This undoubtedly gave Yi Chen hope for revenge. If he works hard enough, it won't be long before he has the strength to take revenge on his enemies. Li Xiaoyang, early stage of golden core cultivation. The attendants accompanying him are all at the nascent soul stage. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I can seek revenge on them and rescue Qinger. Yi Chen already had a plan in mind. At this moment, Lu Mengyao came out of the adjacent room and saw Yi Chen walking with his arms around the wall. She immediately walked over quickly. She looked him up and down, her expression concerned. Senior brother, are you all right? Yi Chen waved his hand, I'm fine, I'll be all right after a while. He was just completely drained, he'll recover his energy after a short rest. Yi Chen's muscular physique allowed him to recover quickly. Really? Lu Mengyao was skeptical. Keep in mind that Yi Chen had just come out of the room and was so weak that he had to lean against the wall to walk. He wouldn't recover in a moment. Certainly. Yi Chen's voice suddenly rose several pitches. Whom should we suspect? A man should never say no. Seeing Yi Chen's serious expression, Lu Mengyao nodded hesitantly. Remembering how Yi Chen frequently researched new moves, she began to believe what he said. Senior brother Yi is in great health. Senior brother, the sect leader has sent another female disciple. Her name is Su Nianwan, and she's in the room next door. Senior brother, why don't you sleep in senior sister Su's room tonight? Lu Mengyao looked up at Yi Chen and spoke. Although she also had the idea of dual cultivation in her heart, it was Su Nianwan's wedding night after all, and Lu Mengyao would not interfere. Su Nianwan? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, glanced at the room next door, and replied, I understand. He thought to himself, Lu Ruyan is really generous. Such a good sect leader is hard to find even with a lantern. At the same time, I am glad that I had previously acquired a muscular physique, otherwise my body would have been completely drained long ago. Senior brother, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare something to eat for you first. Lu Mengyao said considerately. Judging from Yi Chen's tired and weak appearance, he must be starving. Good. Yi Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. After Lu Mengyao left, he glanced back at Lin Xingxue, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and considerately closed the door behind him. I probably won't wake up tonight, I'll have to sleep until the next day. Let her get some sleep. After catching his breath, Yi Chen regained some strength and turned to walk towards the next room. I believe that the female disciples carefully selected by Lu Ruyan must all have top-notch figures and looks. The other party wouldn't be so evasive about something like this, especially since the Joyful Union sect has no shortage of female disciples. At this moment, Yi Chen was also filled with curiosity about this female disciple named Su Nianwan. What kind of personality will the female disciple sent this time have? Passionate and unrestrained? Or innocent and shy? Or is it the allure of uniforms? A few steps later, Yi Chen stood at the doorway and, through the open door, immediately saw Su Nianwan, dressed in red, sitting on the bed. Her alluring figure, paired with a red silk and gold embroidered dress, exuded seduction from head to toe. The loose-fitting, chest-length dress accentuated her fair skin, making her exceptionally attractive. That stunningly beautiful face was fair with a rosy glow, so delicate and tender it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. Her pure and elegant temperament is mixed with a touch of charm. She is both innocent and alluring, and every smile and frown seems to captivate the heart. That was a beauty different from Lin Xingxue and Lu Mengyao, and in terms of figure and appearance, it was no less than the former. Yi Chen couldn't help but glance at it a few more times, and then, as if possessed, walked into the room. Chapter 9 is busier than a donkey giving birth. Su Nianwan was still a little nervous. Hearing footsteps in the corridor outside, she knew in her heart that Yi Chen had arrived. When she felt a burning gaze, she couldn't help but look up. Their eyes met. Su Nianwan's heart was pounding, and her face flushed red instantly. Yi Chen's handsome appearance was also imprinted in her mind, giving her a preliminary impression of him. This senior brother Yi is handsome and dashing, and it's not a bad thing to cultivate with such a good-looking man. Thinking about what would happen tonight, Su Nianwan lowered her head shyly, her fingers twisting together in confusion. Senior brother Yi just had a passionate night with junior sister Lin, so he probably won't have the energy for a wedding night tonight, right? Thinking this, Su Nianwan felt a pang of disappointment. The loud cries coming from the next room had already aroused her, filling her with curiosity and anticipation for the dual cultivation and pleasure. Senior brother Yi. Yi. The sect leader sent me to serve you. Su Nianwan bit her lip, blushing as she spoke first, explaining her purpose to Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked forward step by step, stood in front of the bed, looked down at the shy Su Nianwan in front of him, raised his eyebrows with a mischievous smile, and couldn't help but tease her. Did the sect leader tell you how to serve me? No. No. Su Nianwan's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. The sect leader only told me to follow senior brother Ye's arrangements in everything. You'll listen to me? So you mean, you'll do whatever I tell you to do? Yi Chen continued his teasing, his gaze sweeping over her. He leaned closer, reaching out to lift Su Nianwan's chin with his finger, taking a closer look at her alluring face. Yes. I'll do whatever my senior brother tells me to do. Su Nianwan trembled slightly, feeling the warmth of his fingertips, her cheeks burning, but she did not pull away. Her bright eyes couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, who was so close to her, and a ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. The atmosphere is getting increasingly ambiguous. Stare for a few seconds. Su Nianwan felt unbearably hot all over, her eyes gradually became glazed, and her body involuntarily went limp. Senior brother, want me? A wisp of warm air brushed against Yi Chen's face. It's like the whispers of a demon, making your blood boil. Yi Chen was in the prime of his life, how could he resist such a temptation? A delicate beauty sat before me, her 36D figure alluring, her long red silk and gold-threaded dress revealing her ample bosom. Even Yi Chen, who had just finished fighting in the next room, was now filled with excitement again. Your senior brother will take good care of you. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen immediately sounded the charge. Determined to conquer Su Nianwan before him. Ah! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. While still retaining a sliver of reason, Yi Chen noticed a system notification flashing through his mind during the battle. I was somewhat surprised. Previously, each time I triggered the cultivation event, I only received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward, but this time it's doubled. Why is that? Yi Chen couldn't help but look at Su Nianwan. Could it be because the spiritual roots of the partners in this dual cultivation are different? Su Nianwan is also at the foundation establishment stage. What sets her apart from Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao is that she has an earth-grade spiritual root. This is an extremely rare talent even within the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen was also quite shocked when he sensed the grade of her spiritual root. He never expected Lu Ruyan to be so generous, willing to send a disciple with an earth-grade spiritual root to cultivate with him. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity for advancement slip by. In the courtyard, Lu Mengyao led several maids in carrying food from outside. Before even getting close to the house, she suddenly stopped, her face flushing instantly. She immediately understood what had happened and stopped walking so as not to disturb Yi Chen's good time. Didn't you just finish practicing with Sister Lin? How do you still have the energy to spend time with senior sister Su? Is this person courting death? Lu Mengyao blushed and muttered softly. She was still a little worried that Yi Chen's body wouldn't be able to handle it. He barely has any time to rest. Lu Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then waved to the maid behind her. Get out, everyone. She knew Yi Chen definitely wouldn't have time to eat right now. By the time he and Su Nianwan finish practicing the Kuan character technique, it will probably be late at night, or even the next morning. The food had gone cold long ago. The maids all very politely carried the food away. Lu Mengyao originally wanted to go back to her room for some peace and quiet, but Lin Qingxue was still sleeping there after their lovemaking, so she had no choice but to turn around and go to Lin Qingxue's room. Even with the door closed, Lu Mengyao couldn't escape the peace and quiet. She felt unbearably hot and restless, and wished she could join the battle. Senior brother's health shouldn't collapse from exhaustion, right? 1 hour later. Yi Chen leaned against the bed, breathing heavily, feeling a bit tired. After some discipline, Su Nianwan was curled up nearby, already fast asleep. She was exhausted. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've achieved a perfect score on your first try. Would you like to spend 50,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of your offspring's aptitude? After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining an earth-grade spiritual root. There is a 20% probability that it is a heavenly-grade spiritual root. There is a 4% probability that it will be a divine-grade spiritual root. There's a 0.02% chance it's an ancient, top-grade spiritual root. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the system notification that had been triggered, and he immediately perked up. This time, more spirit stones will be needed, but the probability of offspring obtaining high-level spiritual roots has also increased significantly. It's doubled compared to before. Furthermore, after this upgrade, his offspring with Su Nianwan will be 100% earth-grade spiritual roots. That's already incredibly amazing. It's like they're born into a sex elite class. If mass-produced, it would be enough to create a holy land power. Not to mention the even higher chance of giving birth to offspring with heavenly or divine spiritual roots. Yes. Consume spirit stones. Yi Chen did not hesitate to consume spirit stones to increase the chances of his offspring having spiritual roots. Ding! 50,000 spirit stones successfully deducted. Congratulations, host, on successfully improving your offspring's spiritual root aptitude. The next second, all the spirit stones that Yi Chen had recently taken from his storage ring vanished without a trace. But at this moment, he felt no pity. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. He was eagerly anticipating the birth of his child with Su Nianwan. It should be noted that Lu Ruyan's initial expectation of Yi Chen was simply that he would give birth to a child with spiritual roots. Now, the minimum guarantee is offspring with earth-grade spiritual roots. If Lu Ruyan knew that female disciples who cultivated with Yi Chen could give birth to children with earth-grade spiritual roots, she would definitely arrange hundreds or even thousands of female disciples for Yi Chen without hesitation. At that point, it won't be 10 times a night anymore, it will be shift work all day long. They're probably busier than the donkeys in the production team. Chapter 10, Generous rewards are the motivation for hard work. Eek! Hearing the noise, Su Nianwan slowly woke up from her sleep. She opened her blurry eyes and looked at Yi Chen beside her, muttering softly. Senior brother, who are you talking to? What kind of spirit stone? There were only her and Yi Chen in the room. Su Nianwan vaguely heard some sounds and couldn't help but feel strange. Was my senior brother talking to himself? Nobody, you must have misheard me. Yi Chen casually brushed it off. He had no way of explaining this. Looking down, his gaze fell on Su Nianwan's pure and lovely face. The flames, which had only been extinguished for a short time, were doused with fuel again, instantly igniting into a blazing inferno. The blood in my body began to surge. Seen your brother. Su Nianwan's cheeks flushed instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. A cold, discreet notification sound flashed. This undoubtedly confirms Yi Chen's previous conjecture: the higher the level of a woman's spiritual root, the greater the reward she receives. When he was with Lin Xingxue and Lu Mengyao before, he never received a 2-year cultivation reward at once. This kind of experience only comes when I'm with Su Nianwan. If I were to cultivate with a woman who possesses a heavenly grade spiritual root or even a divine grade spiritual root, wouldn't I break through a small realm with each cultivation session? This discovery delighted Yi Chen. He had been worried that once he reached a higher realm, his cultivation would improve too slowly, year by year. It now seems that as long as there are suitable female disciples for dual cultivation, the problem can be easily solved. Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Sect Master Lu Ruyan. I wonder what grade of spiritual root she has. Plum blossoms bloomed several times overnight. Lu Mengyao, who was in a nearby room, couldn't sleep at all. Even though there was a room in between, you could still hear it clearly. The feeling that lingered in my ears was just like sleeping next to her. It even gives you a sense of being there. Lu Mengyao was no longer in the mood to sleep. I wanted to meditate and cultivate, but I gave up because I felt hot all over and was worried that I would go astray. Has my senior brother gone mad? Are you out of your mind? Lu Mengyao exclaimed in shock. This is even crazier than when we were practicing dual cultivation last night. During this period, Yi Chen hardly rested at all. Could his body handle it? She was worried that Yi Chen's health would collapse from exhaustion. The courtyard quieted down at dawn. Lu Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of Heavenly Origin pill enhances cultivation below the nascent soul stage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the life-giving pill restores your body to peak condition within 3 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clone talisman creates a clone of the host with half the host's cultivation level, which can be controlled by mental will. Yi Chen was already exhausted. Listening to the notifications of each reward, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. It's okay to be a little tired, as long as it improves my skills. This time, he not only received a cultivation reward, but also many unexpected pills and talismans. This made Yi Chen extremely excited. The pills that others have to go to great lengths to refine are something he can easily obtain simply by working hard. From now on, no matter what you lack, whether it's a magical artifact or a talisman, you can find a female disciple to solve the problem. Lost in joyful thoughts, Yi Chen slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Inside a refined and elegant hall, Lu Ruyan, dressed in a pink dress, paced back and forth, her expression somewhat impatient. She had been waiting for her trusted confidant, who was in charge of monitoring the courtyard, to deliver intelligence, but she waited for a long time without receiving any news. This annoyed her. Why is today's intelligence so late? Could something have happened? She desperately wanted to know the outcome of Yi Chen and Su Nianwan's dual cultivation last night. At the same time, I also want to verify whether my conjecture is correct. The Grand Elder was also waiting for her news. This dual cultivation is related to her position as sect leader, and even the interests of the entire sect. Lu Ruyan naturally couldn't remain calm. Just as she was about to send someone to the secret courtyard to find out what was going on, a disciple hurriedly delivered a secret letter. They've finally arrived. Lu Ruyan immediately waved everyone away. She was left alone in the main hall, and it was completely quiet. Whoosh! She opened the secret letter and read it carefully. The next second, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened suddenly, and her delicate body trembled involuntarily. The contents of the letter shocked her. Lin Xingxue, with a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level, broke through to the peak of foundation establishment this morning after cultivating with Yi Chen yesterday. Su Nianwan, at the peak of foundation establishment, broke through to the golden core stage this morning after cultivating with Yi Chen last night. This is actually real. I never expected this kid to have such skills. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed as she read the contents of the secret letter. Everything was just as she had guessed. As long as she cultivated with Yi Chen, she could improve her cultivation and break through her realm. This time it can't be a coincidence. She knew she had made the right gamble this time. It was the right decision not to hand Yi Chen over to the Xin Tian Holy Land for punishment, even if it meant offending them. As long as Yi Chen is in their hands, the Hahuan sect will soon be able to become powerful again. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Ruyan even considered trying it out on Yi Chen herself. Who doesn't want to become stronger? She too encountered a bottleneck, dreaming of reaching a higher level. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, Lu Ruyan is gradually becoming interested. Hopefully this kid isn't bluffing. She glanced down at the secret letter in her hand, and with a thought, it burst into flames, turning the letter to ashes and vanishing. Lu Ruyan made a hand seal, using her spiritual power to conjure a flying crane that could transmit messages. She briefly recounted the contents of the previous secret letter, then sent it flying away. Suddenly, a disciple came to report outside the palace gate. Metropolitan. Yi Chen requests an audience outside the palace. Lu Ruyan was taken aback for a moment, then said without thinking, "Let him in." At this moment, she had not forgotten the idea that had first come to her. If I were to cultivate with this kid, would I really be able to break through the barrier to my cultivation realm? She has been stuck at the nascent soul stage for decades, unable to break through to the void refinement stage no matter how hard she tries. These almost became her inner demons. If she can break through to the void refinement stage, she can secure her position as sect leader, adding another void refinement stage expert to the Joyful Union sect, and perhaps even breaking free from the suppression of their arch-rival, the Heavenly Demon sect. These are all Lu Ruyan's obsessions. She is willing to use any means necessary to achieve her goals. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with accompanying a disciple in dual cultivation. The moment this thought arose, it occupied all of Lu Ruyan's thoughts. Chapter 11: The Sect's Blessing. The Hahuan sect is surrounded by peaks and shrouded in mist. In a cave on the back mountain, an elderly man with a white beard was meditating cross-legged, surrounded by a thick spiritual energy, and each breath was taken in long intervals. When it's still, there's not a sound, just like a corpse. At this moment, a flying crane formed from spiritual energy appeared in the cave. The old man, who was cultivating, seemed to sense something, opened his eyes, and a faint flash of lightning appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed the flying crane that was hovering above him. The moment it shattered, Lu Ruyan's voice reached my ears. Lin Qingxue, the personally instructed disciple, broke through from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the peak of foundation establishment after dual cultivation. Inner disciple Su Nianwan broke through from the peak of foundation establishment to the golden core realm after a night of dual cultivation. The white-bearded old man's pupils contracted, and his spiritual power erupted uncontrollably, causing the entire cave to tremble. This is real. He believed that Lu Ruyan wouldn't joke like that with him. Two more disciples experienced a significant increase in cultivation after practicing dual cultivation with Yi Chen. The moment he came to his senses, the old man withdrew his spiritual power and burst into laughter involuntarily. Ha 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 ha. Heaven blesses my Hahuan sect, for we have such an extraordinary disciple. Great, that's wonderful. He was incredibly excited, eager to meet this disciple named Yi Chen immediately, who possessed such extraordinary talent. When Lu Ruyan told him yesterday, he thought it was just a coincidence, but now it seems it was all true. This is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for the Hahuan sect. As long as Yi Chen works diligently, he can elevate the overall strength of the Hahuan sect to a higher level in a short period of time. At this moment, the old man made up his mind. Even if it meant confronting the Xin Tian Holy Land head-on, he had to protect this disciple and absolutely could not allow him to suffer the slightest harm. Yi Chen is the future of the Hahuan sect. Inside a refined and elegant hall, disciple Yi Chen greets sect master. Yi Chen entered the main hall and respectfully bowed to Lu Ruyan in front of him. His gaze swept over the stunningly beautiful figure, and he thought to himself, truly magnificent. What brings you to me? Speak, what is it? Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen in surprise and said. The previous secret letter revealed that Yi Chen had engaged in dual cultivation with Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan the previous day, and had not stopped even late into the night. The battle didn't end until dawn. This is why Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan both woke up late today, and their breakthroughs were delayed. You're so tired, shouldn't you be resting? At this moment, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but take a look at Yi Chen's physique. Is this kid's body really that strong? There's absolutely no sign of a deficit. That's incredible. Being young is great. Reporting to the sect master, this disciple wishes to ask the sect master, for some more spirit stones. Yi Chen then revealed the purpose of his trip. Spirit stones? Lu Ruyan was startled, then frowned unhappily and looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. What do you need so many spirit stones for, kid? Didn't I just give you 50,000 spirit stones? How come you've used them all up again? With your cultivation level, you shouldn't be able to absorb that much spiritual energy. In the past 2 days, she has given Yi Chen a total of 70,000 spirit stones. It should be noted that an inner disciple can only receive a few dozen spirit stones per month. Yi Chen's speed in consuming spirit stones left Lu Ruyan in disbelief. She even suspected that Yi Chen was using spirit stones to keep a mistress on the side. Sect Master, you are wise. This disciple asked for the spirit stones entirely for our plan, and there was absolutely no secret of it. 10 months from now, the sect leader will understand. Yi Chen said with absolute certainty. He didn't explain much about the secret he possessed, but his words implied that the other party had used the spirit stones for dual cultivation to conceive a child. And that is indeed the case. He can improve his cultivation level by relying on dual cultivation, and he doesn't need to use spirit stones to cultivate at all. Lu Ruyan nodded with some skepticism. Although she has not yet seen the results of having offspring, she has already seen the benefits of dual cultivation from her 3 female disciples. She also gained more trust in Yi Chen's talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the idea of cultivating with Yi Chen to break through her cultivation level. Alright, take these spirit stones. If you need more, come back to me. Lu Ruyan was not stingy either, and tossed out a storage bag containing 100,000 spirit stones. This was a considerable expense for Lu Ruyan, but for the future of the sect, as long as the female disciple gave birth to a child with spiritual roots in 10 months, all the sacrifices would be worthwhile. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Chen accepted the storage bag filled with spirit stones and expressed his gratitude with a smile. With spirit stones, when you have a one-shot soul connection with a female disciple, you can greatly increase the probability of your offspring obtaining a high-level spiritual root. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. Your cultivation level. Peak of foundation establishment. Her voice rose several pitches. It stood out starkly in the quiet hall. Her firm breasts were trembling. Lu Ruyan hadn't noticed before, but now the way she looked at Yi Chen had changed. You should know that Yi Chen only successfully established his foundation yesterday. In just 1 day, he broke through 2 realms and reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. This left Lu Ruyan in disbelief. Yi Chen's improvement speed is even faster than that of the female disciples who practice dual cultivation. He was merely a disciple with a yellow-grade spiritual root, whose aptitude was arguably the worst, yet his cultivation speed was comparable to that of a cultivation genius with a top-grade spiritual root. Lu Ruyan instantly realized that Yi Chen could also benefit from dual cultivation. Not only could the female disciples rapidly improve their cultivation, but Yi Chen could as well, and even improve his cultivation more. This kid definitely has a secret. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. I just happened to break through 2 realms. Yi Chen explained, neither humble nor arrogant. It was as if his success was the result of years of hard work and gradual accumulation. But Lu Ruyan knew how easy it was for him to improve his cultivation. Improving cultivation level through sexual intercourse is not difficult at all. The only challenge might be whether the body can handle it. The more you work, the more you earn. The more you do, the more you will receive. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen scrutinizingly, and couldn't help but feel curious. Just how good is this guy in bed? According to the secret letter, this kid seems capable of causing trouble all day. Won't they kill someone? It's safe to say this kid has absolutely no sense of chivalry. If the sect master has no further instructions, this disciple will take his leave now. Yi Chen bowed and said. A hint of doubt flashed through my mind. He sensed that Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him seemed a little off. It felt like being targeted by a female demon, a chilling unease that made your hair stand on end, as if you were about to be devoured by her at any moment. Go ahead. Dual cultivation is important, but you also need to take care of your health. Lu Ruyan said calmly. She seemed to be concerned about Yi Chen's health, telling him not to overwork himself, but inwardly she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. How about we try dual cultivation with this kid? How should I start the conversation? I am the sect leader. Chapter 12. Why not help each other? Outside the main hall, Yi Chen felt very puzzled as he walked back to the courtyard. His mind was filled with the image of Lu Ruyan staring at him. It felt like I was about to be eaten. Could it be that the sect leader has some thoughts about me? Are they trying to steal my talent? Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine, his hair stood on end, and a cold sweat ran down his back. It's like being targeted by a wolf. This feeling was extremely intense, even colder than the feeling Lu Ruyan had when she had her eyes on him before. Yi Chen continued walking forward without showing any emotion, but he had already become alert. He was certain he was being watched, but he didn't know who it was. Who is Lu Ruyan? That's impossible. He already lives in the small courtyard that's under surveillance, so there's no need for Lu Ruyan to send someone to secretly watch him. Moreover, this is within the sect. Aside from Lu Ruyan, only other forces within the sect remained. Yi Chen remembered that Lu Ruyan had mentioned before that they should be wary of the vice sect master Jiang Yuyan. That woman has always coveted the position of sect leader, forming factions within the sect and rivaling Lu Ruyan. He must be one of her people. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt relieved and less nervous. As long as it's not someone sent by the Xin Tian Holy Land or the Zhang family, Yi Chen doesn't need to worry about his life being in danger. As for the power struggles within the sect, their ultimate goal is simply to obtain Yi Chen, and they will never allow anything to happen to him. Yi Chen walked back to his small courtyard, but the person who had been secretly watching him did not appear. The courtyard gate is closed. Around the corner not far away, Jiang Yuyan withdrew her gaze, a hint of curiosity flashing across her face. What secrets does this kid hold? Otherwise, why would Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder be willing to offend the Xin Tian Holy Land just to protect him? Jiang Yuyan muttered to herself, her mind filled with doubt. Lu Ruyan's previous attitude of protecting Yi Chen had aroused her suspicion. I can't understand why a disciple with a yellow-grade spiritual root would attract so much attention from Lu Ruyan, the sect leader. It should be noted that the Hahuan sect has thousands of disciples, both inner and outer, so Lu Ruyan wouldn't care about every single one of them. Not to mention, a separate courtyard was specially arranged, with trusted disciples guarding the entrance. They even sent 3 female disciples to keep them company. There must be a secret behind this. Jiang Yuyan became interested and wanted to find out what was going on. Perhaps she can use Yi Chen's secrets to her advantage, thereby bringing down Lu Ruyan and becoming the sect leader of the Hahuan sect. She had longed for the position of sect leader for many years. In the courtyard, Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao were cultivating in the courtyard when they saw Yi Chen return, and they immediately surrounded him enthusiastically. Senior brother, you're back. Are you tired? Sit down and rest for a while. Would you like something to eat? Both of them were very considerate and concerned about Yi Chen's health, afraid that he would get tired. After several attempts, Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao became certain of one thing: as long as they cultivated together with Yi Chen, their cultivation levels would skyrocket. This undoubtedly gave both of them an opportunity to become stronger. Under these circumstances, they would naturally pay extra attention to Yi Chen's body, so that they could have more dual cultivation in bed this time. Breakthrough in cultivation level while lying down. No need, I'm not hungry yet. Yi Chen waved his hand. He had eaten breakfast before leaving the house. He glanced around, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. Where is Nianwan? Did she go back to her room to rest? Yi Chen asked. He remembered that before he left, Su Nianwan got up first and cultivated in the courtyard, breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Could it be that he was too tired from all the activity last night and his body couldn't take it anymore, so he went back to his room to rest after breaking through his cultivation level? It's not impossible that this is the case. Tempted by the reward of 2 years of cultivation, Yi Chen fought 10 times in one night until dawn. Su Nianwan almost disappeared from the scene later on. Not in the room. Sister Su went back to pack her luggage and will be moving in later. Lin Qingxue shook her head and began to explain. The 3 of them were arranged by Lu Ruyan to serve Yi Chen, so they would all be his people from now on and would definitely live together. Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao have already moved their belongings from the disciples' courtyard where they originally lived to this small courtyard. Su Nianwan arrived in a hurry yesterday, and after spending a night cultivating with Yi Chen, she also began moving. I see. Yi Chen nodded in realization, not taking it to heart. He no longer needed to worry about Su Nianwan running away. She had already given him her virginity, so there was no need for her to run away afterward. Your cultivation levels have improved very quickly. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao in front of him with a surprised expression. Only then did he realize that both of them had broken through to a higher realm. When they first met, Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao were both only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Now, one is at the middle stage of foundation establishment, and the other has even reached the peak of foundation establishment. This change is too drastic. While they were in bed, he was so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice the changes in their cultivation levels at all. Only when he himself broke through to the peak of foundation establishment did he realize it at a glance. This is all thanks to my senior brother. Otherwise, we wouldn't have improved so quickly. Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao blushed and looked shyly at Yi Chen in front of them, saying something apologetically. Without Yi Chen's hard work, the two of them would never have been able to break through their cultivation levels so quickly. They were all very grateful to Yi Chen, but there were some things they couldn't say aloud. My credit? Yi Chen was taken aback at first, but looking at the two blushing faces, he immediately understood what was going on. He hadn't expected that during dual cultivation, not only would he receive system rewards, but the female disciple he was cultivating with would also see her cultivation level increase. That's killing two birds with one stone. Yi Chen suddenly remembered the ambiguous look Lu Ruyan had given him before, and immediately guessed what she was thinking at the time. Okay, so Lu Ruyan wants to sleep with him. The other party must have known that dual cultivation can improve one's cultivation level, which is why they had the idea of dual cultivation with him. On his way back, Yi Chen felt that Lu Ruyan was plotting something. Now that he knew the other party's purpose, he actually felt relieved. If it's just lusting after his body, dual cultivation isn't out of the question. So what if I sleep with another woman? His body can handle it perfectly. Yi Chen now accepts all offers, which allows him to receive rewards. Su Nianwan, with her Earth-grade spiritual root, brought Yi Chen double the rewards. He was quite curious about Lu Ruyan's talent and what rewards she could get from a single dual cultivation session. Maybe one night of this could allow him to break through and advance several realms. Next time I see Lu Ruyan, I can ask her what she thinks. Why not help each other? Chapter 13. The fire was lit, but the person ran away? In a disciples' courtyard of the Hahuan sect, Su Nianwan packed her luggage, took one last longing look at the house she had lived in for many years, and turned to leave. Several of her close disciples, who lived in the same courtyard, came to see her off. We're living here so well, why are you suddenly moving to another place? An older female disciple said reluctantly, trying to persuade her to stay. Nianwan, after you leave, there will be no one to practice swordsmanship with me. Another beautiful female disciple said reluctantly. Sister Nianwan, I will miss you. A younger female disciple said, tugging at Su Nianwan's sleeve. They were all reluctant to see Su Nianwan move away, but no one dared to disobey the sect leader Lu Ruyan's orders. At the same time, I don't understand why Lu Ruyan did this. Could it be that they are secretly grooming Su Nianwan? Given her cultivation aptitude, this is indeed a possibility. Although I moved away, I am still in the sect. Don't worry, I'll come back to visit everyone often. Su Nianwan looked at her close friends in front of her and said with a smile. Although she was reluctant to leave everyone, she also looked forward to living with Yi Chen. After last night's in-depth conversation, Su Nianwan's mind is now filled with Yi Chen's image, and she thinks about him all the time. Completely captivated by Yi Chen. Especially when she woke up that morning and her cultivation level broke through to the Golden Core realm, she felt an unprecedented joy. This feeling also fascinated her. I never knew dual cultivation could be such a joyful thing. Su Nianwan, having finished packing her luggage, couldn't wait to return to the courtyard, throw herself into Yi Chen's arms, and live a shameless life. Sister Nianwan, you must come back to visit us often. Su Nianwan waved goodbye to the female disciples and turned to leave the courtyard. She hadn't walked far when she noticed something was wrong. It seemed like someone was following her. Is it her best friend who can't bear to see her leave? Su Nianwan turned around in confusion. Vice Sect Master? How did you end up here? Su Nianwan looked at Jiang Yuyan, who suddenly appeared behind her, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. The other party's courtyard is not located here at all, it's quite a distance away. Jiang Yuyan made no attempt to hide anything and walked straight up to Su Nianwan, looking at her calmly. I came here specifically to see you. Looking for me? What business does the Vice Sect Master have with me? Su Nianwan found it strange. She and Jiang Yuyan rarely interacted, so why would the other party suddenly come to find her? After all, she was the personal disciple of the sect leader Lu Ruyan, and her forces had always been at odds with those of the vice sect leader Jiang Yuyan. I heard that sect master Lu has asked you to live with that disciple named Yi Chen. Do you know why? Zhang Yuyan stared intently at Su Nianwan and asked, wanting to get an answer from her. This disciple does not know. Su Nianwan shook her head. Even if she knew, she couldn't possibly tell Zhang Yuyan. Before she went to Yi Chen's courtyard, Lu Ruyan had already told her not to mention this matter to anyone, especially Zhang Yuyan. The person Lu Ruyan most wanted to guard against was the deputy sect leader, Zhang Yuyan. As a direct disciple, Su Nianwan would naturally not be foolish enough to reveal the information. You really don't know? Zhang Yuyan's face darkened, and she stared at her with a gloomy expression. This disciple dares not deceive the vice sect master. Su Nianwan answered with a serious expression. Who lives in that small courtyard? What has happened in the past few days? Zhang Yuyan was still unwilling to give up and pressed for an explanation. This disciple cannot say. Su Nianwan shook her head again. She absolutely could not tell Zhang Yuyan this secret. Seeing this, Zhang Yuyan looked at Su Nianwan with a livid face, wishing she could devour her whole. The other party is showing absolutely no respect for her, the vice sect leader. This infuriated Zhang Yuyan. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Early stage of Golden Core. I remember you only broke through to the peak of Foundation establishment a few months ago. He broke through to the Golden Core realm so quickly? Zhang Yuyan looked at Su Nianwan in surprise, feeling incredulous. This cultivation speed is much faster than when she broke through to the Golden Core realm. You should know that she has a heaven-grade spiritual root, and her talent for cultivation is even higher than that of Su Nianwan, who has an earth-grade spiritual root, but her cultivation speed is not as fast as hers. This undoubtedly illustrates many points. Zhang Yuyan, recalling Lu Ruyan's recent actions, became even more convinced that there must be a secret hidden in that small courtyard. Perhaps it was a tactic Lu Ruyan used to deal with her? She needs to know this secret. Very well, so you dare to hide it from me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare do anything to you? Zhang Yuyan snorted coldly, then suddenly attacked, grabbing Su Nianwan by the neck and giving her no chance to resist. The next second, Zhang Yuyan grabbed Su Nianwan and quickly left, their figures disappearing in no time. In the courtyard, Yi Chen waited a long time for Su Nianwan to return, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. How could packing luggage take so long? But surely we wouldn't encounter any danger within the sect? Why hasn't Nianwan come back yet after so long? Yi Chen muttered impatiently. Don't worry, senior brother. Perhaps Sister Su is reluctant to leave her fellow disciples who live with her, so she's taking a little longer. She should be back soon. Lin Qingxue, who was standing nearby, offered words of comfort. When she and Lu Mengyao went back to pack their luggage, they said goodbye to their good friends who lived in the same courtyard for quite a while. At this point, they assumed that Su Nianwan was the same. Hearing her say that, Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with the explanation. Perhaps that's true. He still felt uneasy, but couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Lin Qingxue noticed Yi Chen's worry, so she leaned forward, took his arm, and shook it to comfort him. Their bodies were too close, and 36D rubbed against Yi Chen's arm. Senior brother, don't worry. Sister Su will come back. Feeling the soft touch, Yi Chen's mind went blank, and his body involuntarily became hot. A moment of peace was found within me. He turned to look at Lin Qingxue, who was standing close by, his eyes gleaming with desire. It was as if a ferocious wolf was about to devour her, this little lamb, whole. Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, Lin Qingxue blushed and instantly realized her mistake, quickly taking a step back. Senior brother, it's still early. She knew what Yi Chen was thinking with just one look. She was tormented by Yi Chen yesterday and slept for half a day before waking up. Walking is now a dull ache, and I dare not entertain any crazy thoughts anymore. You started it. Yi Chen stared straight at her as he spoke. Lin Qingxue's face turned even redder, as if it were about to bleed. She didn't mean it, it's just that it's too big, and you'll accidentally brush against it if you get too close. Yi Chen, however, wouldn't listen to her explanation at all. Chapter 14 The more you work, the more you gain, the immortal slaying talisman. Senior brother, I'll go call Sister Su and ask her to come back soon. Lin Qingxue hurriedly said. Her face flushed red, she got up and walked out of the courtyard. She really didn't dare to continue causing trouble, otherwise she would definitely die in bed. You should at least rest for a couple of days before doing it again. This girl. They started the fire, and then their own people ran away? Yi Chen watched Lin Qingxue's fleeing figure and muttered with a wry smile. What was he supposed to do? Seeing that Lin Qingxue had run away, Yi Chen could only turn his gaze to Lu Mengyao, who was sitting on the other side. Mengyao, you seem to have a pretty relaxed day yesterday. Let your senior brother pamper you today. Yi Chen said with a smile. That's when I discovered the advantages of having many women around me. When one option fails, there's another to choose from. Senior brother. Lu Mengyao did not refuse and nodded shyly. She'd been eavesdropping all night, and was burning with pent-up desire. Now that Yi Chen had taken the initiative to invite her, she was naturally very happy to accept, and even eager to try, so she immediately stood up. Don't worry, your senior brother will be gentle with you this time. Yi Chen readily agreed, scooped up the alluring Lu Mengyao, and strode towards the room not far away. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial grade weapon, the Flying Feather Sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Immortal Slaying Talisman triggered by infusing spiritual power. Its power is comparable to a full-force attack from a Void Refinement stage expert. Yi Chen was stunned, almost thinking he was hallucinating. Immortal Slaying Talisman? What puzzled Yi Chen was not the name of the talisman, but the power described in the annotation. A full-force attack comparable to that of a Void Refinement stage cultivator. That's enough to instantly kill any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. It should be noted that even the sect leader, Lu Ruyan, was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. If they had possessed this immortal slaying talisman back then, the Yi family wouldn't have been so tragically wiped out. What kind of young sect master of the Xian Tian Holy Land is this? What kind of nascent soul realm enshriner is this? Enough to wipe them all out instantly. Yi Chen snapped out of his daze, laughed with delight, and became even more excited. This is really good stuff. Having this immortal slaying talisman undoubtedly provides an additional means of survival. If he had the chance to meet the young sect master of the Xian Tian Holy Land, Yi Chen was confident that he could kill him and avenge his grievances. He never expected that cultivating with Lu Mengyao, who possessed a profound spiritual root, would yield such a generous reward. Yi Chen immediately realized that there was always a chance of obtaining high-level rewards each time, and the higher the talent of the cultivation partner, the higher the probability of triggering high-level rewards. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly had an immature idea. Quality over quantity. Senior brother, what are you talking about? What good stuff is it? Hearing Yi Chen's mutterings, Lu Mengyao asked curiously. She looked up, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. I didn't see Yi Chen holding anything in his hand. Could it be that I was hallucinating? She wasn't asleep either. Her thoughts were in turmoil at that moment. Yi Chen looked down at her and a smile appeared on his face. There's no time to explain. Lu Mengyao? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an invisibility talisman lasts for 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Finder Goo releases a child goo after locking onto the target's aura. The mother goo can be used to track the target's location. 1 hour later. The room fell silent. Yi Chen leaned against the bed, raised his hand to wipe away the sweat, and felt his mouth was dry. He wanted to drink some cold water, so he gulped it down. Recalling the fleeting reward notification, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, thinking to myself, what a pity. It's still a little short. Although they obtained talismans and goo worms again, none of them could compare to the immortal slaying talisman they had obtained before. And they never obtained another offensive talisman like the immortal slaying talisman. Lu Mengyao, who was beside him, had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and Yi Chen was also extremely tired. Even if they continue to work hard, it will be difficult to obtain something as valuable as the immortal slaying talisman. It seems I still need to find a partner with a high-level spiritual root to cultivate with. That way, the drop rate will be much higher. Yi Chen muttered to himself, his first thought being Lu Ruyan. Her drop rate should be pretty high. However, it's a bit unrealistic for an ordinary disciple like myself to want to sleep with the sect leader. Lu Ruyan is a powerful cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Using force is definitely not an option. It would be more likely for her to overpower him. They could only settle for second best and try to have more in-depth exchanges with Su Nianwan, who had an earth-grade spiritual root. Su Nianwan's drop rate is also quite high, and every time you get a perfect drop, you get double the reward. Yi Chen firmly believes that as long as he works hard, he will definitely reap the rewards. Senior brother, something terrible has happened. Something's happened to Sister Su. Lin Qingshue's urgent shouts came from outside. His voice was filled with anxiety. Yi Chen's heart sank. He immediately realized something was wrong, quickly got up, put on his clothes, and ran out of the room. He straightened his clothes as he walked. Looking up at Lin Qingxue running towards him, he asked, "What happened? Where is Nianwan? Sister Su has disappeared." Lin Qingxue stopped and looked at Yi Chen in front of her, her face full of anxiety, and she explained in a breathless voice. "The senior female students in the same courtyard said that Sister Su left a few hours ago. They seemed to hear fighting outside, but when they went out to investigate, they didn't see anyone. Sister Su may have been kidnapped by someone." Hearing her say that, Yi Chen frowned with a serious expression. Suddenly recalling the time they had been followed, they immediately realized that they were being targeted. Who could have done this? The sect's supreme elder? Deputy Sect Master Zhang Yuyan? Or a powerful figure from the Xiantian Holy Land? Yi Chen is currently unsure whether the sect elders are friend or foe. The only one he can trust is the sect leader, Lu Ruyan. Su Nianwan was sent by Lu Ruyan to cultivate with him, so it was impossible for him to kidnap Su Nianwan. If the sect's senior elders wanted to see Su Nianwan, it would only take a word. Even the sect leader, Lu Ruyan, wouldn't dare to stop them. This happened within the inner sect of the Hahuan sect. No matter how powerful the Xiantian Holy Land was, it was impossible for them to abduct a direct disciple without anyone noticing. The other disciples in the sect were even less capable of dealing with Su Nianwan. The only suspect is Vice Sect Master Zhang Yuyan. Could it have been her? Yi Chen muttered something to himself. The other party is Lu Ruyan's mortal enemy, and wants to investigate the secrets of the courtyard. Whether it is following him or kidnapping Su Nianwan, it all seems to make sense. Zhang Yuyan is highly suspected. Chapter 15. Dare to bully my woman? Even the heavens won't give me face. Senior brother, who are you talking about? Who will kidnap Sister Su? This is within the sect, and she is the sect leader's personal disciple. Who would dare to do such a thing? Lin Qingxue looked at Yi Chen in front of her with a puzzled expression and asked. With Su Nianwan's golden core stage cultivation, even among the inner disciples, there are few who can rival her. She is a standout among the younger generation. Yi Chen looked up at Lin Qingxue and said calmly. Zhang Yuyan. River. Vice Sect Master? Lin Qingxue was puzzled by how familiar the name sounded, but then she instantly remembered the other person's identity and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He looked at Yi Chen with an incredulous expression. That can't be, right? Why did the Vice Sect Master kidnap Sister Su? Sister Su hasn't offended her. Lin Qingxue couldn't believe it was true. For these inner disciples, whether it's the sect leader or the deputy sect leader, they are all high and mighty figures, not people they can criticize or offend. With the methods of those powerful individuals, they could take their lives in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Lin Qingxue didn't seem to understand the connection, Yi Chen patiently explained. Zhang Yuyan did this naturally because she wanted to get information about the secrets of this courtyard from Nianwan. In other words, she wants to know the sect leader's purpose in doing all this. Lin Qingxue suddenly realized what was going on. This is clearly a struggle between the sect leader and the deputy sect leader, and the innocent Su Nianwan has been dragged into it. She couldn't help but feel even more anxious. Senior brother, what should we do? Tell the sect leader about this? Should we have the sect leader go to the vice sect leader to demand the person and rescue Sister Su? Yi Chen shook his head. We can tell the sect leader about this, but we still have to go find Zhang Yuyan ourselves. Even if the sect leader intervenes, Zhang Yuyan can deny that she did it, and no one can do anything about it. Although Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuyan were at odds and secretly fought each other, they were at least outwardly harmonious with each other. Yi Chen was unsure whether Lu Ruyan would choose to completely break ties with Zhang Yuyan for Su Nianwan's sake, or whether she would choose to sacrifice Su Nianwan for the sake of the sect's interests. But Yi Chen absolutely could not stand idly by. After all, she was his woman. However, these are all just Yi Chen's guesses. He's only preparing for the worst. He strode towards Su Nianwan's room. Senior brother, what are you going to do? Under Lin Qingxue's questioning gaze, Yi Chen took out the searching mother-child goo from his storage ring and released the offspring goo to identify the scent that Su Nianwan had left on her clothes. After locking onto the aura, the Z goo quickly flew towards the outside. At the same time, the box containing the mother goo in Yi Chen's hand also trembled slightly. Let's go, follow them and see who kidnapped Nianwan. Yi Chen spoke up. The two quickly chased after him outside. Lin Xingxue still felt somewhat uneasy. Senior brother, what if he really is the vice sect master? That's a nascent soul stage expert. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen didn't even turn his head. So what if I'm the vice sect master? Dare to touch my woman, Yi Chen? Even the heavens won't give you face. Lin Xingxue's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze towards Yi Chen became more adoring, warming her heart. It's so great to be my senior's woman. Soon, the two arrived at the outskirts of a secluded courtyard. Even from a distance, Yi Chen could see that the released goo worms had already flown into the courtyard. It can be confirmed that Su Nianwan is in this courtyard at this moment. The vice sect master's villa is just ahead. It really was her who kidnapped Sister Su. After seeing it clearly, Lin Xingxue was immediately surprised. She had initially thought Yi Chen's guess was too bold, but she never expected it to be true. Go and inform the sect leader. Yi Chen looked at Lin Xingxue in front of him and said. Good. Wait, senior brother, what about you? Just as Lin Xingxue was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Chen with a worried expression, fearing that he would risk his life alone. That's the vice sect master, a nascent soul stage expert. No matter how powerful Yi Chen is now, he's only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He could be killed in the blink of an eye. She didn't want Yi Chen to take any risks. Yi Chen noticed Lin Xingxue's worry and shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, I won't go to my death. I'll keep watch from here. You should go quickly. Hearing Yi Chen say that, Lin Xingxue finally felt relieved. Senior brother, wait for me. After saying that, she got up and left. Seeing that Lin Xingxue had already walked far away, Yi Chen's smile faded, and he took out a talisman from his storage ring. Infused with spiritual power, the talisman instantly transformed into a ray of light, enveloping him, erasing his aura, and his body began to disappear little by little. Invisibility talisman. This is definitely a good product. Yi Chen knew very well that even if Lu Ruyan came forward in person, Zhang Yuyan would definitely not admit that she had kidnapped Su Nianwan. Even if we completely break off relations, it won't help. We might even be falsely accused of colluding to frame each other. Yi Chen must find Su Nianwan first so that he can cooperate with Lu Ruyan to confront her. Moreover, Su Nianwan has been kidnapped by Zhang Yuyan for several hours. If the other party cannot get the secrets they want during this time, they may very well kill her to silence her. Su Nianwan's life was hanging by a thread, and Yi Chen didn't have much time to save her. No one knows what Zhang Yuyan will do. But at least one thing is certain, she will never obediently hand over the person. Yi Chen immediately walked towards the courtyard not far away and easily climbed over into the villa. Now no one will see him at all. He can come and go as he pleases. Using the mother goo in his hand, Yi Chen easily found a side room. Only after confirming that there was no movement inside did he push the door open and enter. Yeah. The door opened. At this moment, Su Nianwan, whose cultivation was sealed and who was bound, sat in the corner. Looking at the door that had suddenly opened, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. There was no one outside the door, so how did the door open? Could there be ghosts in broad daylight? The next second, a hand landed on her shoulder. Ah! Su Nianwan trembled, her face turning pale with fright, and she struggled desperately. Don't be afraid, it's me. Yi Chen's voice echoed in her ears. Su Nianwan, who had been struggling just moments before, froze instantly. She turned to look at the air beside her, unable to believe her ears. Or is it just my imagination? Senior brother Yi, is that you? It's me. I've come to rescue you. Relieved by the positive response, Su Nianwan was deeply moved. She never expected that Yi Chen would risk his life to sneak into the vice sect leader's villa to save her. Splash! Yi Chen untied the ropes binding Su Nianwan and pulled her along as they walked outside. Although Su Nianwan couldn't see Yi Chen at this moment, she could feel that he was right beside her, and the warmth in his hand made her feel at ease. The two had just stepped outside when a figure descended from the sky and blocked their way. Did I say you could leave? Chapter 16, Slaying the Nascent Soul Stage Sect Master with a Sword. Zhang Yuyan coldly stared at Su Nianwan, who had escaped. A hint of doubt flashed through my mind. How could the other party escape when their cultivation was sealed and they were bound with ropes? Vice Sect Master. When Su Nianwan saw the person who came, she froze on the spot, her face turning pale with fright. It's over. With their combined strength, she and Yi Chen had no chance of escaping from their opponent. The pressure from those at the nascent soul stage is too intense. Vice Sect Master, I have said everything I needed to say. please let me go. I really just moved to a new house, there are no secrets. Sun Yanwan hurriedly explained, pleading with the other party to let her go. At this moment, her biggest worry was that Yi Chen, who was invisible beside her, would be discovered, and then they would both surely die. Zhang Yuyan looked at her with a cold smile and said, "If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. But if you want to leave, there's absolutely no way. If word gets out that the vice sect master has kidnapped a personal disciple, how can I maintain my standing in the sect after this?" From the moment she kidnapped Sun Yanwan, she had already planned to kill her to silence her and would never let the matter get out. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to Zhang Yuyan's reputation. If other disciples found out about this, she would undoubtedly be punished by the sect, and might even be expelled from the sect. Zhang Yuyan would not be merciful. Regardless of whether Sun Yanwan spoke or not, she would still kill her. Upon hearing this, Sun Yanwan's heart trembled, realizing that the other party had murderous intent. She took 2 steps back in fear, as if only now did she truly see Zhang Yuyan's true colors. Unfortunately, it was too late, she couldn't run away now. I am the sect leader's personal disciple. If you kill me, the sect leader will not let you off. Sun Yanwan tried to struggle. He. Zhang Yuyan gave a cold laugh. As long as I don't admit it, how will anyone know that I killed you? She was confident that she hadn't let anyone see her kidnap Sun Yanwan earlier. At this moment, the way he looked at Sun Yanwan was as if he were looking at a dead person. Sun Yanwan felt ice cold all over, and the moment her energy was locked, her heart was filled with despair. She had so many people she couldn't say goodbye to properly. Am I really going to die like this? She didn't even dare to shout for help, fearing that Yi Chen, who was invisible, would take action and she would lose her life for nothing. Sun Yanwan was content to see Yi Chen one last time in her final moments and to know his feelings for her. Although she and Yi Chen only talked for one night, they already had a deep affection for each other, like a couple who had been married for many years. Sun Yanwan closed her eyes slightly, preparing herself to face death. She did this so that Yi Chen wouldn't save her and would leave quickly. Since you refuse to reveal this secret even at the cost of your life, then I will send you on your way. What a waste of your talent. Zhang Yuyan said coldly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. A disciple with a low-grade spiritual root is extremely rare, and killing him would be a significant loss to the sect. But she had to do it. Zhang Yuyan raised her hand and waved it, sending a burst of spiritual energy shooting out from a distance. Suddenly, a sword aura slashed through the air. Bang! A deafening roar erupted. The spiritual power was shattered by a single sword strike, vanishing without a trace. Who is it? Zhang Yuyan's face darkened, and she looked warily at the air next to Sun Yanwan. Although it was a casual strike, the power of that sword strike was not weak. Most importantly, she didn't even realize there were other people present. The next second, a flash of sword light appeared before her eyes. Court death. Zhang Yuyan gently patted the air in front of her, and a ripple spread through the air. Yi Chen's figure flew backward and crashed to the ground not far away, the immortal great spirit sword in his hand also falling to the side. The invisibility spell's effect was instantly shattered. So it was you. Zhang Yuyan's gaze fell on Yi Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She never expected that the person who infiltrated the villa would be Yi Chen. Although this was their first formal meeting, Zhang Yuyan had already followed Yi Chen before and knew that he was the source of the secret. "Senior brother, how are you? Don't worry about me, you should go." Sun Yanwan rushed over and said in a voice trembling with tears. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to save her while she was touched, she was also filled with worry. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Yi Chen is simply no match for Zhang Yuyan. Showing up now would be tantamount to courting death. Cough cough. Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had suffered a serious injury, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Still too weak. He originally intended to use the invisibility talisman to ambush Zhang Yuyan, but he was almost killed by her in one move. For a brief moment, Yi Chen felt like he was going to die. Fortunately, Zhang Yuyan did not go all out, which gave him a chance to catch his breath. At this moment, he also realized the vast difference in skill between himself and Zhang Yuyan, and that he could not defeat her by relying on a sneak attack. Yi Chen looked at Sun Yanwan in front of him and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine. How could I abandon you and run away?" Hearing Yi Chen say that, Sun Yanwan cried even harder, her heart filled with gratitude. "Why, senior brother. Sun Yanwan secretly vowed that if she could leave alive this time, she would spend the rest of her life repaying Yi Chen for his feelings for her. I was planning to come looking for you, but you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep? Tell me, what secrets do you and Lu Ruyan share? If you tell the truth, maybe I'll consider letting you two go. Jiang Yuyan looked at Yi Chen with great interest, but did not rush to make a move. Instead, she asked curiously. Her purpose in bringing Sun Yanwan back was to extract a secret from her. Now that Yi Chen, the person in question, was right in front of her, Jiang Yuyan was pleasantly surprised and wanted to get the answer from him. Yi Chen forced himself to stand up despite his injuries, glanced at Jiang Yuyan with disdain, and spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to challenge me? He looked down on Jiang Yuyan from the bottom of his heart. A deputy sect leader actually did such a despicable thing. Jiang Yuyan's face instantly darkened, her body radiating murderous intent, her eyes fixed on Yi Chen as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. She was, after all, the deputy sect leader of the sect, yet none of the disciples took her seriously. That's incredibly disrespectful. You little brat, you're asking for it. Jiang Yuyan gritted her teeth and said, harboring murderous intent towards Yi Chen. You're the one courting death. Yi Chen looked at her without fear and said. He then took out the immortal slaying talisman from his storage ring. This is Yi Chen's life-saving technique, capable of unleashing a full-force attack comparable to that of a void refinement stage cultivator. He had originally intended to save it for when he stormed the Xin Tian Holy Land to take revenge, but now, to save his own life, he had no choice but to use it first. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled a wisp of spiritual energy to activate the Immortal Slaying Talisman. Chapter 17 Immortal Slaying Talisman. Instantly kills a nascent soul stage cultivator. What's this? Jiang Yuyan frowned slightly, staring at the Immortal Slaying Talisman in Yi Chen's hand, feeling a vague unease in her heart. She sensed a threat from the Immortal Slaying Talisman. This talisman might kill her. How could a Foundation Establishment stage disciple possibly possess such a high-level talisman? Seeing that Yi Chen had already activated the talisman, she didn't have time to think further. Kid, are you crazy? Jiang Yuyan became anxious. Why did this kid resort to violence without warning? There is absolutely no room for discussion. She hurriedly condensed a spiritual energy shield to defend herself, intending to withstand the attack first and then settle accounts with Yi Chen. I'm going to kill this brat today. Jiang Yuyan's hatred for Yi Chen reached its peak. The next second, the Immortal Slaying Talisman unleashed terrifying spiritual power. Countless flying swords emerged from it, hovering in the sky, emitting a chilling light. The powerful sword energy sent chills down one's spine. Like a sword formation, it enveloped the courtyard. Thousands of flying swords locked onto Jiang Yuyan's aura and then mercilessly fell. Stop them. Jiang Yuyan was startled and felt fear. She desperately urged her spiritual power to resist. He even unleashed his natal magic weapon to withstand the myriad sword energies. Boom! 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 In an instant, beams of spiritual light roared. No! Jiang Yuyan's pupils contracted, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. Her natal magic weapon was shattered. The spiritual energy shield in front of him collapsed with a deafening roar. Countless flying swords pierced through her body, obliterating her primordial spirit. A body riddled with wounds and covered in blood lay on the ground. A nascent soul stage expert has fallen. The flying swords dispersed, and the sword formation vanished without a trace. The courtyard was quiet again. Sun Yanwan stared in disbelief at the scene before her, as if she were dreaming, her mind completely blank. How is this possible? The Vice Sect Master, she just died like that? She even suspected she was hallucinating. Jiang Yuyan, a nascent soul cultivator, was instantly killed by a single talisman. That's incredible. Yi Chen was also somewhat surprised. Even though he knew the power of the Immortal Slaying Talisman beforehand, he was still shocked the moment it was released. Is this the power of the Void Refinement stage? At this moment, Yi Chen was filled with a burning desire for power. At this moment, several figures arrived in the void one after another. When Lu Ruyan appeared in the courtyard and saw that Yi Chen was alright, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she saw Jiang Yuyan's body, she was instantly stunned and stood there at a loss for what to do. She thought she was seeing things. They even suspected that Jiang Yuyan was faking her death. Jiang Yuyan, who is also at the nascent soul stage, is someone in the entire sect who could kill her. Jiang Yuyan. How is that possible? The next second, several Supreme Elders also appeared before everyone. What happened? Who made that move just now? A void refinement stage expert, could he be from the Xiantian Holy Land? Wait, how did Jiang Yuyan die? They were all alarmed by the power unleashed by the immortal slaying talisman. It was equivalent to a full force attack from someone at the void refinement stage. Such a commotion couldn't be kept secret from them at all. Upon seeing Jiang Yuyan's corpse on the ground, the faces of the several elders changed. Who did this? The hot-tempered second elder's face instantly darkened as he demanded an explanation. The death of the deputy sect leader within the sect is undoubtedly a provocation against the Joyful Union sect and a slap in their face. In an instant, the gazes of several elders all turned to Lu Ruyan. At this moment, besides Lu Ruyan and them, there were only two disciples, Yi Chen and Su Nianwan, in the courtyard. One is at the foundation establishment stage, and the other is at the golden core stage. The two of them combined are no match for a single finger of Jiang Yuyan. How could they possibly kill her? Lu Ruyan has now become a suspect. She certainly has the ability. Moreover, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuyan were already at odds, and there was a strong suspicion that she might have been willing to kill him. Lu Ruyan? Meeting the suspicious gazes of several elders, Lu Ruyan was stunned for a few seconds before quickly explaining. Why are you elders looking at me like that? I just got here too. Even though I don't get along with my junior sister, there's absolutely no way I could kill her. Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly, feeling wronged and blamed for nothing. Although she had always wanted to get rid of Jiang Yuyan, she did not actually take action in order to maintain the stability of the sect. At this moment, she was also wondering who exactly killed her. The elders, perhaps recalling that they had indeed seen Lu Ruyan on their way here, gradually let go of their suspicions about her. Who could it be? The second elder frowned and gritted his teeth as he spoke. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Yi Chen and Su Nianwan not far away. You too. Speak, who killed the vice sect leader? As eyewitnesses present at the scene, the two of them certainly knew who did it. Everyone else looked over as well. It's a man in black robes. He came to the courtyard invisibly and then suddenly appeared to ambush the vice sect leader. The man in black robes was very strong. The vice sect leader didn't even have time to react before he was killed. Yi Chen raised his head, met everyone's gaze, and explained with feigned fear. The voice trembled with fear, like that of a frightened quail. A black-robed man who can turn invisible? Everyone's expression changed, and they immediately became alert. An enemy at the void refinement stage who can conceal their aura is enough to pose a threat to them. They could suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack at any moment. Where did he go? One of the elders asked him nervously. Yi Chen raised his hand, his fingers trembling, and pointed in one direction. After he killed the vice sect leader, he ran away and went that way. Everyone looked in the direction Yi Chen pointed, and frowned in hesitation. When they arrived, they didn't notice anyone escaping. Could it be that the opponent was too strong and concealed their presence during the escape? Did this man in black leave any message? The elder, who had remained silent until now, looked at Yi Chen and asked. A deep light flashed in his murky eyes, filled with murderous intent. To dare kill the vice sect leader of their Hahuan sect is undoubtedly a blatant provocation. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Hahuan sect. Faced with the elder's question, Yi Chen answered without hesitation. He said, this is the consequence of offending the Xiantian Holy Land. Su Nianwan, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Yi Chen lied without batting an eye, making it sound completely believable. She even wondered if she had misread it. Su Nianwan saw through it but didn't say anything. She would never expose Yi Chen's lie. The moment Yi Chen saved her, she belonged entirely to him, and was even willing to die for him. What? People from the Xiantian Holy Land? Damn it! Do they really think our Hahuan sect is easy to bully? Several elders were so enraged that they began to curse loudly. Although they were wary of the Xiantian Holy Land, they wouldn't allow the other party to ride roughshod over them. Besides, a vice sect leader has now died. There's no way they can swallow this insult. At this point, none of them doubted Yi Chen's words. They all believed that the people from Xiantian Holy Land were the murderers. After all, there were only two disciples in the foundation establishment and golden core stages left in the courtyard. It couldn't have been the two of them who killed Jiang Yuyan, could it? No one would believe that. Everyone was angry at the moment and overlooked why Yi Chen and Su Nianwan were in the courtyard. It's perfectly reasonable for two disciples to come to the vice sect leader for guidance. Chapter 18. Should I repay this by serving you like a beast of burden? A strange look flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. She glanced at Yi Chen suspiciously, feeling that something was amiss. What a coincidence, it's the Xian Tian sacred land again. Is this kid lying? Did they deliberately incite conflict between the Hahuan sect and the Xian Tian Holy Land? Are you trying to use someone else to do your dirty work? However, with Jiang Yuyan's corpse right before their eyes, it was clear that someone had killed her. Aside from the powerful figures of the Xian Tian Holy Land, it seemed impossible to imagine who could have done it. If that's the case, isn't the Xian Tian Holy Land acting far too domineeringly? Lu Ruyan's face darkened, and she secretly vowed that she must make the sect stronger so that it would have the strength to contend with the Xian Tian Holy Land. After this incident, the sect was on high alert and activated its protective formation. At the same time, all disciples who were training outside were notified to return to the sect to prevent them from being attacked by the Xian Tian Holy Land. All disciples of the sect are determined to work hard and seek justice from the Xian Tian Holy Land. Lu Ruyan issued a series of orders, keeping herself extremely busy, but she was in a very good mood. Although a vice sect leader died, it was a good thing for Lu Ruyan. Finally, no one was going against her anymore, and she no longer had to worry about being replaced as sect leader. She is better able to control the Hahuan sect and lead the sect to become stronger. Perhaps because he knew of Yi Chen's special talent, the Grand Elder did not have any doubts about him. He even stopped other elders from asking more questions. This allowed Yi Chen to escape smoothly, and he returned to the courtyard with Su Nianwan and Lin Qingxue, who had rushed to the scene. Several nascent Soul Stage sect retainers had appeared outside the courtyard. They were all arranged by Lu Ruyan to protect Yi Chen's safety. However, if a void refinement stage expert from the Xian Tian Holy Land were to attack, these enshrined figures would be unable to stop them at all. Therefore, the sect's Grand Elder moved from his cave dwelling on the back mountain to a courtyard near the small courtyard. Ostensibly, he was there to oversee the sect's protective formation, but in reality, it was to protect Yi Chen at close range. Because he knew that once Yi Chen successfully planted the seed and a disciple with spiritual roots was born, the Hahuan sect would undergo earth-shattering changes. The Grand Elder already regards Yi Chen as the future of the Joyful Union sect and places high hopes on him. In the courtyard, Lu Mangyao, who had just woken up, waited in the courtyard. The commotion from the sword formation earlier had really startled her, and she was afraid that something might have happened to Yi Chen and the others. Upon seeing them return, he immediately went to greet them. "Senior brother, Sister Su, Sister Lin, you're back." Lu Mangyao was relieved to see that Yi Chen and Su Nianwan had returned safely. At this moment, she noticed the bloodstains at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth and immediately asked with concern. "Senior brother, are you injured?" "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury." Yi Chen waved his hand casually and said with a smile. His pale face was enough to show that his injuries were serious. "You must know that Jiang Yuyan is a nascent soul stage expert. Even a casual strike from her could severely injure him." "Really?" Lu Mangyao was skeptical, but seeing Su Nianwan's solemn expression, she knew that Yi Chen was seriously injured. "Senior brother, you should go back to your room and rest." Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan were supporting Yi Chen on either side, leaving Lu Mangyao unable to help and only able to watch anxiously. They helped Yi Chen into Su Nianwan's room, helped him lie down on the bed, and then hurriedly took out various healing pills. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No need to look anymore, I have the pills. The sect leader has already given me a bottle of pills to heal my injuries. Don't worry, you'll be fine after a few days of rest." When Yi Chen left Jiang Yuyan's courtyard earlier, Lu Ruyan seemed to have noticed his injuries and gave him a bottle of pills. The pills were of high quality and much more effective than the healing pills that Lu Mangyao and the others had given him. After he took it, the injuries in his body were basically suppressed. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lu Mangyao and the others were relieved, but their gazes toward Yi Chen were still full of worry. These past few days, they'd been completely devoted to Yi Chen. If he were to die, the three women truly don't know how they would go on living. "Senior brother, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare some food for you." Lu Mangyao spoke up. It was already dark outside, and Yi Chen, having worked hard all day, must have been starving. "I'll go with you," Lin Qingxue said. The two walked outside together, leaving Su Nianwan in the room to keep Yi Chen company. The room fell silent instantly. Su Nianwan remained silent the entire way back, not uttering a single word. Yi Chen looked up at her, seemingly seeing through her thoughts, and spoke first. "You must have many questions in your mind, right? For example, how did I find you? And that talisman from before. Others may not know, but Su Nianwan was a witness. A Foundation establishment disciple killed a nascent soul stage expert with just a talisman. This scene would shock anyone. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Su Nianwan immediately spoke. If my senior brother doesn't want to talk about it, I won't ask any more questions. I will never tell anyone about these things. She immediately made a promise. Su Nianwan knew very well that these methods were Yi Chen's secrets, and if they were to be revealed, they could very likely bring him to his death. She will keep this a secret. Hearing Su Nianwan say that, Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. He enjoyed dealing with intelligent people. This way, he won't have to make up lies to cover it up. The only regret is that I used up the immortal slaying talisman. Once it's used, it's gone. Getting another one depends on luck. If you're lucky, you might get one after a few tries. If you're unlucky, you might never get one in your lifetime. However, Yi Chen did not regret it. In that situation, Su Nianwan needed to be saved, and he himself needed to live. He had to kill Jiang Yuyan. Thank you so much for saving me, senior brother. From now on, Nianwan will serve you like a slave to repay your kindness. Su Nianwan made a firm promise. No need to work like a slave. There's no need for such formalities between us. Yi Chen waved his hand at her and said with a serious expression. Only. Just what? Su Nianwan was stunned for a moment. Meeting Yi Chen's amused gaze, she followed his line of sight and looked down. She couldn't see her toes at a glance, and her face flushed red instantly. Senior brother, you're so naughty. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Su Nianwan blushed and reminded him, not expecting Yi Chen to start acting inappropriately again. Yi Chen ignored her and grabbed Su Nianwan's arm, pulling her into his embrace. Eat? Senior brother. Don't do that. Su Nianwan's body went limp as she nestled in Yi Chen's arms, her face flushed as she tried to persuade him. She was worried that Yi Chen's injuries would worsen. Don't worry, I'm fine. This minor injury is nothing to worry about. Didn't you just say you wanted to repay me? Now's your turn to do so. Yi Chen whispered in Su Nianwan's ear. He wanted to practice driving with Su Nianwan and see if he could get another immortal slaying talisman. Chapter 19. Fighting injured? You're insane. Senior brother. Your injury. Su Nianwan murmured shyly. She buried her head, not daring to look at Yi Chen. There was still a lingering worry in my heart. I already said, this little injury is nothing to worry about. Don't worry. Yi Chen looked at her with a playful expression and leaned closer. Su Nianwan's face flushed even more, and her thoughts gradually became chaotic. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of qi nourishing pill. In the courtyard. Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao's faces suddenly turned red. The two exchanged a glance, hesitant to speak, their faces flushed like ripe apples. Senior brother, what's this? The injuries on my senior brother's body. Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao hesitated for a moment, both feeling worried about Yi Chen's injuries. At this moment, both of them had a suspicion in their hearts. The two of them immediately stopped in their tracks, their cheeks burning. They are easily embarrassed, and at this moment they will feel a little shy. Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao gradually relaxed, thinking that Yi Chen's injury should not be serious. Mengyao, how about we head out first? Lin Qingxue blushed and hesitated before making a soft suggestion. Okay. Lu Mengyao nodded in agreement. They shouldn't go in and disturb them at times like this. Looks like we don't need to invite them both to dinner. Lu Mengyao muttered something under her breath. They all knew Yi Chen well. This dinner might turn into a late-night snack or breakfast. Lin Qingxue quietly walked to the door and considerately closed it. The two of them then picked up their lunchboxes and turned to leave. Quietly, they left Yi Chen and Su Nianwan with time alone. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a thunderclap talisman activated by infusing spiritual power. Its power is comparable to a full-force attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Yi Chen listened to the reward notifications in his mind, and the appearance of the thunderclap talisman filled him with joy. Although it is not as powerful as the immortal slaying talisman, it is still a source of hope for Yi Chen. He seemed to be getting closer and closer to obtaining the immortal slaying talisman. It felt like I could obtain the immortal slaying talisman any second now. Yi Chen took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation. 3 seconds later, he felt all his fatigue vanish, and his energy was instantly restored to its peak. With the blessing of the life-giving pill, Yi Chen felt he could do it again. He refused to believe he couldn't obtain the immortal slaying talisman. Senior brother. You took, what kind of pill? Sun Yanwan looked at Yi Chen, seemingly smelling a medicinal fragrance, and asked in shock. Not only that, Yi Chen was like a completely different person at this moment. At this moment, she was more worried about Yi Chen's health, since he was still injured. Rest assured. Are you still treating this like you're meeting your senior brother for the first time? Yi Chen said confidently. He had great confidence in the pills rewarded by the system, at least they had no side effects, so there was nothing to worry about. The only thing we're considering is the effect. Sun Yanwan? In the courtyard shrouded in night. Lin Xingxue and Lu Mengyao stayed in their respective rooms with the doors and windows tightly closed. The two of them tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Their faces were flushed, their minds were racing, and they felt an indescribable heat in their hearts. My thoughts are wandering, becoming increasingly chaotic. Why is my senior brother like this? Are you out of your mind? They muttered to themselves, their minds uneasy. They couldn't fall asleep even with their eyes closed. The long duration seemed unbelievable to them. Dawn is almost here. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Lin Xingxue and Lu Mengyao both fell into deep thought. Without realizing it, I suddenly missed Yi Chen so much. They were also worried about Yi Chen's health. He was still injured, and he was afraid that he would collapse from exhaustion. They were even worried that Sun Yanwan's body wouldn't be able to handle it. Will Yi Chen kill her? In a nearby courtyard. The eldest elder, who was meditating in the side room, suddenly opened his eyes, looked up at the direction of the adjacent courtyard, and frowned with a strange expression. His feelings were quite complicated at that moment. Doesn't this kid get tired after all this time? Wasn't he injured? Looks like the injury isn't serious. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. He sighed softly, his eyes filled with envy. Let alone now, he didn't live like this when he was young. The elder shook his head, then closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He will not show himself unless Yi Chen is in danger. He was also very curious about what Lu Ruyan had told him before. Would there be any surprises in it? He's actually quite looking forward to it. At dawn, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Yi Chen leaned wearily against the bed, holding a talisman and a pill in his hand, in a very good mood. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the healing pill which can heal all injuries after consumption. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a thunderclap talisman activated by infusing spiritual power. Its power is comparable to a full-force attack from a nascent soul-stage cultivator. This time, they received another thunderclap talisman, with power comparable to that of an infant. Yi Chen wasn't too disappointed. After all, it was an offensive talisman that was 2 major realms stronger than his, and it could still be used as a means of survival when in danger. The only pity is that I didn't get a celestial slaying talisman. Only then did Yi Chen realize how lucky he had been, having obtained a celestial slaying talisman while cultivating with Lu Mengyao. I wonder if such good luck will happen again. Yi Chen had been working hard all night, and had even taken a life-giving pill during the process. Now he was completely exhausted and too tired to continue. Although he desperately wanted to obtain a celestial slaying talisman, he no longer had the strength to continue his efforts. Besides, Sun Yanwan beside him was also exhausted and was sleeping soundly. Sun Yanwan had already cried earlier, so Yi Chen couldn't continue to cruelly destroy her, could he? You have to cherish your own woman. He also realized that the immortal slaying talisman was not so easy to obtain, and it was not a goal that could be achieved overnight. It may take a long period of hard work to reap this reward. If I were to cultivate with Lu Ruyan, I wonder if I could obtain the immortal slaying talisman? Given her drop rate, it might actually be possible. I just don't know if Lu Ruyan is willing. She's quite large. Yi Chen muttered to himself, feeling exhausted, and slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 20 Are You a Beast? Several hours later, Sun Yanwan woke up first, feeling a surge of heat throughout her body. She glanced at Yi Chen sleeping beside her, and a wave of shyness washed over her as she recalled the madness of the previous night. That bad guy. Sun Yanwan gave a coquettish laugh, then tiptoed off the bed, afraid of waking Yi Chen who was fast asleep. She put on her clothes to cover her alluring figure and quickly walked out of the room. There are still many vacant rooms in the courtyard. Su Nianwan entered a quiet room, sat cross-legged, and began her attempt to break through to a higher realm. Last night's hard work had greatly increased her cultivation level, and she felt like her body was about to burst. Snap! Accompanied by a slight sound. Su Nianwan's aura suddenly surged, and a torrent of spiritual energy rushed into her body. The oppressive aura emanating from it instantly shattered the surrounding tables and chairs. As her breathing gradually calmed down, Su Nianwan slowly opened her eyes. Mid-stage golden core. I've broken through. Su Nianwan's expression was joyful, her voice trembling slightly, as if she found it unbelievable. In just 2 days, her cultivation level broke through from the peak of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of golden core, leaping across a realm every day. She never dared to imagine such a thing happening before, but now it's happening to her. Su Nianwan couldn't contain her excitement, and a joyful smile spread across her face. She got up and ran outside, returning to her room, eager to share the good news with Yi Chen. She was able to reap such rewards because of Yi Chen's hard work, and she was very grateful for Yi Chen's efforts. Sensing the commotion, Yi Chen woke up from his sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Nianwan running towards him and throwing herself into his arms. Senior brother, I've broken through again. Mid-stage golden core. I never imagined that I would reach the mid-stage of the golden core realm in just 1 day. Su Nianwan said with a delighted expression. Yi Chen had also sobered up considerably by this time. Looking at the jubilant Su Nianwan in front of him, he understood what had happened. It must have been her exceptional performance last night that allowed Su Nianwan to gain more cultivation and break through her current realm. Congratulations! Yi Chen said with a smile. This is indeed something to be happy about. At this rate, Su Nianwan will soon be able to enter the nascent soul stage, or even the deity transformation stage. This will greatly help Yi Chen in his future revenge, as he will have several more powerful allies. This is all thanks to my senior brother. Su Nianwan looked at Yi Chen and said with a serious expression. She now understands that dual cultivation with Yi Chen can improve one's cultivation level, and that her breakthroughs in 2 days were entirely due to Yi Chen. Hearing Su Nianwan say that, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at her and said with amusement. If you put it that way, how are you going to thank me? His gaze drifted to the barely visible collar. Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, Su Nianwan's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him. Senior brother, please don't do this. I really can't do it anymore. Wait, can we wait until tonight? Su Nianwan quickly begged for mercy. The madness of last night was still fresh in her mind, she really couldn't take it anymore. Yi Chen smiled and reached out to ruffle Su Nianwan's hair, then pulled her into the bed, their bodies pressed close together, feeling each other's warmth. You worked hard last night too, get some more sleep. Don't worry, I won't touch you. Yi Chen said softly. He's not a beast, he would never force someone to do something against their will. Su Nianwan nestled in Yi Chen's arms, blushing and letting out a soft moan. Near the courtyard. The Grand Elder noticed Su Nianwan's breakthrough and a look of shock appeared on his face. How is this possible? Another breakthrough? Mid-stage golden core. He couldn't believe it was real. After all, Su Nianwan had just broken through to the golden core stage yesterday, and in the blink of an eye, she had advanced to another minor realm. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to break through. Many cultivators are stuck at the golden core stage and cannot make any progress, and may not be able to break through even after decades. Even the most gifted genius would need at least several months of training. Su Nianwan, however, only took 1 day. The Grand Elder snapped out of his daze, his emotions instantly surging, and he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's great, that's great. May heaven bless my Hahuan sect. This Yi Chen is truly a gift from heaven to the Hahuan sect. He knew that Su Nianwan's cultivation level had improved so quickly not because of her own efforts, but because of her dual cultivation with Yi Chen. All of this is thanks to Yi Chen. If it were any other female disciple who cultivated with Yi Chen, their cultivation would also improve. The Grand Elder knew this, which is why he was so agitated. If only Su Nianwan were to emerge as a prodigy, the impact on the sect would not be significant. Before she fully matures, she would hardly be able to help the sect. However, Yi Chen is different. He possesses the dual cultivation talent, which can boost the overall strength of the sect. All female disciples who cultivate with him can rapidly improve their cultivation level. Since most of the disciples in the Hahuan sect are female, if Yi Chen works hard, it won't be long before the younger generation of the sect can reach a new level of strength. There's a big difference between being full at one meal and being full at every meal. What does it matter if we offend the Xiantian Holy Land for this kid? He must stay in the Hahuan sect. The elder muttered to himself with a determined expression, already having made up his mind. Not long after, sect leader Lu Ruyan also received the news. What? Sun Yanwan has broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm? Lu Ruyan looked at the secret letter in her hand and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His face was filled with disbelief. Like the Grand Elder, she was also shocked by Sun Yanwan's breakthrough. Although she already knew beforehand that dual cultivation with Yi Chen would improve her cultivation level, she never expected that Sun Yanwan, who had already entered the Golden Core stage, could break through so quickly. After all, the Golden Core stage and the Foundation Establishment stage are completely different, and each breakthrough in a minor realm requires 10 or even 100 times the effort. Hiss. This kid stayed up all night? Still so strong despite being injured? Wow, her physique is amazing. No wonder Sun Yanwan's cultivation level has broken through again. Lu Ruyan murmured to herself, a blush creeping across her exquisite face. The secret message recorded how many times Yi Chen had done it last night. This made her realize that the more times she cultivated with Yi Chen, the more her cultivation level would increase. While marveling at Yi Chen's good health, the thought of cultivating with him again unconsciously arose in her mind. Whenever Lu Ruyan learned of a disciple's breakthrough in cultivation, she couldn't resist trying the dual cultivation method. Her cultivation level was stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and she was unable to break through the bottleneck for a long time. The responsibilities of being the sect leader and the suppression from external forces made Lu Ruyan eager to break through to the void refinement stage. However, despite her long efforts, she was still unable to cross this threshold, and the broken mirror almost became her inner demon. If this continues, Lu Ruyan might really go crazy. Now an opportunity has presented itself to her, and anyone would be tempted by it. Even if it means giving up my body, it's worth trying. Chapter 21 Scapegoat, I'll kill you. Xingyang Town. A small town located at the foot of Hewanzong Mountain. Many practitioners who come to visit the Hahuan sect, or perhaps merchants who come to trade, will stay in the town. It added a lot of liveliness to this ordinary little town. Night falls. Inside a luxuriously decorated inn, two figures appeared out of thin air in front of a house. Splash! One of them pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. Are you two fellow Taoists from the Joyful Union sect? Inside the room, a refined middle-aged man sat at the table drinking tea. He looked up at the two elderly men who had barged into the room and calmly asked them a question. It seemed that he had expected the other party to come to him, but he did not expect that it would be a visit in the middle of the night. Exactly. The two old men did not deny it. They glanced around the room and only looked at the refined man in front of them. You're from the Xiantian Holy Land? They are also verifying their identities. The refined-looking man nodded arrogantly, his gaze sweeping past the two old men and landing behind them. Finding nothing but emptiness, he frowned. Where are they? He questioned him with displeasure. Who is it? One of the old men asked in surprise. Of course it's that disciple named Yi Chen. Didn't we tell you, the Hahuan sect, to hand over the person? He has offended the young sect master of our Xiantian Holy Land, he must die. You came over so late at night without bringing him? The refined-looking man spoke in an unfriendly tone. He was an outer sect elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, and relying on the Holy Land status, he did not take the Hahuan sect seriously at all. A few days ago, he had already sent a message to the Hahuan sect, demanding that they hand over the person. He had thought that the two old men had brought Yi Chen with them, but they hadn't, which infuriated him. Did they just ignore what the Xiantian Holy Land said? So that's how it is. The two old men nodded thoughtfully, but their expressions turned cold as they looked at the refined man. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The refined man, who was in a fit of anger, did not notice anything amiss. Seeing that the other party really did not bring Yi Chen, he became even angrier and glared at the two old men in front of him, saying irritably, "Why did you two come looking for me without bringing Yi Chen?" "Of course. I'm here to kill you," one of the older men answered. The next second, he made his move, his body surging with spiritual energy. A violent surge of spiritual energy crashed towards them. How dare you! Boom! The refined-looking man's pupils contracted, and his expression changed drastically. Before he could even speak, he quickly gathered his spiritual energy to defend himself. Caught off guard, he was still sent flying by a palm strike. Bang! His figure crashed through the wall and landed on the street outside the inn. The two old men had no intention of letting him go and quickly gave chase. The moment they locked onto his aura, another punch landed. You! The refined man was injured and was about to speak when he was forcibly silenced. Boom! Boom! His figure was knocked away again. Put! He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The shield of all souls. Block! The refined man hurriedly summoned his natal magic weapon, a huge silver shield that appeared out of thin air, emitting bursts of spiritual light, and stood in front of him. Like a majestic mountain, it brings a strong sense of security. Two elderly men appeared in an instant. One man wielded a giant, blood-red axe, like a raging sea of blood. One man wielded a skull sword, a scene resembling a mountain of corpses and a living hell. Cut! Hack! The two men shouted in deep voices. The weapon in his hand fell, slamming heavily into the silver shield. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. A terrifying gale swept around them. The shops along the street were instantly reduced to dust. Snap! Fine cracks appeared on the mountain like silver shield. The refined man's expression changed drastically as he sensed the approaching death. His previous composure and disdain vanished. I am an outer sect elder of the Xian Tian Holy Land. Why are you attacking me? He spoke eagerly. He couldn't understand why the other party had made the move. If he simply didn't want to hand over the sect's disciples, there was no need to kill him, right? You must know that he is an elder of the Xian Tian Holy Land. Killing him will surely bring endless retaliation from the Holy Land. Doing so would be counterproductive. Humph. You dare ask why? Forcing us to hand over Yi Chen was bad enough, but they even dared to kill Jiang Yuyan. They really don't take our Hahuan sect seriously. Today I will take your life and let the world know that the Joyful Union sect is not to be trifled with. The two old men shouted sternly. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Boom! Boom! The sword and axe fell again, producing a deafening roar that shook the earth. Snap! The spiritual power of the silver shield weakened further, and the cracks on it multiplied, threatening to shatter at any moment. Even the refined man was stunned. What Jiang Yuyan? He felt the name sounded familiar, but in his haste, he couldn't remember who it was. There were so many people who died at his hands that it was impossible to remember everyone's name. However, he was certain that he had never killed anyone from the Hahuan sect. Jiang Yuyan is the vice sect leader of our Hahuan sect. Wasn't it you who secretly killed her yesterday? Still trying to argue? Today you will die. Use your blood to pay tribute to her. These two old men were among the supreme elders of the Hahuan sect, both of whom were at the refinement of void stage. They believed Yi Chen's story and concluded that the murderer of Jiang Yuyan was someone from the Xian Tian Holy Land. The only person sent to Qingyang town by the Xian Tian Holy Land this time was the refined man in front of us. Who else could it be but him? They also received orders from the Grand Elder, otherwise, they wouldn't have come down the mountain specifically to avenge Jiang Yuyan. From the very beginning, the two of them went all out, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yesterday I killed your Hahuan sect's vice sect master? The refined-looking man looked bewildered, feeling a buzzing in his head. When did I ever do something like that? How could he not know? This is clearly someone trying to pin the blame on him. He was inexplicably burdened with the responsibility of taking a life. You admit it, right? Even if you are from the Xian Tian Holy Land, you will pay with your life today. Upon hearing the refined man admitted himself, the two elders were enraged and attacked even more fiercely. Die! Boom! Boom! The powerful offensive caused the earth to shake violently, and the entire town was trembling. Snap! Snap! The silver shield's aura faded, revealing countless cracks. It had reached its limit. Put! The damage to his natal magic weapon caused the refined man to suffer a backlash, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He was dumbfounded. He wasn't admitting anything, he was clearly asking a question in return. Seeing that the other party was about to use lethal force, he hurriedly denied it. I didn't kill him. I've never even met Jiang Yuyan. The refined man felt wronged, having been beaten for no reason. It's no use denying it, you killed him. One of the elders sneered. They were convinced that the refined-looking man was the real murderer and refused to listen to his explanations. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. The refined man was completely dumbfounded. Is he absolutely forced to take the blame? Kill me, and the Xian Tian Holy Land will not let you get away with it, he shouted urgently. An attempt was made to intimidate the other party using the Xian Tian Sacred Land. Boom! Snap! Bang! The two elders did not stop. An axe shattered the silver shield, and a sword struck the refined man. He immediately cut his body in two. A flash of sword light swept past, swiftly obliterating the primordial spirit. A void refinement stage expert thus perished. Chapter 22. Do you want to sleep with me? 3 months later. In a small courtyard of the Hahuan sect, Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, and Su Nianwan sat at the tea table in the courtyard chatting, their laughter filling the air. All three women had slightly protruding bellies, showing signs of pregnancy. They would occasionally stroke their growing bellies, their faces beaming with happiness. The look in her eyes when she looked at Yichen was full of love, almost to the point of being effeminate. Yichen sat to the side, making tea and eating melon seeds, occasionally interjecting with a few words of casual conversation. When her gaze swept over the exposed skin on her chest, she helplessly turned her head away, afraid that she might not be able to hold back. The three women became pregnant almost simultaneously, leaving Yichen with several months of free time. He had countless bullets to vent his frustrations and was almost bursting with pent-up energy. They die from both floods and droughts. Although the three women could have intercourse once their pregnancies were stable, Yichen was worried that making too much noise might harm the fetuses in their wombs. He also hoped to have offspring, from whom he would receive a generous reward, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. He could only endure it during this period, and even when Lin Qingxue and others offered themselves to him, he did not make any rash moves. At this moment, a disciple strode into the courtyard and respectfully addressed Yichen. Senior brother, the sect leader requests your presence. Metropolitan? Yichen was taken aback. What did Lu Ruyan want with him? Could it be that he's going to send himself a wife? Yichen immediately perked up, told Lin Qingxue and the others to take good care of their pregnancy, and then got up and walked out quickly. Inside a grand hall, Lu Ruyan wore a plain white off-shoulder dress, with her purple inner shirt faintly visible underneath. She lay alone on the bench, her graceful figure on full display. Her fingers gently traced her hair, her mind filled with countless thoughts. Should I really go and harm one of my disciples? If the disciples in the sect find out, how will I ever be able to face them again? Lu Ruyan was caught in a mental struggle. Since Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao began their frequent dual cultivation with Yichen, they have both entered the Golden Core realm. This undoubtedly proves Yichen's talent for dual cultivation, which helps improve his cultivation level. Upon learning the news, Lu Ruyan was struggling with her thoughts every day. On one side is propriety, righteousness, integrity, and a sense of shame. On the other side is the temptation of the void refining stage. Each time she failed to break through to the void refinement stage, her longing for dual cultivation with Yichen grew stronger. 3 months have passed, and this idea has taken root in her heart, making it impossible for her to suppress this desire any longer. This time, Lu Ruyan failed to break through the barrier again, completely giving up the idea of diligent cultivation. Instead, she chose to engage in passionate dual cultivation to help herself break through the void refinement stage. As the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, I am not from any prestigious or orthodox sect. What need do I have for propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? The Hahuan sect is seen as a heretical sect by many righteous people. Just then, a heavy footstep sounded outside the hall. Yichen strode in and bowed to Lu Ruyan in front of him. Disciple greets sect master. He glanced at Lu Ruyan, then quickly lowered his head, secretly admiring her figure. She was simply a little enchantress. I wonder who is lucky enough to sleep with such a stunning beauty as Lu Ruyan. Do you know why I called you over? Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling on Yichen as she looked him over and asked a question. She was very curious about Yichen's previous record. Could he really do it 10 times in one night? Can this body really handle it? Could it be fake? Is the sect leader planning to assign me another female disciple? Yichen looked at Lu Ruyan with great interest and asked tentatively. I had been eagerly anticipating it for a long time. On his way here, he had already planned how many times he would make love tonight. Since Lin Qingxue and the others became pregnant, Yichen has lost the opportunity for dual cultivation. Not only were they not physically satisfied, but they also did not receive any material rewards. You're half right. Lu Ruyan squinted her eyes and looked at Yi Chen with a smile. I do have this plan, but it doesn't mean arranging female disciples for you. Hearing Lu Ruyan say this, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. If it's not a female disciple, then who is it? We can't exactly assign him a man, can we? That way, you won't be able to have children. What do you think of me? Lu Ruyan asked with a smile, her eyes fixed on Yi Chen, and she licked her smooth lips. The sect leader is, of course, the most beautiful woman in the world. Yi Chen praised without reservation. He froze as soon as he finished speaking. What did Lu Ruyan mean by saying that? If they don't arrange for female disciples, are they going to arrange for her to do it herself? How is that possible? Lu Ruyan is the sect leader. Just as Yi Chen was pondering, Lu Ruyan stood up and walked towards him step by step. As you get close, a captivating fragrance wafts over you. The smell alone makes you feel hot all over. Lu Ruyan moved closer to Yi Chen, extended a slender finger, hooked Yi Chen's chin, and looked at him with seductive eyes, teasing him. Then, do you want to sleep with me? Gurgle. Faced with this blatant temptation, Yi Chen felt his mouth go dry and his body burning with unbearable heat, wishing he could transform into a vicious wolf and pounce on it. Even a casual glance reveals glimpses of spring. Yi Chen's thoughts were in disarray, and he was about to lose control of himself. Sect Master, please calm down. Isn't this not a good idea? He looked at the alluring and seductive Lu Ruyan before him, his mind filled with questions. What's wrong with Lu Ruyan? She's usually so aloof and dignified in front of me, why is she acting so out of character today? Is she deliberately trying to provoke me? Yi Chen had a feeling that something was amiss. That's not the impression Lu Ruyan gave him. This is like a female teacher who is usually dignified and quiet suddenly turning into a wanton slut. Such a contrast is somewhat difficult to adjust to. Lu Ruyan moved even closer, almost touching Yi Chen, her bright eyes fixed on him, her breath sweet as orchids. What's there to calm down about? Don't you want to sleep with me? No. It's not. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. Who wouldn't want to sleep with a beauty like Lu Ruyan? She is perfect in both appearance and figure, she is simply an alluring little enchantress, and you can't help but want to look at her a few more times. But what? Lu Ruyan interrupted. Don't treat me like the sect leader, and I won't treat you like a disciple either. It's just the two of us here. Now, I want you to sleep with me. She looked at Yi Chen and spoke in a commanding tone. Her hands smoothly rested on Yi Chen's shoulders, wrapping around his neck. The sweet, delicate voice echoed in Yi Chen's ears, making his heart feel as if it were being scratched by a cat. Yi Chen's head felt like it was exploding. He stared incredulously at Lu Ruyan, who was seducing him and behaving provocatively. He wondered if he was hallucinating. Is this still the Lu Ruyan he knows? Chapter 23 Sect Master, please have some self-respect. Sect Master, please don't do this. Yi Chen was trying his best to control himself, and the fire in his lower abdomen was about to explode. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who was actively seducing him, was far more alluring than Lin Xingxue and the others. Yi Chen. You wouldn't be unable to perform, would you? A sweet, teasing voice drifted into Yi Chen's ears. A warm breath brushed against my ear. Boom. Yi Chen's thoughts completely exploded. Who can't be blamed? I'll show you what I'm capable of right now. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, picked up Lu Ruyan in front of him, and strode towards the side hall not far away. At this moment, he completely forgot about the sect leader and the importance of respecting teachers. They're practically begging for dual cultivation, how can I refuse? If word gets out, people will really think he's incompetent. Whom do you look down on? At this moment, Yi Chen had only one thought in his mind, he had to teach this little vixen a lesson. Let her know how powerful she is. Giggle giggle giggle. Lu Ruyan laughed sweetly, her voice echoing in the empty hall. Okay. Then let me see just how amazing you are. Don't let me down. I speak with anticipation, Lu Ruyan said, giving Yi Chen a flirtatious wink. Every word relentlessly stimulated Yi Chen's nerves, his thoughts completely consumed by desire. Yi Chen tossed Lu Ruyan onto the large pink bed, glanced down at her alluring figure, and his mind was filled with primal desire. Without a word, he pounced on her. Ah! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Yi Chen listened to the reward notification that flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. Just as he had predicted, the rewards for cultivating with Lu Ruyan were even more generous. This moment ignited his motivation. He was also captivated by Lu Ruyan's alluring figure. Outside the main hall, the disciples who were waiting vaguely heard the lewd shouts and were filled with doubt. Why does this sound so strange? Could it be that the sect leader and Yi Chen got into a fight? The disciples glanced back at the tightly closed hall doors, but didn't think much of it. With Yi Chen's cultivation level, he couldn't possibly bully Lu Ruyan, so they weren't worried about anything happening. At the same time, Lu Ruyan also realized that something was wrong. Before he completely lost his mind, he waved his hand and set up a barrier, isolating the main hall from the outside world, so that not a single sound could be heard. Now she could scream loudly without worry. Yi Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've achieved a perfect score on your first try. Would you like to spend 100,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of your offspring's aptitude? After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining a heavenly grade spiritual root. There is a 20% probability that it is a divine grade spiritual root. There's a 1 in 1,000 chance it's an ancient, top grade spiritual root. A series of cold, automated notification sounds rang out. Yi Chen was immediately shocked. He never imagined that the offspring born from his dual cultivation with Lu Ruyan would possess such extraordinary talent. Is the minimum guarantee a heavenly grade spiritual root? I never dared to dream of such a good thing. Even the probability of obtaining divine grade spiritual roots and ancient top grade spiritual roots has increased significantly. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy with spirit stones for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, I chose yes. The next second, all the spirit stones in his storage ring vanished. Ding! 100,000 spirit stones successfully deducted. Congratulations, host, on successfully increasing the probability of your offspring's aptitude. Yi Chen looked down at Lu Ruyan in his arms. Her shy appearance was incredibly alluring. At that moment, he felt it was all unreal, as if he were dreaming. He actually slept with Lu Ruyan. This kind of thing had only ever happened in his dreams. He never imagined it would actually happen in his bed. Moreover, it was Lu Ruyan who took the initiative to ask for it. What exactly happened? Could Lu Ruyan have been drugged? Yi Chen. Is this your limit? Lu Ruyan's alluring voice rang out again. She tilted her head back, looking at Yi Chen with seductive eyes, her gaze gleaming with desire. Yi Chen. Of course not. Don't be so arrogant. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Yi Chen was immediately displeased. This is clearly an insult to him. She absolutely must be taught a lesson. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed. The sound kept agitating Yi Chen's emotions. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a teleportation talisman activated by infusing spiritual energy. It allows you to travel thousands of miles and instantly arrive at any location you desire. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the nascent soul pill. After consuming it, it will help you condense your nascent soul and break through to the next cultivation level. Yi Chen looked at the rewards flashing through his mind. He not only gained physical and mental pleasure, but also greatly improved his cultivation level, and acquired various rare elixirs and talismans. All of this gave Yi Chen tremendous motivation. Having finally had such a rare opportunity to cultivate together with Lu Ruyan, he naturally wanted to cherish it. Try to get more rewards. Lu Ruyan possesses an extremely rare divine grade spiritual root, and the success rate of Yi Chen cultivating with her is several times higher than that of Lin Qingxue and others. Furthermore, there is a very high chance of obtaining rare talismans and elixirs. In a small courtyard, Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, and Su Nianwan were still sitting in the courtyard, glancing at the gate from time to time, their eyes gradually showing a hint of anxiety. Why hasn't my senior brother returned after so long? Is there any danger? Lin Qingxue said with a worried expression. It was getting late, and Yi Chen had already been gone for several hours. Logically speaking, the distance between the main hall where Lu Ruyan lived and the small courtyard should be less than a quarter of an hour. Given how close they are, Yi Chen should have returned long ago. They couldn't help but worry as they waited for Yi Chen to appear. This is within the sect. No one should dare to lay a hand on my senior brother. Su Nianwan shook her head and said hesitantly. Although she was kidnapped by Jiang Yuyan in the sect last time, now that Jiang Yuyan is dead, no one is going against Lu Ruyan, so there shouldn't be anyone targeting Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen has already reached the golden core stage, and even among his direct disciples, there are few who can rival him. Perhaps, something has held me up? The sect leader specifically asked my senior brother to go there must be something important. Lu Mengyao thought for a moment and guessed. It's possible. Lin Qingshui and Su Nianwan both nodded in agreement, gradually putting their minds at ease. If Yi Chen is with Lu Ruyan, then they have nothing to worry about. With Lu Ruyan around, no one can hurt Yi Chen. The sect leader wouldn't do anything to my senior brother, would he? Chapter 24. My little darling, I'm afraid of you. The main hall was pitch black. The sky outside had already darkened. Lu Ruyan had long since lost her strength and curled up in the corner of the bed, completely devoid of her previous arrogance. She raised a finger, flicked out a wisp of flame, and lit the candle on the table not far away. The hall instantly became much brighter. You little brat. Are you trying to kill me? Lu Ruyan looked up at Yi Chen beside her and said coquettishly, her breath sweet as orchids. She rolled her eyes at him, her face flushed. He secretly thought to himself that the information in the secret letter was true. This kid's skills in bed were indeed impressive. She's almost at her breaking point. Moreover, Lu Ruyan also felt a significant improvement in her cultivation level, and the barrier to her cultivation realm that had troubled her for many years showed signs of loosening. This gave her hope of breaking through to the void refinement stage. Now you know how powerful it is? Shouldn't you admit defeat now? Don't get cocky. Yi Chen said, slightly out of breath, his forehead covered in sweat, but he was very proud of himself. Who told Lu Ruyan to be so smug just now? How dare you doubt his abilities? It's alright, nothing that amazing. Just so. Lu Ruyan turned her head away, her face flushed, and stubbornly insisted. How could she, as the sect leader, possibly bow down and admit defeat to a disciple? I have my pride too. So? Yi Chen was immediately displeased, and the way he looked at Lu Ruyan changed. I instantly perked up. This is an insult to him. Fine, Lu Ruyan, I'll fight you to the death. I'm not leaving tonight. You must kneel down and sing conquer. Yi Chen immediately took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. 3 seconds later, his body had fully recovered to its peak condition. Looking down at Lu Ruyan, he secretly made a vow in his heart. I'm determined to make her pay. You took your medicine? No, I was just saying it offhand. Are you serious? Yi Chen, please don't do this. Lu Ruyan sensed something was wrong, her face changed drastically in fright, and she immediately panicked. She was already at her limit, her body simply couldn't take it anymore. He was just being stubborn and wanted to tease Yi Chen a bit, but who knew that Yi Chen would suddenly start taking medicine? Seeing the change in Yi Chen's aura, Lu Ruyan realized that something was wrong. If this continues, I'm bound to get killed. Lu Ruyan struggled to her feet, trying to escape, looking utterly disheveled. Before she could even jump off the bed, Yi Chen grabbed her and pulled her back. Trying to run? No way. We must decide a winner tonight. Yi Chen stared intently at Lu Ruyan as he spoke. Don't. Yi Chen, I am the sect leader. You can't do this to me. Lu Ruyan was terrified and quickly invoked her status as the sect leader to frighten him. I hope Yi Chen will be lenient and let her off the hook. What sect leader? Tonight, only men and women. You said it yourself. Yi Chen snorted coldly, ignoring Lu Ruyan's explanation. I have to show her what I'm capable of. His gaze fell upon the alluring spring scenery, and Yi Chen instantly lost his reason. You? Ah. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Faced with a cultivation reward several times greater, Yi Chen was even less likely to let Lu Ruyan go easily. He's so eager to improve. The sooner we improve our cultivation, the sooner we can avenge our fallen clansmen. His younger sister, Yi Qinger, is still in the Xian Tian Holy Land, her fate unknown. Yi Chen has never forgotten to save her. Several hours later. Silence fell once again in the great hall after the storm. Lu Ruyan huddled awkwardly in the corner, tears streaming down her face. She had cried many times before, and even begged Yi Chen for mercy. The sect leader's authority was completely lost on the bed. Yi Chen, you're bullying me too much. Why, how could you do this? I am your sect leader. You've gone too far. Lu Ruyan said with a wronged expression. Yi Chen had never seen her like this before. This is completely different from the aloof and superior sect leader he usually is. At this moment, Lu Ruyan displayed an unprecedented vulnerability, like a little girl who had been bullied. Sect Master, you can't just say things like that. Who bullied you? You asked for it yourself, I didn't force you. It was clearly you who forced me. Yi Chen said in a serious tone, even turning the tables. In the beginning, Lu Ruyan actively seduced him, and even provoked him, so it's no wonder Yi Chen taught her a lesson. Let her know that she shouldn't doubt a man's abilities so easily. Humph. You bad person. Lu Ruyan, having already spoken to him, retorted coquettishly, clearly unconvinced. She felt that she had lost all face in front of Yi Chen, and could no longer put on airs or maintain her dignity. She was completely conquered by Yi Chen from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, she was like a docile kitten, curled up in Yi Chen's arms, enjoying the warmth while pouring out her grievances. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the immortal slaying talisman triggered by infusing spiritual power. Its power is comparable to a full force attack from a void refinement stage expert. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a teleportation talisman activated by infusing spiritual energy. It allows you to travel thousands of miles and instantly arrive at any location you desire. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Meanwhile, system rewards followed one after another. The moment Yi Chen saw the immortal slaying talisman, his eyes widened in shock, and he became instantly excited. After so many attempts, I finally obtained another immortal slaying talisman. Yi Chen was overjoyed to have found such a treasure. He was well aware of the power of the immortal slaying talisman. It had instantly killed Jiang Yuyan, who was at the nascent soul stage. With the immortal slaying talisman in hand, Yi Chen had an extra means of survival, which made him feel a little more at ease. In his excitement, Yi Chen suddenly had a bold idea. He turned to look at Lu Ruyan's alluring figure, and sighed helplessly. It's a pity he's too weak now, otherwise he would definitely take the opportunity to work a few more times. However, Lu Ruyan couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, she would definitely kill someone. Yi Chen had no choice but to abandon the idea. It's getting late, I should head back now. Yi Chen got up wearily, and while dressing, he looked at Lu Ruyan, who was naked on the bed, and said. She thought to herself, what an alluring little vixen. Without the aid of his muscular physique and the life-giving pill, Yi Chen might have died in bed. You're done playing and then you leave? Faithless man. Lu Ruyan glanced up at Yi Chen, pouted, and said resentfully. You don't want me to leave? Yi Chen paused, staring intently at Lu Ruyan, and said with a playful expression. In that case, let's continue. After saying that, Yi Chen made a move to take off his clothes. Don't! Go away quickly. I really can't take it anymore. Yi Chen, please, let me go. Lu Ruyan was so frightened that she hurriedly begged for mercy in a humble manner. They dared not tease Yi Chen anymore, fearing they would be played to death. This kid is terrifying. Chapter 25 Teasing Lu Ruyan. In the past, Lu Ruyan was the one teasing others. She had never been teased like this before. At this moment, his eyes were full of resentment as he looked at Yi Chen. If Yi Chen hadn't been so strong, she definitely wouldn't have been convinced. That bad guy. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bed, and he froze on the spot. This sect master, you are. Yi Chen's smile vanished as he stared incredulously at Lu Ruyan on the bed, his eyes wide with disbelief. My head felt like it was going to explode. It's as if a shocking secret has been discovered. Rumors say that Lu Ruyan, the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, is a flirtatious and dissolute woman, but what I saw here is completely different from the rumors. Yi Chen was shocked. This is the Hahuan sect. Aside from the younger generation of disciples, almost all disciples who have practiced the dual cultivation technique have already sought out a suitable vessel to test their skills. Dual cultivation is very common in the Hahuan sect. It's quite unbelievable that Lu Ruyan, as the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, has never sought a cauldron. This is as shocking as finding out that the madam of a brothel is still a virgin. Don't tell anyone. Or I'll kill you. A hint of panic flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she glared at Yi Chen with feigned ferocity and warned him. She didn't want anyone to know that she was practicing dual cultivation with a disciple. He was even conquered by the other party. This is so embarrassing. She is the sect leader, no matter what. Don't worry, sect master, I won't tell anyone. Yi Chen made his promise with a serious expression. Hurry up and leave. Don't let anyone see. Lu Ruyan urged hurriedly. Her cheeks flushed, and she didn't dare to look at Yi Chen. I, the sect leader, was bullied by a disciple. Good. Yi Chen nodded. Sect master, you require more rest. Roll. Lu Ruyan blushed deeply with embarrassment. Yeah. Yi Chen walked out of the main hall and closed the door behind him. The night outside was deep and pitch black. The disciples who were originally on duty had long since left, and there was hardly anyone to be seen. Yi Chen walked towards the courtyard with peace of mind, his stomach already growling with hunger. He hadn't expected it to go on so late, from daytime until late at night. Yi Chen felt guilty at the thought that Lu Ruyan was still a virgin. If he had known this would happen, he would have been more considerate and wouldn't have gone so far. After all, he had previously taken the life-giving pill to appease Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Yi Chen's biggest worry was not that. I succeeded in one go during my previous attempts. After 10 months, Lu Ruyan's childbirth would definitely be impossible to hide. What should we do about this? He has to take responsibility, right? Should he come forward and admit that he is the child's father? Yi Chen fell into deep thought. His mind was in a daze at the moment, and he hadn't thought that he had actually slept with the sect leader and even impregnated him. I felt really embarrassed. While he was thinking, he had already walked back to the courtyard. Senior brother, you're back. What happened? Why is it so late? Senior brother, are you all right? When Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, and Su Nianwan saw Yi Chen return, they immediately rushed to greet him. They had been waiting for Yi Chen in the courtyard for a long time, worried that he might encounter danger. She felt a little relieved after learning that Yi Chen was still with Lu Ruyan. Seeing that Yi Chen was safe and sound, I finally felt relieved. Yi Chen looked at the 3 women surrounding him, showering him with concern, and waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing, I'm sorry to have worried you 3. I was discussing some things with the sect leader and lost track of time. He sounded a little guilty as he said this. They were worried about him in the courtyard, while he was out playing around with women. Senior brother, you must be hungry. I'll go heat up the food. Lin Qingxue said considerately. I'll go help. Lu Mengyao followed. Yi Chen smiled, glanced at Su Nianwan beside him, and waved his hand, saying, let's go in too. He was indeed extremely hungry. In a grand hall. After Yi Chen left, Lu Ruyan intended to rest for a while, but she quickly sensed that something was wrong. She suddenly woke up, as if realizing something, and quickly got up, put on her clothes, and left the hall in a flash. At the same time, dark clouds gathered above the main hall. Purple lightning flashed continuously within the clouds, looking extremely eerie. As Lu Ruyan left, the dark clouds moved rapidly, seemingly eyeing her. At the same time, the supreme elders who were cultivating in several caves within the sect all opened their eyes simultaneously, revealing a look of surprise on their faces. This aura, it's a tribulation lightning. Who is breaking through? They immediately got up and left the cave to investigate. No matter who it is, as long as it is someone from the Hahuan sect who was breaking through, it is a good thing for the sect. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had arrived at a deserted mountain peak. She swiftly summoned her natal magic weapon, a 9-treasure glazed lamp that emitted a fluorescent glow throughout. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by the barrier released by the 9 treasures glazed lamp. This is a defensive magic weapon. Lu Ruyan looked up at the black clouds in the sky, a hint of tension mixed with excitement flashing in her eyes. After so many years of hard work, she has finally achieved a breakthrough. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time and had long been prepared for it. Facing the lightning tribulation in the void, Lu Ruyan showed no fear. She was so eager to break through to the void refinement stage. This bottleneck had troubled her for decades, and now it felt like a pleasant surprise to her. It seems that dual cultivation with this kid really can improve one's cultivation level. Lu Ruyan murmured to herself, a blush creeping across her face. Unconsciously, the crazy scenes with Yi Chen from before flashed through her mind. That feeling, which I had never experienced before, was somewhat memorable. Boom! At this moment, the clouds in the void had gathered, and a thunderclap suddenly erupted. A terrifying bolt of purple lightning struck. Lu Ruyan didn't have time to think much. She quickly gathered her spiritual power to protect her entire body and resist the lightning tribulation. Only by undergoing the baptism of lightning tribulation can one break through the void refinement stage. Bang! The first bolt of heavenly lightning was neutralized by the 9 treasures glazed lamp and vanished without a trace. But then came the second and third bolts of heavenly lightning, their power increasing with each strike. The entire mountain was shaking continuously. Each strike of lightning carried immense divine might, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Several figures appeared in the void, their gazes falling on Lu Ruyan, who was undergoing tribulation on the mountain peak. "It's Ruyan undergoing her tribulation," an elder exclaimed in surprise. "Is she about to break through to the void refinement stage?" A look of joy appeared on everyone's face. Good, good, good. As long as we can withstand the tribulation lightning, our joyful union sect will have another void refinement stage expert. The elders were filled with anticipation. Chapter 26 Tribulation. Breakthrough to the void refinement stage. The Hahuan sect has been weak for a long time and has always longed to become stronger. Each additional void refinement stage expert is of great significance to the sect. Their arch-rival, the Heavenly Demon sect, has 5 experts at the void refinement stage, and the Joyful Union sect also previously had 5 void refinement stage experts, making them evenly matched. But now, as long as Lu Ruyan also takes this step and breaks through to the void refinement stage, the Joyful Union sect will be able to break free from the suppression of the Heavenly Demon sect and finally hold its head high. The commotion caused by the rolling thunder could be felt by everyone in the sect. At this moment, many disciples in the sect were curiously looking at the mountain peak where Lu Ruyan was undergoing her tribulation, watching the lightning tribulation unfold. In a small courtyard, Yi Chen and the others were also attracted by the booming thunder, and rushed to the courtyard without even having time to eat. Their gazes were all fixed on the lightning tribulation in the void, and a sense of fear filled their hearts. They were not capable of withstanding such a powerful lightning strike. "Is that the sect leader undergoing tribulation?" Lin Xingxue asked in surprise. "Apart from Lu Ruyan, there are no other nascent soul stage experts in the sect." That direction could indeed be the sect leader. Lu Mengyao nodded. "Is the sect leader, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, finally about to break through this bottleneck?" Su Nianwan looked expectant. She will witness the appearance of a void refinement stage expert. It's rumored that the sect leader has been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for many years. How come he suddenly triggered a tribulation of lightning? Lu Mengyao hesitated, feeling somewhat taken aback. The 3 women were all stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Yi Chen in unison. Suddenly, I remembered that Yi Chen seemed to have spent half a day with Lu Ruyan. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? They hadn't thought much about it before. After all, how could the sect leader possibly cultivate with his disciples? But now that I see Lu Ruyan is about to break through her cultivation level, I can't help but have a little doubt in my heart. Others might not know about Yi Chen's talent for dual cultivation, but the 3 of them were experienced and knew very well how effective dual cultivation with Yi Chen was. After each dual cultivation session, one's cultivation level would be greatly improved. They broke through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. All the way through, this feeling is all too familiar. "Senior brother, you wouldn't have slept with the sect leader, would you?" Lu Mengyao is straightforward and says what she thinks, so she asked directly at this moment. Lin Xingxue and Su Nianwan both stared wide-eyed at Yi Chen, their faces filled with disbelief. Although the 2 of them didn't say anything, their eyes said it all. This. Meeting the gazes of the 3 women, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement, deciding not to hide it. "Yes. The sect leader and I practiced dual cultivation." Lin Xingxue and the others were not outsiders, they were each other's closest relatives and could trust one another. The 3 women's interests are intertwined with Yi Chen's. If anything happens to Yi Chen, the 3 of them will inevitably suffer as well, and they would never betray Yi Chen. Hiss. "Senior brother, you're amazing. Even you, sect master." Upon hearing this answer, Lin Xingxue and the others stared at Yi Chen in astonishment, giving him a thumbs up. "I admire you from the bottom of my heart." They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. A disciple actually slept with the sect leader. If Yi Chen hadn't said it himself, the 3 of them wouldn't have believed it was true. But thinking about it, it's all understandable. Yi Chen's dual cultivation skills are too extraordinary. Any woman who wants to improve will be unable to resist wanting to cultivate with him. The idea of improving one's cultivation level while lying down is incredibly tempting for any cultivator. Yi Chen said with a wry smile, "This matter must absolutely not be told to anyone." "Don't worry, senior brother, we know what we're doing. I will keep my mouth shut." I swear. The three women immediately assured them. They all knew how significant this matter was, not only concerning Lu Ruyan's sect leader authority but also exposing Yi Chen's dual cultivation talent. If this secret gets out, it will bring Yi Chen endless trouble. Even their own lives would be in danger. Hearing the three of them say that, Yi Chen nodded in relief. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within his body began to surge wildly. This is... Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. He's about to break through. Although his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds to the peak of the Golden Core stage in just 3 months. However, after half a day of hard work with Lu Ruyan, in addition to receiving rewards of pills and talismans, he also accumulated decades of cultivation. This immense cultivation level is enough to help him break through to the nascent soul realm. The transition from Golden Core to nascent soul is an extremely difficult hurdle for cultivators. A slight misstep can lead to the destruction of both body and soul. Yi Chen remembered a pill he had obtained when he cultivated with Lu Ruyan, and immediately took out the nascent soul pill from his storage ring. This pill is pure white, crystal clear, and exudes a rich fragrance, containing a divine soul power. Without any hesitation, he put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. He then closed his eyes and circulated his internal energy to break through the barrier of his cultivation realm. Senior brother. Lin Qingxue and the others were stunned, somewhat bewildered by Yi Chen's sudden action. However, they quickly realized that Yi Chen was about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Quickly, protect our senior brother. Sun Yanwan was the first to react and shouted in a deep voice. Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao nodded, then spread out to protect Yi Chen in the middle. They knew this was a crucial moment for Yi Chen's breakthrough, and they couldn't let anyone disturb him. For a moment, the courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Only the distant rumbling echoed from the void. Lu Ruyan, who is also undergoing a shattered mirror, is currently being baptized by lightning tribulation. The fifth bolt of heavenly lightning. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and endured it. She had long lost her former charm. The 9-treasure glazed lamp in front of him was dim, his clothes were charred, and a trace of blood clung to the corner of his mouth. He looked utterly disheveled. The power of the heavenly lightning exceeded her expectations, and at this point there was no way out but to continue to endure it. Let's give it our all. I must break through to the void refinement stage. For the sake of the sect. Lu Ruyan said fiercely. They exerted almost all their strength, unleashing all their potential. The spiritual energy around him surged wildly, resisting the bombardment of heavenly lightning. Boom! The 6th bolt of heavenly lightning struck down in response. Snap! A crisp sound emanated from Lu Ruyan's body. The cultivation bottleneck that had plagued her for decades shattered instantly. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into her body. Lu Ruyan's aura continued to surge, becoming stronger and stronger. The sect elders who were watching from a distance were overjoyed at the sight. It's done! That's great! Ruyan has also broken through to the void refinement stage. Our Joyful Union sect will have another void refinement stage expert. We no longer need to fear the heavenly demon sect. At worst, we can just wipe them out. Several of the elders were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, and they were deeply emotional. Lu Ruyan's breakthrough revitalized the declining Hahuan sect. It also gave them the courage to stand tall and face the enemy. Chapter 27: Maintaining a Balance. You can't control yourself. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ruyan calmed her breathing, slowly opened her eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in them. Early stage of virtual refining. Finally, I've broken through. She had waited many years for this day. At this moment, the first person Lu Ruyan thought of was Yi Chen. If it weren't for the fact that her cultivation improved through dual cultivation with Yi Chen, she wouldn't have taken this step so quickly. Although she was exhausted, Lu Ruyan was very grateful to Yi Chen. At the same time, I'm also very glad that I made the choice to cultivate with Yi Chen. Otherwise, even if she continued to cultivate, she would still be stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage. She stood up, glanced down at her tattered clothes, and took out a new garment from her storage ring to put on. Just as they were about to leave, several senior elders also arrived at the mountain peak. Ruyan, congratulations on taking this step. The Grand Elder looked at Lu Ruyan with a gratified expression and offered his congratulations. He had always been optimistic about Lu Ruyan's talent, and now that he saw that she had entered the void refinement stage at such a young age, he was full of expectations for her future achievements. Ruyan only took a few decades to go from entering the nascent soul stage to breaking through to the void refinement stage, which is even shorter than the time it took us old guys to cultivate back then. Another elder began to praise, then suddenly changed the subject. Does Ruyan have any cultivation secrets? The eyes of several senior elders were all fixed on her. This experience and insight will be of great help to future disciples in their spiritual practice. The secret? Lu Ruyan was taken aback. The image of cultivating together with Yi Chen immediately flashed into her mind. Her face flushed red instantly. She couldn't very well say that her breakthrough in cultivation was due to her dual cultivation with Yi Chen, could she? She couldn't bring herself to say such things in front of all the elders. Perhaps it's because some of the confusion in my heart has been resolved, my mind has become more at ease, and my spiritual level has naturally followed. Lu Ruyan casually brushed it off. A smooth state of mind? Several elders murmured to themselves, nodding thoughtfully. They seemed to agree with Lu Ruyan's statement. Cultivation is about cultivating the mind. Sometimes, what limits one's spiritual attainment is not only the accumulated cultivation level, but also the clarity of one's mind. They said no more and returned to their caves. Lu Ruyan returned to her residence in the main hall. Looking at the messy bed, her thoughts kept drifting back to Yi Chen. Having someone by your side seems pretty good. Once you've obtained something, you become obsessed with the joy of possessing it and can never forget it. Lu Ruyan, who was used to being alone, felt a loneliness she had never experienced before after cultivating with Yi Chen. It was late at night, and Yi Chen had only just left, so Lu Ruyan didn't want to call him back. That kid got off easy. Lu Ruyan murmured to herself. In the courtyard. After Yi Chen consumed the nascent soul pill, a small figure resembling him successfully condensed in his dantian. At this moment, he guided the spiritual power within his body to frantically break through the barrier of his realm. The condensed nascent soul made everything fall into place naturally, breaking through the barriers. Boom! Yi Chen's aura began to surge wildly. Early nascent soul stage. He opened his eyes and gradually calmed his breathing. Senior brother has broken through. Excellent, nascent soul realm. I never expected that my senior brother would break through to the nascent soul stage before us. Lin Qingxue and the others who were guarding around Yi Chen exclaimed with joy the moment they saw him break through, and their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, were completely relieved. No one expected Yi Chen's breakthrough to be so easy. Back when Yi Chen was only at the qi refining stage, they were already at the foundation establishment stage. The three of them are still in the golden core stage, but Yi Chen has already condensed his nascent soul. At this moment, Yi Chen stood up, and the three women immediately came forward, overjoyed that Yi Chen had broken through to the nascent soul stage. Senior brother is amazing. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and looked up towards the distant mountain peaks, where the lightning tribulation had long since disappeared. It seems that Lu Ruyan has also successfully broken through to the void refinement stage. This is a good thing for both the sect and Yi Chen. At least his safety within the Hahuan sect is now more assured. Let's go eat first. Yi Chen, with his arm around Lin Qingxue and the others beside him, walked into the house. In a nearby courtyard. The Grand Elder also sensed a wisp of broken mirror aura at this moment. This is the nascent soul stage? A hint of surprise flashed across his aged face. Ruyan has broken through to the void refinement stage, and this kid has broken through to the nascent soul stage. What a double celebration. The elder laughed happily. It seems I can see the future of the Hahuan sect, thriving and prosperous. But soon, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly froze. This kid broke through at almost the same time as Ruyan? He went to see Ruyan in the afternoon and didn't return until late at night. Could those two be? The elder's smile froze instantly. As one of the insiders, he knew of Yi Chen's talent for dual cultivation. Any female disciple who had cultivated with him experienced a rapid increase in her cultivation level. The Grand Elder has always been very supportive of this matter. But the thought of Lu Ruyan and Yi Chen cultivating together made him unable to smile. How can a sect leader and his disciples engage in inappropriate relationships? Although the Hahuan sect is not a prestigious or orthodox sect, it cannot disregard the established order. If word gets out, won't the sect be in chaos? He had originally intended to talk to Lu Ruyan, but just as he was about to get up, he sat back down. He thought about how Lu Ruyan had used this opportunity to break through to the void refinement stage, which would be more beneficial than harmful to the sect. For the sake of the sect's development, the Grand Elder chose to remain silent. It's not something an old man like him can easily handle. Hopefully, both Ruyan and this kid can know their limits. In the courtyard. After Yi Chen and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, they were immediately overcome with drowsiness. Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan both returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lin Qingxue stayed behind to keep Yi Chen company as he fell asleep tonight. Although she is pregnant, it is only 3 months along, so it won't be very obvious yet. Besides, she already had a great figure, and even during her pregnancy, she still looked very alluring. Senior brother. I want. Lin Qingxue, her face flushed, curled up in the quilt and said in a sweet voice. No. Take care of your health. Yi Chen gently stroked Lin Qingxue's hair and refused righteously. While intercourse is permissible at this time, excessive force can be harmful to the fetus. Yi Chen kept a close eye on things and dared not act recklessly. Senior brother. But, I really want to. Lin Qingxue bit her lip and pleaded shyly. Normally, Lin Qingxue would not bring it up again after being rejected by Yi Chen. But she didn't give up tonight. This allowed Yi Chen to perceive her inner desires and persistence. Perhaps it was because she learned about Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan's affair that Lin Qingxue's desires were stirred up. She had been calm for 3 months, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. She was now sharing a bed with Yi Chen, and her heart was filled with restless desire. Senior brother. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't respond, Lin Qingxue continued to plead. The sound grew softer and softer, filled with allure. Chapter 28. I'll teach you how to be a man tonight. Qingxue, you weren't like this before. Yi Chen hugged her from behind, teasing her with a smile. In his memory, Lin Qingxue had always been an introverted, quiet, and pure girl who rarely took the initiative to flirt with him. She wasn't as bold or outgoing as Lu Mengyao. Could it be that Lu Mengyao has corrupted him? Senior brother, you're bad. Lin Qingxue scolded him shyly, her face flushed, and she buried her head in the quilt in embarrassment. Her thoughts were in a jumbled mess at the moment. It's especially hard for her to calm down when she's lying in bed with Yi Chen. My body always gets hot involuntarily, as if a flame is constantly burning inside. These emotions are becoming increasingly difficult to control. Senior brother. You're the best. Please. Lin Qingxue turned around and looked at Yi Chen with seductive eyes, pleading. She wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck, bringing her body closer and closer until they were almost touching. A delicate fragrance wafted to my nose. The atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. Qingxue, listen to me. Senior brother, are you dying? Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was immediately displeased. What's wrong? Whom do you look down on? All right, I'll teach you a lesson tonight. He immediately changed his mind and decided he had to teach this little vixen a lesson. Otherwise, the news that he's incapacitated will definitely spread throughout the courtyard tomorrow. This is an insult to him. You can say anything, but you absolutely cannot say he's incompetent. Even though Yi Chen had spent most of the day dealing with Lu Ruyan and was completely exhausted, his body was now brimming with power once again. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A sly smile flashed across Lin Qingxue's face, and she laughed with joy and anticipation. Okay. Senior brother, you must take good care of her. Every word was designed to provoke Yi Chen's emotions. He abandoned all restraint, his eyes reddening, and he pounced on her like a wolf. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of qi nourishing pill. In the adjacent room, Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan, who were just about to drift off to sleep, woke up at the same time. The two of them suddenly opened their eyes, their hazy vision instantly clearing. This is? How could you do this, senior brother? A blush appeared on both Lu Mengyao's and Su Nianwan's faces. Based on their experience, they could naturally imagine what was happening in the next room. This is also something they yearn for, yet are restricted from doing so. At this moment, both of them still thought that Yi Chen couldn't resist forcing Lin Qingxue. After all, given her gentle and shy personality, she would never take the initiative. Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan suddenly couldn't sleep. Their minds were filled with chaotic thoughts, and their bodies became increasingly hot. They had been holding back for almost 3 months, and their hearts were already bursting with impatience. Normally, he would just have to hold back, but now, stimulated by the excited shouts, he completely lost his self-control. At this moment, they all had the same idea. I'll wait until dawn and then go find Yi Chen. The long night stretched on, and the excited moans became an ordeal for the lonely. Lu Mengyao originally intended to hold back until dawn, but she soon couldn't bear it any longer. Her body was burning up and she couldn't calm down, let alone fall asleep. That senior brother is a bad person. He must have done it on purpose, right? Lu Mengyao got out of bed angrily, as if she had made up her mind. She didn't even put on her outer clothes, only wearing a pink undershirt, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin. She walked straight out of the room and headed towards the next room. There were only 4 of them in the courtyard, so even if they walked around naked, they weren't worried about being seen. Lu Mengyao arrived at Lin Qingshue's door and was about to push it open when she suddenly heard faint footsteps. She looked up abruptly and, by the moonlight, saw Sun Yanwan, wearing a light green nightgown, tiptoeing towards her. They both noticed each other's presence. They looked up and their eyes met. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. A blush flashed across Sun Yanwan's face, and she had the thought of backing down. But the soft moans in my ears grew more and more intense. Her face flushed even more, and she involuntarily squeezed her legs together. Sister Su, let's go in together. We can't let our senior brother bully Sister Lin. Looking at Sun Yanwan, who was slightly shy, Lu Mengyao spoke righteously. Isn't that a bad idea? Hearing Lu Mengyao say that, Sun Yanwan hesitated. She would feel embarrassed. In the room, Lin Qingxue sensed something was wrong. Senior brother. I have a feeling, there's someone outside? It seems to be Sister Su and Sister Mengyao. The courtyard was very quiet at night, and you could hear any rustling of wind or noise clearly. Moreover, she was at the golden core stage, so she could easily detect even the slightest sounds. Yi Chen naturally heard it too, but didn't pay any attention to it. They're all his women, what's there to be embarrassed about? He, Lu Mengyao, and Sun Yanwan have been honest with each other before, and sometimes they were even more outrageous than they are now. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Yi Chen tried to be as gentle as possible, taking Lin Qingshue's health into consideration. No matter what, she is pregnant after all, so we can't go too far. She couldn't keep going on like before, spending most of the night doing it. Lin Qingxue simply couldn't handle that. Besides, Yi Chen was also very tired. He had just spent half a day in a battle with Lu Ruyan not long ago, and returned late at night. It was good that he still had the energy. Lin Qingxue curled up, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Perhaps because her desires had been satisfied, she slept exceptionally soundly. At that moment, Yi Chen also vaguely heard whispers outside the door. Sister Su, what's there to be embarrassed about? Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Are you willing to just go back like this? Lu Mengyao seemed to be lecturing Sun Yanwan, trying to encourage her to be bolder. Encouraged by Lu Mengyao, a fiery glint flashed in Sun Yanwan's eyes. Sister Mengyao, what you said makes sense. We don't need to be so distant with our senior brothers. Besides, how can you show favoritism, senior brother? A hint of resentment flashed across Lu Mengyao's and Sun Yanwan's faces as they gradually reached a consensus. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. Wait, what are those two trying to do? Feeling utterly exhausted, he suddenly panicked. Not good. Yi Chen hurriedly took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Chapter 29 for the prosperity of the sect. In a neighboring courtyard. The haggard-looking elder slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. No way, has this kid gone mad? Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? Didn't he just come back from Lu Ruyan? What happened? Are you out of your mind? He was a little confused. I wasn't this adventurous when I was young. Won't my body become depleted if this continues? The Grand Elder fell into deep thought, hesitating whether to try to persuade Yi Chen to be more restrained. After all, Yi Chen's fate is tied to the prosperity of the Hahuan sect. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. He doesn't know how much longer these old fogies can hold on. He can only truly feel at ease if the younger generation of disciples grows up quickly. The faster Sun Yanwan and the others grow, the sooner they will be able to fill the gaps in the sect's core strength. Hopefully, the kid's body can handle it. For the sake of the sect. We still need to arrange for more female disciples to go into the courtyard. The elder muttered to himself, a thought gradually forming in his mind. He desperately wanted the sect to prosper. He dreamed about it all the time. In the courtyard, the sky is gradually brightening. Yi Chen listened to the reward notification flashing through his mind and grinned. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a thunderclap talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an invisibility talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. He was already at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Even though he fought hard all night and gained a lot of cultivation rewards, it was still difficult for him to break through his cultivation level. After reaching the nascent soul stage, breaking through to the next level becomes increasingly difficult. Many practitioners stagnate at the nascent soul stage, unable to advance to the next level throughout their lives. Moreover, Yi Chen possesses a yellow-grade spiritual root, requiring him to exert far more effort than those exceptionally gifted cultivators. However, the reward from the talisman already made Yi Chen extremely happy. He obtained another offensive talisman, along with the invisibility talisman he had used before. Once he becomes invisible, unless he makes a move that reveals a weakness, even cultivators at the nascent soul stage cannot detect his presence. This is also a good thing for Yi Chen. If he weren't exhausted, Yi Chen would have liked to get a few more talismans, as they would be of great use to him. He never forgot the grudge against the Yi family and always thought about revenge. Every talisman and every magical artifact will become his bargaining chip for revenge. In a daze, Yi Chen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when he witnessed the bloody scene of the Yi family being slaughtered once again. Brother, save me! A girl in a blue dress stretched out her hand and cried out loudly. Shunner, run, the blood-covered man said through gritted teeth. Young master, you should leave quickly. We'll hold them off here. Live on. We must survive. A series of voices appeared in Yi Chen's mind, swirling endlessly. He struggled desperately, trying to save the person, but to no avail. His hands and feet seemed to be trapped. Yi Chen suddenly woke up from his sleep, covered in sweat. This dream almost became his inner demon. After experiencing this tragedy, he often has nightmares. Every time he dreamed of the Yi family being slaughtered, his hatred deepened. Previously, he lacked the power to take revenge and could only suppress the hatred in his heart. Now that he has broken through to the nascent soul stage, his desire for revenge has become even stronger. He could no longer control his anger. Xinger, your brother will come to save you soon. Father, I will avenge you and the Yi family. If we can't touch the Shen Tian Holy Land, surely we can at least touch your Zhang family? Zhang Shuyu, you just wait. Yi Chen was filled with murderous intent. Thinking of that beautiful but troublesome woman, his murderous aura emanated from him, and he wished he could tear her to pieces. If it weren't for her venomous heart, promiscuous nature, and seduction of the young sect leader of the Shen Tian Holy Land, the Yi family wouldn't have been so tragically wiped out. The Zhang family behind Zhang Shuyu also participated in this massacre targeting the Yi family. After Yi Chen calmed down, he turned around and looked at his side, but Lin Qingxue and the others were no longer there. They had all woken up and left the room. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, got dressed, and walked out of the room. At the same time, a woman with an outstanding demeanor walked in from outside the courtyard, accompanied by 2 maids. Lin Qingxue and the others, who were chatting in the courtyard, looked up when they heard footsteps, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. In the past 3 months, no new female disciples have set foot in this courtyard. This courtyard is not open to just anyone. One must obtain permission from sect leader Lu Ruyan before entering. Without exception, all the female disciples who came to this courtyard were arranged by Lu Ruyan to serve Yi Chen. Looks like we're going to have another sister. Lu Mengyao spoke up. Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan were already thinking about how to decorate their new house. The 3 of them weren't jealous, after all, that's how they were originally assigned to this position, and besides, it was Lu Ruyan's order. Furthermore, all 3 of them are now pregnant, their bellies are getting bigger every day, and they are unable to properly take care of Yi Chen. The arrival of a new female disciple is a good thing for both Yi Chen and the others. Let's go take a look, Lin Qingxue said. The 3 women then stood up, ready to get acquainted with their new sisters. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Su Nianwan raised an eyebrow and said hesitantly. I couldn't recall the other person's name for a moment, but they seemed very familiar. However, the female disciples who were assigned to serve Yi Chen in this courtyard must be inner disciples or personal disciples, so it's normal for them to feel familiar with him. The three men went up to her, their eyes scanning the female disciple. She is just as good looking as the other three, and she also has an innate arrogance. Su Nianwan, I didn't expect to see you here. The female disciple was the first to call out Su Nianwan's name, her surprise tinged with amusement. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes as she looked at Su Nianwan. Shangguan Yanran. Su Nianwan then remembered the other person's name, and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant with surprise. They seemed not to have expected the other party to appear here. Although they are familiar with each other, they don't have a good relationship. Is she Shangguan Yanran? Lu Mengya was equally surprised. This name is quite famous among the inner disciples. Many disciples avoided Shangguan Yanran like the plague, fearing that they would suffer retaliation if they offended her. Lin Qingxue frowned with worry at this moment. Although they were not familiar with Shangguan Yanran, they had all heard of her deeds and that she had a bad reputation in the sect. And he's also an extremely difficult person to get along with. If they live in a small courtyard in the future, their lives will become very wonderful. What a small world. I thought you, Su Nianwan, were such an innocent person. Turns out you've become someone's cauldron too. Shangguan Yanran looked at Su Nianwan in front of her and began to mock her without any politeness. She had always been jealous of Su Nianwan's talent, possessing a low-grade spiritual root and receiving special cultivation and affection from the sect's higher-ups. He always wanted to surpass Su Nianwan. Seeing that she seemed to be being used as a cultivation vessel, he was immediately in a good mood and wanted to humiliate her thoroughly. Chapter 30. So what if you have a powerful backer? Shangguan Yanran, what are you so smug about? Weren't you sent by the sect leader to serve senior brother Yi? Su Nianwan glanced at her and retorted indifferently. The other person kept referring to her as a cauldron, a type of ancient Chinese cooking vessel, which made her very uncomfortable. She didn't find it embarrassing to cultivate with Yi Chen. In fact, she was proud of it. If she hadn't come to the courtyard to cultivate with Yi Chen, she wouldn't have grown from the peak of the foundation establishment stage to the peak of the golden core stage. She felt very lucky to have gotten this opportunity. Shangguan Yanran's face darkened, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes as she looked at Su Nianwan. Who does Yi Chen think he is? Does he deserve my service? I only regard him as a vessel for my dual cultivation, which I can discard at any time after I'm done with him. From now on, I, Shangguan Yanran, will be in charge of this courtyard. All three of you must listen to me, she said arrogantly. It seems they've already forgotten why Lu Ruyan asked them to come. How dare you humiliate senior brother Yi? If the sect leader finds out, he will definitely punish you. Lin Qingxue said with a sullen face. Her impression of Shangguan Yanran had worsened. Humph, so what if the sect leader finds out? When have I, Shangguan Yanran, ever served anyone? You think I'm afraid of her? Shangguan Yanran did not take Lin Qingxue's warning to heart at all. Splash! The room door opened. Yi Chen walked out with a gloomy face. He could hear the conversation in the courtyard clearly from inside the room. This Shangguan Yanran was bossy and arrogant in front of the three women, and Yi Chen could no longer tolerate it. What the hell? How dare he bully his woman? The last person to do this has already turned to ashes. Get out! Yi Chen's face was gloomy as he stared at Shangguan Yanran and coldly rebuked her. Shangguan Yanran's heart skipped a beat, her face turned pale with fright, and she looked at Yi Chen, who was walking towards her, feeling somewhat annoyed. You dare to yell at me? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. She certainly wouldn't just leave like that, making it seem like she was afraid of Yi Chen, which would be too embarrassing. At this point, he forced himself to threaten. No one in the Hahuan sect has ever dared to treat her like this before. She couldn't swallow this insult. I don't believe it. Yi Chen shook his head expressionlessly. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. His tone was icy cold, and the way he looked at Shangguan Yanran was as if he were looking at a dead person. He even dared to kill the deputy sect leader Jiang Yuyan, let alone a female disciple? Even if the other person is beautiful, Yi Chen has no interest in her now. He has no shortage of women around him, and he doesn't care about having one more or one less partner for dual cultivation. Shangguan Yanran's domineering and unreasonable attitude completely enraged Yi Chen. Not only did they bully Lin Qingxue and the others, but they also tried to boss him around. Is this some kind of ancestor? Having such a person around would be a disaster, and Yi Chen just wanted her to disappear from his sight. You! Shangguan Yanran was furious and wanted to continue her tirade, but when she met Yi Chen's murderous gaze, she immediately felt fear. She sensed Yi Chen's killing intent, and her body trembled involuntarily as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Having been arrogant all the time, she was humiliated by Yi Chen and immediately hated him. Do you know who I am? My name is Shangguan Yanran, and my great-grandfather is the head of the sect's supreme elders. How dare you treat me like this? I'll have my great-grandfather kill you. Instead of leaving immediately, Shangguan Yanran invoked her powerful backer and continued to taunt Yi Chen in front of her. Because she is a descendant of the Grand Elder, no one dares to say anything even if she acts recklessly within the sect. Who knew that when she met Yi Chen today, he wouldn't tolerate her at all? This enraged Shangguan Yanran, making her want to kill someone. The Supreme Elder? A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Chen's face. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a powerful backer. However, he did not back down because of this. What about the descendants of the Supreme Elder? You think you can just sit on his head and shit? No way. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't work. So what? Others may spoil you, but I won't. Yi Chen snorted coldly, his patience had reached its limit. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from him, instantly enveloping Shangguan Yanran in front of him. You. Put. Before Shangguan Yanran could finish her sentence, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and in front of Yi Chen, who was at the nascent soul stage, she was just an insignificant ant. The pressure released by Yi Chen could even kill her. Nascent soul stage. A look of horror flashed in Shangguan Yanran's eyes. They seemed to have not expected that Yi Chen, a disciple with a yellow-grade spiritual root, would actually be a nascent soul realm expert. She had never heard of such a prodigy in the sect before. Shocked, Shangguan Yanran felt even more furious. So what if it's the nascent soul stage? Her great-grandfather was a powerful cultivator at the void refinement stage. Yi Chen, how dare you bully me? You're dead. Shangguan Yanran roared angrily. Immediately, he gathered his spiritual power and amplified his voice infinitely. Great-grandfather, save me! She shouted loudly. The sound penetrated the courtyard and traveled a great distance. The next second, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. An elderly man with white hair appeared in the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, the oppressive aura released by Yi Chen disappeared. Great-grandpa, you finally arrived. Yi Chen bullied me. Please kill him for me. Upon seeing the old man, Shangguan Yanran immediately ran over like a wronged child, crying and complaining. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Shangguan Yanran's face. The courtyard fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Yi Chen looked at the suddenly appearing old man with surprise, a strange emotion flashing through his mind. Shangguan Yanran stood there stunned, her fair cheeks quickly swelling up, leaving a 5-finger mark. She looked in disbelief at the elderly man who had always doted on her, never expecting him to hit her. She felt a moment of dazed disorientation. It feels like a dream. At that moment, they even forgot about the pain and the crying. Great-grandfather, why? Shangguan Yanran asked, puzzled. Shouldn't Yi Chen be the one getting beaten up? How did it become her? I was already feeling wronged, and now that I've been beaten, I feel even worse. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder, Shangguan Tianhong, the head of the Supreme Elders of the Hahuan sect. He had already foreseen what was happening in the courtyard before he even arrived. His face looked terrible, with a hint of regret mixed in. Shangguan Tianhong ignored Shangguan Yanran's aggrieved expression and instead looked at Yi Chen in front of him, his eyes filled with a hint of apology. Yi Chen, this matter was not well thought out by me, please don't take it to heart. Yanran has been spoiled since she was a child. She is willful and capricious. I originally wanted to give her a chance, but who knew she would act so arrogantly? I hope you can forgive her for my sake, and let the matter between you two end here. I will take her away. He did not use his status as the Supreme Elder to force Yi Chen. Instead, he lowered his stance. He was well aware of Yi Chen's importance. He was no longer just a disciple of a sect, but the future of the Hahuan sect. If he leaves, the Hahuan sect will have absolutely no hope of returning to its peak. The Grand Elder's feelings for the sect transcended personal honor and disgrace. In his heart, Yi Chen was more important than Shangguan Yanran. Chapter 31. You seduced me first. Grandpa, you are the Supreme Elder of the sect, why do you need to be so polite to a mere disciple like him? Shangguan Yanran said excitedly. Shut up. The elder glared at her, his aged face exuding an imposing aura. Shangguan Yanran was immediately startled, standing frozen in place like a quail, at a loss for what to do. My heart was filled with fear. She couldn't understand why her great-grandfather, who had always doted on her, had not only hit her today but also scolded her. What exactly did I do wrong? I suddenly felt wronged. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised by the elder's actions, but he quickly sensed something unusual in the elder's words. Opportunity? It seems the other party already knows my secret. His purpose in bringing Shangguan Yanran to the courtyard actually concealed a selfish motive. He wanted Shangguan Yanran to improve her cultivation through dual cultivation. Unfortunately, Shangguan Yanran courted disaster, offending Yi Chen the moment she arrived at the courtyard. This secret was known only to Lu Ruyan, Lin Qingxue, and a few others. The three women wouldn't possibly reveal this, so it must be Lu Ruyan. Yi Chen frowned slightly, but then he understood when he realized that the other party was a senior elder of the sect. He needs the support of the sect for all his resources. Even if Lu Ruyan is the sect leader, she will definitely notice if he makes these arrangements in secret. It's good that he knows now, so that Yi Chen can truly receive the protection of the entire sect in the future. Elder, you're too kind. This disciple will not hold it against her. Yi Chen looked at the old man in front of him and said respectfully. Although Shangguan Yanran was arrogant and rude, Yi Chen had already taught her a lesson. Besides, the Grand Elder even slapped Shangguan Yanran, so the matter is considered settled. He still needs the protection of the sect, so there's no need for him to dwell on this matter. What do you mean by not caring? I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Shangguan Yanran instantly exploded, glaring at Yi Chen and shouting. She was the one who got hurt, so why is Yi Chen the one to forgive her? If you don't shut up, you can get out of the Hahuan sect and never come back to the Shangguan family. The elder, his face ashen, rebuked him. He was really angry. How could there be such brainless descendants? Great-grandfather. Shangguan Yanran trembled all over, staring at the Grand Elder in disbelief, too frightened to utter a sound. If she is expelled from the sect and family, she will lose everything. The Grand Elder ignored her and looked at Yi Chen, nodding to him. Yi Chen, you're very good. I have always believed in you, and the sect will give you its full support. No one in the Hahuan sect can harm you, not even the Xiantian Holy Land. He spoke with a double meaning, looking at Yi Chen with admiration in his eyes, and was full of expectations for him from the bottom of his heart. Yi Chen was taken aback and looked at the Grand Elder in surprise. How did the other party know that he had a grudge against the Xiantian Holy Land? Would the sect really offend the Xiantian Holy Land for his sake? Or, does the other party know that he killed Zhang Yuyan? For a moment, Yi Chen's mind was filled with questions. Before Yi Chen could speak, the first elder led Shangguan Yanran away from the courtyard. Elder. Yi Chen watched the other person's departing figure and muttered to himself. How many secrets does the other party still know? He had only mentioned the Xiantian Holy Land to Lu Ruyan from beginning to end. Even Lin Qingxue and the others around him were unaware of it. Could it be that Lu Ruyan told the Grand Elder again? No, I must find Lu Ruyan and get to the bottom of this. Senior brother, are you all right? Lin Qingxue and the others looked at Yi Chen with concern and asked. They were all extremely worried when the Grand Elder appeared. They were afraid that the Grand Elders would take action against Yi Chen in order to protect Shangguan Yanran. The three of them were even prepared to take action. Even if they were no match for the Grand Elder, they would still protect Yi Chen. After all, Lu Ruyan brought them to the courtyard not only to serve Yi Chen, but also to protect him. I'm fine. Yi Chen turned to look at the three women, smiled and shook his head, looking relaxed. You all go and rest first, I'll go find the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue and the others looked at Yi Chen with somewhat strange expressions. Senior brother, is your body able to handle it? Lin Qingxue asked hesitantly. Yi Chen hadn't even had an hour of sleep, and now he had to go find Lu Ruyan again. Are you out of your mind? Senior brother, your health is the most important thing. Lu Mengyao offered words of comfort and advice. Su Nianwan nodded in agreement at Yi Chen. After witnessing Lu Ruyan and Yi Chen break through their cultivation levels simultaneously last night, the three of them implicitly agreed that Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan were having an affair. There's no way such a coincidence could happen. They must have been practicing dual cultivation. At this moment, Yi Chen said he was going to find Lu Ruyan, which Lin Qingxue and the others thought meant he was going to fool around. Yi Chen? Meeting the ambiguous gazes cast at him by the three women, Yi Chen explained with a wry smile. What are you thinking? I'm here to discuss serious matters with the sect leader. What do you mean, take care of your health? He was startled, realizing that his dual cultivation with Lu Ruyan had been discovered. I see. Senior brother, you go to Shuang, you're busy. Come back soon. The three women nodded thoughtfully and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen gave a wry smile. There was no way to explain it. In a grand hall, Lu Ruyan lay lazily on the bed to rest, feeling as if her body was falling apart and she had no strength left. Last night, after her dual cultivation, she withstood several lightning tribulations and successfully broke through to the void refining stage, but she also endured the pain of body tempering. When I woke up, all these aftereffects became apparent. At this moment, a disciple walked in, stopped outside the side hall, and bowed his head to report. Sect Master, Yi Chen is requesting an audience outside the hall. Yi Chen. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. That little devil, what brings him here again? You think you can bully them? That's outrageous. She said coquettishly, but a ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. Let him in. Yes. The disciple turned and left, and a heavy footstep echoed from the corridor outside the hall. Lu Ruyan lay on her side on the bed, her eyes gazing expectantly towards the side hall door. Although he was complaining, he harbored different feelings in his heart. The relationship between her and Yi Chen was no longer that of sect leader and disciple. Greetings, sect master. Yi Chen walked straight into the side hall without any restraint and bowed to Lu Ruyan on the bed. He stole a glance at her alluring figure, and his heart burned with desire. She's truly a rare beauty. Now you know I'm the sect leader? Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen and gave a haughty snort. This kid didn't take her, the sect leader, seriously at all yesterday. Now, the way she looked at Yi Chen was filled with resentment. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose, looked up at Lu Ruyan, and innocently spread his hands. Sect master, you can't blame me for this. Didn't you ask for that yourself? Besides, you were the one who seduced me first yesterday. Lu Ruyan. Yi Chen, what did you say? Don't tell. You promised you wouldn't bring it up again. Lu Ruyan exploded instantly, as if her tail had been stepped on. Chapter 32. This kid is my natural nemesis. If someone heard her say that, how would she save face? Is the sect leader seducing his disciple? Meeting Lu Ruyan's murderous gaze, Yi Chen quickly waved his hand. Okay, I won't say anything. But secretly, she was thinking to herself, she was the one who seduced me first. That's not what we said in bed back then. This woman changes her mind faster than turning the pages of a book. Lu Ruyan glared at Yi Chen with a resentful look, feeling that her sect leader's authority had vanished in front of this kid. Damn it! Is this kid some kind of natural nemesis to me? Suddenly, Lu Ruyan seemed to remember something, looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression, and raised her eyebrows. Wait a minute, what brings you here? Didn't we just assign you a new disciple? Even if you're resting during the day, shouldn't you at least conserve your energy in the courtyard? At the elder's request, she had arranged for Shangguan Yanran to serve Yi Chen in his courtyard long ago. Logically speaking, Yi Chen should be very busy right now, so how come he has time to come and find her? Is she more alluring than Shangguan Yanran? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt a little secretly pleased. Sect master, that's why I came to talk to you about this. I don't like that Shangguan Yanran, she should be kicked out. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan on the bed and said frankly. He also explained everything that had happened in the courtyard before. This includes the appearance of the Grand Elder. So that's how it is. Lu Ruyan nodded in realization. When she heard Yi Chen say he would drive Shangguan Yanran away, she was worried that Yi Chen would offend the Grand Elder. Only after learning that the Grand Elder had also intervened and, with great righteousness, brought Shangguan Yanran along did they feel relieved. Shangguan Yanran has been spoiled since childhood, and she is indeed a bit willful and capricious. Now that the matter has been resolved, don't take it to heart. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen and comforted him. She didn't want Shangguan Yanran to go to the courtyard beforehand. How could a pampered young lady like her know how to serve others? It was only out of respect for the Grand Elder that the request was granted. But this is what happened. You came to see me, you wouldn't happen to be thinking of. Let me give you another one? Lu Ruyan seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. May I? Yi Chen asked tentatively. Roll. Lu Ruyan glared at him and said irritably. You chased her away, and now you want another one? That's going too far. Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. His purpose in coming to find Lu Ruyan was not to make amends, it was just a casual remark. It would be great if we could get him one, but it's okay if we can't, he doesn't need one anyway. Metropolitan. The matter of the Xiantian Holy Land. Yi Chen said with a serious expression. Are you asking how the Grand Elder knew you were being hunted by the Xiantian Holy Land? And how did you come to know about your talent? Lu Ruyan interrupted her directly. Yes. Yi Chen replied frankly. Lu Ruyan had promised him that she would never reveal the secret. If the sect's higher-ups find out that he has a grudge against the Xiantian Holy Land, they may not be willing to protect him, and may even hand him over. Which is more important, a disciple or a Holy Land? I told the Grand Elder about your talent. But I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Ruyan calmly admitted it. She had been wanting to find an opportunity to talk to Yi Chen about this. Just as Yi Chen brought it up, she recounted how the Xiantian Holy Land had come to their door earlier to threaten and demand people. If I hadn't told the Grand Elder that you have such amazing talent, he would never have been able to go against everyone's wishes to protect you. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's explanation, Yi Chen was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected that the Xiantian Holy Land had found the Hahuan sect 3 months ago. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder protecting him, he might have been handed over long ago. By now, grass might have already grown on the grave. Thinking of this, Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that he had unwittingly taken a trip to the gates of hell. Lu Ruyan glanced at him, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said calmly. Don't worry, the sect will protect you. 3 months ago, the elder sent by the Xiantian Holy Land was killed by the sect's 2 Grand Elders. As long as you stay obediently in the Hahuan sect, you will be in no danger. She wanted Yi Chen to know her and the sect's determination to protect him, so that he could stay in the Hahuan sect with peace of mind and contribute to the sect. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Yi Chen was shocked and found it unbelievable. The sect actually killed an elder of the Xiantian Holy Land for his sake? This is undoubtedly a complete gamble. His heart was immediately filled with gratitude towards Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder. Thank you, Sect Master. Your disciple will never let you down. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan with a serious expression and said gratefully. No need for thanks. If you could at least show some respect to me, the sect leader, from now on, that would be great. Lu Ruyan pouted and said. Am I not respectful enough? Yi Chen was taken aback and spread his hands innocently. He. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and glared at him. Which disciple would ask the sect leader if he is convinced? They wouldn't stop until she begged for mercy. Is this something a disciple should do? Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, Yi Chen seemed to recall his bold actions from yesterday, and looked away guiltily. The side hall fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Yi Chen remembered another important matter and then looked at Lu Ruyan on the bed. He looked on with anticipation. Sect Master, I want. No. Can't. I just went through my tribulation last night, and I'm still not fully recovered. Before Yi Chen could speak, Lu Ruyan immediately interrupted, a blush creeping across her cheeks. This kid has absolutely no sense of chivalry. Can't you just give yourself a few days of rest? What, you're still not well? I just want a high-level martial arts technique. Sect Master, what are you saying? Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan with a strange expression, his eyes gradually becoming unsettling. She just wants a martial arts skill, why is she blushing? You fucking. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then realized that she had misunderstood, and glared at Yi Chen through gritted teeth. Is this kid doing it on purpose? 1 second they're talking about respecting me, the next they're flirting with me. Damn it. This is really disregarding her as the sect leader. Yi Chen completely ignored Lu Ruyan's resentful gaze and rubbed his hands together cheekily. Sect Master, do you mean it's enough once you recover? Lu Ruyan? Roll. Get out. Lu Ruyan roared. The sound echoed throughout the entire hall. This guy actually lusts after her body. Chapter 33 6 Paths Annihilation Finger. 3 hours later. Yi Chen left Lu Ruyan's residence with a smile. He now possessed a local rank martial skill, several bottles of pills, and a few talismans. The Earth rank martial arts technique was given to him by Lu Ruyan. As for the pills and talismans, they were rewards Yi Chen earned through hard work. The drop rate this time is quite high, and the rewards are all good items. This includes high-level teleportation runes. Although not as powerful as an offensive immortal slaying talisman, it can allow Yi Chen to escape successfully at crucial moments. Yi Chen's cultivation level has advanced by leaps and bounds during this period, equivalent to hundreds of years of arduous cultivation for an ordinary cultivator. However, while his cultivation level has improved, he has not developed martial arts techniques to match it. If they fought at the same level, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. So he thought of asking Lu Ruyan for a high-level martial arts technique to learn, so that he could enhance his strength and have a chance to take revenge. Yi Chen was determined to return to Jianye City and wipe out the Zhang family members who had seized the Yi family's assets, avenging his dead clansmen. This hatred had been building up in his heart, and his patience had almost reached its limit. I wish I could go back and kill him right now. He doesn't want to have nightmares anymore. Just bear with it a little longer. Once I learn this martial art, I'll make the Zhang family pay for their crimes in blood. Zhang Shuyu, you treacherous, disloyal bitch, just you wait. Yi Chen said with a fierce expression. Whenever I think of that dissolute stepmother, an inexplicable fire rises in my heart. If it weren't for her, how could the Yi family have suffered such a devastating disaster? It was already dark. Yi Chen walked back to the courtyard by the moonlight. As soon as I stepped into the courtyard, the aroma of food wafted towards me. Seemingly hearing footsteps, Lin Qingxue and the others quickly walked out of the brightly lit room. Senior brother, you're back. Why did it take you so long? Senior brother, are you alright? The three women looked at Yi Chen with strange, ambiguous, and playful eyes. Although Yi Chen had vowed before leaving that he was going to talk business with Lu Ruyan, it was already dark, and he naturally guessed what had happened. What important business could possibly require several hours of discussion? The three of them weren't jealous, they admired her. Senior brother is really amazing, he actually managed to take down the sect leader. Meeting the three women's ambiguous gazes, Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he had been seen through, and quickly changed the subject. It's so late, haven't you had dinner yet? Not yet. Lin Qingxue shook her head. Let's eat together when my senior brother comes back. Su Nianwan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of emotion. I took their little hands and led them into the house. It's cold outside, come inside. Let's go eat. The food on the table was still steaming hot, emitting an enticing aroma. Yi Chen was already starving, so he immediately invited the three women to join him and they ate heartily and happily. After eating and drinking his fill, Yi Chen sat down by the bed, took out the Earth Rank martial arts technique from his robes, and began to carefully examine it. Six Paths Annihilation Finger. What a domineering name! Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. As if he had a photographic memory, Yi Chen memorized the incantation and execution method of the martial arts technique after reading it only once. He couldn't wait to go into the courtyard and try circulating his spiritual energy. But when it came to the final step, nothing happened. Yi Chen then realized that simply memorizing the incantation was useless, he also had to know how to use it. He couldn't help but smile wryly. I underestimated the complexity of martial arts. The higher the grade of a martial art, the more difficult it is to master. This Earth Rank martial art is already considered a high-rank martial art. When Lu Ruyan taught him the martial art, she also reminded him to concentrate on his practice and not to rush it. Mastering a martial art can take anywhere from a few months to several years, depending entirely on the practitioner's comprehension. Yi Chen didn't want to wait that long, his desire for revenge was stirring within him. Moreover, my younger sister Yi Qinger is still in the Xian Tian Holy Land, and I don't know what kind of torment she will suffer. He desperately wanted to rescue his younger sister, Yi Qinger. With his current strength, let alone forcibly entering the Xian Tian Holy Land, he might even be killed by the Holy Land's experts if he tried to sneak in. The Xian Tian Holy Land has many experts at the void refinement stage, and even some at the body integration stage, so it is not as lax as the Hehuan sect. Although Yi Chen was eager to save his sister, he knew he couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, if he failed to save his sister and ended up getting himself killed, the Yi family's hopes for revenge would be completely extinguished. I must learn the Six Paths Annihilation Finger as soon as possible, Yi Chen said with a solemn expression. At the same time, Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan both got up and left, returning to their respective rooms. Only Lu Mengyao remained. Senior brother, it's late, you should go to sleep. Lu Mengyao leaned closer to Yi Chen and whispered a reminder, two blushes appearing on her cheeks. She looked at Yi Chen in front of her with great anticipation. Good. Yi Chen glanced back at her, nodded, and put the martial arts technique in his hand into his storage ring. There's no need to rush. Yi Chen took Lu Mingyao's small hand, turned around, and walked into the room. The door closed, and the candle quickly went out. The room was plunged into complete darkness. 1 hour later. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the initial understanding of the Six Paths Annihilation Finger. In the darkness, Yi Chen's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He thought he was hallucinating. Did you gain enlightenment about a martial arts technique because you were so eager to become stronger? The next second, Yi Chen clearly sensed a subtle change in his body, as if he had gained an indescribable sense of experience. The martial arts techniques that I had no idea how to use before suddenly became clear. It was as if a dead end had suddenly opened up into a road, and everything became clear and bright. At this moment, he was certain that he could unleash the Six Paths Annihilation Finger technique. Even if it's only at a beginner level, at least he can already make a move. Yi Chen snapped out of his shock and was immediately overjoyed. To my utter surprise, besides rewarding cultivation points, talismans, pills, and magic weapons, the system even offers insights into martial arts techniques. This means that Yi Chen can comprehend any martial art technique he has ever seen, no matter how difficult it is. It's almost effortless. A martial art that might take others years to master, he could learn in just a few days and nights of intense practice. This undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for Yi Chen. Why bother working hard when you can get martial arts skills for free? Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao, who was fast asleep beside him, with delight, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained intermediate level comprehension of the Six Paths Annihilation Finger. Chapter 34. You've mastered it, kid? The next morning, Yi Chen came to the back mountain of the sect alone, a place rarely visited by disciples. When Lu Ruyan was about to undergo her tribulation, she made a special trip here to avoid accidentally injuring any disciples of the sect during the tribulation. We arrived at an open space. Everything was quiet all around. Seeing that no one was around, Yi Chen immediately gathered his spiritual power and pointed to a centuries-old tree in front of him. Six Paths. Heaven-destroying finger. A soft shout. Spiritual energy surged around him. In an instant, the world changed color, and a fierce wind arose. A golden finger materialized in the void. Like a celestial finger emerging from the clouds, it descended suddenly with an arrogant and domineering aura. Boom! A single blow struck a century-old tree. It shattered instantly, turning into dust. A massive earthquake struck. The entire mountain was shaking. Dust billowed across the open ground, obscuring the view. Yi Chen stared blankly at the empty space in front of him that had been leveled by a single finger, his face full of shock. Not only that century-old tree, but the surrounding vegetation, all turned to ash with that single finger. The oppressive force of the six heaven-destroying fingers still lingered in the air. This power is too strong. An excited expression appeared on his face. As expected of a low-rank martial skill, it's truly powerful. If someone is already this strong at just the intermediate level of comprehension, how terrifying would they be if they were to achieve perfect mastery? Yi Chen murmured to himself, his heart filled with anticipation. He desperately wants to become stronger. After a long time, the smoke and dust around them gradually dissipated. The next second, a figure flashed past in the distance and appeared in the open space in the blink of an eye. Lu Ruyan stared in astonishment at the forest reduced to dust before turning sharply to look at Yi Chen, her expression one of utter bewilderment. You've mastered it, kid? Lu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly as she asked incredulously. She felt the pressure of the Six Paths Annihilation Finger, which must have been Yi Chen's doing. Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, Yi Chen nodded frankly. Yes. I've only learned the basics, I haven't mastered it yet. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him changed. It was as if I were looking at a monster. Within the sect, no more than 5 people have mastered this martial art, most are still at the beginner level. Lu Ruyan was one of them. She was exceptionally talented, but it took her several months to comprehend this finger technique. Even after decades of cultivation, he only achieved minor success. Yi Chen comprehended the Six Paths Annihilation Finger in just one night, and even reached the same level as her. This greatly shocked Lu Ruyan. This kid is terrifying. What secrets is he still hiding? Could he be a born cultivation prodigy?
Lu Ruyan stared intently at Yi Chen, as if trying to see right through him.
Sect Master, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose and said hesitantly. He. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and pouted. What's there to be shy about? Is there any part of your body that I haven't seen before? This guy really bullied her terribly, and she's actually embarrassed? She wasn't this embarrassed when you asked her if she agreed. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then his gaze immediately became bolder, and he openly glanced over. Hey kid, where are you looking? Lu Ruyan blushed and said through gritted teeth in a coquettish tone. It's not like I haven't seen it before.
Yi Chen shrugged innocently and muttered under his breath.
Lu Ruyan? What did you say? Lu Ruyan blushed deeply, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. This isn't her place. If someone overheard her saying this, how would she face the sect disciples in the future? She's the sect leader, after all. Doesn't she have any pride?
Meeting Lu Ruyan's murderous gaze, Yi Chen quickly waved his hand.
He didn't say anything. Snort! Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, not bothering to argue with him. Looking back at the grove of trees that had been flattened with a single finger, he was filled with curiosity about Yi Chen's comprehension abilities. Is this kid so quick to understand? If given more time, would he be able to fully comprehend the Six Paths Annihilation Finger? Although it is a low-grade Earth rank martial skill, its power when mastered is comparable to a low-grade Heaven rank martial skill. If one were to master the technique, it might reach the power of a mid-grade or even high-grade Heaven rank martial skill. Lu Ruyan had been trying to comprehend it all along, but unfortunately, she hadn't made any progress over the years. Yi Chen's achievement in comprehending the comprehension in just one night undoubtedly gave Lu Ruyan hope. If Yi Chen could truly comprehend the Six Paths Annihilation Finger, he could share his insights with her. A martial art comparable to the heavenly rank can greatly enhance Lu Ruyan's strength. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan suddenly had an idea, turned to look at Yi Chen, her eyes full of anticipation. Yi Chen, I want to. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yi Chen looked around, his expression hesitant. What, is it inappropriate? Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. This place is secluded and quiet, why is it unsuitable? This. All right. Seeing that Lu Ruyan insisted, Yi Chen had no choice but to reluctantly nod in agreement. The atmosphere here is nice. It's just that it's easy for people to see. As Yi Chen spoke, he also began to make movements. So what if someone sees us? Lu Ruyan was still completely confused, but when she caught sight of Yi Chen, her eyes widened in surprise. No, I'm trying to comprehend martial arts techniques. What are you doing taking off your clothes, kid? Put it on. Put it on right now. You bastard. Lu Ruyan shouted, her face flushed red. She almost thought Yi Chen had comprehended the Six Paths Annihilation Finger through this unique method. Reflecting on the conversation, I realized that the other person had misunderstood. Is this guy trying to bully me again? But it can't be here. Lu Ruyan was terrified that if anyone saw this scene, her lifelong reputation would be ruined. Sigh, I thought you'd come to your senses, Sect Master. Yi Chen pouted dejectedly and put his clothes back on after taking them off. What's on your mind, kid? Lu Ruyan glared at him angrily. I'm trying to comprehend martial arts techniques. Isn't that so? Yi Chen said in a very serious tone. Who takes off their clothes to comprehend martial arts techniques? You can only truly understand things by taking off your clothes. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, not believing a single word Yi Chen said. I'm convinced he just wants to take advantage of me. This kid doesn't even blush when he lies? Yi Chen shrugged innocently. He hadn't lied. His insights were all gained in bed with his clothes off. Doesn't that count as insights? Come on, come back with me. Distracted by Yi Chen, Lu Ruyan lost her desire to comprehend martial arts techniques in the grove. She didn't want Yi Chen to do anything strange, in case she went mad from practicing qi cultivation. Sect Master, shall we go back to your place? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Roll. Lu Ruyan said angrily. Chapter 35. Chop this kid up. In a grand hall. On the pink bed in the side hall. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with seductive eyes and said in a weak and coquettish tone. You little rascal. You're always bullying people.
Yi Chen glanced down at her and teased her.
You were the one who started it. Don't blame me for this.
Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him, a hint of resentment in her gaze. I am, after all, your sect leader.
Can't you just give in to me? Cannot. Yi Chen refused without hesitation. Humph. You bad guy. Lu Ruyan said angrily. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a thunderclap talisman. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have achieved mastery of the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger technique. Yi Chen froze, his heart starting to race.
Listening to the cold, icy prompts flashing through my mind.
His eyes widened in disbelief, and a smile crept onto his lips.
It really worked.
He thought that only with Lu Ruyan's drop rate would he have a chance to obtain the top-level understanding of the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger.
I just didn't expect to get it so quickly. Yi Chen was even prepared for a protracted battle.
The sudden surprise left him stunned for a long time before he reacted, and then he burst into laughter.
I've succeeded, Taoist master.
Having fully comprehended the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger, Yi Chen was confident that he could fight even against opponents at the peak of the nascent soul stage. This skill, once mastered, is comparable to a heaven-rank martial art, giving him the confidence to fight beyond his level.
Zhang Shuyu. The Zhang family.
You just wait, I'll make you pay for your crimes in blood.
He couldn't wait to kill anyone.
Yi Chen worked so hard to improve himself because he wanted revenge. Hatred was his driving force.
Now he finally sees hope. What? It's done? Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with curiosity and asked.
Seeing Yi Chen's excited expression, she gradually formed a guess in her mind, but she was still not sure. She felt deep down that it was unlikely.
Meeting Lu Ruyan's questioning gaze, Yi Chen did not hide anything and answered frankly with a smile. I have mastered the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger. I've completely grasped it. I feel that if I use it now, its power will be several times stronger than before. Lu Ruyan.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan stared wide-eyed in shock, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief.
What she thought was impossible actually happened. This is impossible. You've already mastered the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger? It hasn't even been a day yet. Lu Ruyan gasped in shock, her voice trembling.
It hasn't even been a full day since she handed over the manual for the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger martial art to Yi Chen. In such a short time, Yi Chen not only comprehended the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger, but also reached the Great Completion realm.
Is this kid some kind of genius?
You know, she's been trying to understand this for decades, and she still hasn't reached this point. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Chen changed, and her eyes gradually became fiery.
This kid must have some secret. Could it be that he really has a unique method of enlightenment? You absolutely must learn this method. Yi Chen, tell me quickly, how did you comprehend it? You must have a way, right?
Lu Ruyan stared intently at Yi Chen, her face full of anticipation as she asked.
There is a way. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Ruyan with a strange expression. What method? Tell me quickly. Lu Ruyan was almost frantic with worry.
She reached out and grabbed Yi Chen's arm, shaking it repeatedly.
Just like before. What? You mean?
Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, and her face flushed red instantly. The way she looked at Yi Chen when she raised her head had changed.
Are you kidding me? Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a suspicious expression and said.
She suspected that Yi Chen was trying to take advantage of her in various ways.
I'm telling the truth. As for whether you can comprehend it, I don't know.
Yi Chen shrugged innocently, indicating that he was not lying. At this moment, Lu Ruyan also recalled that when Yi Chen used the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger in the back mountain, he had only achieved minor success. Since returning from the grove, the two of them have been inseparable. She knows everything Yi Chen does, and he hasn't done anything particularly unusual. Yi Chen comprehended the highest level of the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger.
Is everything he said true? Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat.
She hesitated, looking at Yi Chen before her, her face gradually flushing.
You got off easy, kid.
She also longs to comprehend the highest level of the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger, thereby enhancing her strength.
With such an opportunity presented to her, Lu Ruyan didn't want to miss it. There's no harm in giving it a try. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained an advanced clone talisman triggered by infusing spiritual power. It creates 10 clones, each possessing 30% of the host's cultivation level and controlled by the host's mental power.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a strengthening pill after consumption. It continuously restores the host's energy, and the effect lasts for 5 hours. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he saw the body strengthening pill flash by.
This is a really good product. In fact, it's even more effective than the life-giving pill.
There's also an advanced clone talisman, which can create 10 clones at once, each possessing 30% of Yi Chen's cultivation level, essentially 10 extra golden core stage fighters. If Yi Chen's cultivation continues to improve, then the strength of his clone will be comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. 10 nascent soul stage experts are enough to wipe out a medium-sized aristocratic family. It has to be said that Lu Ruyan's drop rate is incredibly high. The rewards she provides are all high-level pills and talismans.
Yi Chen was in a great mood. 1 hour later.
Lu Ruyan stared at Yi Chen with a resentful expression, full of grievance.
Why haven't I been able to comprehend the highest level of the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger? You better give me a reasonable explanation.
Her eyes were almost murderous.
This. Sect Master, is it possible that your comprehension is not high enough? Yi Chen said tentatively. What did you say? Lu Ruyan's face darkened, and she said angrily. She's waving her little pink fists, ready to punch someone. This kid is lying to me again. She felt like she'd been tricked. I got bullied by this kid for nothing.
No, let me explain.
Yi Chen quickly changed his words. This method might not be suitable for you. Why don't you try another method?
Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, looked at Yi Chen suspiciously, and asked with great vigilance.
What method?
If Yi Chen tries to take advantage of her in any way he can, she'll have to chop him up.
At this moment, Yi Chen was the image of a big bad wolf in her mind. Chapter 36. Don't even think about taking advantage. I have comprehended the highest level of the 6 Paths Annihilation Finger, so why don't I perform it? Sect Master, perhaps watching from the sidelines will be helpful to your comprehension? Yi Chen said with a serious expression.
Everyone's approach to understanding the same martial art is different, and although the final result may be similar, the process cannot be shared.
Yi Chen learned it, but he couldn't directly teach Lu Ruyan.
What he said was probably no different from what was in the manual. Only through personal experience can one truly grasp the essence of martial arts. Yi Chen could only help her in so much way, which was to demonstrate his martial arts techniques so that Lu Ruyan could learn from them.
This is a very rare opportunity. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lu Ruyan gradually felt relieved and nodded thoughtfully.
This method is worth trying.
As long as she doesn't continue to offer herself to others, that's fine. After all, her body couldn't take it anymore. You can't risk your life just to learn a martial art, can you? Walk. Let's go to the back mountain now. Lu Ruyan immediately stood up and said. Now.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment.
Sect Master, won't you eat something first?
It's already past noon, and he hasn't had a drop of water since morning.
What else do you want to eat? Aren't you full yet? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. Well. I'm full now.
Yi Chen scratched his head and nodded thoughtfully.
Soon, the two arrived at the back of the mountain, at the open space they had previously visited. Sect Master, I'm about to make my move. Yi Chen spoke up. Then he circulated his spiritual energy and subtly moved his mind.
He suddenly raised his finger and pointed forward, shouting in a deep voice.
6 Paths Annihilation Finger.
In an instant, the spiritual energy around him surged wildly, unleashing its full power.
Rumble.
The once clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. A gigantic finger shot through the air and crashed down.
Enveloped in overwhelming pressure, its momentum was like a rainbow. It was as if a majestic dragon had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Boom! With a single finger strike, a deafening roar erupted.
The entire mountain was shaking, as if it were about to be pierced through. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions. At this moment, the power of this finger strike is comparable to a full-force attack from a peak nascent soul cultivator. Almost simultaneously, several figures suddenly flew out from several caves within the sect. The person is in the void, and their gaze is already fixed on this mountain peak. The senior elders initially thought that hostile forces had attacked the sect. Seeing Lu Ruyan and Yi Chen's figures, and the oppressive aura of the Six Paths Annihilation Finger, he seemed to understand something and was slightly relieved. They didn't disturb them, assuming that Lu Ruyan was teaching Yi Chen the Six Paths Annihilation Finger, so they all quietly returned to their respective caves.
On the open ground,
Lu Ruyan watched in stunned silence, her heart filled with turbulent emotions.
The pressure from that finger strike was immense, and it also shocked Lu Ruyan greatly. So that's how it is. In an instant, she seemed to have a sudden realization.
The moment she came to her senses, she immediately sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative state. After Yi Chen finished his technique, his face was pale and his body felt as if it had been hollowed out. He only used half of his spiritual power when he used this move in the early morning. Now that I have grasped the highest level of finger techniques, the power of my movements has increased several times over, but the consumption of spiritual energy has also increased. At his peak, Yi Chen could only unleash the Six Paths Annihilation Finger twice at most.
A level 8 cultivation technique, that's really powerful.
He muttered to himself, realizing that only by reaching the nascent soul stage could one truly master this martial art. This is why disciples with low cultivation levels cannot learn advanced martial arts techniques even if they do comprehend them, they lack the ability to use them.
If not handled properly, one might even have their spiritual energy drained and suffer a backlash. He turned around and saw Lu Ruyan meditating.
He didn't disturb her and sat down cross-legged as well. He took out a pill from his storage ring, put it in his mouth and swallowed it to restore his spiritual power.
Time passed second by second.
Yi Chen's spiritual power returned to its peak state. When he slowly opened his eyes, the sun was about to set in the distant sky. He turned to look at Lu Ruyan beside him, who was still in meditation. At this crucial moment, Yi Chen knew he shouldn't disturb her, so he silently waited by her side. The sounds of wild animals could be heard from the surrounding woods from time to time, and birds circled in the sky, waiting to return to their nests.
Although this is within the Hahuan sect, there are still demonic beasts roaming in the back mountains.
Although they were all low-level demonic beasts and posed no threat to Lu Ruyan's life, they would disturb her enlightenment. If disturbed, all the efforts may be in vain. Just as the woods were about to fall into darkness, Lu Ruyan awoke, her eyes blazing. She stood up, her body surging with spiritual energy.
Six Paths. Heaven-destroying finger. Lu Ruyan shouted in a deep voice.
In an instant, the world changed color, and the wind and clouds surged wildly.
An imposing aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire mountain.
It's as if their vital energy has been locked. Countless monsters in the mountains and forests lay prostrate on the ground in terror, their bodies trembling, terrified beyond measure.
A finger formed from condensed spiritual energy shot out from the air and landed. Boom! A tremendous roar. A cloud of dust swept in.
This finger strike was hundreds of times more powerful than the one Yi Chen had used before. The ground beneath my feet was trembling violently.
The once prominent mountain peak was abruptly cut off by a single finger. Gurgle.
Yi Chen stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his heart filled with envy and a longing for strength.
Is this the power of the void refinement stage?
The same martial art technique can have vastly different power levels depending on the user's skill level. At this moment, Yi Chen also felt the terror of a void refinement stage expert.
A single finger can weaken a mountain.
His plan to go to the Xian Holy Land to rescue people will likely not be so easy. Encountering a void refinement stage expert, one might be instantly killed in a single exchange.
I'm still too weak right now.
Yi Chen was not discouraged by this, on the contrary, he became even more determined to become stronger. After all, his current cultivation speed is more than 100 or 1,000 times faster than that of ordinary cultivators. As long as he works hard and puts in the effort, he still has a chance to reach the refinement stage.
I've mastered it too,
Lu Ruyan said with delight, her heart filled with excitement. When he turned to look at Yi Chen beside him, his eyes were filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she wouldn't have been able to fully comprehend the highest level of the Six Paths Annihilation Finger so quickly.
All of this is thanks to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, thank you. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a sincere expression and said gratefully. No need for thanks. Who told you to be my sect leader?
Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively.
Let's get more practical. What, the actual?
Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening, and a blush flashed across her cheeks. This kid is trying to take advantage of me again.
Damn it! Lu Ruyan glared at Yi Chen and said irritably. Don't even think about it. Chapter 37. A belly won't grow on its own. Night is falling.
Yi Chen closed the palace door, turned around, and walked straight towards the courtyard. My steps were slow, my body felt weak, and I was growing increasingly frail.
That little devil.
This is terrible. Yi Chen muttered something to himself, shook his head, and walked away. Although Lu Ruyan did not urge him to leave this time as she did last time, and even tried to persuade him to stay, Yi Chen still did not stay. He was worried that if the elders of the sect found out that he had slept with Lu Ruyan, they would surely kill him.
Have you ever seen a disciple sleep with the sect leader?
He was quite anxious it wouldn't even take 10 months before Lu Ruyan's belly started to grow bigger.
How can this be explained? Surely the belly didn't grow on its own? How should the disciples of the sect view him in the future?
Yi Chen was lost in thought when he looked up and found himself back in the courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by Lin Xingxue and the others.
Senior brother, you're back. You must be hungry, right? The food is ready.
Senior brother, come inside quickly, it's cold outside.
Senior brother, you must be exhausted.
The three women quickly came to Yi Chen's side, showed him concern and asked him about his well-being, and then pulled him into the house. It's just like a gentle and virtuous wife waiting for her husband to come home, showing her utmost care and consideration. Yi Chen felt a warm glow of emotion and shook his head with a smile.
Not tired.
Although he did all physically demanding work, he could still handle Lu Ruyan. He felt quite guilty for making the three women wait for him for a whole day. He went out to the back mountain to practice his martial arts before dawn, but didn't return until dark.
He hadn't expected to be here so late.
He'd only planned to find a secluded spot to practice his martial arts before heading back, but who knew he'd run into Lu Ruyan?
It only took a day. Why don't you ask me where I've been all day?
Yi Chen looked at the three of them and asked in surprise. They were always worried sick when he came home late at night before, but this time they didn't even ask him anything, as if it were commonplace. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue glanced at Yi Chen, her face flushed, and she said in a soft, sweet voice.
Didn't senior brother go to see the sect master? How did you know? Yi Chen asked in surprise.
He didn't tell the three of them where he was going before he left this time. Where else could senior brother go besides fooling around with the sect master?
Lu Mengyao pouted and said sourly.
She didn't care that Yi Chen was with other women, but she was inevitably a little upset after being ignored all day.
Yi Chen was stunned. Was this how he was perceived by the three of them? You don't think that every time you go out you're going to find Lu Ruyan for dual cultivation, do you? Don't you do anything productive? Is he really that indecent? Yi Chen took a deep breath and looked at the three of them seriously. If I said I went to practice martial arts with the sect leader, would you believe me?
Without a second thought, the three women shook their heads without hesitation.
Yi Chen? Okay, do I really look that lecherous in their eyes?
Hateful. At this point, he realized that he had indeed been being rather blatant lately.
He would always spend the whole day at Lu Ruyan's place.
It's understandable that Lin Xingxue and others would think that way. But what if other disciples or elders also noticed it? He had only spent a few times with Lu Ruyan, yet he left Lin Xingxue and the others with the impression that he cultivated with the sect leader every time. If he continues to fool around a few more times, I'm afraid all the disciples in the sect will be able to guess what's going on, right?
That won't do.
Yi Chen gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Next time you go to see Lu Ruyan, you must be quick and careful, and make sure no one sees you.
Don't worry, senior brother, we won't be jealous. As long as our senior brother cares about us, that's enough. Lin Xingxue blushed and said gently.
Seemingly worried that Yi Chen might be concerned, she offered a special explanation.
Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan also looked at Yi Chen with deep affection and nodded earnestly.
I am already very satisfied to be able to stay by my senior brother's side and serve him. I won't ask my senior brother to restrain himself. Hearing the three of them say that, Yi Chen felt a surge of emotion.
Where can you find such a wonderful woman? He found three right away. Let's eat. Yi Chen spoke up.
I secretly made a vow to myself that no matter how much I fooled around outside, I would never neglect the three of them when I came back.
Aha!
The three women nodded and sat down, then began to thoughtfully serve food to Yi Chen. After a busy day, Yi Chen devoured the delicious food laid out on the table, finishing it all in no time. Lin Xingxue and Lu Mengyao silently got up to clear the dishes and turned to walk outside.
Senior brother, have you eaten? Su Nianwan looked at Yi Chen and asked. I'm full. Yi Chen nodded, he was quite full.
After all, he hadn't eaten all day and had also used up a lot of energy practicing martial arts in the back mountain. Half of the food on the table had ended up in his stomach. "Senior brother, are you really full? Eat." Yi Chen was taken aback, not understanding why Su Nianwan asked twice. But when he turned around and met her watery gaze, he immediately understood. "Actually, I'm not that full." A wicked smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He's not the kind of person who shows favoritism. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Yi Chen was full of energy once again. The door was closed, and the candle flickered and went out. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward." Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap talisman." Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the life-giving pill." Yi Chen looked at the Thunderclap talisman in his hand, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Although not as powerful as the Immortal Slaying Talisman, it can still be considered a high-level talisman. If an ordinary family possessed a Thunderclap talisman, it would be enough to deter villains and protect the family's glory for hundreds of years. In addition, he also obtained a life-giving pill. Although it could not improve his cultivation or heal his injuries, it was a very helpful item for Yi Chen. It's like having a chance to play an extra round. Considering that Su Nianwan was already pregnant, Yi Chen did not use the life-giving pill, but only used it to a certain extent. A good night's sleep. When it was still barely dawn, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up silently. Looking back at Su Nianwan, who was fast asleep, Yi Chen did not disturb her. Instead, he put on his clothes and left the room. The door closed gently, and the courtyard was quiet. The time before dawn is when people sleep the most soundly, and most people are still asleep. If Yi Chen hadn't subconsciously wanted to get up early, he would probably still be fast asleep right now. He walked straight into an empty room, closed the door, and took out a teleportation talisman from his storage ring. This teleportation talisman allows him to go to any location in his memory. Yi Chen unhesitatingly channeled his spiritual power, triggering the teleportation talisman. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Shuyu, the Zhang family, I, Yi Chen, am back. Chapter 38. Has she always been this brave? Zhangye City, Zhang family residence. This place used to be the Yi family's estate. After the Yi family was destroyed by the Zhang family in alliance with the young sect leader of the Xintian Holy Land, the Zhang family completely took over this place. The Zhang family members who had participated in the massacre of the Yi family almost all received a share of the spoils and settled down in Zhangye City. Zhang Jiaguang devoured the industrial resources left by the Yi family, and from an originally insignificant family, he jumped to become a third-rate aristocratic family. Now, everyone entering and leaving this huge mansion is a member of the Zhang family. Even the servants and guards are all from the original Zhang family. In the backyard of the Zhang family mansion, in a side room, suddenly, a halo of spiritual energy appeared, forming a bottomless black hole. The next second, Yi Chen walked out. The spiritual energy black hole has vanished. Yi Chen paused for a moment, looked around at the familiar yet unfamiliar room, and couldn't help but frown. This was the room he remembered living in, so he came here directly through the teleportation array. The room has changed drastically since then. It was filled with pink hues, decorated with many luxurious ornaments, and had a sweet fragrance in the air. It seems to have become a woman's boudoir. Returning to this familiar place, Yi Chen had no heart for appreciation. His heart was filled only with hatred. He fled the Yi family in a sorry state and diligently cultivated day and night at the Hahuan sect, all for this day. He has been waiting for a long time. A murderous aura immediately emanated from Yi Chen's body. Who are you? How dare you barge into the young lady's room? You shameless scoundrel, you're asking for it. A gasp broke the silence of the room. The maid who was dozing off by the bed suddenly woke up and was startled to see Yi Chen standing in the room. She then pointed at him and scolded him. This is the Zhang family mansion. No one dares to act recklessly here. The maid was full of confidence and showed no fear of Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen turned his head, gave the maid a cold look, and raised his hand to swing his sword. A flash of sword light. Put! The arrogant maid who was just moments before was now lying in a pool of blood. Yi Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. His gaze fell on the woman who had been startled awake on the bed. Xiao Huan, did you kill Xiao Huan? The woman stared blankly at the maid's corpse on the ground. When I woke up, my maid was dead. Has she always been this brave? Yi Chen said calmly. How dare a maid with no cultivation speak and threaten him?
Who gave her the courage? Who are you? What are you doing in my room? I am Miss Zhang. If you touch me, my father and aunts will not let you off the hook when they return. Zhang Miaoyin looked at Yi Chen with a terrified expression and warned him. Yi Chen walked step by step to the bedside. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard what the other person said, and his hand paused, causing him to frown. Who are your father and your aunt? He wasn't very familiar with the Zhang family, only knowing Zhang Shuyu and the Zhang family head who was in the nascent soul stage. Even the woman in front of him was someone he was seeing for the first time. My aunt's name is Zhang Shuyu, and she is a powerful expert at the golden core stage. My father is the head of the Zhang family and a nascent soul stage cultivator. If you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake now, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, once my father and aunt return, you will be dead without a burial place. Zhang Miaoyin thought Yi Chen was scared, so she immediately became tough and shouted at Yi Chen. Zhang Shuyu. Is this bitch your aunt? Your father is the head of the Zhang family. Okay, that puts my mind at ease. Yi Chen sneered with a gloomy expression. He had been worried about killing the wrong person, but now that the other party had identified himself, he felt much more at ease. There's no burden involved in killing them. What do you mean? How dare you call my aunt a slut? Who exactly are you? Zhang Miaoyin looked at Yi Chen standing in front of her with a panicked expression. She felt that he seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, a picture popped into my mind. You are a remnant of the Yi family, Yi Chen? Zhang Miaoyin was startled, suddenly remembering Yi Chen's identity. After the Yi family was massacred, both the Zhang family and the young sect leader of the Xiantian Holy Land searched for Yi Chen, trying to eliminate him completely. Therefore, the Zhang family posted many portraits of Yi Chen and offered a large reward, determined to find him. Zhang Miaoyin also had some impression of him, but she never expected that Yi Chen would dare to show himself. Is this guy looking to die? That's right, it's me. Yi Chen stared at her and said coldly. Where did Zhang Shuyu and your father go? When will they be back? If Yi Chen hadn't learned from the other party that his enemy wasn't at the mansion, he would have already gone on a killing spree. Sensing the murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes, Zhang Miaoyin was terrified, trembling all over, and dared not hide anything. A few days ago, a mountain collapsed on the outskirts of the city, revealing a cave. My father and aunt led the clan's strongest members and elders to explore and seek opportunities and treasures. Yesterday they sent a message saying they would return today laden with their spoils, so the people need not worry. After Zhang Miaoyin finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Chen with a sense of unease and tried to persuade him. You'd better leave now, or you won't be able to leave when they come back. Walk? Yi Chen scoffed dismissively, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Who said I was leaving? I've come back today to take revenge on your Zhang family. I will make your Zhang family pay for their crimes in blood. His voice was icy cold, and the resentment in his heart reached its peak. If it weren't for the Zhang family, he wouldn't have lost his family and his life. This revenge must be taken. Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Miaoyin and her eyes fell on her. She was also in the prime of her youth, with a delicate and charming appearance. She woke up from her sleep with only a thin purple inner shirt on her body, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin to the air. Her alluring figure was incredibly seductive. What do you want to do? Seemingly noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Zhang Miaoyin asked warily, her heart pounding with anxiety. He quickly pulled the blanket over himself. What do you want? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of interest suddenly appearing in his mind. You're quite attractive yourself. Since that bitch Zhang Shuyu hasn't returned yet. Then let's start by collecting some interest from you. Consider this a lesson for the deceased members of the Yi family. Yi Chen sheathed his spirit sword and moved closer to Zhang Miaoyin on the bed. Can't. I'm already betrothed to the eldest son of the Zhao family. You can't do this to me, please. Zhang Miaoyin begged for mercy with tears streaming down her face. She wanted to resist, but her cultivation was inferior to Yi Chen's, and she was completely suppressed by him. Yi Chen glanced at her and said indifferently. Don't worry, if you die, the marriage with the Zhao family will be cancelled. Who would care about your innocence anymore? Zhang Miaoyin? She was stunned for a moment, and when she realized what was happening, her expression immediately changed. Chapter 39 Yi Chen, am back. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap talisman. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fire mine triggered by infusing spiritual energy, capable of unleashing power comparable to a full force attack from a peak golden core stage cultivator.
Yi Chen's expression brightened, and he was also somewhat surprised.
I never expected Zhang Miaoyin to have a Xian rank spiritual root, and her drop rate isn't low either. A lot of great stuff has appeared. This includes offensive magical artifacts and talismans such as Thunderclap Talisman and Earthfire Mine.
2 hours later,
Yi Chen now possesses a considerable number of talismans and magical artifacts, and his cultivation level has even improved significantly. At this moment, the courtyard outside gradually became noisier. The Zhang family members in the mansion had all woken up and started moving around.
Yi Chen could still vaguely hear some conversations. Ding! Do you wish to consume 10,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of your offspring's aptitude?
After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining a profound grade spiritual root.
There is a 50% probability that it is an earth grade spiritual root. There is a 10% probability that it is a heavenly grade spiritual root. There is a 1% chance of obtaining a divine grade spiritual root.
There's a 1 in 10,000 chance it's an ancient, top grade spiritual root.
A series of cold, automated notification sounds rang out.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, realizing that he had just hit the soul with one shot.
He wouldn't leave any offspring for the Zhang family, wouldn't that be letting them off easy?
Reject. There's no need to waste spirit stones improving the aptitude of a child that will never exist.
Yi Chen, you bastard. My father and aunt will not let you get away with this. The Zhao family won't let you off the hook either. You're dead. Wa'ada.
Zhang Miaoyin curled up in the blanket, staring at him with resentment in her eyes, and roared angrily.
She never imagined that she would be bullied like this.
His heart was filled with rage, and he wished he could tear Yi Chen to pieces.
When you slaughtered the Yi family, did you never imagine this day would come? This is the price you deserve.
Yi Chen looked at her and said coldly.
It's a pity you won't see how Zhang Shuyu and your father died. Zhang Miaoyin?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen raised his hand and swung his sword, slashing mercilessly at Zhang Miaoyin on the bed.
Put!
The powerful sword energy instantly cleaved her into several pieces, making her utterly dead.
The room fell silent instantly.
Yi Chen showed no hesitation and turned to walk out of the room. As soon as the door was opened, more than a dozen members of the Zhang family living in the backyard, along with their guards, surrounded them. They all rushed over after hearing the commotion, and the moment they saw Yi Chen, they recognized him and immediately became alert.
Yi Chen, he's that remnant of the Yi family. How dare they come back? Yi Chen, you can't escape.
The crowd stared at him and scolded him. At this moment, a member of the Zhang family noticed that something was wrong.
Why is Yi Chen here? And it came out of Zhang Miaoyin's boudoir. What happened between them? Yi Chen, what did you do to Miaoyin? Did you bully her? The Zhang family members angrily demanded an explanation. She's dead. Yi Chen looked up at them and said calmly.
Upon hearing this, the Zhang family members present were instantly enraged, their murderous intent palpable.
Yi Chen, I will tear you to pieces. An angry member of the Zhang family rushed forward. Overestimating yourself.
Yi Chen curled his lip in disdain, raised his hand, and slashed down with his sword.
Put!
This member of the Zhang family, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, was instantly cleaved in two, becoming a corpse.
Hiss! Everyone present gasped in shock and took a few steps back in fear. He looked at Yi Chen with disbelief, his face full of shock. This is impossible. Wasn't Yi Chen only at the qi refining stage? How did he become so strong?
A member of the Zhang family exclaimed. In their memory, Yi Chen, who escaped, was just a useless qi refining stage cultivator.
No one expected him to become so powerful.
He killed my third brother, who was in the mid-foundation establishment stage, with a single sword strike. He must have been at least at the golden core stage, right? Another person guessed.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Only a few months have passed, how could Yi Chen have jumped from the qi refining stage to the golden core stage?
Some people don't believe it's true. You lot, get them.
An older member of the Zhang family looked at the guards present and gave them an order. These guards were all at the foundation establishment stage, and their hearts were filled with fear. But they dared not disobey orders, and could only grit their teeth and charge forward.
Yi Chen, die. You're the ones who will die, you lackeys of the Zhang family.
Yi Chen snorted coldly and swung his sword again. Show no mercy to these Zhang family guards. They too had participated in the massacre of the Yi family, and none of them were innocent.
Put. 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 A domineering sword aura slashed across. Several guards died on the spot.
The remaining members of the Zhang family panicked completely. Their faces changed drastically, and they became trembling with fear.
He really is at the golden core stage.
Killing a Foundation establishment cultivator so easily, their strength is just too great.
We're no match for him, let's run.
The Zhang family members present were terrified and dared not fight Yi Chen at all.
Now that the family's strongest members have gone out and not returned, and many of their capable guards have died, those who stay behind will only face certain death.
The Zhang family members, who were so arrogant just a moment ago, are now all fleeing in panic.
Trying to run? Do you think you can escape?
Yi Chen waved his hand, and around Iron Ball appeared a fire mine. After infusing a wisp of spiritual energy, he threw it without hesitation towards a crowded area.
What is that?
A member of the Zhang family asked in surprise.
The next second, the ground fire mine exploded instantly. Boom! A loud bang.
A terrifying shockwave suddenly erupted.
The scorching flames instantly engulfed the Zhang family members present.
More than 10 members of the Zhang family were blown away on the spot before they could even escape the courtyard, letting out screams and wails of agony.
Ah! No! But...
In the blink of an eye, all of these arrogant and domineering members of the Zhang family were lying on the ground, turning into corpses. The fire and lightning possessed power comparable to a full-force attack from a golden core cultivator, more than enough to deal with the Zhang family members who were only at the Foundation establishment stage.
This little gadget is actually quite useful, Yi Chen said with a delighted expression.
The reward, originally earned while bullying Zhang Miaoyin, is now being used on members of the Zhang family. It's a case of keeping the good stuff within the family. At this moment, many more members of the Zhang family and their guards, having heard the commotion, rushed to the scene. Yi Chen coldly smiled as he took out a thunderclap talisman from his storage ring, a surge of anticipation rising within him.
The thunderclap talisman should be quite powerful. Chapter 40, The Massacre begins. Who dares to kill a member of my Zhang family?
An old man roared angrily.
That person looks like Yi Chen. Someone recognized Yi Chen and hurriedly called out. Yi Chen is back. Is he here for revenge?
That bastard, he actually killed so many members of the Zhang family. Third brother and ninth brother, they were both killed by Yi Chen. The Zhang family members' expressions changed slightly, their eyes blazing as they glared at Yi Chen, yet a sense of fear lingered in their hearts. At this moment, they only dared to shout outside the courtyard gate, and dared not step into the courtyard. The courtyard littered with corpses was enough to demonstrate Yi Chen's formidable strength. The previous roar shook the earth, and the air still carried the scent of fire. Several of the guards who died were at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. The Zhang family members who came were almost all at the Qi refining and Foundation establishment stages, and they dared not make a move rashly.
It really was him. This remnant of the Yi family is still alive. Since you dare to come back, then prepare to die.
The eldest member of the Zhang family, standing in the crowd, stepped forward and entered the courtyard with a somber expression. He was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm and wanted to kill Yi Chen to avenge the Zhang family members who had died.
Third uncle is about to make his move.
A member of the Zhang family shouted excitedly.
Third uncle's cultivation is second only to ants. He will surely be able to kill Yi Chen this time. Yi Chen is doomed this time.
Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping to see the clan elders capture Yi Chen and avenge the dead clansman. Yi Chen glanced at him and said disdainfully, "None of the Zhang family's capable fighters are here.
Are you just an old man coming to die?" The elders of the Zhang family darkened their faces and gritted their teeth. Killing you is enough for this old man alone.
This time, the Zhang family has sent out all their strongest members, leaving him to oversee the Zhang family. So many members of the Zhang family died. If he couldn't kill Yi Chen with his own hands, he wouldn't be able to explain himself.
Boy, prepare to die. Fiery palm.
He raised his hand and struck out with his palm towards Yi Chen. A blazing flame ignited in his palm, its power astonishing.
Snort! You overconfident old fool. Yi Chen scoffed disdainfully and threw out a thunderclap talisman.
The moment the talisman turned into a cloud of ashes, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly descended from the void.
Boom! Lightning struck the elderly Zhang family member in the courtyard. No! Bang!
A full-force attack comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator was so powerful that the Zhang family elder didn't even have time to react before being instantly blasted to pieces by the thunder, leaving not a trace.
The courtyard fell silent instantly. Hiss!
The Zhang family members gathered outside the courtyard gate narrowed their eyes and their expressions changed drastically.
What's going on? Where did third uncle go? Such powerful lightning. Did it kill my third uncle instantly? Gulp! This kid's methods are a bit strange. Everyone panicked instantly.
The elders of the family who were at the golden core stage were all killed instantly.
They were only at the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, so what kind of trouble could they cause? A thought suddenly popped into my head. Run for your lives.
Yi Chen, that killing god, has gone mad.
Everyone, run.
These members of the Zhang family began to flee in a panic.
He. Do you think you can escape? This thunderclap talisman is quite powerful. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and several more thunderclap talismans appeared in his palm. All the hard work before was for this day.
Without hesitation, he infused his spiritual energy into the objects and tossed them towards the Zhang family members outside the courtyard.
Boom! In an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several members of the Zhang family were blown to bits before they could even cry out in pain. The rest of the people were so frightened by the scene that some of them were too weak to walk and others fainted. Yi Chen caught up in a flash, his spirit sword unleashing streaks of sword energy, killing several members of the Zhang family in succession. The Zhang family guards who rushed over from the front yard after hearing the news were all killed by Yi Chen's sword in a single encounter. More and more members of the Zhang family woke up from their sleep, and when they stepped out of their rooms, they saw Yi Chen wreaking havoc.
They didn't even have time to put on their clothes before they began to flee.
Many of the women were running around in the courtyard wearing red belly bands, which was quite eye-catching. Yi Chen killed one person with a single sword strike and muttered to himself expressionlessly.
It's still too slow.
He immediately took out a clone talisman from his storage ring. Infused with spiritual power, the talisman turned into a cloud of ashes, and out of thin air appeared an identical Yi Chen. This was the first clone talisman Yi Chen obtained. Although it could only create one clone, it possessed half the cultivation of the original body.
Dealing with these Zhang family members is more than enough.
Yi Chen thoughtfully took out a spirit-grade longsword from his storage ring and handed it over, so that his clone could also wield a longsword to kill.
He didn't delay any longer and continued to hunt down the Zhang family members. With an extra clone helping out, the efficiency of the killing has doubled.
Whenever Yi Chen encountered a group of Zhang family members gathered together, he would casually throw out a thunderclap talisman and wipe them out on the spot.
Outside the mansion gate,
a large and impressive group of people returned. At the front of the procession, Zhang Shuyu, dressed in a flamboyant manner, slightly raised her head, glanced at the thunder above the mansion, and a strange look flashed across her face.
This lightning is strange. Why did it strike only our Zhang family's courtyard?
The Zhang family patriarch standing beside him was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed drastically.
Oh no, something's happened. Everyone then realized that something was wrong. This heavenly lightning seems more like a technique used by certain cultivators. The Zhang family's experts immediately rushed into the mansion.
They encountered more than a dozen family members who looked panicked, men and women, all of them disheveled and in a sorry state.
What happened? What kind of behavior is it to run around dressed like that? Patriarch Zhang Mabei's face darkened, and he reprimanded him. Master, help! Yi Chen. Yi Chen has returned for revenge. That kid went on a killing spree in the backyard, and all of Uncle San and the others are dead.
The escaped family members seemed to see a savior and rushed over to tell him their grievances.
Yi Chen? He dares to come back?
Zhang Shuyu's face turned cold, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She was the one who wanted Yi Chen dead the most. She wouldn't be at ease until Yi Chen was dead, she needed to nip it in the bud. This even persuaded her lover, and the young sect leader of the Xian Tian Holy Land sent people to hunt down Yi Chen.
Impossible. That remnant of the Yi family is nothing but a useless qi refining stage cultivator. How could he possibly kill the third brother? He's at the golden core stage. The guards in this manner could kill this brat. Zhang Mabei said with an incredulous look. He knew Yi Chen's strength very well when he escaped from the Yi family a few months ago. He was only at the qi refining stage. Let alone killing a family elder in the Golden Core stage, he couldn't even beat a Foundation establishment stage guard. Master, it's absolutely true.
Yi Chen isn't just at the Qi refining stage, he's now even stronger than someone at the Golden Core stage. The guards in the manor couldn't withstand a single move from him, he slaughtered indiscriminately like cutting melons and vegetables.
They're about to attack this way.
The escaping family members recounted the ordeal, still shaken.
Chapter 41. It's too late to beg for mercy now.
They had all witnessed Yi Chen slaughtering the Zhang family members, like a god of death, invincible. If they had run even a little slower, they might be corpses by now. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Mabe and Zhang Shuyu's expressions became more serious.
Could it be that Yi Chen has obtained some kind of fortuitous opportunity that has greatly increased his strength?
Zhang Shuyu looked surprised. Besides that, she couldn't think of any other way to make someone in the Qi refining stage become so strong.
Even those at the Golden Core stage are no match for him? Where is Miao Yin? Why didn't she come out?
Zhang Mabe glanced at the family members who had escaped, but did not see his daughter, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. I heard that Yi Chen fought his way out of Miao Yin's courtyard. Someone heard Miao Yin scream she may have already been killed by Yi Chen. One of the Zhang family members explained.
What? Miao Yin is dead? Yi Chen, I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing that his daughter had died, Zhang Mabe roared in fury. Master, save me.
A group of Zhang family members scrambled out, screaming in terror, followed by a young man wielding a long sword. With each sword strike, a member of the Zhang family fell into a pool of blood.
Screams of agony rose and fell. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to that direction. It really is Yi Chen. Good. This kid actually dares to come back.
Zhang Shuyu squinted and said in a cold voice. Upon recognizing Yi Chen, he immediately harbored murderous intent.
She leaped forward and struck first. Yi Chen, prepare to die.
Zhang Shuyu had just broken through to the peak of the Golden Core stage and wanted to use Yi Chen as a practice subject.
He raised his hand and struck out with a palm.
Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately swung his sword and slashed.
A flash of sword light. Boom.
The spiritual energy palm print clashed with the sword light, producing a loud bang. Zhang Shuyu staggered back several steps before regaining her balance. Her expression changed slightly, and she looked at Yi Chen with a hint of shock in her eyes.
How is that possible? How did this kid break through to the peak of the Golden Core stage? She found it incredible. Yi Chen's current strength is even greater than hers. Zhang Shuyu, you bitch. You colluded with outsiders to destroy my Yi family, and today I will make your Zhang family pay for your blood debt.
Yi Chen stared coldly at Zhang Shuyu and cursed angrily. The next second, he stepped forward with his sword and attacked her, unleashing several sword strikes in succession.
Big brother, come and kill this brat.
Zhang Shuyu realized she was no match for Yi Chen, so she quickly turned back to call for reinforcements.
Boy, don't be so arrogant. Give me back my daughter's life. After learning of the accident that befell his daughter Zhang Miaoyin, Zhang Mabe harbored deep hatred for Yi Chen.
Without any hesitation, he struck with lightning speed.
Annihilation Palm. A terrifying palm print suddenly appeared in the void and slammed down on Yi Chen. Boom. A loud bang.
Yi Chen turned to ashes on the spot.
Everyone was stunned. Is Yi Chen dead?
Zhang Shuyu asked in surprise. She never expected Yi Chen to die like that, without even a scream. What puzzled her was that there wasn't a trace of blood in the air.
Even if Zhang Mabe is strong, he shouldn't be able to make someone's aura disappear completely, right?
Not only her, but Zhang Mabe, who was about to make another move, was also stunned. He frowned slightly, wondering if he was really that strong.
He annihilated a peak Golden Core cultivator with a single palm strike?
The Zhang family members, who were not far away, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this.
Great! The patriarch has killed Yi Chen. That kid deserves it, he actually dared to come back.
He killed so many members of our Zhang family. Even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to satisfy our hatred. It's a pity there was no body left, otherwise I would have ground his bones to dust. The Zhang family members were all cursing angrily. They were terrified when Yi Chen chased them, and they hated him intensely. Just when everyone thought Yi Chen was dead, a figure walked out of the courtyard gate.
Yi Chen. How are you still alive? Didn't you just die?
When Zhang Shuyu looked up and saw the person who had come, her face changed drastically, and her voice trembled. She couldn't believe her eyes. Just a second ago, Yi Chen was killed by Zhang Mabe with a single palm strike, but the next second he walked out as if nothing had happened. Zhang Shuyu even thought she was seeing things.
Could it be a hallucination? Zhang Shuyu, you bitch. Aren't you disappointed that I didn't die?
Today, I will use the blood of your Zhang family to pay tribute to the souls of the Yi family who perished.
Yi Chen said coldly.
The one that just died was merely a clone created by Yi Chen. It had no effect on his true body.
Don't get too cocky, kid.
I don't care what methods you use, I will kill you today. Zhang Mabe said with a livid face.
As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Another powerful blow. Annihilation palm. Yi Chen snorted coldly. 6 paths. Heaven-destroying finger.
In an instant, the world changed color, and a fierce wind arose.
A palm print and a golden finger appeared almost simultaneously in the void. A powerful pressure enveloped the world. Boom! A deafening roar.
The golden finger shattered the palm on the spot and fell straight down.
No!
Zhang Mabe's pupils contracted, his expression changed drastically, and a sense of panic washed over him.
Watching my fingers fall, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. The overwhelming aura terrified him. Bang! The next second, Zhang Mabe was crushed to pieces with a single finger. It turned into a cloud of bloody mist, and even its primordial spirit was erased.
The courtyard fell silent instantly, eerily quiet. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their faces filled with horror.
The head of the family is dead? How is this possible? Yi Chen actually killed the patriarch? Gulp! What terrifying martial arts skills! How did Yi Chen become so strong? It's over.
Our Zhang family is completely finished this time.
With Zhang Mabe's death, the entire Zhang family present panicked.
He was the strongest fighter in the Zhang family. Even he was instantly killed by Yi Chen with a single finger.
The rest of the people were no match for Yi Chen. Despair filled everyone's hearts.
Zhang Shuyu froze on the spot, her delicate body trembling with fear. The smell of blood filled her nostrils, making her feel nauseous. She stared blankly at Yi Chen before her, unable to believe that just a few months ago he was merely an ant in the qi refining stage, and now he had become so strong. Not only did he surpass her, but he also instantly killed Zhang Mabe.
What kind of opportunity did this kid get? How did you become so amazing? Zhang Shuyu asked in a trembling voice.
What, are you scared? Yi Chen looked at her coldly, raised an eyebrow, and walked towards her step by step. The spirit sword in his hand gleamed with a cold light.
Gurgle.
Zhang Shuyu's heart skipped a beat, and she turned deathly pale with fright.
Yi Chen, don't do anything reckless. No matter what, I'm still your stepmother.
Realizing she was no match for Yi Chen, she quickly resorted to playing the emotional card. She was trying to get Yi Chen to forgive her.
Chapter 42. Using a beautiful woman as a weapon won't work. Stepmother? Zhang Shuyu, you dare to say that?
You committed adultery, conspired with outsiders to kill your own husband, and even wiped out the entire Yi family.
You vicious woman, how dare you call yourself my stepmother?
Yi Chen glared at her with eyes blazing with anger and cursed. I wish I could chop off that bastard's head. Looking at Zhang Shuyu in front of him, he couldn't help but think of his adoptive father, Yi Haotian, and the Yi family members who had died tragically.
If it weren't for Zhang Shuyu, how could the Yi family have been wiped out?
During the months he was on the run, Yi Chen was haunted by the nightmare of his family's massacre. He finally got his chance to take revenge.
Yi Chen, I know I was wrong, and I apologize to you. Please don't kill me, I can give you back everything from the Yi family. If you're still not satisfied, I can offer myself to you. Yi Chen, may I serve you? Consider it an apology.
Zhang Shuyu begged for mercy in a panic and immediately knelt down in front of Yi Chen. In order to survive, she even offered to offer her body to please Yi Chen. She was only a few years older than Yi Chen, and possessed stunning beauty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attracted the covetous eyes of the young sect master of the Xin Tian Holy Land. At this moment, she took the initiative to seduce Yi Chen, and her flirtatious manner in front of him was extremely alluring.
It's so hard to resist. Zhang Shuyu. You really are shameless.
Yi Chen looked at her with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of disgust. No matter how beautiful or alluring Zhang Shuyu was, she was utterly disgusting in Yi Chen's eyes.
Yi Chen felt no interest whatsoever in this vicious woman. Yi Haotian must have been blind to have fallen for a woman like that. Yes, I'm shameless, I'm pathetic, I was wrong, okay? Yi Chen, you can hit me, scold me, torture me however you want, just please don't kill me, okay? I don't want to die, I want to live. Zhang Shuyu didn't care about Yi Chen's disgust, she just wanted to live. She was willing to kneel down and beg for mercy, groveling to the extreme in front of Yi Chen. Spare you? Maybe in the next life. Yi Chen snorted coldly and immediately swung his sword down. No. Zhang Shuyu's heart skipped a beat before she could finish speaking, the body was severed from its body on the spot. The head rolled a distance before stopping, its eyes wide open, dying with its head still agape. At that moment, the headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the courtyard. The Yi family members who were not far away were so frightened by what they saw that they almost wet themselves. They never expected Yi Chen to be so ruthless. Even though Zhang Shuyu knelt down and begged for mercy, she still couldn't escape death. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel terrified, and her eyes were filled with fear when she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you killed Zhang Shuyu, so you can't kill us. You've already taken your revenge, shouldn't you let us go now? I'm just a retainer of the Zhang family, doing things for money. I don't have any blood on my hands from the Yi family, so this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just a distant relative of the Zhang family, I'm innocent. These members of the Zhang family and their worshippers all began to distance themselves from the matter. Among them were many powerful golden core cultivators, but they were too afraid of Yi Chen's strength to make a move. Even Zhang Mabe, who was at the nascent soul stage, was killed in one blow. How much trouble can they possibly cause? After killing Zhang Shuyu, Yi Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. The pent-up frustration of the past few months has completely vanished. He finally avenged the Yi family with his own hands. Yi Chen looked up at the Zhang family members not far away, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although you didn't lay a hand on them, you still seized the Yi family's assets and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Those who take money to do things are accomplices. Since your Zhang family wiped out my Yi family, then today I will wipe out your Zhang family as well, leaving not a single one alive. He shouted coldly. Holding his spirit sword, he walked step by step towards the Zhang family members. No. That's not it, I'm not an accomplice. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. I know I was wrong, Yi Chen, please forgive me. I'll be your dog, okay? Yi Chen, your inability to distinguish right from wrong is far too domineering. Some defended themselves, some begged for mercy, some were indignant. At this moment, the Zhang family members reacted in different ways to the threat of death. Overbearing? Yi Chen stopped, raised an eyebrow slightly, and snorted coldly. So what if I acted domineeringly today? What can you do to me? His gaze swept across the entire room. The Zhang family members present were all terrified, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling, shrinking back like quails, filled with utter fear. Go to hell. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a thunderclap talisman floated out. The next second, a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly struck. Boom. Bang. 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 Before the Zhang family members, gathered together, could even scream, they were blown to pieces, reduced to piles of charred remains. The entire courtyard fell silent once again. Not a single person was left alive in the mansion. Whether they were members of the Zhang family, guards, or servants, they were all slaughtered by Yi Chen. Looking at the corpses scattered all around him, Yi Chen felt a peace he had never felt before. The long-standing nightmare has finally been broken at this moment. The Yi family's grudge has been avenged today. Those members of the Yi family who died tragically can finally rest in peace. Snap. A crisp sound emanated from Yi Chen's body. Perhaps it was the change in his state of mind that allowed him to break through the bottleneck in his cultivation. The aura surged instantly. Mid-stage nascent soul. A hint of joy flashed across Yi Chen's face. Just as he was about to raid the treasure vault, a glance caught his eye and he noticed a storage ring lying on the ground. This is a high-level ring that Zhang Mabe dropped after he was killed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised his hand and grabbed the storage ring, which landed in his palm. Use spiritual power to forcibly break the seal. Upon seeing the contents of the storage ring, Yi Chen was astonished and immediately beamed with joy. This place contains mountains of spirit stones, as well as many elixirs and magical treasures. Only then did he remember what Zhang Miaoyan had said earlier. The Zhang family's experts had gone out to explore a cave dwelling, and presumably, this storage ring contained all the spoils of their trip. but now they all belong to him.
Yi Chen happily accepted the storage ring. At the same time, they also took all the storage rings from Zhang Shuyu and the others. He then visited the treasury in the mansion, which had once been the Yi family's treasure vault, filled with mountains of spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans. Yi Chen glanced around and then pocketed them all with a wave of his hand. He came back to seek revenge and had no intention of staying. These treasures would only benefit others if left unattended, so he might as well take them all with him. After finishing his work, Yi Chen headed straight for the mansion gate. I lift my foot and step out the door, just like I've always left home since I was a child, and I'll go back home when it gets dark. Yi Chen looked up at the plaque that read Zhang Residence, then swung his hand and smashed it to pieces. Turning around, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the mansion gate. Among them were many powerful figures from various families in the city, all there to investigate. Yi Chen ignored these people, and when his gaze swept across the room, it suddenly stopped on a pretty and delicate face.
Miss Su Qingqing. Chapter 43 Fiancé Su Qingqing.
The Su family is one of the most powerful families in Jiangye City, with influence comparable to the former Yi family. The two families are old friends and have a very close relationship. Before the Yi family was destroyed, the Yi and Su families had arranged a marriage between them. Yi Chen, the young master of the Yi family, was to marry Su Qingqing, the daughter of the Su family. Months ago, both families were already preparing for the wedding, but unfortunately, the Yi family was wiped out overnight. Yi Chen's whereabouts and fate were unknown, and his engagement to Su Qingqing was called off. Although the Su family was quite powerful in Jiangye City, they were nothing more than ants in front of a behemoth like the Xiantian Holy Land.
Even if they wanted to avenge the Yi family, they didn't have the power to do so.
Anyone who stands up for the Yi family may face the same destruction as the Yi family. No one expected that Yi Chen was not only still alive, but also returned to take revenge, single-handedly wiping out the entire Zhang family. The various forces gathered outside the mansion were all stunned the moment they saw Yi Chen.
He is Yi Chen, the eldest young master of the Yi family. He's still alive. He even wiped out the entire Zhang family.
Hiss.
How is this possible?
I remember this young master of the Yi family was only at the qi refining stage. How did he become a nascent soul stage expert now?
The Zhang family was wiped out just like that? It's unbelievable.
It really is Yi Chen who has returned for revenge.
Isn't he afraid of the Xiantian Holy Land behind the Zhang family?
If the young sect master of the Xiantian Holy Land finds out that Yi Chen killed that slut Zhang Shuyu, he'll definitely kill Yi Chen.
The crowd was abuzz with discussion and amazement. No one expected Yi Chen to come back for revenge.
Su Qingqing also saw Yi Chen standing in front of the mansion gate at this moment, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. They were childhood sweethearts, grew up together, and were also engaged. In Su Qingqing's heart, Yi Chen was her fiancé, and she was Yi Chen's betrothed. Several months ago, when the Yi family was destroyed, Su Qingqing was worried about Yi Chen's safety and even went out of the city to search for him. However, as a woman with only the cultivation level of qi refining, she was powerless to avenge the Yi family, even if she wanted to. With the Xiantian Holy Land backing them up, no aristocratic family in Jiangye City dares to offend the Zhang family.
Not to mention Su Qingqing, even the entire Su family is no match for them.
Upon seeing that Yi Chen was still alive, Su Qingqing was moved to tears, overwhelmed by months of worry and longing. She wanted to rush up and hug Yi Chen, to tell him how much she missed him, and also to fulfill their engagement so as not to leave any regrets. Just as Su Qingqing was about to step forward, Yi Chen glanced at her, then looked away, took a step, and disappeared from the spot.
He's gone. Yi Chen. I am Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing shouted urgently into the void.
They wanted to keep Yi Chen with them, but received no response. She didn't understand why Yi Chen hadn't come to find her, and why he was so cold to her.
They used to have such a good relationship. Could it be that he's angry with me, angry that the Su family didn't avenge the Yi family?
Su Qingqing murmured to herself, her heart filled with reluctance. They finally managed to meet Yi Chen, but their meeting was brief, and they had to part ways again. Who knows when we'll meet again, or perhaps we'll never meet again in this lifetime. Overwhelmed by feelings of reluctance and regret, Su Qingqing stood there, sobbing uncontrollably.
Miss, please don't be too sad, it's not good for your health. At least, young Master Yi is still alive.
The maid-servant beside him quickly comforted him.
No, I have to go find him.
I, Su Qingqing, belong to him in life and in death I will be his fiancé. Su Qingqing said with a determined look in her eyes, and immediately made up her mind to go find Yi Chen.
On a mountain peak outside Jiangye City.
Yi Chen looked back at the familiar city, his heart filled with reluctance. What I miss most is the delicate figure I've been longing for day and night. He missed Su Qingqing very much, but he couldn't acknowledge her or have any connection with her, otherwise he would harm her and the entire Su family.
Yi Chen slaughtered the entire Zhang family to avenge his family.
After killing them, he could leave directly. It wouldn't be so easy for the young sect master of the Xiantian Holy Land to cause him trouble.
But the Su family is different. The entire family lives in Zhengye City.
If they get involved with Yi Chen and are retaliated against by the Xiantian Holy Land, the entire Su family will be finished. To protect Su Qingqing, Yi Chen could only pretend not to know her and leave coldly, completely severing ties with the Su family.
Now that the Zhang family has been destroyed and his great revenge has been achieved, Yi Chen has no lingering attachments to Zhengye City.
He immediately took out a teleportation talisman from his storage ring, infused it with spiritual power, and stepped into the black vortex.
The Hahuan sect is not far from Zhengye City. With Yi Chen's cultivation level, he can arrive before dark. He just didn't want anyone in the sect to know that he had gone out, including Lu Ruyan. Although the sect is giving him its full support and attaching great importance to his safety, the two sides are, after all, in a cooperative relationship. Yi Chen is more like a tool used by the sect's higher-ups to enhance their power. While he gains the protection of the sect, he will also lose his original freedom. If the Grand Elder or Lu Ruyan finds out that he has left the sect at will, they might restrict his travel under the pretext of protection, or even monitor him more closely. After all, the secrets Yi Chen possessed were enough to drive countless sects and forces mad. In addition, the Xiantian Holy Land is also sending people to hunt him down. If he's unlucky enough to run into them on the way, he's doomed. Although teleportation talismans are precious, they can save him from a lot of trouble, so it's worth it. Moreover, Yi Chen had fought day and night and still had several teleportation talismans left. He would have more opportunities to obtain them when he returned to the sect, so he was not stingy with his use of them. Not long after the black vortex disappeared, several figures appeared where Yi Chen had been standing. Strange, I could clearly sense that kid's presence nearby, so where did he go? A middle-aged man with a fierce appearance frowned and said in a deep voice. I can't sense his presence anymore, it's as if he vanished into thin air. Another person spoke up. How is that possible? He's also at the nascent soul stage, how could he leave so quickly? A man with shifty eyes said with an ugly expression. What a pity. If only we had acted when we left the city, we might have been able to capture him and hand him over to the young sect master of the Xiantian Holy Land, in exchange for some good things. Another cultivator said with a regretful expression. They were powerful figures from several factions in Zhengye City. After learning that Yi Chen had slaughtered the Zhang family, they wanted to join forces to capture him and hand him over to the Xiantian Holy Land in exchange for some cultivation resources or magic treasures. They originally had a lukewarm relationship with the Yi family and had no connection with them. Seeing that there was something to gain, they had a plan, but then they suddenly lost track of them. After their search yielded no results, the group had no choice but to give up. Chapter 44. Anyone want to catch up on some sleep? Hahuan Sect. A small courtyard. A black vortex suddenly appeared in an empty room. The next second, Yi Chen walked out of the vortex. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and a faint smile appeared on his face. In just a few hours, he had avenged the Yi family's blood feud and put an end to a matter on his mind. The Zhang family is wiped out, and the next one to fall is the Xiantian Holy Land. I, Yi Chen, will personally avenge this blood debt. Yi Chen muttered to himself in a cold tone. He hadn't forgotten that his younger sister, Yi Qinger, was still in the Xiantian Holy Land, and he didn't know whether she was dead or alive. However, with his current strength, he simply has no way to contend with the Xiantian Holy Land. Qinger, wait for your brother. Brother will definitely come to rescue you. Yi Chen made up his mind to become stronger as soon as possible. Only with absolute strength can one possibly avenge their family and rescue their younger sister, Yi Qinger. Just then, the sound of conversation came from the courtyard outside the gate. Sister Lin, have you seen your senior brother? Su Nianwan asked. No. Wasn't senior brother in sister Su's room last night? Lin Qingxue asked in confusion. Strangeness. Su Nianwan shook her head and explained with a surprised expression. When I woke up this morning, I didn't see my senior brother. I don't know when he left. I thought my senior brother went to find you in Mengyao. Yi Chen usually sleeps until late morning, and if Lin Qingxue and the others don't wake him, he might even sleep until the afternoon. This time, however, things were so unusual.
He got up before dawn and disappeared without a trace. At first, Su Nianwan thought Yi Chen had sneaked away to find Lin Qingxue or Lu Mengyao, wanting to spread his affections evenly, but it turned out he wasn't with either of them.
Su Nianwan couldn't help but worry. Would he encounter any danger? Where did my senior brother go?
She anxiously prepared to go and search.
Sister Su, don't worry, senior brother will definitely be alright. Is it possible that senior brother went to see the sect master? Lu Mengyao raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully. They know Yi Chen too well. If he wasn't in those 3 rooms, then he must have been off fooling around with Lu Ruyan. Su Nianwan paused, then hesitated for a moment. Looking for the sect leader? Senior brother, aren't you full yet? She fell into deep thought. Can Yi Chen's body really handle it? Aren't you afraid of working yourself to death? Su Nianwan breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Chen really went to find Lu Ruyan, she wouldn't be worried at all. In the room,
Yi Chen listened to the conversation between the 3 women outside and was immediately at a loss for words.
Am I really that much of a beast? He wakes up and goes out to find other women? His body isn't made of iron either.
He wouldn't have gotten up so early if it weren't for revenge.
Yeah. The door opened.
Yi Chen walked out of the room, looked at the 3 women in the courtyard, and deliberately put on a stern face.
So, you 3 have been talking about me behind my back, haven't you? You got me.
Lin Qingxue and the others looked at Yi Chen at the sound of the voice, their faces flushing slightly. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't said anything inappropriate, otherwise, they would have been so embarrassed if Yi Chen had heard them. They were all surprised at the same time.
Senior brother. How did you get into this room?
The 3 of them looked curiously at the room behind Yi Chen, wondering why he would come out of an empty room.
Could it be that he's keeping a mistress in a gilded cage? Another new female disciple has arrived? Didn't you sleep well with Su Nianwan?
Meeting the 3 women's questioning gazes, Yi Chen touched his forehead and casually made up an excuse. My cultivation has just reached a bottleneck, and I was afraid of disturbing Nianwan, so I came here to cultivate. He wasn't entirely lying, his cultivation had indeed reached a bottleneck, and he had broken through it.
Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lin Qingxue and the others finally noticed the change in Yi Chen's cultivation level. Hiss. Senior brother, you've broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage? Such a fast cultivation speed. Senior brother, you're amazing. All 3 women looked shocked.
Back then, Yi Chen's cultivation level was lower than theirs, but now he has left them far behind. If it weren't for their pregnancies delaying their progress, the 3 of them might have already reached the nascent soul stage. At this moment, all 3 women were filled with a desire to become stronger.
If you all work hard, you'll improve quickly too. Yi Chen looked at the 3 of them meaningfully and said with a smile. The 3 girls blushed and immediately became shy.
They all understood the unspoken meaning behind Yi Chen's words. Indeed, as long as one is proactive enough, one can quickly improve their cultivation level.
Ha! Yi Chen yawned, suddenly feeling sleepy. He hadn't slept much last night, woke up before dawn, used a teleportation talisman to return to the Zhang family and wreak havoc. After a busy morning, returning to the courtyard and relaxing, a wave of fatigue washes over me. I'm a little sleepy. Does anyone else want to catch up on sleep?
Yi Chen looked at the 3 women in front of him and raised an eyebrow at them.
Senior brother, I don't need it. Su Nianwan quickly waved her hand, she was a little overwhelmed.
Lin Qingxue blushed and shook her head hesitantly. Senior brother, I'll go prepare some food.
She was a little embarrassed in broad daylight. Yi Chen's gaze fell on Lu Mengyao. Mengyao, what about you?
Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Lu Mengyao blushed and nodded.
Senior brother, I'm actually a little sleepy. How about I sleep a little longer?
Seeing that Yi Chen had broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, she immediately had the idea of making progress herself. She also wanted to improve her cultivation level so she wouldn't fall too far behind. If she remained too insignificant, she would only become a burden to her senior brother in the future. If she wants to stay by Yi Chen's side for the rest of her life, she must become stronger.
Walk.
Yi Chen and Lu Mengyao exchanged a glance, then held hands and walked towards the room.
With light steps and a heart full of joy.
Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan blushed and hurriedly fled the courtyard as if escaping.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clone talisman. Trigger by injecting spiritual power, a clone of the host is created, possessing half of the host's cultivation level and controlled by the host's will. 2 hours later. Yi Chen was overjoyed as he looked at the Thunderclap talisman and the clone talisman in his hand. The losses incurred during the massacre at the Zheng family were quickly recovered. Although he lacked some teleportation talismans, Yi Chen was already quite satisfied. With a little more effort, he'll be able to make up for it soon. Although Lu Mengyao's drop rate is a bit low, there is still hope. At worst, I'll just go find Lu Ruyan. Chapter 45. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Yi Chen slept until sunset before finally waking up. I glanced back and saw that the area around me was empty. Lu Mengyao had gotten up and left some time earlier. It seems this girl isn't really sleepy, she just wants to catch up on some sleep with Yi Chen. Yi Chen still felt sleepy. One problem is insufficient sleep, and the other is insufficient energy. Yi Chen felt exhausted and depleted. Even the strongest man can't withstand such a drain, and his recovery speed can't keep up. Yi Chen pondered in his heart. Looks like I'll have to ask them to find some time to cook some medicinal cuisine to nourish them. Otherwise, we'll be completely devoured. What if he doesn't get killed by the people of the Xiantian Holy Land, but instead dies on a woman's belly? He still has a great grudge to settle, and his younger sister Yi Qinger is waiting for him to save her. This can't go on. Cheer up. Yi Chen made up his mind and muttered to himself with a serious expression. He got out of bed, dressed, and went outside. At that moment, the sounds of rustling footsteps and whispers could be heard outside. They seemed to be busy with something. A hint of doubt flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Only he, Lin Xingxue, and a few others lived in the small courtyard. Even when servants came in, they always stayed quietly. Why is it so noisy outside? What are Xingxue and the others busy with? Are they preparing dinner? But it shouldn't have caused such a commotion. Yi Chen heard Lin Xingxue's voice and curiously opened the door and went out. In the room across the hall, several maids were busy going in and out. Lin Xingxue and others were directing from the sidelines. Because of their pregnancies, none of the 3 women were able to do the work themselves. Red lanterns hung on the door, and double happiness characters were pasted on the windows, filling the room with a festive and joyous atmosphere. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, a strange look flashing across his face. He was all too familiar with this scene. In just a few months, he experienced 3 wedding nights. Isn't this set up just for the wedding night? He thought he was just overexcited and was still dreaming. Senior brother, you're awake. The food is all ready. Would you like to go and eat something to fill your stomach first? The sect leader previously sent someone to deliver a junior sister, saying she was here to serve you. When Lin Xingxue and the others saw Yi Chen, they quickly walked over. This also explains the ins and outs of the matter. While he slept, Lu Ruyan thoughtfully arranged for a female disciple to serve Yi Chen as compensation for Shangguan Yanran's departure. Previously, Shangguan Yanran was assigned to the courtyard, but she had a conflict with Yi Chen and others, and was thus driven away by Yi Chen on the spot. And that was the end of it. Although Yi Chen mentioned to Lu Ruyan that he wanted to compensate her with a female disciple when he went to fool around with her, it was just a joke, and he didn't really insist on it. Who knew Lu Ruyan would be so resourceful, arranging for a female disciple to serve Yi Chen so quickly? Is it really that efficient? Aren't you worried that his body won't be able to handle it? Yi Chen sighed helplessly, feeling a slight pressure. If I feed her well, won't Lu Ruyan go hungry? Isn't this woman worried at all? I'll go get something to eat first. I'm hungry. Yi Chen rubbed his rumbling stomach and said with a wry smile. You need to be well fed to have the energy to work. Although he had been determined to pull himself together, why not accept a female disciple who was offered to him? They're still waiting to go to their bridal chamber. It wouldn't be good to ignore her at this time, wouldn't that be disrespectful to Lu Ruyan? If word gets out, people will think he's no good. Yi Chen strode into the next room and began to feast on the food laid out on the table. Lin Xingxue and the others chuckled as they watched Yi Chen's figure disappear. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother has never been so embarrassed before. Lin Xingxue lowered her voice and chuckled softly. He must be exhausted from yesterday until now. Lu Mengyao said with a smile, her brows full of satisfaction. The sect leader's kindness has come at a very inopportune time. I wonder if my senior brother can handle it. Su Nianwan couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little worried about Yi Chen's health. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it.
Don't worry, your senior brother will definitely find a way. Lin Xingxue seemed to remember something and said with a blush.
Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan were taken aback.
They turned to look at Lin Xingxue, a strange look flashing in their eyes, and tentatively spoke. Junior sister has also seen.
Senior brother taking the miraculous pill?
The three of them rarely talked about such embarrassing things in private.
Lin Xingxue's words at that moment reminded Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan of some past incidents.
You too.
Lin Xingxue looked at the two of them with a surprised expression.
The three women looked at each other, and their faces all flushed. The worries I had just felt vanished instantly.
In the room, Yi Chen was wolfing down his food, unaware of what was happening.
Right now, all he wanted was to fill his stomach as quickly as possible so as not to affect his performance later. With the nourishment of food, the feeling of emptiness in my body is not so intense. Once he had eaten and drunk his fill, Yi Chen leaned back comfortably in his chair.
With a wave of his hand, a black pill emitting a medicinal fragrance appeared in his palm. Yi Chen immediately took the life-giving pill.
I was secretly relieved that I still had this stockpile on me, otherwise I might have been in danger.
3 seconds later,
Yi Chen was like a completely different person, full of energy, and his condition had fully recovered to its best.
This is definitely a good product. He sighed, wishing he could have more.
This way, you can instantly cheer yourself up no matter what situation you encounter. Unfortunately, this life-giving pill was his last remaining stock.
I hope this new female disciple won't disappoint me. I wish more good stuff would drop.
If all else fails, just give me a few more endless life bombs, at least I won't lose out. Yi Chen muttered to himself, his heart filled with anticipation.
I'm sure Lu Ruyan won't treat him badly. The female disciple she sends must be quite excellent. He came out of the room.
Lin Xingxue and the others were no longer visible in the courtyard. They had all returned to their respective rooms, wisely choosing to avoid each other. Even the maids who had been busy earlier had left. The courtyard was quiet and peaceful. Yi Chen glanced at the newly furnished bridal chamber next door, then walked straight over. A moment of blissful night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Chapter 46: The feeling of being moved. In the room. Red silk curtains, a joyous atmosphere. The flickering red candlelight on the table illuminated his rosy face. A woman dressed in a bright red wedding gown sat on the bed, her head veiled in red, her alluring figure particularly captivating in the candlelight. Yi Chen entered the room and his gaze fell directly on the bride, looking her up and down. The advantages of 36D are particularly evident. A pair of dazzlingly beautiful legs are especially eye-catching.
Lu Ruyan is truly magnanimous. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Lu Ruyan hadn't forgotten his preferences, and he was very satisfied with this arrangement.
Although her face wasn't visible due to the red veil, her figure alone revealed her to be a delicate and beautiful woman. Although the Hahuan sect has no shortage of female disciples, beauties with outstanding looks and figures like this are rare.
It's clear that Lu Ruyan takes good care of Yi Chen.
Through their interactions and adjustments, they gradually gained trust, and Lu Ruyan stopped being stingy or holding back. Although this female disciple only has the cultivation of the peak of foundation establishment, she also possesses a rare earth-grade spiritual root, just like Su Nianwan. Such talent is quite rare among the younger generation of disciples in the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen walked in step by step, and looking at the female disciple who was so close to him, he spoke first.
May I have your name? Replying to senior brother, my name is Zhao Linger. The female disciple answered timidly.
Her voice was very soft, like that of a reserved and pure girl.
Yi Chen raised an eyebrow.
This seemingly innocent and shy girl was a completely different person in bed. The contrast was striking. He was starting to get impatient. He had already taken a life-giving pill beforehand, and was in excellent spirits. Being young and vigorous, he simply couldn't bear it. Yi Chen disregarded all rules and directly lifted the red veil. A face as beautiful as an angel appeared before my eyes, pure and lovely, charming and captivating. One look and my heart fluttered. My heart started racing.
Hiss! A fiery glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes.
This female disciple's appearance and figure were in no way inferior to Lin Xingxue and others, and she was also no less than Lu Ruyan.
She just lacked a certain alluring and wanton charm. However, this alluring charm is cultivated gradually.
Yi Chen reached out and pinched her chin, lifting it slightly, and squinted as he spoke.
Do you know why the sect leader sent you here?
Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Zhao Linger's cheeks, and she softly hummed in agreement.
The sect leader sent me here to have a child with my senior brother. After saying that, her innocent face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment.
Zhao Linger blushed and tried to lower her head, but Yi Chen held her chin and she couldn't break free. Her face turned so red that it almost bled.
Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is Lu Ruyan always this direct these days? So you're sending your disciple here to give birth? Well, this woman really has a clever plan. When he looked down at that pure and beautiful face, his mind went completely blank. Then, let's each get what we need. Yi Chen certainly wanted to get something in return. The drop rate for a low-grade Earth-level spiritual root must be quite high. I wonder if Zhao Linger will have a newbie aura. Yi Chen was getting more and more excited.
Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, Zhao Linger blushed instantly, understanding immediately. She shyly began to untie the ribbons from her clothes.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward.
Yi Chen comforted him, saying this was just the beginning and he believed there would be even better rewards to come.
He has confidence in himself. I'll give it my all. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clone talisman triggered by infusing spiritual power. It creates a clone of the host with half the host's cultivation level, controllable by the host's will.
Another ordinary clone talisman. However, this is not bad for Yi Chen either, as it is at least a talisman.
As his cultivation level continues to improve, the clones he conjures will also become increasingly powerful.
Yi Chen couldn't help but think that if he had thousands of clones one day, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to conquer the Xian Tian Holy Land? They could even flatten the Xian Tian Holy Land. He gets excited just thinking about it, and works even harder for this great dream. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fire grenade. 3 hours later.
Just as Yi Chen was about to fall into a deep sleep, a cold notification sounded in his mind.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you've achieved a perfect score on your first try. Would you like to spend 50,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of your offspring's aptitude?
After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining an Earth-grade spiritual root.
There is a 20% probability that it is a heavenly-grade spiritual root. There is a 4% probability that it will be a divine-grade spiritual root.
There's a 0.02% chance it's an ancient, top-grade spiritual root.
This time it was another one-shot kill.
Without any hesitation, Yi Chen chose to consume spirit stones to increase the probability of his offspring's aptitude.
Ding! 50,000 spirit stones successfully deducted.
Congratulations, host, on successfully improving your offspring's aptitude. After he plundered the Zhang family, the spirit stones in his storage ring piled up like mountains, so he didn't have to worry about them at all.
50,000 spirit stones are now completely insignificant to Yi Chen.
In comparison, the quality of one's offspring is naturally more important. That's incomparable to spirit stones. At this point, he could no longer hold on. After improving his offspring's aptitude, he fell into a deep sleep, clutching several talismans and pills in his hand. He wanted to try harder, but his body had already reached its limit. These gains satisfied him and seemed to give him a glimmer of hope to reach the Xian Tian Holy Land. In this dream, Yi Chen was no longer awakened by the blood feud of the Yi family. The nightmare that shrouded him seemed to disappear with the massacre of the Zhang family. He slept exceptionally well that night. The sky was bright. Yi Chen woke up groggily and reached out to touch the bed beside him, but there was no warmth to the touch. He turned his head and glanced at her. Zhao Linger, who had been having a good night's sleep, was nowhere to be found. It seems she woke up before him. This girl's physical fitness is pretty good. After a whole night of tossing and turning, you're still able to get up this early. Yi Chen muttered something and struggled to get up. After getting dressed, I went straight outside. His stomach was growling loudly, and he wanted to quickly replenish his energy. Yeah. The room door opened. Yi Chen walked out, leaning against the wall, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out. Looking up, I saw Lin Qingxue and the others, as well as the newcomer Zhao Linger, chatting in the courtyard. They had already gotten to know each other. Hearing the commotion, the women all looked over, their gazes falling on Yi Chen, a hint of resentment flashing in their eyes. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose, and then he realized that something was wrong. Why do you three have such dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep well last night? He was naturally referring to Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, and Sun Yanwan. He. Then you'll have to ask me, senior brother. The three women stared at Yi Chen with resentment, their anger heavier than the midday sun. Chapter 47: The Trail of the Heavenly Demon Sect Disciples. After lunch, Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingxue and the others sitting in front of him and raised an eyebrow. Does anyone want to go for a refresher course with me? Upon hearing this, the four women blushed and quickly shook their heads in refusal. Senior brother, I'm not sleepy. Lin Qingxue was embarrassed to take a nap with Yi Chen during the day, fearing that the noise would be too loud and someone would hear them. Senior brother, I don't need it either. Lu Mengyao waved her hand. She was a little scared. I'm actually quite energetic, and I'd like to soak up some more sun. Sun Yanwan looked away, her eyes darting around. She needed to rest for a few days, otherwise, she really couldn't take it. Yi Chen could only look at Zhao Linger. Linger, what about you? He asked. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Zhao Linger blushed deeply, lowered her head shyly, and spoke in a muffled voice. Senior brother, please let me rest. Her voice held a hint of pleading. Zhao Linger didn't want to die on her very first day in this courtyard. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingxue and the others who were shyly rejecting him and sighed helplessly. Okay, since none of you are sleepy, I'll go take a nap. See you tonight. Yi Chen said meaningfully. This caused the four girls to blush again, giving Yi Chen a coquettish glare. Yi Chen got up and left alone, returning to the empty room where he was all alone. However, Yi Chen had no intention of going to bed to catch up on sleep. Instead, he took out a clone talisman from his storage ring. He now has several clone talismans, and even a high-level clone talisman. He immediately infused his spiritual power, activating the clone talisman in his hand. The next second, a clone exactly like himself appeared beside Yi Chen, possessing half of his cultivation. This clone was so lifelike that it was no different from Yi Chen's original body, but it did not have any of his aura and was not easy to be locked onto by divine sense. Yi Chen knew he was under close surveillance by the sect's experts. Although it was for protection, it was also to prevent him from leaving the sect. Once he leaves this courtyard, he will be closely watched wherever he goes, and it will not be easy for him to go out. If he wanted to find out the location of the Xian Tian Holy Land, he could only send his clone there, which would be safer. Even if they encountered a powerful figure from the Xian Tian Holy Land, only the clone would die. If he can find out the location of the Xian Tian Holy Land and has the opportunity to sneak in and find his sister Yi Qinger, he will have a way to save her. Yi Chen immediately used his mind to control this clone to quietly climb out the window and leave, avoiding being discovered by Lin Qingxue and the others in the courtyard, and went around to the back gate of the courtyard to exit. They avoided many sect disciples along the way and left the sect's back mountain without any major incidents. Since two supreme elders of the Hahuan sect attacked and killed a powerful figure from the Xiantian Holy Land several months ago, the sect has activated its protective array to guard against retaliation from the Xiantian Holy Land. It is easy to leave but difficult to enter, and any external forces that approach will be attacked by the protective array. However, several months have passed and the Hahuan sect has not faced any retaliation from the Xiantian Holy Land, which has puzzled the sect's higher-ups. They killed a void refinement stage elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, so why didn't the other party react at all? This is somewhat strange. The higher-ups of the Hahuan sect had originally planned to fight to the death, and if they couldn't win, they would protect Yi Chen and some of the female disciples and leave, waiting for a chance to rise again. This situation relieved the higher-ups of the Hahuan sect, making them feel much more at ease, but they did not shut down the sect's protective formation. Although maintaining the sect's protective array consumes a lot of spirit stones every day, it also provides an extra layer of protection for the sect. The clone passed through the protective array's barrier and traversed the mountains and forests. At this point, he dared not fly, lest he expose himself. This place is too close to the Hahuan sect. It would be troublesome if someone saw us by accident. The clone moved very quickly, then suddenly stopped as it passed through a grove of trees. He suddenly looked up and stared at the front of him, a look of surprise on his face. In the woods, 5 disciples dressed in black sect robes were heading towards the Hahuan sect, proceeding cautiously and stopping frequently to observe their surroundings. Senior brother, the Hahuan sect's array barrier is not far ahead. Do we really want to continue? How could there possibly be a flaw in the protective array's barrier? This is clearly sending us to our deaths. If the Hahuan sect's protective formation locks onto our energy, we're doomed. A female disciple looked at the leading male disciple and spoke, her tone tinged with nervousness. The leading male disciple turned around, glanced at her, and smiled as he comforted her.
Junior sister, don't be afraid. As long as we don't force our way into the Hahuan sect, their formations won't attack us randomly.
Let's go a little further and observe the Hahuan sect's magic array up close, and try to sneak in. If only we could capture a disciple of the Joyful Union sect, we might be able to infiltrate the sect in disguise, saving us the trouble of taking risks and even having some fun. The male disciples standing nearby also wore lewd smiles. Most of the disciples in the Hahuan sect are female, and they are all very beautiful. Due to their cultivation of the Hahuan secret technique, they all possess a unique and alluring charm.
Many rival sects would abduct disciples of the Hahuan sect and use them as playthings. The female disciple nodded hesitantly and said nothing more.
At this point, she had no choice but to back down on her own, otherwise she would be punished by the sect for returning empty-handed. The group continued forward, but soon stopped and became alert.
Who's there? Show yourself. I see you.
The leading male disciple stared at the jungle ahead and shouted warily. The others also took out their weapons, gathering their spiritual energy, ready to attack at any moment. At this moment, a young man emerged from the jungle, looking calm and without any tension, and walked straight toward the 5 disciples.
Who are you?
The leading male disciple shouted a question. Yi Chen ignored him and continued walking forward.
A disciple of the Hahuan sect? You're asking for it.
Seeing that the other party was ignoring him and getting closer, the leading male disciple immediately made his move.
10,000 demons palm. He raised his hand and struck Yi Chen with a palm strike, unleashing a surge of demonic energy. Bang!
A spiritual energy barrier appeared around Yi Chen, effortlessly blocking the opponent's seemingly powerful palm strike.
You? The male disciple looked bewildered, seemingly not expecting his opponent to be so strong.
Before he could react, Yi Chen grabbed his neck with one hand.
Senior brother. Let go of my senior brother. Attack together.
Seeing this, the disciples nearby immediately joined forces to attack Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen merely glanced at them and slapped out with his other hand.
Bang! Put! Put!
The 4 disciples coughed up blood on the spot, flew backward, and died the next moment. They were all only at the foundation establishment stage, and Yi Chen killed them with a casual move.
Chapter 48. Oh no, we've been tricked.
Hiss. Upon seeing this, the male disciple whose neck was being choked by Yi Chen turned pale with fright and almost wet himself. Senior, please spare my life. He hurriedly begged for mercy, his previous arrogance completely gone. He initially thought Yi Chen was just an ordinary disciple because of his youth, but who knew that he would kill his junior brothers and sisters in an instant? He felt that someone so young yet already possessing the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage must be an elder of the Joyful Union sect.
He was terrified at that moment. Are you a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect?
Yi Chen turned to look at him and asked expressionlessly. The sect attire worn by the other party clearly indicated that they were not a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Based on the opposing forces to the Hahuan sect and the moves the other party had just made, he had a guess in his mind.
Yes. We are all disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect.
The male disciple nodded in agreement. His life was now in Yi Chen's hands, so he dared not lie.
What is your purpose in coming here? Yi Chen continued to ask.
The male disciple hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly. Elder Wang sent us to scout ahead, to find weaknesses in the Hahuan sect's protective formation, and to find a way to sneak into the sect and disrupt the formation. Several months ago, the Hahuan sect activated its protective array without warning, quickly attracting the attention of various forces, all eager to know what crisis the Hahuan sect had encountered and to seize the opportunity to gain a share.
Yi Chen frowned, sensing something was wrong. The Hahuan sect was being targeted.
Before the Xian Tian Holy Land could retaliate, it was coveted by other hostile forces. After all, no sect would activate its protective formation without a reason, and the amount of spirit stones consumed every day is countless. This would only be done when the sect faces a major crisis, such as the death of the sect leader or a supreme elder.
Where is Elder Wang?
Yi Chen looked at him and asked. The male disciple glanced at the distant woods and said with a fearful expression.
In the woods behind. What is his cultivation level? Refining the void period. How many people came? 300.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with a strange expression.
300 people dare to launch a full-scale attack on the Hahuan sect?
You're seriously underestimating the Joyful Union sect. Even if they didn't know that Lu Ruyan had broken through to the Void Refinement stage, they should at least know that the Hahuan sect had several Void Refinement stage elders in charge, right? They only sent an elder in the Void Refinement stage to lead the team. Do they really think all the supreme elders of the Joyful Union sect are dead? Besides, even if all 300 disciples were elites of the sect, it would be impossible for them to destroy the Hahuan sect, which has thousands of disciples.
No, it's not. Senior, you've misunderstood.
We do not intend to launch a direct attack on the Hahuan sect. Elder Wang personally led the team here this time only to investigate information and to destroy the protective formation of the Hahuan sect. The forces from the Thousand Feathers sect and the Spirit Waters sect haven't all arrived yet.
We'll launch a full-scale attack on the Joyful Union sect once they arrive.
The male disciple quickly explained.
At this point, there was no concealment whatsoever. He revealed the Heavenly Demon sect's entire plan in detail. What? The Heavenly Demon sect, the Thousand Feather sect, and the Spirit Water sect have joined forces to deal with the Joyful Union sect? Yi Chen asked in surprise.
He originally thought he had just encountered a spy from the Heavenly Demon sect, but who knew he would discover the secret that 3 major forces were preparing to besiege the Joyful Union sect.
If this plan is true, the Hahuan sect will be in danger. The Hahuan sect was already evenly matched with its arch-rival, the Tianma sect.
Now that they have 2 more powerful figures from other sects joining the fray, the Hahuan sect is even less of a match for them. Even with the addition of Lu Ruyan, who has entered the Void Refinement stage, it would still be difficult to withstand the combined efforts of the 3 major sects to turn the tide.
If the Hahuan sect is destroyed, won't he die along with it? No.
We must find a way to save the Hahuan sect.
He hadn't slept enough with his female disciples yet. Wouldn't it be a shame if they all died? Lu Ruyan is practically his woman. He can't just stand by and watch something happen to her, can he? Yi Chen's face darkened, and he immediately had an idea.
He looked at the male disciple in front of him and said in a deep voice,
"Where exactly are your Heavenly Demon sect's forces located?"
The woods behind him were too vast for him to make a precise shot.
"There's a big tree in the woods on that small hill over there. Elder Wang and the other disciples are over there."
The male disciple pointed earnestly to a small, protruding hill in the distance and said. To save his own life, he had no choice but to betray his teammates.
Yi Chen looked in the direction he pointed. The location was quite far, but for a powerful person who could fly, it would be reached in a short time.
"Very good, I hope you are telling the truth."
Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Snap. The next second, with a slight increase in force, he crushed the male disciple's neck.
He stared wide-eyed at Yi Chen, unwilling to accept his fate, but he was still killed.
Thump. Yi Chen tossed the corpse aside, then took out a flying sword and a thunderclap talisman.
He channeled his spiritual energy into his flying sword, and then shot it towards the nearby Hahuan sect. The flying sword was extremely fast. Just as it was about to enter the sect's territory, a layer of golden light patterns suddenly appeared in the air, and the sect's protective formation appeared, blocking the flying sword.
Bang!
In an instant, the flying sword, like a moth drawn to a flame, shattered on the spot. At the same time, powerful figures from the Hahuan sect immediately took to the air.
"Who dares to offend my Hahuan sect?"
The second elder hovered in the void, his face filled with anger. Today, he was in charge of overseeing the sect's protective formation when he was attacked, which immediately filled him with rage. In the woods, Yi Chen saw that the sect elder had been blasted out, and without saying a word, he threw the thunderclap talisman toward a small hill in the distance. With the aid of spiritual power, the thunderclap talisman flew at an extremely fast speed.
Under a big tree.
Disciples dressed in the robes of the Heavenly Demon sect were resting in the forest, with a white-bearded elder at the head meditating. Hearing a faint noise, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Hahuan sect. A hint of surprise flashed across his face.
Has someone attacked the Hahuan sect's protective formation? Could it be those disciples we just sent out? As he was wondering, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Danger!
The white-bearded elder's expression changed slightly. He wanted to make a move but hesitated, worried about revealing his location. In the blink of an eye, the thunderclap talisman had turned into a wisp of green smoke.
The next second, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky. Boom!
Hateful! He quickly stepped in to defend himself.
Bang! Put! Put!
Although he reduced most of the lightning's power, many disciples around him were still struck and killed on the spot.
The white-bearded old man's face immediately darkened. He sensed something was wrong. Someone is plotting against them.
At the same time, the second elder of the Hahuan sect, who was scouting for the enemy in the distance, was also attracted by the thunder and immediately discovered the group's whereabouts.
Tianma sect.
So it was you guys.
Court death. Without hesitation, the second elder charged towards that small hill.
At the same time, he also transmitted his voice to the other elders within the sect.
In an instant, several supreme elders of the Hahuan sect all took to the air. Chapter 49: A disheveled void refinement stage.
What seems like a long distance is nothing more than a short distance to a void refinement stage expert. After realizing his location had been exposed, the white-bearded old man panicked. Looking at the rapidly approaching second elder of the Hahuan sect, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He disregarded the heavenly demon sect disciples around him and immediately set off to escape. He had barely taken to the air when the second elder was already in front of him.
You old bastard, where do you think you're going? Take this. The second elder roared angrily and swung his long sword down fiercely. Boom.
The white-bearded old man hastily accepted the challenge, but was struck down by a single blow and crashed into the woods below, raising a cloud of dust.
Elder Wang.
Upon seeing this, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were all greatly alarmed. No one expected to be discovered by the Hahuan sect.
The oppressive aura released by the void refinement stage expert made them tremble and instantly lose the ability to resist.
The white-bearded old man crawled out of the pit in a disheveled state. With a wave of his hand, a celestial-grade longsword appeared. Before he could even get angry, the second elder appeared in front of him.
A flash of light. Another fierce attack. Boom.
The white-bearded old man hurriedly brandished his sword, its light flashing brilliantly.
The next second he was knocked away again.
Rows of trees in the woods were snapped in half, billowing with dust.
Put.
The white-bearded old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and anger as he looked at the second elder. He didn't even have time to speak before he was slashed away twice in succession.
A surge of anger welled up inside me. This is outrageous.
He swung his spirit sword and slashed fiercely towards the second elder.
Sunset sword technique. A loud shout.
In an instant, countless sword lights appeared, shining brightly like the afterglow of the setting sun.
Thousands of flying swords shot out.
You dare to show off your meager skills before an expert. The second elder snorted coldly and suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a sword aura that reached a height of 10 feet. The blade energy clashed with the flying sword.
Boom.
With a deafening roar, both the blade energy and the sword energy shattered into pieces.
Waves of spiritual energy spread out in all directions.
Before the disciples of the heavenly demon sect in the forest could react, they were blasted away on the spot, spitting out blood.
With their cultivation levels, they couldn't even withstand the residual power of a major battle.
Hateful. The white-bearded old man's expression changed drastically. He realized that the second elder's strength was no less than his own, and he immediately had the idea of running away. This is, after all, the territory of the Hahuan sect, and he's the only elder leading the team.
If they continue fighting, they'll definitely suffer losses. He didn't want to die here.
The white-bearded old man suddenly fainted with his spear, and in the instant he swung his sword, he leaped into the air, intending to escape.
You old bastard, where do you think you're going? Since you're here, why not stay?
The first elder arrived first, looking at the white-bearded old man with a cold smile.
A black palm print descended from the void. No!
The white-bearded old man's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly swung his sword to defend himself.
Boom! Put!
The sword light shattered.
A black palm print slammed into the white-bearded old man, knocking him to the ground.
The person opened their mouth in mid-air and spat out a mouthful of blood, their breath becoming weak and feeble. As he fell into the woods, he was finished off by the second elder.
You old bastard, prepare to die. You dare to launch a sneak attack on my Hahuan sect? I'll send you to the Western Paradise.
The second elder roared angrily, and his long sword slashed down again.
Don't!
The white-bearded old man panicked and tried to beg for mercy, but the blade was already upon him.
Boom! He was knocked away again. Like a tattered cotton-padded coat, its shape was disheveled and pitiful.
A powerful cultivator at the void refinement stage was now being beaten so badly that he had no chance to fight back. When he fell to the ground again, he was too weak to get up. The injuries inside his body were constantly eroding his life force, and his breath was gradually dissipating. At this moment, he truly resembled an old man on his deathbed, awaiting death. Several senior elders of the Hahuan sect came out and stood in front of the white-bearded old man, looking down at him with cold eyes.
Tell me, what brings you to our Joyful Union sect? Does your heavenly demon sect have some ulterior motive? If you don't talk, I'll make you wish you were dead. The hot-tempered second elder demanded an explanation in a stern voice. An elder from the heavenly demon sect wouldn't come near the Joyful Union sect for no reason. There must be some conspiracy involved. At the same time, I am also very curious about how he, an elder in the void refinement stage, led hundreds of disciples and had the courage to launch a sneak attack on the Joyful Union sect. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded old man raised his head, glared angrily at the second elder in front of him, and gritted his teeth. If you kill me, the heavenly demon sect will not let you off. At that time, your Hahuan sect will be doomed. Leave no one alive in the entire sect. Upon hearing this, the faces of the several elders darkened. You dare threaten us? Overestimating yourself. The second elder slashed his blade hard at the white-bearded old man's leg. Put. Half a leg was severed in an instant. Ah! The white-bearded old man lying on the ground screamed in agony, his face paling, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The way they looked at the second elder changed. Would you cut off his leg if you disagreed with him? Did you just ignore his threats? You bastard. Kill me if you dare. It won't be long before the heavenly demon sect kills you all to avenge me. The white-bearded old man said angrily. He knew he couldn't escape, and at that moment all he wanted was to die. He didn't want to be tortured any longer. The elder's face darkened, sensing a hidden meaning in the words, and he narrowed his eyes. What conspiracy does your heavenly demon sect have? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick and painless answer. Hearing what the elder said, the white-bearded old man still refused to budge and said with a cold laugh. Old man Shangguan, are you scared? Ha 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 ha. Your entire Joyful Union sect is doomed. He laughed wildly. The elder stared at him expressionlessly, his face growing increasingly grim. He gave the second elder a look. The next second, a flash of light appeared. His only remaining leg was also severed and sent flying. Ah! The smile vanished from the white-bearded old man's face, leaving only a pained, ferocious expression. He lost both legs and was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Explain. The first elder spoke coldly. Whitebeard looked at him weakly, his eyes filled with fear. You demon! May they die a horrible death. The elder gradually lost patience. Second brother. Seeing that the second elder was about to swing his sword again, the white-bearded old man was terrified. He didn't want to suffer the pain of losing both hands, so he hurriedly spoke up. I'll talk. I'll tell you. Don't do it. Just one step away, the long sword was about to fall. The white-bearded old man nearly fainted from fright seeing the blade so close at hand. He was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 50, Wang Yuxuan, the Sex Prodigy. A moment later. You mean? Your heavenly demon sect has joined forces with the Thousand Feathers sect and the Spirit Water sect, intending to divide up my Joyful Union sect? Is this really true? The elder stared at the white-bearded old man in front of him with a look of horror on his face, somewhat incredulous, and a sense of panic rose in his heart. Both the Thousand Feathers sect and the Spirit Water sect are powerful sects in the southern wilderness. Although they are slightly weaker, they still have several experts at the void refinement stage. If the three major sects were to join forces against the Joyful Union sect, they would be utterly unable to withstand it. The expressions of the several elders present also changed, and they were no longer calm. This is undoubtedly a catastrophe for the Hahuan sect. Why would I need to lie to you? It won't be long before the three major sects crush your Hahuan sect. At that time, from the sect leader down to the disciples, everyone will become a plaything of our heavenly demon sect. Ha 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 ha. The white-bearded old man laughed triumphantly, feeling extremely happy, as if he had forgotten the pain. He felt particularly pleased to see the tense expressions on the faces of the senior elders. Seeing this, the second elder's face darkened, and he suddenly brought his sword down. The blade flashed. Put. An arm was severed and sent flying. Ah! The white-bearded old man's pupils widened, and he screamed in agony, his face turning deathly pale. He was in so much pain he almost passed out. Kill me. Kill me now. I've said everything I needed to say, please stop torturing me. The white-bearded old man pleaded. At this moment, he fell into the hands of the powerful members of the Hahuan sect. He knew that he was doomed and could not leave alive. He only hoped to die quickly and not suffer torture. If his cultivation hadn't been forcibly suppressed by several elders, he would have even considered self-destructing to take everyone down with him. The first elder glanced at him but said nothing, only giving the second elder a look. The next second, the long sword fell. Put! The white-bearded old man's head flew off, and he instantly died. The primordial spirit that emerged from the body was also obliterated by the rampant sword energy. The second elder reached out and grabbed the storage ring from the white-bearded old man. The storage ring of a void refinement stage expert contains quite a few good things. Let's go back and find the sect leader. This matter concerns the very survival of the Hahuan sect. It cannot be delayed. The first elder said with a solemn expression. The elders present nodded in agreement, their expressions showing a hint of tension. The group soared into the air and disappeared, ignoring the injured heavenly demon sect disciples in the forest. These ants are not worth their time naturally, disciples of the Hahuan sect will come to capture them. The sect's protective formation was attacked, prompting the grand elders to act collectively, and at the same time, the sect's elite disciples all rushed out. At this moment, the disciples of the Hahuan sect had surrounded the entire mountain forest, capturing disciples of the Tianma sect everywhere. Small-scale battles were taking place all around, but the Tianma sect disciples were quickly brought under control. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect were not weak, these were all elites of the sect. However, they had been caught in the aftershocks of the battle between the void refinement stage experts and had all suffered serious injuries. It was already a miracle they were still alive. They were completely powerless to fight back at this moment. In a forest, several female disciples of the heavenly demon sect were fleeing, with disciples of the joyful union sect in pursuit. Senior sisters, you go first. I'll stay and buy myself some time. Let's see who can leave first. A female disciple stopped in her tracks, resolutely turned around, and charged towards the Hahuan sect disciples. Junior sister Zhou. The pretty woman at the head of the group said worriedly, trying to pull the other person along, but was dragged away by the female disciple who was with her. Senior sister Wang, let's go quickly. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. Don't let junior sister Zhou's sacrifice be in vain. Upon hearing this, the pretty young woman knew she was in a bad situation and quickened her pace without thinking too much. They had only run a few steps when more disciples of the Hahuan sect surrounded them. Senior sister Wang, you must leave quickly. Let's hold them off for a while. The remaining female disciples all chose to stay behind to buy time without hesitation. Even if it means sacrificing himself, he will protect the beautiful woman and help her escape. Let's all go together. Wang Yuxuan said urgently. Watching her junior sisters rush towards the Hahuan sect disciples without looking back, she felt a pang of reluctance. She gritted her teeth in resignation, turned around, and continued running away. If she is also captured by the disciples of the Hahuan sect, then all those female disciples will have sacrificed themselves in vain. Wang Yuxuan used all her strength to dart through the woods. The noise around me gradually subsided, and it seemed that the pursuers from the Hahuan sect were getting further and further away. She dared not relax in the slightest, as they were still on the territory of the Hahuan sect and had not yet escaped danger. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the road ahead, blocking the way. So many disciples were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect you. It seems you hold a high position in the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's heart sank, her expression changed slightly, and she quickly stopped in her tracks. She kept a distance, warily observing the young man before her, and breathed slightly heavily. You're also a disciple of the Hahuan sect? The young man was not wearing the attire of a disciple of the Hahuan sect, so Wang Yuxuan could not immediately identify him. They looked unfamiliar, not familiar, and since they were on the territory of the Hahuan sect, the first thing that came to mind was that they were enemies. The person who arrived was none other than Yi Chen. After his actions alarmed several elders of the Hahuan sect and he used a thunderclap talisman to reveal the location of the heavenly demon sect team, he watched the battle from the forest. Seeing that the void refinement stage elder of the heavenly demon sect had been defeated, Yi Chen prepared to leave to avoid being discovered by the disciples of the joyful union sect. After all, he was a clone that had sneaked out at this moment. Halfway there, he encountered Wang Yuxuan, who was also fleeing, and witnessed many heavenly demon sect disciples covering her escape. This led him to speculate. The other party is definitely not as simple as my senior sister. She must have a high status in the heavenly demon sect to have so many disciples protecting her. If she isn't exceptionally capable, then she must have an extraordinary background. Such a person must not be allowed to escape easily.
If they could capture her, it would give the Joyful Union sect another way to blackmail the Heavenly Demon sect.
You can't escape, don't run.
Yi Chen looked at her and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's heart sank, realizing that Yi Chen before her was an enemy, not a friend, and her expression turned extremely ugly.
How will you know if you don't try? She has no intention of surrendering.
As one of the most outstanding young members of the Heavenly Demon sect, Wang Yuxuan possesses the cultivation level of the early Golden Core stage, far surpassing her peers in strength. She saw that Yi Chen was about the same age as her. Although she couldn't see through Yi Chen's cultivation level, she guessed that it wouldn't be too powerful.
Perhaps he was just a Foundation Establishment disciple.
It is common knowledge that the Hahuan sect is facing a shortage of young talent, with only a few disciples at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages.
This gave Wang Yuxuan the courage to fight back. There's only one person there maybe she can break through. Chapter 51. No, is this guy crazy?
As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yuxuan gripped her longsword tightly and leaped towards Yi Chen.
Add your water sword technique. A delicate shout.
Countless water-like sword energies instantly condensed in mid-air and shot towards Yi Chen.
Fancy and over the top. Yi Chen glanced at it and said disdainfully.
He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. A seemingly effortless palm strike instantly shattered the water-like sword energy in mid-air.
Bang! Wang Yuxuan was also sent flying by a single palm strike. Clang!
The long sword in his hand fell to the ground.
Wang Yuxuan's expression changed slightly, and her breathing became erratic.
The way she looked at Yi Chen changed instantly.
Nascent Soul Stage. How is this possible? You clearly only have a yellow-grade spiritual root. How could you have cultivated to the Nascent Soul realm at such a young age? Wang Yuxuan looked on incredulously and couldn't help but exclaim.
She originally thought she was one of the best among the younger generation, but she never expected that someone was even more capable than her.
What's wrong with Huangpin's spiritual root? Who says a person with a yellow-grade spiritual root can't cultivate to the Nascent Soul stage? Like a frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted.
Yi Chen stared coldly at her, and muttered a few sarcastic remarks.
Wang Yuxuan? Wang Yuxuan was stunned when she heard Yi Chen say that. Has she, a prodigy of a sect, become a frog in a well?
That's incredibly disrespectful.
Hateful. Who exactly are you?
Wang Yuxuan glared at Yi Chen with fiery eyes and asked, her anger simmering inside.
Just then, footsteps sounded from the woods not far away.
Yi Chen glanced at the injured Wang Yuxuan, but did not answer her question. Instead, he turned and left quickly.
Don't go.
Wang Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, and frowned in confusion as she watched Yi Chen's departing figure.
Isn't he a disciple of the Joyful Union sect? No, he's not from the Hahuan sect. Why did he hit me? Wang Yuxuan was a little confused. She looked up in the direction Yi Chen had left, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Just as she was about to get up and run away, several disciples of the Hahuan sect surrounded her and captured her. Don't run. Come with us.
With a sword held to her neck, Wang Yuxuan had no choice but to give up resisting and obediently follow the Hahuan sect disciples away. He secretly memorized Yi Chen's appearance, determined to take revenge on him.
That despicable guy.
Yi Chen had already run quite far at his speed. The disciples of the Hahuan sect couldn't catch up at all, and couldn't even find his trail. At this moment, this clone was entirely controlled by Yi Chen's will, making him head straight for the Xin Tian Holy Land.
Hahuan sect. A small courtyard. In the room.
Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of worry appearing between his brows. Although the elite squad of the Heavenly Demon sect hiding in the nearby mountains was wiped out, the enemy also lost a Void Refinement Stage Elder. However, the crisis facing the Hahuan sect is far from over.
The three major sects joining forces to deal with the Hahuan sect is something the Hahuan sect cannot currently withstand.
Now that the Heavenly Demon sect has lost a Void Refinement Stage Elder, they might not restrain themselves. Instead, they might retaliate even more fiercely against the Joyful Union sect.
The enemy's offensive against the Hahuan sect may be brought forward as a result. He needs to make plans as soon as possible.
Once the Hahuan sect is wiped out, he'll definitely have to find a way to escape. However, before that, Yi Chen naturally hoped that the Hahuan sect could hold its ground, so that he could continue to receive their protection. After all, not every sect leader is a great beauty, and not every sect leader will allow their disciples to flirt with them successfully. If there was anything about the Joyful Union sect that Yi Chen cherished and cared about, Lu Ruyan would definitely be one of them. Why do my ears feel a little hot? Yi Chen snapped out of his daze and muttered something in confusion.
Is someone missing him? Before I could think any further, a wave of exhaustion washed over me.
Perhaps because he had been controlling his clone with his mind for so long, Yi Chen felt extremely tired and immediately lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep.
As dusk fell,
when Yi Chen woke up after a good night's sleep, the room was completely dark.
What time is it? Yi Chen was startled and quickly got out of bed.
I slept for half a day already.
It seems I really overworked myself last night and completely exhausted myself.
However, Yi Chen felt invigorated at this moment, as if he could do it again.
Yeah. Yi Chen opened the door and walked out. Senior brother, you're awake.
In the courtyard, Lin Qingxue turned to look at him and called out with a smile. Lu Mengyao and the others were sitting in the courtyard at this time. When they saw that Yi Chen had woken up, they all got up and went over to him.
Senior brother must be hungry, right? The food is ready.
Senior brother, have something to eat first.
Sister Su has also made some nourishing soup.
The four women approached Yi Chen with smiles and pulled him towards a room not far away.
A fragrant aroma wafted over.
Yi Chen felt refreshed and his mind immediately became active again. His stomach was also rumbling with hunger, and with the four women serving him, he immediately began to feast. At that moment, a disciple entered from outside the courtyard.
Senior brother Yi. The sect leader requests your presence.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing across his face.
Metropolitan? Why would I go there at this time?
As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with ambiguous glances from Lin Qingxue and the others.
Senior brother hasn't gone to see the sect master today, she must want to see him too.
Lu Mengyao looked at Yi Chen with a playful expression and teased him. Lin Qingxue, Su Nianwan, and Zhao Linger were all shy, and they just stared at Yi Chen with a dazed smile, seemingly guessing what was going on.
It was dark when they went to find Yi Chen. What could be the reason for a woman and a man being alone in a room together?
They weren't stupid, they all had their own guesses. Although Zhao Linger had just arrived, she chatted with Lin Qingxue and the others all day, and after getting to know them, she also learned about the unknown relationship between Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan. We're all good friends, so we didn't hide it from her. Meeting the ambiguous gazes cast at him by the four women, Yi Chen waved his hand, both amused and exasperated.
It's not what you think. He tried to explain.
At this moment, he recalled the conflict that had occurred outside the sect earlier and immediately guessed that Lu Ruyan might have summoned him because of the Heavenly Demon sect. Although Yi Chen is only a disciple, his influence is considerable. He can be considered the future of the Hahuan sect. He was entitled to know about such a matter of life and death concerning the sect.
Senior brother, you don't need to say anything, we all understand.
Lin Qingxue said, blushing. Senior brother, take care of yourself, come back soon.
Su Nianwan said with a shy expression.
Senior brother, you should go quickly, don't keep the sect leader waiting. Zhao Linger also reminded her, her face flushed. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and the look in his eyes when he looked up at them changed.
It was one thing for Lin Qingxue and the others to tease him, but now even Zhao Linger is flirting with him? Alright, you just wait for me. Just wait until I get back, I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Chen said fiercely.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue and the others blushed instantly and lowered their heads shyly.
Chapter 52. What do you take me for? In a grand hall. Lu Ruyan was dressed in a formal suit, which was rare for her.
She looked dignified and solemn, full of the majesty of a sect leader.
It was pitch black outside.
The candlelight inside the hall flickered gently, illuminating the entire space. A cold wind blew by, and the light flickered. The next moment, a figure walked straight into the hall and closed the door behind him. Seeing that only he and Lu Ruyan were left in the main hall, Yi Chen felt as if he were back home and headed straight for the side hall. Lu Ruyan paused for 2 seconds, then asked with a puzzled expression.
Where are you going?
Yi Chen stopped and glanced back at Lu Ruyan, then loosened his belt and said.
Hurry up. Time is tight and the task is heavy. I need to get home early tonight. Lu Ruyan? What's so fast?
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. The moment she realized what was happening, the way she looked at Yi Chen changed.
Stop it right now. I came to talk to you about something, not to sleep with you.
Lu Ruyan said through gritted teeth, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Her cheeks turned bright red with anger.
Is this kid used to it? You come here for dual cultivation? What do you think you are? Oh. Yi Chen nodded hesitantly. Can't we talk about this in bed? You little brat.
Lu Ruyan stared at him with eyes that seemed to devour him, a blush creeping across her cheeks.
You come here right now. Otherwise.
Yi Chen noticed that Lu Ruyan's mood was off, so he obediently walked over.
Sect Master, is there something important you need to discuss with me?
He asked with a serious expression. Although Yi Chen already guessed what it was about, he still pretended to be clueless. After all, it was his clone who left the sect. He was staying in the courtyard and didn't come out, so he definitely didn't know what was happening outside. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen, who had come to her, a trace of worry flashing between her brows, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke.
Yi Chen, the sect is in trouble this time. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen feigned surprise and asked, Sect Master, what has happened? Lu Ruyan did not hide anything and immediately explained.
The three major sects, Heavenly Demon Sect, Thousand Feather Sect, and Spirit Water Sect, are planning to join forces to besiege the Joyful Union Sect. If it were a one-on-one battle, my Hahuan Sect would not fear either of them.
But if those three major sects join forces, the Joyful Union Sect might not be able to withstand them.
She had already received the news from several elders that afternoon, and after discussing it for a long time, the only solution she could find was to confront them head-on. Lu Ruyan was deeply worried about this and wanted to protect the Hahuan Sect, so she sought out Yi Chen to discuss a solution. Yi Chen suddenly realized, looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him, and said with a serious expression. As long as the sect and the sect leader need me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. His tone was very firm.
However, if the sect really can't hold out, Yi Chen will definitely run away. We can't just wait to die in the sect, can we? He hasn't lived enough yet. Lu Ruyan's expression brightened, and a smile appeared on her face as she spoke.
The sect does need your help, but there's no need for you to go through fire and water.
Yi Chen's heart tightened, and when he met Lu Ruyan's smiling gaze, he immediately realized something was wrong. This woman is definitely up to no good. Sect Master, just say what's on your mind.
There's no need to hide our relationship.
Is there anything else I don't know?
They've always been completely open and honest with each other, and can say whatever they want. Upon hearing this, a blush flashed across Lu Ruyan's pretty face. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Chen and scold him playfully.
How dare you speak to me like that? I'm the sect leader, after all. This kid really doesn't give her any face at all.
Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, who had an arrogant expression on her face, and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Alright, you're the sect leader, you're the boss, okay?
He thought to himself, looking at the entire sect, Lu Ruyan is indeed the most powerful.
That's more like it. Lu Ruyan nodded in satisfaction, then stopped smiling and looked at Yi Chen seriously, sizing him up and down before speaking solemnly.
In order to counter the three major forces, I discussed with the Grand Elder and we decided to select 100 female disciples with high talent from the inner disciples and entrust them to you for training. I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of me and the Grand Elder, and do your best to cultivate all 100 disciples to the Golden Core realm within a month.
Yi Chen?
Yi Chen was visibly taken aback, looking blankly at Lu Ruyan in front of him, and pointed to himself uncertainly.
Sect Master, you're not joking, are you? I'll train the disciples? I'm still a disciple.
He's not a powerful cultivator in the void refinement stage, nor does he have any experience in teaching disciples.
Asking him to train disciples is giving him far too much credit.
Moreover, to cultivate 100 foundation establishment stage disciples to the Golden Core stage within a month requires an exceptionally high level of comprehension.
This is simply an impossible task. At this moment, he even suspected that Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder were desperate in grasping at straws, that they would be so insane as to send an inexperienced disciple like him to train elite disciples. Aren't you afraid he'll ruin everyone's lives? Lu Ruyan nodded to Yi Chen and said meaningfully. Of course I'm not joking. Only you can do this. You need to have confidence in yourself.
Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, Yi Chen was taken aback, as if he had thought of something, and his expression changed drastically.
You wouldn't be thinking of. Let me cultivate with those 100 female disciples?
He couldn't think of any other way besides this method. Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder Council chose him to train female disciples, which must be because they valued his talent for dual cultivation.
That's right. Lu Ruyan nodded with a smile.
For the sake of the sect, you should work harder and give it your all. Feel free to make any requests, and the sect will try its best to fulfill them. Don't worry, the sect will take care of nourishing your body every day.
Yi Chen? What? What do you take me for? A mule? Yi Chen panicked. His worst fears came true. Although he also wanted to become stronger, he believed in a gradual approach and taking the initiative, rather than being imprisoned and subjected to frantic energy draining. Such unrestrained cultivation can easily deplete the body, or even leave one completely exhausted. Although he has only arranged 100 female disciples now, what will he do if he arranges 300, 500, or even 1,000 in the future? Chapter 53. I can also make a sacrifice. Lu Ruyan seemed surprised by Yi Chen's strong reaction. She glanced at Yi Chen with a strange expression and her beautiful eyes darted around. Don't try to act innocent after getting the benefit. The female disciples selected this time are not only talented, but also have stunningly beautiful looks and alluring figures. She paused, seemingly sensing Yi Chen's thoughts, and explained gently. This matter concerns the very survival of our sect. The Grand Elder and I have no other choice but to do this. I guarantee that I will never force you to do these things again. With a determined look in her eyes, Lu Ruyan made a promise to Yi Chen. Hearing Lu Ruyan say this, Yi Chen's expression softened considerably. Knowing that improving his disciples' strength was urgent, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Since the sect leader says so, then I will help. However, I cannot guarantee that I can raise all 100 disciples to the Golden Core stage within a month. It all depends on each of their individual talents. A month is already a tight time frame, especially with so many female disciples. Even if Yi Chen worked 3 shifts a day, each female disciple would only have one chance to cultivate together. This is also a huge challenge for Yi Chen. A smile appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. She seemed to have a lot of confidence in Yi Chen. Rest assured, I have faith in your abilities. Could it be that you're afraid you can't handle it? Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with amusement, raising an eyebrow. It's more like she's deliberately teasing him. Yi Chen? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately became displeased. Who can't be blamed? That's incredibly disrespectful. Of course I can. Yi Chen said confidently. So what if there are 100 female disciples? Who's afraid of who? At worst, I'll fight them to the death. Giggle giggle giggle. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her smile as beautiful as a flower, exuding charm and allure. Yi Chen looked up at her, his eyes widening in surprise, a surge of passion welling up in his heart. The thought that if the Hahuan sect were to fall to the 3 major powers, a peerless sect leader like Lu Ruyan would inevitably suffer a tragic fate, possibly even becoming a plaything of the powerful. He felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. The Hahuan sect must hold on. Sect Master, improving the disciples' strength is certainly one way, but it's far from enough to contend with the 3 major powers. Yi Chen spoke up. Lu Ruyan paused, her gaze falling on him. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. So, do you have any good ideas? Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, Yi Chen said earnestly. The biggest gap between sects and the 3 major powers lies in the lack of top-tier combat power. Our sect has too few experts at the void refinement stage, making it impossible for us to contend with the combined strength of the 3 major powers. This disciple believes we should seize the time to improve the sect's top experts. In the battles between sects, the winner is often not the sect with the most disciples, but the sect's top experts. In this kind of battle, having a few more void refinement stage experts can determine the outcome. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, a trace of worry flashing between her brows, and sighed helplessly. How could I not want that? However, there are relatively few disciples and elders in the Golden Core and Nascent Soul realms within the sect, and even fewer in the Deity Transformation realm. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to break through. It won't be so easy to gain another expert at the void refinement stage. Besides, even if there were one more expert at the void refinement stage, it wouldn't change the situation at this point. Lu Ruyan was originally at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage and had been stuck at that level for many years, unable to break through, until she met Yi Chen, which finally allowed her to take that step. Having experienced it firsthand, she knew how difficult it was to break through from the Nascent Soul stage to the void refinement stage, and she wouldn't even dare to entertain such a thought. Moreover, the 3 major forces, working together, have several more void refinement stage experts than the Joyful Union sect, a gap that cannot be bridged by just 1 or 2 people. Yi Chen seemed to have expected this and was not surprised. He looked at Lu Ruyan with an ambiguous gaze and said with a serious expression. What this disciple means is not to elevate Nascent Soul stage experts to void refinement stage, but to elevate void refinement stage experts to the body integration stage.
Only by surpassing the void refinement stage and becoming a whole realm stronger than the opponent can one truly turn the tide. The peak of the void refinement stage and the integration stage may seem to be only one small realm apart, but their strengths are worlds apart. A single nascent soul stage expert can rival several peak void refinement stage experts against an early void refinement stage opponent. They could handle more than a dozen.
Fusion period? Lu Ruyan was taken aback and asked in surprise. How is this possible? The fusion period isn't as easy as you think.
She looked up and inadvertently met Yi Chen's ambiguous gaze, then suddenly froze.
You little brat, you wouldn't be thinking of. A blush crept across Lu Ruyan's face.
Sect Master, for the sake of the sect, this disciple is willing to make sacrifices. Yi Chen said in a very serious tone.
It's as if they're making a noble contribution to the sect. Lu Ruyan?
She instantly understood what Yi Chen meant. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, saying coquettishly,
Get out of here. This guy is trying to take advantage of her again. What do you mean by for the sect?
He clearly just wants to sleep with her. Lu Ruyan was perfectly perceptive and saw through Yi Chen's little scheme at a glance. However, she couldn't help but think that if she were to break through to the integration stage first, she could protect the Joyful Union sect. Even if the three major powers join forces, she is confident she can handle them.
That kid's idea is pretty good, but how many times do I need to sleep to break through the fusion stage?
Sect Master, please understand, I truly did it for the sect.
If the sect leader is unwilling, then pretend this disciple never said anything.
This disciple takes his leave. Yi Chen said casually, then turned to leave.
Etc.
Lu Ruyan hurriedly called out to him.
I didn't say I was unwilling.
For the sake of the sect, I am willing to make some sacrifices. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said with a blush on her face. A triumphant smile flashed across Yi Chen's face, but he quickly composed himself, turned around, and looked at Lu Ruyan with a serious expression.
Sect Master, then, let's go in. It's getting late, and time is running out. Lu Ruyan's face flushed even redder. She gave Yi Chen a shy glare and walked blushingly toward the side hall. The two entered the side hall one after the other.
The door closed, and the candlelight inside the hall flickered.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a strengthening pill after consumption. It continuously restores the host's energy, and the effect lasts for 5 hours. Chapter 54. The courtyard has been opened up, and a harem of 3,000 beauties has been formed.
2 hours later.
Unwilling to admit defeat, Yi Chen took out a strengthening pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The pill melted instantly upon entering my mouth, and my exhausted body began to gradually recover. He had obtained a strengthening pill before, and this was the second time he had received one, so he used it without any hesitation. The money comes from the consumer, and he's already made a killing this time. Now, for the sake of the sect's survival, Yi Chen is going all out, and he doesn't mind the hardship.
We must improve Lu Ruyan's cultivation level no matter what.
At the same time, he was also preparing for his own breakdown. After all, besides pills, talismans, and magic weapons, what he gained most was the most direct reward, cultivation level. Although he had only just broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he vaguely sensed signs of another breakthrough.
Yi Chen, what are you doing? Lu Ruyan asked in surprise.
Sect Master, don't worry, I will help you break through as soon as possible.
Yi Chen said confidently. Lu Ruyan?
A blush crept across her face. She sensed something was wrong.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of Qi Nourishing Pill.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap Talisman. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level Sword Spirit Talisman triggered by infusing spiritual power, unleashing a Sword Spirit Strike, a myriad of swords returning to their origin, with power comparable to a full-force strike from the peak of the fusion stage.
The next second, Yi Chen was stunned.
He listened intently to the cold, fleeting prompt in his mind, lost in thought.
Did I hear that right?
He wondered if he was hallucinating because he was too nervous. It wasn't until he sensed the extra high-level Sword Spirit Talisman in his storage ring that he realized he hadn't misheard it was real. Sword Spirit Talisman, a powerful strike comparable to a nascent soul stage expert.
Yi Chen immediately became excited and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. With this sword spirit talisman, what void refinement stage expert could possibly be defeated? He was confident he could kill it instantly with a single blow. This is even more powerful than the immortal slaying talisman he's been longing for. Yi Chen was overjoyed. He never expected to obtain such an offensive talisman. He was incredibly lucky. It has to be Lu Ruyan, the drop rate is just too high. If it were Lin Qingxue or the others, they wouldn't have been able to obtain such a high-level talisman at all. The immortal slaying talisman was already their limit. This undoubtedly strengthened Yi Chen's resolve to protect the Hahuan sect. Protecting the Hahuan sect is tantamount to protecting Lu Ruyan. This way, he can continue to receive high drop rates in the future. Given his current status and strength, it would be almost impossible for him to sleep with a woman possessing a heavenly grade spiritual root if he left the Joyful Union sect. Not only does the Hahuan sect need him, but Yi Chen also needs the Hahuan sect. Now they're in the same boat, their fates tied to the fate of the Hahuan sect, and Yi Chen will fight with all his might. The sky is gradually brightening. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window and fell onto the floor of the hall. The candlelight, which had flickered all night, went out at dawn. Lying on the bed, Yi Chen's eyelids were so tired he could barely keep them open. He had originally planned to leave before nightfall, but in the end, he chose to stay. Returning to the courtyard at this point was futile. As the effects of the strengthening pill gradually wore off, Yi Chen simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. He was so tired. A rustling sound came from my ear. Yi Chen vaguely heard it while he was in a deep sleep, but he didn't pay attention to it and was immersed in his dream and didn't want to wake up. Lu Ruyan got dressed and left, glancing back at the sleeping Yi Chen, and said with a shy and reproachful expression, "You bad guy. Now you know you're tired?" After saying that, she turned and left the side hall. As the sect leader, she has many things to do next. Before the three major forces join forces to attack the Hahuan sect, they must make thorough preparations. The Hahuan sect isn't without allied sects, but it faces three major powers, and even the best relationships must be considered in light of interests. Only with enough incentives can you possibly bring in helpers. Until the afternoon. Yi Chen had just woken up from his sleep, and his body still felt very tired, as if it had been completely drained. He looked around. Lu Ruyan was no longer in the side hall, clearly having left. That little devil. That almost cost me my life. Yi Chen shook his head and muttered something under his breath. Thinking about the tough battle that was to come in the next month, he felt a pain in his lower back. No, I need to go back and make some medicinal soup to nourish myself. He got up, dressed, and hurriedly left the main hall. It was quiet outside, and not a single disciple was in sight. It seemed that they had all been arranged to leave by Lu Ruyan beforehand. Thankfully, no one discovered that he had stayed overnight at Lu Ruyan's place. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left. In the courtyard, Yi Chen kept thinking about how to face Lin Qingxue and the others the whole way. Although none of them were jealous, and they had long known about his relationship with Lu Ruyan. He had promised them he would come back and cherish them before he left yesterday, but he broke his promise. I wonder if they stay up very late before going to sleep. Will they be sad and heartbroken? As he pondered, Yi Chen had already stepped into the courtyard. Qingxue. Yi Chen was just about to call out to Lin Qingxue and the others when he looked up and suddenly froze. At this moment, a large opening appeared in a wall of the courtyard, connecting it to the adjacent courtyard. Many servants and disciples were busy repairing the structures. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. I was only gone for one night, how come my place has changed so much? Why would you open up the neighbor's yard? Senior brother, you're back. Hearing the noise, Lin Qingxue came out of the room. Lu Mengyao, Su Nianwan, Zhao Linger, and the others followed closely behind, coming out of their respective rooms and walking up to Yi Chen. Senior brother, did you have fun last night? Senior brother, are you tired? Would you like to go back to your room and rest for a while? Senior brother, let me make you some nourishing soup. The group all wore smiles, their gazes towards Yi Chen carrying a hint of ambiguity. They all knew that Yi Chen had gone to see Lu Ruyan last night and hadn't returned all night, so he must have slept at Lu Ruyan's place. As for what happened between the two, Lin Qingxue and the others naturally understood. Especially seeing Yi Chen's exhausted appearance, one could easily guess what was going on. Cough cough. Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose, glanced up at the wall that had been cleared in the distance, and quickly changed the subject. What happened? Who broke through the courtyard wall?
Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue explained. Senior brother, this is the sect leader's order. I heard, the sect plans to arrange for 100 female disciples to live in the courtyard next door.
Yi Chen? Chapter 55. The sect master is so considerate. 100 female disciples?
Yi Chen's expression froze, as if he had remembered something, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Is Lu Ruyan planning to set up a little harem for him?
He originally thought that the female disciples would be arranged to cultivate in the courtyard in 3 shifts a day, but he did not expect Lu Ruyan's approach to be simple and crude, directly expanding the courtyard. After the courtyard wall was removed, it was like having another back garden, making it convenient for Yi Chen to go there to cultivate at any time.
Yi Chen fell into thought. Should I take turns in order, or should I choose a card? Senior brother, what's wrong? Seeing that Yi Chen's expression was off, Su Nianwan asked him with concern. And nothing.
Yi Chen snapped out of his daze, looked up at her, and waved his hand.
I just feel that the sect leader is so considerate. Intimate?
Lin Xingxue and the others were taken aback, a hint of suspicion flashing across their faces. They seemed to have guessed something, and their gazes towards Yi Chen instantly changed.
These 100 female disciples, could they all be assigned to my senior brother's women? Lu Mengyao asked tentatively.
Meeting the suspicious gazes of the girls, Yi Chen guiltily touched his nose and explained in a serious tone.
What woman? Don't get any ideas.
Now that the sect is facing a life or death crisis, as a member of the sect, it is my duty to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the sect.
For the sake of the sect, I will do what I can.
He spoke with such righteous indignation, as if he were selflessly sacrificing himself for the sect. Lin Xingxue and the others nodded thoughtfully to indicate that they understood. They all knew about Yi Chen's talent. At this time, the sect arranged for 100 female disciples to come to Yi Chen. The meaning was obvious, to have him take charge of dual cultivation and improve the strength of the sect's disciples.
Is what senior brother meant by doing what he can, cultivating with those female disciples?
Zhao Linger blinked her bright eyes and looked at Yi Chen with an innocent expression, asking a question. After their wedding night, her cultivation level improved significantly. After talking with Lin Xingxue and others, she naturally learned about Yi Chen's dual cultivation talent.
Yi Chen?
His face flushed red, he coughed twice, and looking at the innocent-looking Zhao Linger, he couldn't come up with a lie for a moment.
The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. It's a bit embarrassing to say it so bluntly. It's like he's some kind of pervert. Put. Seeing Yi Chen's humiliation, Lin Xingxue and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Seeing this, Yi Chen glared at them sternly. Fine, fine, you dare to laugh at your brother? Watch how I teach you a lesson. You escaped last night, but don't even think about escaping today.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue and the others blushed and waved their hands shyly.
Senior brother, I can't do it. My health isn't what it used to be. Let Linger keep your senior brother company. I'm still simmering soup in the kitchen.
The 3 women quickly declined, made excuses, and fled with flushed faces. Their bellies grew bigger every day, and they were all worried about the impact on the fetus, so they dared not be as reckless as before. Zhao Linger stood there, stunned, watching Lin Xingxue and the others flee in disarray.
She hadn't even reacted yet. Sister Lin, Sister Su, Sister Lu, why did they all leave? Senior brother, me too. Just as Zhao Linger was about to make an excuse to slip away, Yi Chen grabbed her. Where do you want to go? You're not even pregnant yet, why are you running away? I gave you a whole day to rest yesterday. Weren't you quite curious about my sacrifice? Let me teach you properly later. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Linger in front of him with a playful expression and said. Taking her little hand, I led her to the room next door. Senior brother. You haven't eaten yet.
Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed instantly, and she followed Yi Chen into the room with hesitant steps, feigning reluctance.
In the kitchen.
Upon hearing the loud slam of the door, Lin Xingxue and the others involuntarily turned their gazes to the earthenware pot on the stove.
Looks like I'll have to add some serious ingredients. Su Nianwan murmured to herself.
The sect leader has arranged for another 100 female disciples to come. I wonder if senior brother's health can handle it. Lin Xingxue muttered with a worried expression. I've heard that this time the Heavenly Demon sect has joined forces with the Thousand Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect to attack our Joyful Union sect. With the 3 major sects joining forces, our sect is truly in danger this time. For the sect to survive, please bear with the hardship, senior brother. Lu Mengyao explained with a solemn expression. The news that the three major forces would besiege the Hahuan sect was no secret and spread throughout the entire sect within a day. The disciples of the sect were naturally filled with worry, and each of them seemed to be spurred on, cultivating even more diligently. No one fled the sect out of fear.
Although the Hahuan sect is not a prestigious sect, it treats its disciples very well.
Many disciples grew up in the Hahuan sect and consider it their home, developing deep feelings for it.
Even if they are no match for the three major powers, they will fight to the death to protect their sect.
Lin Qingxue and the others also regarded the sect as their second home, and therefore could understand Yi Chen's sacrifices. At this point, they all became concerned about Yi Chen's health and personally cooked meals for him, selecting various nourishing ingredients.
On the other side,
after carefully selecting 100 exceptionally talented female disciples, Lu Ruyan returned to the main hall. Looking at the empty side hall, she felt a sudden wave of loneliness.
That kid's gone. I wish I could live here forever.
She gradually got used to having Yi Chen by her side and felt less lonely. Lu Ruyan sighed dejectedly. Just as she sat cross-legged and began circulating her cultivation technique, her spiritual energy suddenly began to surge.
This is...
A strange light flashed in her eyes.
She was all too familiar with this feeling.
Without a second thought, Lu Ruyan skillfully guided the spiritual energy within her body to break through the barrier of her cultivation realm. If successful, her strength will increase further, giving her more confidence to contend with the three major powers.
That kid really nailed it last night. It seems there really is a chance to break through the fusion period.
Lu Ruyan closed her eyes and murmured to herself. A blush flashed across her cheeks. Her aura grew increasingly violent, taking on an unusual quality. Lu Ruyan had initially approached the matter with a let's give it a try attitude, but now that she saw a glimmer of hope, a bold idea gradually began to sprout in her mind.
Why not let this kid give it a try? Anyway, I won't lose out.
If she were to truly break through to the integration stage, she wouldn't even be intimidated by the combined forces of the three major powers.
The crisis facing the Hahuan sect will then be easily resolved. What is this sacrifice compared to the sect's sake?
Besides, she seemed to enjoy it quite a bit.
Chapter 56 Corpse Slaying Pill. A huge profit. A small courtyard. In the room. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fire grenade. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the corpse slaying pill. After consumption, it will enhance your inner strength, sever the 3 corpses, and allow you to enter the nascent soul stage. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Corpse slaying pill. He thought he was hallucinating. The next second, a pill exuding an ancient aura appeared in his hand.
Recalling the system notification that had just flashed by, Yi Chen's eyes gradually turned fervent. This is similar to the Foundation Establishment pill, a pill that can assist in breaking through to the next level.
However, the corpse-slaying pill is obviously much more precious.
Severing the 3 corpses is not easy, and it has become a nightmare for countless cultivators. Reaching the nascent soul stage is already incredibly difficult. If one loses their mind during the process of severing the 3 corpses, they may suffer a backlash that causes their cultivation to regress, or even risk their life. The hurdle of stepping from the nascent soul realm to the deity transformation realm has blocked the path of advancement for countless cultivators. For someone without the corpse-slaying pill, attempting a breakthrough is like walking through the gates of hell. With this pill, breaking through to the nascent soul stage became incredibly easy for Yi Chen.
This corpse-slaying pill is even more valuable than the immortal-slaying talisman. Yi Chen was overjoyed.
He hadn't expected that even with Zhao Linger's low drop rate, she could obtain such a high-level pill.
This afternoon nap was such a steal.
He put the corpse-slaying pill into his storage ring, and many ideas gradually began to sprout in his mind. Looking down at Zhao Linger, who was lazily nestled in his arms, a fiery glint flashed in his eyes. It would be fantastic if more good stuff dropped.
1 hour later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a 2-year cultivation reward.
Yi Chen received no more pills, talismans, or magic treasures. All he gained were cultivation rewards. This inevitably disappointed him greatly. He had hoped to try harder and get something better, but it seemed like his luck had run out. As dusk approached, Yi Chen also felt a slight sense of fatigue. He had intended to take a nap, but his stomach was growling with hunger. He glanced at Zhao Linger, who was already fast asleep beside him, and had no choice but to tiptoe out of the room, get dressed, and lean against the wall to leave. Yeah. The courtyard was quiet. However, the faint sounds of women singing could be heard from the neighboring courtyard. It seems that all 100 female disciples carefully selected by Lu Ruyan have moved here. I wonder what kind of looks those female disciples have. A burning passion ignited in Yi Chen's heart, but it was quickly dispelled by his weakened state. If he went there now, he would definitely be eaten alive, with not even bones left. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. Let's rest and recover first before going. He was willing but unable to do so at that moment. Just then, the aroma of food wafted to my nose. He followed the direction from which the fragrance wafted and encountered Lin Xingxue and the others. Senior brother, are you all better? Lin Xingxue looked at Yi Chen with surprise and asked, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Senior brother must be hungry, right? The food is all ready. Sister Su even specially prepared a nourishing soup. Lu Mengyao looked at Yi Chen with amusement, her eyes filled with laughter. Yi Chen blushed, but straightened his back as if to appear strong, and said in a hoarse voice. You haven't eaten yet either, have you? Then, let's eat together. He was extremely hungry and felt very weak. Senior brother, where is Linger? Why, didn't she come? Su Nianwan glanced behind Yi Chen and asked in confusion. She's asleep. Yi Chen waved his hand and explained. Let's eat first, she can eat later if she wakes up. Su Nianwan then realized that several hours had passed and Zhao Linger must be exhausted. Her face flushed, and she stopped asking questions. Plates of food were brought out of the pot and placed on the table, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. While Su Nianwan was serving the soup, Yi Chen had already begun to enjoy it immensely. Senior brother, eat slowly. Su Nianwan asked with concern, feeling a pang of heartache in her heart. Senior brother has really gone through a lot for the sect. As the steaming hot food entered his stomach, Yi Chen immediately felt like he had come back to life. The energy consumed is slowly recovering, and it will take some time unless I take some medicine. At this moment, a disciple came into the courtyard. Senior brother Yi, the sect leader wants you to come over. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a strange look flashed across his face. He had just returned from Lu Ruyan's place at noon, and now that it's not dark for long, he's being asked to go there again? Are they trying to torture him to death? When did Lu Ruyan become so greedy? Don't they even consider whether his body can handle it? Okay, I'll come over after I've eaten. Yi Chen replied to the outside. After dismissing the disciple who had delivered the message, Yi Chen continued eating. He was still hungry. Lin Xingxue and the others looked at Yi Chen with worried expressions. Isn't the sect leader doing this a bit too often? Can senior brother's body hold up? Lin Xingxue said with a worried expression. She was afraid that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to handle it and would never come back. Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan hesitated, wanting to offer advice but finding it difficult to speak up. After all, the other party was the sect leader, and Yi Chen, as a disciple, dared not refuse easily. Seeing their worry, Yi Chen waved his hand with a wry smile and said confidently. Don't worry, you all know my strength. A mere sect leader is easily handled. Don't worry about it. He appeared very weak, but he still had quite a few pills on him, including strengthening pills and life-giving pills. He can handle this kind of minor situation perfectly well. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Xingxue and the others immediately recalled Yi Chen's previous behavior, a blush flashing across their faces, before they gradually relaxed. Senior brother, come back soon. You still need to be careful and moderate your health is the most important thing. Lin Xingxue blushed and looked at Yi Chen with concern. Su Nianwan and Lu Mengyao were also thoughtfully serving soup and dishes to Yi Chen. A moment later. After Yi Chen had eaten and drunk his fill, he got up and left the courtyard. Under the cover of night, they headed straight for the main hall where Lu Ruyan resided. He was pondering which kind of pill to take tonight. Lu Ruyan called him over. She must be lusting after him. Since it's unavoidable, he might as well deal with it proactively. We must never fight a battle we cannot win. Yi Chen wasn't opposed to it. The thought of Lu Ruyan's alluring face and seductive figure filled him with a burning desire. Moreover, with Lu Ruyan's heavenly-grade spiritual root, she might even unearth some good items. Chapter 57 Evil Cultivator, Don't Run Away. Inside the main hall. Lu Ruyan lay lazily on her side on the bed. She wore only a bright red sheer outer garment, underneath which was a purple inner shirt. Her alluring eyes were fixed on the palace gate not far away, her heart filled with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation.
Why isn't that little devil here yet? Lu Ruyan muttered something under her breath. At that moment, faint footsteps could be heard outside the main hall.
Her eyes flickered, and she immediately perked up her ears to listen, a smile playing on her alluring face.
Yeah.
The palace doors slowly opened. A figure walked in from outside and closed the palace door behind him. Yi Chen looked at the dark hall and a hint of surprise flashed through his mind.
Is this woman no longer even pretending? Before, she would first find an excuse to talk to him about sect matters, but now she directly invites him over for dual cultivation?
Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the brightly lit side hall, guiding him through the darkness.
He walked straight over and caught a whiff of a fragrance. He recognized the scent. It was Lu Ruyan's fragrance.
As he entered the side hall, an invisible spiritual force flashed by, and the hall door behind him closed instantly. A barrier quietly spread.
What are you still standing there for? Come here quickly.
From behind the screen came Lu Ruyan's sweet, coquettish voice. A surge of excitement ignited in Yi Chen's heart, and he quickened his pace, walking around the screen and looking up. Dressed in fiery red, Lu Ruyan lay on her side on the bed, her alluring figure on full display. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Chen, and she gave him seductive winks.
Hiss.
Upon seeing this, Yi Chen's breathing became rapid, and his eyes burned with desire.
Is this woman dressed like that to try and kill him tonight? Come on. Lu Ruyan extended her slender, jade-like finger and beckoned to Yi Chen.
Her soft voice seemed to have a magical power, lingering in Yi Chen's ears.
Yi Chen approached step by step, seemingly sensing something was amiss. Sect Master, you.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan made no attempt to conceal her aura, and Yi Chen quickly realized that it was even stronger than it had been the previous night.
Middle stage of virtual refining. Yi Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise. Lu Ruyan's cultivation level has broken through.
He never expected that a joke he made last night would actually come true. Although he mentioned breaking through to the integration stage, given Lu Ruyan's rate of improvement, it is indeed possible that she can achieve this goal in a short period of time.
Yi Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lu Ruyan's cultivation to improve so quickly.
He had only mentioned it casually, thinking he could take advantage of her.
Thanks to your help, kid, I was able to break through to the mid-stage of the Void Refinement realm so quickly.
Lu Ruyan said, her face flushed. She knew in her heart that the main reason she was able to break through was because of her dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Otherwise, it would take at least several decades of arduous cultivation to break through from the early stage of void refinement to the middle stage. Yi Chen paused, seemingly understanding something, and looked at Lu Ruyan with a hint of suspicion.
So, did the sect leader summon me here tonight to encourage me to push myself further in my attempt to break through to the peak of the void refinement stage? Lu Ruyan did not hide anything and answered frankly with a blush on her face. That's right. I need your help.
Only by rapidly improving her cultivation and breaking through to the integration stage can she lead the Joyful Union sect to contend with the three major powers. In order to become stronger, Lu Ruyan was going all out at this moment.
Yi Chen suddenly realized. He had previously found it strange that Lu Ruyan would contact him so frequently late at night. Now I understand.
This woman only became so proactive after she tasted the sweetness of success.
Is this a plan to break through to the fusion stage in one fell swoop? Yi Chen. Help me become stronger. Yi Chen trembled, meeting Lu Ruyan's fiery gaze.
He swiftly took out a strengthening pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. For the sake of the sect, we'll fight to the death.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level teleportation talisman triggered by infusing spiritual power. It can teleport 2 people to any location in the host's memory at the same time.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Triggered by injecting spiritual power, it can create 10 clones, each possessing 30% of the host's cultivation.
Having obtained 2 high-level talismans in succession, Yi Chen was overjoyed. This was a huge profit. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It really has to be Lu Ruyan. The drop rate is just too high.
If it were Lin Qingxue or someone else, it would be almost impossible for them to obtain a high-level talisman.
A heavenly grade spiritual root is truly something else. Yi Chen was risking his life for this drop rate. 3 hours later. It was already late at night. Yi Chen's storage ring now contained many more talismans, including thunderclap talismans, teleportation talismans, and clone talismans.
The effects of the strengthening pill gradually weakened, and he lost all his strength. A wave of weariness washed over him, and he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, a wisp of his consciousness drifted into his clone's body. In the dead of night, a figure was darting about tirelessly through the mountains. He had been traveling for a day and a night, and because he was in a clone, he did not feel tired at all. Regardless of day or night, they followed Yi Chen's orders and headed towards the Xiantian Holy Land. The outline of a village appeared at the foot of the mountain. What should have been pitch black was suddenly engulfed in flames. At first glance, the entire village seemed to be engulfed in flames. Countless villagers were awakened from their sleep and began to flee their houses in panic. The next second, the fleeing villager collapsed to the ground, his soul detaching from his body and floating into the sky. An elderly man with a long beard, dressed as a Taoist priest, was waving a soul-summoning banner that emitted a thick black mist above the village. The souls of the villagers that drifted over were all absorbed into the soul-summoning banner. Heretical cultivator. Yi Chen's clone frowned upon seeing this scene. He never expected to encounter a wicked cultivator who was absorbing the souls of ordinary people in the middle of nowhere. Looking at the innocent villagers who had died tragically, Yi Chen felt a pang of pity. He initially intended to pretend he hadn't seen it, but gritted his teeth and charged towards the evil cultivator in the void.
Consider it an act of justice on behalf of heaven.
The old man dressed as a Taoist priest also noticed Yi Chen's appearance. A strange light flashed in his eyes.
He originally wanted to wave the soul-summoning banner to take away Yi Chen's soul as well.
However, when they saw that Yi Chen could also fly, their expressions immediately changed.
Only cultivators at the Golden Core stage or above possess the ability to fly. Fellow Daoist. No, wait a minute.
The old man in the Taoist robe was about to say something when Yi Chen made his move. A palm strike came straight at him. He had no choice but to stop harvesting souls and wave the soul-summoning banner in his hand to defend himself.
Boom!
A fierce battle erupted in the void. The old man in the Taoist robe was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, while Yi Chen's clone was at the early nascent soul stage. However, the old man in the Taoist robe now possessed the celestial-grade magic artifact, the soul-summoning banner, and fought a fierce battle with Yi Chen's unarmed clone, resulting in a draw.
Chapter 58. That despicable evil cultivator actually possessed an innocent villager.
After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, and the old man in the Taoist robe gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He was utterly shocked.
How come just any young person I meet has the cultivation level of nascent soul? That's incredibly unlucky. Fellow Daoist, let's talk this out. Can you please stop hitting me? If I've done anything wrong, you should tell me first. May I kowtow to you?
The old man in the Taoist robe inwardly groaned and quickly feigned weakness.
He couldn't hold on any longer.
The soul-summoning banner that Yi Chen held in his hand, which he regarded as a treasure, was now dimmed by Yi Chen's blow. His heart was bleeding.
Crafting the soul-summoning banner was no easy feat. Even harvesting the souls of the entire village tonight couldn't make up for the losses inflicted in the battle.
Yi Chen remained silent, only focusing on his attacks.
Punch after punch, and halos of spiritual energy spread outwards. Bang! Snap!
The spiritual energy shield surrounding the old man in the Taoist robe shattered with a crash.
Put!
Yi Chen landed another punch on the old man in the Taoist robe, sending him flying dozens of meters. "You little brat, don't push your luck," the old man in the Taoist robe said angrily. The next second, Yi Chen appeared in front of him and launched another fierce punch.
"Don't!"
The old man in the Taoist robe's pupils contracted, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Before he could react, Yi Chen punched him in the chest, knocking him off the surface of the sky.
Boom!
The old man in the Taoist robe crashed into a pit below, raising a cloud of dust. Yi Chen glanced down, then flashed down and stood at the edge of the pit, his gaze falling on the disheveled old man in the Taoist robe.
But
the old man in the Taoist robe spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling but unable to even get up. The soul-summoning banner in his hand fell to the side, its light completely dimmed. He looked at Yi Chen in horror, trembling as he took off his storage ring and held it up, speaking weakly.
I've got all my treasures here, for you. Spare my life."
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen ignored him, raised his foot and stomped on the old man's chest, exerting tremendous force. The violent spiritual energy instantly shattered his body.
Put!
He opened his eyes wide, looking at Yi Chen with resentment.
"Kill you, and these treasures will be mine too."
Yi Chen looked expressionlessly at the lifeless old man in the Taoist robe and said calmly. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the storage ring in his palm. He turned to look at the soul-summoning banner that had fallen not far away, reached out and grabbed it from a distance. Although the soul-summoning banner was damaged in the battle just now, it is still a celestial-grade magic weapon with considerable power.
Yi Chen didn't care that the soul-summoning banner was a demonic artifact, as long as it benefited him.
As he stored the summoning banner in his storage ring, the surviving villagers all gathered around him.
The villagers looked sorrowful and wept bitterly.
Overnight, they lost their families and the homes they depended on for survival. Yi Chen pursed his lips, assuming the villagers had come to thank him for saving his life, and prepared to wave goodbye.
If you're so capable, why didn't you show up sooner? If you had acted sooner, my father wouldn't have died. It's all your fault. A little girl cried and pointed at Yi Chen, complaining. Yi Chen was stunned, somewhat bewildered. He saved her, but she blamed him for arriving too late? But, what does this have to do with me? Wasn't the one who killed the villagers that evil practitioner?
Yi Chen's expression darkened, and his gaze towards the little girl in front of him changed. At this moment, the surviving villagers also directed their pent-up anger at Yi Chen.
If you had come sooner, my wife wouldn't have died. You did this on purpose. You killed my daughter. Trying to be a hero? We won't thank you for that. You are just as despicable as the demon. You're the one who killed everyone. These insults echoed in Yi Chen's ears.
Instead of being grateful to Yi Chen for saving them, the villagers kept blaming him for arriving too late and failing to save everyone. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the villagers before him, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Okay, it's all my fault, isn't it?
His expression changed, and he shouted sternly. That despicable evil cultivator has actually possessed these innocent villagers.
Get out here.
Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped the girl in front of him.
Bang!
Her mortal body was instantly shattered by the powerful spiritual energy, turning into a cloud of blood-red mist.
Hiss! The surrounding villagers were completely dumbfounded when they saw this. What, possession? Have we become heretical cultivators? No. I'm not an evil cultivator.
The villagers' faces changed drastically, and they tried to explain in fear.
Yi Chen remained silent, then raised his finger and pointed to the sky. 6 Paths Annihilation Finger. Damn you evil cultivators, die. In an instant, the world changed color. A finger suddenly descended from the void and struck the village. Boom!
The earth shook violently.
Ah!
The villagers present did not have time to escape and were killed on the spot. The village was also reduced to dust with a single finger, as if it had never existed. A moment later, the billowing smoke and dust dissipated. The girl and the villagers have all disappeared. The noise around me disappeared. Yi Chen looked around and nodded in satisfaction.
Evil cultivators are truly cunning. Luckily, I saw through it.
He muttered something to himself, then turned and quickly left.
It was completely quiet all around. A few breaths later, a faint sound came from the nearby jungle. A little boy ran out crying, then knelt down on the open ground with a thud. Looking at the village reduced to dust, his heart was filled with unbearable grief. Father, mother, your son will definitely avenge you. As soon as he finished speaking, crisp footsteps sounded behind him. Kid, I've found you. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered. The little boy trembled, turned sharply to look at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with terror. Don't. I am not an evil cultivator.
Yi Chen's face darkened, and he shouted sternly.
You've already learned to make excuses, and you still say you're not a heretical cultivator? Die.
With a swift palm strike, he sent the boy flying dozens of meters, landing on the ground like a tattered rag, utterly dead.
Now it's peaceful.
Yi Chen clapped his hands and turned to leave again. This time, after a long while, faint footsteps finally came from the woods. A young man slowly walked out, his face streaked with tears as he looked at the ruins before him, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Old village chief, 7th Ant, 8th Ant, I will definitely avenge you. As the words fell, a figure descended from the void. You heretical cultivator, you're quite good at hiding your true nature. The young man's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically as he looked at Yi Chen, who had returned.
Why, are you back again? He was terrified and his whole body was trembling. Yi Chen looked at him and sneered. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Raise your hand and throw a punch. Bang. The youth instantly transformed into a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 59. This child must not be allowed to live. Splash! A faint rustling of leaves came from the grass not far away.
Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, flashed to the front of the bushes, bent down and suddenly approached.
Little evil cultivator, I've found you.
In the bushes, a little boy turned pale with fright and froze.
He remained angry.
30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential.
When I grow up, I'll definitely get my revenge on you. If you have the guts, let me go. I'll avenge the villagers. Yi Chen glanced at him with a surprised expression and squinted. Is that so? Then you'll never grow up. This boy has great ambitions, he must not be allowed to live.
As soon as he finished speaking, a palm strike landed.
Bang! The little boy was completely lifeless.
Yi Chen straightened up and glanced out of the corner of his eye.
There was a little boy squatting in the grass next to him. Their eyes met. The little boy stared blankly at Yi Chen, unable to speak. A brief silence. This boy is silent and cunning, he must not be allowed to live.
Yi Chen muttered to himself, then raised his hand and threw a punch.
Bang! The little boy died on the spot. Silence fell once again. Yi Chen didn't linger and disappeared in a flash. After a while,
Yi Chen turned back again, but seeing no one, he left satisfied and continued on his way.
Hahuan sect. Inside a grand hall.
Yi Chen was suddenly awakened from his sleep, his forehead covered in sweat, and he felt utterly listless.
He looked up at the window, it was already broad daylight.
Lu Ruyan, who was beside him, had long since disappeared. Yi Chen reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling utterly exhausted. Although he had been up all night, he had fallen asleep before dawn, but when he woke up he still felt very tired, as if he hadn't slept at all, and his mental state was even worse than before he went to sleep.
Could it be because of controlling the clones?
Yi Chen frowned and muttered to himself. Although he was resting, his mind was still controlling his clone to go to the Xiantian Holy Land. The experiences that the clone encountered along the way were the same as those of Yi Chen's main body.
This will consume a lot of Yi Chen's mental energy. This can't go on. Controlling one clone for so long is already exhausting. What will we do if we have even more clones in the future? We need to think of a way. Yi Chen frowned, lost in thought. He had previously considered using the advantage of the clone talisman to create thousands of clones and storm the Xiantian Holy Land to avenge the Yi family. Now it seems that even if he had so many clones, he didn't have enough mental power to control all of them. Yeah. At that moment, the door to the side hall opened. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a long pink dress, walked in from outside. You're finally awake. The sun's practically high in the sky.
Lu Ruyan glanced at Yi Chen on the bed and rolled her eyes. Yi Chen only got up after she had finished her sect affairs and returned. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed to see Yi Chen still in the side hall, having assumed he had already left. This time, I don't have to face the empty room alone anymore with two people, I won't feel lonely.
Metropolitan.
Yi Chen looked up at Lu Ruyan walking towards him, rubbed his eyes, and yawned sleepily. Upon seeing this, a strange look flashed across Lu Ruyan's face.
You didn't go to bed that late last night, so why do you look so pale? You're already done for?
She was counting on Yi Chen to improve the strength of her 100 female disciples.
If she were ruined in one night, what would happen to the female disciples she had carefully selected? Are you living alone in an empty house? Yi Chen? Who said that? I'm just not feeling well.
Yi Chen straightened his back and said with a displeased look.
Who can't be blamed?
If he weren't controlling his clone, he wouldn't be in such poor spirits, he would be full of energy by now.
Is that so?
Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, her face full of disbelief, as she looked at Yi Chen with a playful gaze.
Woman, you're playing with fire.
Yi Chen's face darkened, his gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan who had come before him, and he reached out and grabbed her.
Don't you dare beg me later. He was determined to teach Lu Ruyan a lesson.
Lu Ruyan blushed and scolded playfully.
Yi Chen, what are you doing? It's daytime. There are still disciples outside.
Her voice grew softer and softer.
With a wave of his hand, a barrier sealed off the entire hall. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine soul pill which will permanently enhance your mental strength after consumption.
Yi Chen's poor mental state doesn't mean he's physically weak. The moment I heard about the system reward, I perked up instantly. Soul Pill. It's actually a pill that can enhance mental strength. Yi Chen was overjoyed. He had been worried about his weak mental strength and was looking for a way to improve it. Relying on cultivation levels to gradually increase spiritual power is too slow. To simultaneously control hundreds or thousands of clones, one would need at least the cultivation level of the void refinement stage. He is currently only at the nascent soul stage, and even if his cultivation improves rapidly, it will be impossible for him to enter the void refinement stage in a short period of time. If only I could get a few more soul pills. Yi Chen muttered to himself, a glint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. Sect Master, I'm so sorry. It now seems that only Lu Ruyan's drop rate is high enough to obtain such a high-level elixir. Such opportunities don't come every time, so Yi Chen seized the chance and pressed on. 2 hours later. Yi Chen leaned wearily against the bed, his eyes devoid of light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. He seemed to have exhausted all his luck. Even with the high drop rate of Lu Ruyan, he did not obtain any high-level rewards this time. This time, not only did I fail to obtain another divine soul pill, but I also failed to acquire any talismans or magical artifacts. All I gained were cultivation rewards. This made Yi Chen quite depressed. Fortunately, he had previously obtained a soul pill, which offered Yi Chen some consolation. Suddenly, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, and he abruptly sat up straight. His body was filled with surging spiritual energy, as if it was about to overflow. The spiritual energy within him surged and became incredibly powerful. This is... Yi Chen realized that he had gained too much cultivation, and his body had reached its limit. At this moment, one must either break through to a higher realm or be devoured by the overwhelming spiritual energy. He quickly focused his mind, closed his eyes slightly, and concentrated on guiding the spiritual energy within his body to break through the barrier of his cultivation realm. Compared to crossing major realms, breaking through minor realms is relatively easy. Under the powerful impact of spiritual energy, Yi Chen's aura gradually changed. Chapter 60 Breakthrough. Peak of Nascent Soul. Snap. A crisp sound came from inside his body. The next second, Yi Chen's aura suddenly surged. Like a rocket soaring into the sky. Boom. Peak Nascent Soul Stage. Yi Chen opened his eyes, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. He made a breakthrough. He has reached the peak of the Nascent Soul Stage from the Mid-Nascent Soul Stage, and is only one step away from the Deity Transformation Stage. This was much faster than he had anticipated. I thought it would take several more months, but only a few days have passed. If he were cultivating with Lin Qingshui and others, the speed would definitely not be this fast. But Lu Ruyan was different. Not only did she have a high drop rate, but the cultivation rewards she received each time were also several times greater. Their efficiency is much higher than that of Lin Qingshui and others. At this rate of improvement, it won't be long before he reaches the Nascent Soul Stage. Yi Chen obtained a corpse-slaying pill last time, which gave him the confidence to break through to the Nascent Soul Stage. Once his spiritual energy is replenished, he can attempt to break through to the Nascent Soul Realm. The only pity is that I can't sleep with Lu Ruyan every day, otherwise my cultivation would definitely progress rapidly. Of course, your body might also break down prematurely. You kid, you broke through? Peak Nascent Soul Stage? Lu Ruyan, who was standing to the side, woke up and sensed the change in Yi Chen's aura, and was immediately surprised. She hadn't expected Yi Chen's cultivation to improve so quickly. Who knows, he might surpass her someday. Keep in mind that Yi Chen was only at the Qi refining stage a few months ago, but now he's already at the peak of the Nascent Soul Stage. Such a cultivation speed is unparalleled in the entire southern wilderness. This kid is definitely not as simple as I thought. Choosing to believe him back then was such a wise decision. Lu Ruyan squinted, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi Chen in front of her. Before long, the sect may have another powerful expert. Sect Master, is there still no way you can improve your cultivation level? Yi Chen turned to look at Lu Ruyan, sized her up, and asked with a surprised expression. He had been fighting day and night, yet Lu Ruyan's cultivation level remained unchanged at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. How could it be so fast? Do you think it's easy for you to reach the void refinement stage?
The improvement in my cultivation over the past 2 days is already quite rapid. Her face grew rosier as she spoke. It should be understood that even a small advancement in the void refinement stage can require decades of arduous cultivation. Some cultivators even spend their entire lives stuck at the early stage of void refinement and cannot advance any further. Lu Ruyan was already very satisfied with her gains over the past 2 days. Her dual cultivation session with Yi Chen had increased her cultivation by an amount equivalent to several years of arduous training.
This is considered fast. What else could you be dissatisfied with? Oh, I see. Looks like we need to step up our efforts. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully.
The three major forces, led by the Heavenly Demon sect, could attack the Joyful Union sect at any moment, leaving them little time to prepare. We must hurry up and improve Lu Ruyan's cultivation level so that the sect can be secure. Otherwise, he would have to live in constant fear, worrying that the Hahuan sect would be wiped out by a powerful enemy.
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Ruyan's face flushed bright red. How much more effort does this kid need to put in? Isn't this his limit? You still want to take advantage of her? Didn't you even ask her if she could handle it? Lu Ruyan glared at Yi Chen, both embarrassed and annoyed. You brat, get out of here.
Her body was practically falling apart. If she keeps going like this, she might die before she even breaks through to a higher realm. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, met Lu Ruyan's resentful gaze, couldn't help but smile bitterly, and spread his hands innocently.
Sect Master, I'm doing this all for your own good.
I don't mind being tired, as long as the sect leader can break through to the integration stage as soon as possible. He appeared righteous and awe-inspiring, as if he were sacrificing himself for Lu Ruyan's sake.
Roll. Lu Ruyan said coquettishly, not at all amused. Everything is for her own good? Don't you realize who's really benefiting?
That kid's all talk and no action. He never admits he's trying to take advantage of you. Although she also wanted to break through to the integration stage as soon as possible, she had to act within her limits, otherwise her body would collapse first. Yi Chen looked away guiltily, picked up the clothes scattered on the ground, put them on, and got up to leave.
Sect Master, then this disciple will take my leave. Lu Ruyan gave a soft hum in response.
As Yi Chen reached the door, he heard Lu Ruyan's voice behind him.
Don't forget the 100 female disciples you've been assigned to. Remember to treat them all equally. The Grand Elder and I will be conducting an inspection a month from now. Yi Chen?
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him.
Those are 100 female disciples. He turned to look at Lu Ruyan on the bed and said with a wry smile. At least let me rest for a bit. Lu Ruyan smiled and raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen. Oh, it's not working already? Didn't you say earlier that it was okay to be a little tired?
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and the way he looked at Lu Ruyan changed.
All right, we'll wait for him here. This woman is doing this on purpose.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and teased with a playful expression.
Sect Master, when you begged for mercy before, that's not what you said. Lu Ruyan. Her face instantly flushed.
As if its tail had been stepped on, it immediately dared not look Yi Chen in the eye.
This is so embarrassing. Roll. Lu Ruyan roared with all her might. What a despicable guy.
She was seething with hatred, yet unable to exact revenge. It was always she who was begging for mercy.
Seeing Lu Ruyan's discomfiture, Yi Chen was immediately in a good mood and turned to leave with a smile. As I stepped out of the main hall, the setting sun was about to disappear into the distance.
Yi Chen shook his head, laughing and crying at the same time.
I never expected to spend another day fooling around with Lu Ruyan.
He had originally planned to leave early and return early last night, not wanting to neglect Lin Qingxue and the others. As a result, he stayed at Lu Ruyan's place for more than one night, and even spent an extra half-day there.
Qingxue and the others must be getting impatient, right?
Yi Chen muttered to himself and quickened his pace. He was hungry and weak, as if he had been completely drained. The thought of 100 female disciples waiting for him in the newly opened backyard made Yi Chen feel the adult's exhaustion.
Perhaps this is what it means to be unable to control one's own destiny? Looks like I'll have to work harder and produce more life-giving pills. If it only goes out and doesn't come in, he won't be able to handle it. Yi Chen pondered seriously. I'm planning to test the waters with a female disciple from the back courtyard tonight. I trust Lu Ruyan's judgment. The female disciples she personally selected should be quite good. Perhaps there will be a surprise?
For the sake of the sect, he would grit his teeth and persevere.
Chapter 61. Spare me. In the courtyard.
Lin Qingxue and the others were drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard. Looking up, she saw Yi Chen returning from outside and immediately got up to greet him. She asked with a smile and concern. "Senior brother, you're back. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother. Are you tired, senior brother?" Looking at the four women surrounding him, Yi Chen felt a warm glow in his heart, as if he were home. All his fatigue disappeared, and he waved with a smile.
Not tired. Lu Mengyao raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems the sect leader hasn't satisfied senior brother yet?" Cough cough.
Yi Chen coughed twice, choked by the choking sensation, and his face flushed red. Meeting Lu Mengyao's teasing gaze, he immediately put on a stern face and said, all right, you're getting bolder and bolder. I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight." A blush flashed across Lu Mengyao's delicate face. She shrank back in fright and quickly begged for mercy. "No, senior brother, I won't do it again. Please spare me. She's pregnant now and can't withstand Yi Chen's torment. Senior brother, the food is ready, let's eat." Lin Qingxue covered her mouth and chuckled, then gently pulled Yi Chen towards the room.
"Good. Let's do it together."
Yi Chen was indeed hungry at this moment.
He was only going out and not coming in with Lu Ruyan.
His body was full, but his stomach was already growling with hunger.
A delicious aroma of food wafts over.
Yi Chen quickened his pace. After a hearty meal, Yi Chen felt as if he had come back to life. Lin Qingxue and the others returned to their rooms first, perhaps because they were going to bed earlier due to their pregnancy, or perhaps because they were afraid of suffering at Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen turned his gaze to Zhao Linger, who was about to leave, a fiery glint in his eyes.
"Linger, don't rush off. I'll talk to you about your feelings." Zhao Linger blushed, secretly glanced at Yi Chen, and said shyly, "Senior brother, I'm not available tonight. Could we wait a few days?" Her face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. "What do you mean, not square?"
Yi Chen paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. He awkwardly touched his nose and said in a serious tone,
"It's all right, your senior brother can just chat with you. I'm not a beast, I can't bully her every night."
Zhao Linger did not agree, seemingly disbelieving in Yi Chen's character, and shook her head with a blush.
No need. If you can't hold back, you can go to the backyard. Didn't the sect leader also arrange 100 female disciples for my senior brother?"
She felt that if she slept with Yi Chen, she would definitely be unable to resist doing that kind of thing. She was worried about Yi Chen, but also about herself.
"Linger, you. What about trust between people?" Yi Chen said with a helpless expression. "Am I really that untrustworthy?"
Zhao Linger blushed as she looked at Yi Chen in front of her, worried that he would be unhappy, and quickly explained in a low voice. "Senior brother, once I recover, I will take good care of you." She still felt a little guilty. Seeing this, Yi Chen walked up to her, reached out and hugged her, gently patting her back to comfort her.
"Don't worry, how could your senior brother blame you? You're my senior's woman.
We have a long future ahead of us, there's no need to rush. You should rest well these next few days.
If you need anything, just let your senior brother know." Looking at the overly sensible Zhao Linger, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache.
With a wave of his hand, he took out several bottles of high-grade pills from his storage ring and handed them to her.
"Linger, these pills all have the effect of strengthening the body, you can take them."
Zhao Linger hesitated. "Senior brother, these pills are too precious.
You should keep them for yourself."
Sect disciples receive a certain percentage of spirit stones and pills each month, but these are all low-grade spirit replenishing pills. The same applies to personal disciples. The spirit replenishing pill is no match for the high-level pills in Yi Chen's hands. As a direct disciple, Zhao Linger rarely obtains high-grade pills, making them extremely precious to her.
"Don't worry about keeping them, I have plenty of these pills. Come ask me for it when you're done using it," Yi Chen said nonchalantly.
After wiping out the Zhang family and looting their property, he immediately became much wealthier. The storage ring contained countless spirit stones and pills, including many high-level pills.
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Linger happily accepted the pills he offered. "Thank you, senior brother."
Zhao Linger expressed her gratitude sweetly.
"Get some rest early tonight."
Yi Chen affectionately rubbed her little head.
After Zhao Linger left, Yi Chen walked alone in the courtyard, suddenly feeling a deep emptiness inside.
He was too busy to manage everything in the courtyard before, but now that Lin Qingxue and the others are getting bigger, they have less time to move around.
Yi Chen, who was used to being busy, suddenly felt a little out of place. Looking up at the newly opened courtyard wall, Yi Chen remembered Lu Ruyan's instructions to take care of the 100 female disciples who had recently moved into the backyard. These are the future hopes of the sect. Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder selected these 100 female disciples not only to deal with the current crisis in the sect, but also to leave behind seeds for the Hahuan sect. Once the sect is unable to withstand the siege of the three major forces, a powerful figure from the sect will lead the disciples to leave first and rebuild the Hahuan sect in another place. Yi Chen has undoubtedly taken on the responsibility of training these female disciples. Lu Ruyan's judgment shouldn't be bad. Maybe they're even 30-60? Yi Chen muttered something to himself and walked straight to the backyard. The courtyard was quiet in the night. Although 100 female disciples moved in, they did not make any noise. As soon as Yi Chen stepped into the courtyard, a fragrant aroma wafted over, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. He looked up and a look of surprise flashed across his face. 1, 2, 3, 4. The doors of the houses in this small courtyard all have signs hanging on them, arranged from 1 to 100. A strange thought arose in Yi Chen's mind. Could this be a sorting system specially created by Lu Ruyan to help him remember every female disciple he had cultivated with? After all, with so many female disciples, it would be difficult for Yi Chen to remember each and every one of them. It might be difficult to tell who has practiced dual cultivation and who hasn't. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Each female disciple may only have 1 or 2 opportunities, and if she misses them, she may never have another. Lu Ruyan did this to ensure that everyone received her favors equally. Yi Chen had originally planned to choose a concubine, but it seems he'll have to work on an assembly line for a while first. His gaze fell on the first room, which was still lit, and he walked straight over there. I'm still a little nervous. It's like opening a blind box. What will this female disciple look like? How's her figure? Is her personality innocent or fiery? Chapter 62 Beautiful Female Disciple. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Chen knocked on the door 3 times gently. This wasn't his private courtyard after all. Lu Ruyan might have explained things to these female disciples, but it wasn't appropriate for him to be too rude on his first visit. At least leave a first impression. Who's outside? A crisp sound came from the room. It's me. Yi Chen. He spoke calmly. Senior brother Yi. A gasp came from inside the room. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps, growing ever closer. Iya. The door opened. A female disciple wearing purple pajamas and with long, flowing hair appeared before Yi Chen. Her delicate features, fair skin like a lotus emerging from water, and sparkling eyes like stars and the moon. Her alluring figure surpasses even a 36D. Yi Chen glanced at it, and a flame ignited in his heart. As expected of the female disciple personally selected by Lu Ruyan, the first one is so outstanding. Her figure is in no way inferior to Ling Xingxue and others, and she could even rival Lu Ruyan. Senior brother Yi, you've arrived. Come in quickly. A blush flashed across the female disciple's face as she spoke in a soft voice. Good. Yi Chen agreed and walked into the room. He was already certain that Lu Ruyan had instructed these female disciples about dual cultivation beforehand, otherwise, she wouldn't have invited him into her boudoir so familiarly. The room was filled with a unique fragrance that was so captivating it was almost intoxicating. Bang! The door closed. The female disciple turned around and walked to Yi Chen's side. Senior brother, my name is Li Xinyue. When she got closer to Yi Chen, the fragrance emanating from her nose became even stronger. Xinyue? A good name. Yi Chen exclaimed in admiration, and was about to start a conversation when Li Xinyue grabbed his arm. The sect leader has already told me. Don't worry, senior brother, I will take good care of you. Come on, let's talk in bed. Li Xinyue shook Yi Chen's arm, her coquettish manner charming and adorable. He was holding her arm in her arms, and he could feel her warmth when she was close to him. You? Yi Chen turned to look at her, meeting Shui Yingying's gaze, and stopped himself from speaking. This girl's eyes are so captivating. Without a word, Li Xinyue pulled Yi Chen to the bedside, her gaze falling on his clothes. Senior brother, I'll help you. Her proactive manner made Yi Chen wonder if he had become the vessel for her. This was their first meeting, yet Li Xinyue showed no shyness in front of Yi Chen. Instead, she acted as familiar as longtime lovers. That's incredibly audacious. Yi Chen's gaze swept over Li Xinyue's hot figure. She looked incredibly alluring in her purple sheer nightgown.
He was so engrossed in watching that he could no longer contain his excitement.
You little devil. Yi Chen stopped being polite. Since the other party had taken such a proactive approach, he wasn't going to be a coward either. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Li Xinyue has a Xian rank spiritual root, so the reward is not high. Yi Chen didn't care. All he cared about was raising the cultivation levels of these female disciples. Of course, it would be even better if I were lucky enough to get more high-level rewards. Lin Xingxue and Lu Mangyao also had Xian rank spiritual roots, but Yi Chen had never paid attention to them, so naturally he wouldn't look down on Li Xinyue now. The sect is facing a shortage of young disciples, mainly because most disciples have low-grade spiritual roots. Having even a few earth-grade spiritual roots is considered quite good. Because Yi Chen possessed the talent for dual cultivation, he was able to come into contact with direct disciples like Su Nianwan and Zhao Linger, who had earth-grade spiritual roots. Among the 100 female disciples selected from the backyard, there might not be any with earth-grade spiritual roots. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fire grenade. 2 hours later. Yi Chen gradually grew tired, and his body felt weak. After failing to obtain the life-giving pill and strengthening pill several times in a row, his stockpile of them was depleted. Even if they wanted to add a tiebreaker, they would be powerless to do so. What a pity! If only I could have a life-giving pill. Yi Chen sighed helplessly and put the clone talisman and the earth fire mine into his storage ring. These things are all good, and they are of great help to Yi Chen. Li Xinyue had already fallen asleep contentedly, and Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've achieved a perfect score on your first try. Would you like to spend 10,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of your offspring's aptitude? After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining a profound grade spiritual root. There is a 50% probability that it is an earth grade spiritual root. There is a 10% probability that it is a heavenly grade spiritual root. There is a 1% chance of obtaining a divine grade spiritual root. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance it's an ancient, top grade spiritual root. A cold, discreet notification sound flashed through my mind. Yi Chen was taken aback, only then remembering that it was his first time cultivating together with Li Xinyue. The way this young woman acted so proactively just now didn't seem like a first meeting at all, making Yi Chen think she was already pregnant. Consuming spirit stones. Yi Chen did not hesitate to choose to improve the aptitude of his offspring. Li Xinyue was Lu Ruyan's trusted confidant, so Yi Chen naturally felt at ease letting her conceive. This would not only benefit the sect, but also Yi Chen. When his offspring are born, Yi Chen will receive a generous reward. Ding! 10,000 spirit stones successfully deducted. Offspring's aptitude successfully improved. 10,000 spirit stones are nothing to Yi Chen now. At this moment, he took out a pill from his storage ring that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance and was crystal clear. Soul Pill. Yi Chen treasured the reward he received during his dual cultivation with Lu Ruyan. Hopefully, I can improve my mental strength more. Yi Chen muttered to himself, his heart filled with anticipation. He was also hoping that once his mental strength increased, he could control more clones. Without hesitation, he put the soul-sealing pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a surge of heat converged into his mind. A moment later, Yi Chen felt that everything around him had become clearer. You can perceive extremely subtle changes without even looking at them. Even the range that could be detected by projected divine sense suddenly expanded more than tenfold. This is equivalent to Yi Chen's mental strength increasing by at least 10 times. And this is only the effect of one divine soul pill. Yi Chen's expression brightened with joy. He wished he could consume several more soul pills so that his spiritual power could rival that of a great ascension stage or even a tribulation transcending stage expert. Such high-grade pills are extremely rare and hard to come by. One can only hope that they will drop again during the next dual cultivation session with Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Yi Chen's soul was nourished, and his heart was at peace like never before. The next second, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Yi Chen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He was exhausted. Chapter 63, If you don't leave, stay and wait to die. A wisp of thought once again controlled the clone thousands of miles away. In the darkness of night, Yi Chen's clone sped through the woods. Although he had already destroyed the Zhang family, the Xian Tian Holy Land was still searching for him. Even if it was just a clone, Yi Chen didn't dare to be too conspicuous. If his presence was discovered while flying, he might be in trouble. He was unfamiliar with the methods of those powerful figures in the Xiantian Holy Land, so he could only be cautious. Help! A cry for help came from the woods ahead. Yi Chen originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, the villagers he had saved earlier had repaid kindness with enmity. But the cries for help were getting closer and closer to him, seemingly moving in his direction. The commotion in the woods grew louder and louder. Yi Chen frowned, sensing something was amiss. This is a herd of beasts? At this moment, the ground in the forest shook violently, as if the earth was about to collapse. Such a commotion could not have been caused by just one or two cultivators. The only other possibility was a demonic beast. During this time, Yi Chen also heard the roars of demonic beasts, and all the birds and animals in the forest were frightened and fled in panic. Yi Chen stopped and stood on a tall tree trunk, gazing into the dense forest ahead. A female clerk was fleeing in terror, her clothes torn in many places, revealing her snow-white skin. Behind her, a large number of silver-white snow wolves were chasing her. There were hundreds or even thousands of these wolves, and their eyes glowed green, which was very eerie in the dark night. Help! I am a disciple of the Lingxi sect, someone please save me. The female cultivator ran while calling for help, her voice trembling with sobs. Even though she was a Foundation establishment cultivator, she could only run away when chased by the entire pack of snow wolves. Once caught, they will be eaten to the bone. Each snow wolf is as strong as a human cultivator at the qi refining stage, but their numbers are vast, and they will quickly exhaust their spiritual energy in a fight. Damn it! Why did this woman have to run this way? Standing on the tree trunk, Yi Chen watched the surging pack of wolves and muttered something in an annoyed tone. He didn't want to meddle, but the female cultivator had inadvertently attracted all the demonic beasts, so he had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to turn around and run away. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a snow-white longsword appeared. He found this in the storage ring of the old Taoist robe man from before. In a flash, Yi Chen appeared in front of the snow wolf pack's path. The female cultivator who was fleeing also saw Yi Chen at this moment, and was overjoyed. She shouted at him desperately. Fellow Daoist, help me! She ran straight toward Yi Chen, without ever considering that this might put him in danger. At this moment, the female cultivator only wanted to be rescued. Yi Chen looked at the female cultivator. Her torn robes revealed her snow-white skin, which looked rather alluring. He glanced at it briefly and then looked away. The instant the female cultivator brushed past him, Yi Chen swiftly swung his sword down. A chilling sword light erupted, slashing head-on towards the snow wolf pack. Boom! Put! 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 In an instant, dozens of snow wolves were shredded to pieces by the sword energy. The corpses were scattered on the ground, emitting a strong smell of blood. Roar! The remaining snow wolves stopped in their tracks, looking at Yi Chen with terror and howling. They sensed danger from Yi Chen, but did not retreat. The wolf pack is gathering. They intend to launch a new attack. Boom! The ground beneath my feet is trembling. Yi Chen's expression darkened. He sensed something was wrong. Oh no, more monsters are heading this way. We need to get out of here right now. He immediately turned around and looked at the female cultivator hiding behind him. Snow wolves are not scary, but they will be in danger if they are surrounded by more monsters. This is, after all, an avatar of Yi Chen. If it were to fight for a long time, it would dissipate once its spiritual power was exhausted. He had more important things to do, so he naturally wouldn't waste his clone fighting monsters. No! We can't leave. My senior brother is still over there. He's also trapped by the snow wolves. Go save him quickly. The female cultivator looked at Yi Chen and pointed to the woods ahead. At this moment, she stood still and did not intend to leave, wanting Yi Chen to finish rescuing the person before leaving together. Yi Chen was taken aback, and his gaze towards the female cultivator before him became strange. He even thought he had misheard. What do I care if your senior brother lives or dies? Why should we save him? Yi Chen said irritably. The herd of beasts was rushing this way, and sending him to rescue people would be tantamount to suicide. If you don't save my senior brother, I'm not leaving either. The female cultivator glared at him, gritted her teeth, and said angrily. He put on a resolute expression. Yi Chen paused for a moment, gave her a strange look, and couldn't help but laugh. Not leaving? Then you can stay here and wait to die. Idiot. He had never seen such a stupid person. Why would someone who is not related to you threaten him with their life? Who can resist such blackmail? If you're going to die, die somewhere far away. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with you.
He still needs to conserve his spiritual energy to find the Xian Tian Holy Land. Only after marking the location can his true form sneak in using a teleportation talisman to rescue his sister, Yi Qinger.
How could I possibly waste my clone on a female cultivator I don't even know? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen vanished in a flash. Hey, why did you leave? Come back here. Don't go.
The female cultivator was stunned. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, her head felt like it was about to explode.
This doesn't seem to be what she imagined. Shouldn't the other party help her rescue her beloved senior brother? Why did you leave? What should she do then? Roar.
While she was still in a daze, the snow wolves beside her no longer hesitated and pounced on her.
No. Help me. The female cultivator screamed in terror, filled with regret.
She wanted Yi Chen to come back and save her, but she could no longer see Yi Chen.
Ah! The female cultivator's screams echoed through the forest.
A ferocious snow wolf pounced on her, biting her neck and killing her instantly. Moments later, besides a pool of blood, not even bones remained on the ground. Yi Chen vaguely heard screams coming from behind him, but he turned around and walked around the woods without looking back. As for the female cultivator's life or death, it was of no concern to him. Respect the life and death of others. If the other person wants to stay, there's nothing he can do. He sped on, continuing his journey. Night quickly passed, and daylight returned to the horizon. Yi Chen suddenly felt an itch on his chest, but scratching it didn't help.
Strangeness. What's going on? Could it be? He froze for a moment, then his mind cleared instantly. Chapter 64, Fallen into the Spider Cave. Hawan Sect. A small courtyard. On the bed draped in red gauze. Yi Chen was still asleep when he felt a tickling sensation on his chest. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face right in front of him, the fragrance of her hair filling his nostrils. I felt a sense of intoxication with every breath. Li Xinyue was lying beside him, gently drawing circles on his chest with her slender fingers. The itching in my sleep was caused by her. You little devil, you're awake so early? Yi Chen reached out and gently rubbed Li Xinyue's head, saying with a light laugh. Senior brother. I can't sleep. Li Xinyue looked at Yi Chen with seductive eyes and spoke in a sweet voice. Her voice is captivating to the core. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said, Don't want to sleep? Then what do you want to do? I miss you. Li Xinyue moved closer, staring intently at Yi Chen as he exhaled fragrant breath. You? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and his body suddenly felt a warm sensation. What a troublesome little devil. I've been up all night and I'm not tired at all? It was barely dawn, and she was already thinking about it again? Yi Chen sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, Lu Ruyan really knows how to pick people. At this moment, he even began to wonder if Li Xinyue had received Lu Ruyan's true teachings. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a landmine. The moment Yi Chen saw the life-giving pill, his tired eyes lit up. Finally, a life-giving pill has been obtained. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. At this moment, compared to high-level rewards like the Immortal Slaying Talisman and the Divine Soul Pill, Yi Chen hoped to obtain the life-giving pill and the body-strengthening pill more. Only by taking good care of your health can you better strive for progress and achieve more. Yi Chen, in high spirits, immediately put the freshly made, warm life-giving pill into his mouth and swallowed it. 3 seconds later. His entire demeanor instantly returned to its peak, as if he had become a completely different person. The previous feeling of weakness is gone. Yi Chen instantly gained a lot of confidence. Don't want to sleep? Then don't sleep. His fighting spirit was reignited, and he wanted to take this opportunity to produce more life-giving pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Listening to the series of cold notification sounds flashing through his mind, Yi Chen finally couldn't hold back any longer. If this continues, this life-giving pill will be a waste. Explode!
Yi Chen was going all out at this moment, almost risking his life. It not only determines victory or defeat, but also life or death.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
2 hours later.
Yi Chen leaned against the wall and walked out of the room, his face slightly pale. At that moment, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. Just looking at the several life-giving pills in his hand, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. This wave not only didn't result in a loss, but it actually made a huge profit. Relying on the effect of a single life-giving pill, he directly earned several life-giving pills. If Li Xinyue hadn't been unable to hold on, Yi Chen would have wanted to use another life-giving pill to teach her a lesson.
Now you can sleep peacefully, right?
He put all the life-giving pills into his storage ring, and was about to go back to find Lin Xingxue and the others to spend some time together and catch up on some sleep. They encountered a fresh-faced and beautiful female disciple right in front of them.
Even before the person arrived, a fragrant aroma wafted over.
It's a fresh and delicate fragrance that gives a refreshing and intoxicating feeling. She happened to be coming out of the next room, and when she looked up and saw Yi Chen, she wasn't surprised, but a blush flashed across her cheeks. It seems they already knew Yi Chen had come to the courtyard.
Senior brother Yi. My name is Yuan Xiang.
I was sent here by the sect leader.
Yuan Xiang looked shyly at Yi Chen in front of her and said, You know me? Yi Chen asked in surprise. He hadn't even revealed his identity, so how did the other party know?
Besides senior brother Yi, no other male disciples are allowed to enter this courtyard. The sect leader had already given us instructions before we came. Yuan Xiang explained, her face flushed.
So that's how it is. Yi Chen suddenly realized.
He hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to make such thorough arrangements, not only categorizing the female disciples but also prohibiting outsiders from entering. He really turned this little courtyard into his harem. While he was pondering, Yuan Xiang, who seemed shy, had already made her move.
She grabbed Yi Chen's arm and dragged him into the room. Wait a minute.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at Yuan Xiang in front of him with a strange expression, when he felt a warm touch on his arm.
They've only met once, and they're already taking hands? Why would you drag someone into the room without a second thought? The other person looks quite innocent, so why is she being so proactive? Yi Chen's gaze involuntarily swept over Yuan Xiang.
She has delicate features, a pure and gentle beauty, and is a girl from a modest family. Although she doesn't have a 36D, her figure is toned and alluring, just as captivating. This is a stunningly beautiful woman, completely different from Li Xinyue. She is also alluring despite her delicate features.
However, their methods of dragging and pulling were surprisingly consistent. They were all very proactive. They seemed afraid Yi Chen would run away.
Senior brother, they've been waiting for you for days.
Please don't go.
You're just going to stay in their room for a few hours.
Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of you. Yuan Xiang looked at Yi Chen with a shy expression and pleaded, her eyes immediately becoming misty. I almost burst into tears. Don't cry.
Yi Chen quickly reached out and touched her little face to comfort her. It's heartbreaking to see such a delicate and beautiful girl shedding tears. Since the other party had already put it this way, Yi Chen felt embarrassed to leave.
We can't focus on one thing and neglect the other, can we? He spent the whole night in Li Xinyue's room last night, and now Yuan Xiang is begging him so desperately, how can he bear to leave?
This is not how Yi Chen behaves.
If a female disciple makes a request, we must create the conditions to fulfill it, even if there are none. Alright, I'll stay and keep you company. Don't cry, come on, let's go inside and talk. Yi Chen took Yuan Xiang's hand and led her into the room. Aha! Thank you for keeping me company, senior. Yuan Xiang immediately beamed with joy. Bang!
The moment the door closed, Yi Chen subtly took out a life-sustaining pill from his storage ring and swallowed it.
3 seconds later, the feeling of weakness in my body disappeared.
Yi Chen secretly rejoiced that he had obtained a lot of life-giving pills that morning, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to hold on.
This is definitely a good product.
At that moment, he felt as if he had entered a spider's web, unable to escape.
Chapter 65 Senior brother, don't go.
In the connected courtyards, Lin Xingxue and the others woke up early and were sunbathing, drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard.
A disciple walked in. Is senior brother Yi there? The sect leader wants him to go over there.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue and the others all looked towards the small courtyard that had been opened up, a hint of embarrassment flashing across their faces. They all knew perfectly well what Yi Chen was doing, and they couldn't possibly disturb him at a time like this. He turned to look at the disciple who had delivered the message and said,
"My senior brother is probably still busy. It seems I won't be able to see the sect leader for the time being.
We'll tell him later, when he comes back from the courtyard." The disciple who delivered the message paused for a moment, looked at the connected courtyard with a puzzled expression, and nodded hesitantly.
All right.
He didn't know what Yi Chen was busy with in that courtyard.
Could it be more important than seeing the sect leader? But he didn't ask any more questions.
As Lu Ruyan's confidant, he knew that the small courtyard in Yi Chen's affairs were secrets, and the less he knew, the better.
Inside a grand hall,
Lu Ruyan sat cross-legged on the futon, her brows furrowed, her forehead covered in sweat, and her aura surging and violent. She was trying to break through the barrier of her realm, but the accumulation of knowledge over the past few days was still not enough.
Within moments, her entire being weakened. Hateful. It still doesn't work. The peak of the void refinement stage is not as easy as I imagined. Even with that kid's help, it's not something that can be achieved overnight.
Lu Ruyan opened her eyes and muttered to herself, her face pale. Her successful breakthrough to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm after dual cultivation with Yi Chen gave her immense confidence, which is why she began to attempt to reach the peak of the void refinement realm after several dual cultivation sessions. This failure immediately brought her to her senses. How could she possibly break through a realm that others might not be able to achieve even after hundreds of years of arduous cultivation in just a few days? Even if you're taking a shortcut, you still have to take it several times. Lu Ruyan squinted, a blush creeping across her cheeks.
At worst,
I'll just cultivate with that kid a few more times.
If I work day and night, I should be able to break through to the peak of the void refinement stage again in half a month, right? That kid got off easy.
She muttered to herself, her heart filled with anticipation. Besides wanting to improve his cultivation, he also longed for romantic love. At this moment, the disciple who had been sent out to deliver the message came in.
Metropolitan.
Senior brother Yi seems to be busy, he'll have to come later. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt flashing across her face.
Are you busy? What's that kid so busy with?
As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize something, her cheeks flushed red, and a hint of jealousy welled up in her heart.
Are other women more important than her? This guy, he's a heartless traitor who's blinded by lust? Hateful. Now you even have to wait in line to get him to do dual cultivation?
The disciple who delivered the message explained hesitantly. Sect Master, senior brother Yi seems to be busy in the new courtyard.
Lu Ruyan was taken aback, but immediately understood what was going on. She waved her hand and said, I understand. Go ahead. After the disciple who delivered the message left, Lu Ruyan sighed with a look of resentment.
I should have known better than to assign him so many female disciples.
Now you'll have even less time to spend with me. That little devil. Lu Ruyan felt a pang of disappointment.
Although she usually said she didn't care and was letting Yi Chen take advantage, she actually looked forward to dual cultivation even more than Yi Chen. Now Yi Chen is busy cultivating with the female disciples in the courtyard, so he has less time and energy than before. Although Yi Chen was training disciples for the sect and fulfilling her previous instructions, Lu Ruyan felt no joy whatsoever. She didn't know when it started, but she also began to feel anxious and insecure. Looking at the empty hall, with only her there, she felt even more lonely. What she seemed to be hoping for wasn't to improve her cultivation level, but rather for Yi Chen's companionship.
A small courtyard.
The room with the character hanging on the door.
Yi Chen was immersed in a gentle embrace.
Suddenly I felt a burning sensation in my ears.
Strangeness. Who is thinking of me?
He muttered something in confusion, then focused on earning more rewards. Having taken a life-giving pill, Yi Chen was now full of energy and in excellent condition.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a landmine.
The moment Yi Chen saw the eternal life pill, he felt he had made a killing. At that moment, all he could think about was getting a few more. Yuan Xian was very cooperative at this moment. She seemed like a girl from a modest family, but her proactive attitude surprised Yi Chen. even wilder than Li Xinyue, creating a striking contrast.
This was completely unexpected by Yi Chen.
He secretly rejoiced that he had taken a life-sustaining pill beforehand, otherwise his body might not have been able to withstand it. Shortly after, a cold notification sound echoed in my mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you've achieved a perfect score on your first try.
Would you like to spend 10,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of your offspring's aptitude?
After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining a profound grade spiritual root.
There is a 50% probability that it is an earth grade spiritual root. There is a 10% probability that it is a heavenly grade spiritual root. There is a 1% chance of obtaining a divine grade spiritual root.
There's a 1 in 10,000 chance it's an ancient, top grade spiritual root. Likely Xinyue, Yuan Xiang possessed a Xian grade spiritual root, and their aptitude would also affect the aptitude of their offspring. Yi Chen chose to consume spirit stones without hesitation.
Ding! 10,000 spirit stones successfully deducted.
Congratulations, host, on successfully improving your offspring's aptitude.
10,000 spirit stones are not a lot for Yi Chen.
If he could, he would even be willing to spend more spirit stones to improve his offspring's aptitude. You should know that the rewards that can be brought by having offspring with high-level spiritual roots are absolutely beyond imagination. Moreover, these offspring will be of great help to him once they grow up.
Although he was supposed to be training successors for the sect, wasn't he also cultivating his own power? 2 hours later,
Yi Chen, pale-faced, bid farewell to Yuan Xiang and, leaning against the wall, walked out of the room. If he didn't leave now, he felt he was going to die here. Several more life-sustaining pills appeared in his storage ring, making Yi Chen feel that all his efforts were worthwhile.
Let it be a little fake.
He looked up at the courtyard wall leading to the courtyard and couldn't help but miss the nourishing soup that Su Nianwan had cooked.
Nourishing soups are great, we should drink more of them.
He had only taken 2 steps when several female disciples, dressed in their finest attire, approached him with smiles from the courtyard.
Senior brother, don't go.
Why don't you spend some time with them too?
Hey rascal, come play.
Yi Chen was stunned, and his expression changed drastically.
Wow, it's really like being trapped in a spider's web. Chapter 66 My life isn't a life? Night fell, and a cold wind suddenly rose. The sect was quiet and deserted. In the side hall,
Lu Ruyan had changed into a sheer nightgown and walked back to her bed to prepare for sleep.
That kid is truly heartless and ungrateful. Do they forget the old ones once they have new ones?
She muttered to herself with a resentful look on her face. She waited all day but Yi Chen didn't show up, so she figured he probably wasn't coming. It's so late, Yi Chen must be exhausted.
What can we do even if we come? Knock knock knock.
Just as she was about to lie down, there was a knock on the door. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, a strange look flashing across her face. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why is this kid here?"
She sensed Yi Chen's presence. Yeah.
Before she could respond, the palace doors were opened. A figure walked straight in and closed the palace door behind him.
This feels like being at home.
Lu Ruyan stared at Yi Chen, who was walking towards her, with a strange look on her face. She was both surprised and delighted.
Who let you in?
She said it in an annoyed tone.
This kid is getting more and more unruly.
This is her private room, you can't just walk in like that. What did he take her for?
A lover?
I am, after all, the sect leader.
Didn't you send someone to call me here? Yi Chen walked closer and raised an eyebrow at Lu Ruyan, who was wearing pajamas.
After returning to the courtyard, he learned from Lin Qingxue and others that Lu Ruyan had sent someone to look for him. After having dinner with a few women, he rushed over immediately.
I did send someone to look for you, but that was during the day. It's so late, what are you doing here? Lu Ruyan gave a soft snort and said in a muffled voice.
She seemed to still be resentful that Yi Chen had arrived too late and neglected her.
Yi Chen noticed Lu Ruyan's resentment and said with a smile. Isn't this the perfect time? There are so many things I can do.
He looked at Lu Ruyan with amusement. Her alluring figure was captivating, and he suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Sect leader, your nightgown is so beautiful. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to throw a tantrum, upon hearing these words, her face flushed crimson, her body went limp, and her gaze towards Yi Chen became somewhat hazy.
You little devil, trying to bully me again? They've been waiting for you all day.
She had been harboring a lot of resentment and wanted to argue with Yi Chen, but after he praised her like that, all her resentment vanished.
Yi Chen stepped forward. Good things come to those who wait. Sect Master, you smell amazing.
Lu Ruyan's face grew even redder, her eyes trembled slightly, and she looked at Yi Chen with eyes as clear as water, her breath as fragrant as orchids.
What, you haven't eaten enough in the courtyard?
There was a hint of anticipation in her voice. Yi Chen reached out and lifted Lu Ruyan's chin, smiling as he spoke.
Don't you know my strength?
He was brimming with confidence at that moment. He wouldn't have dared to come to Lu Ruyan's place so arrogantly without thorough preparation. The dozen or so life-sustaining pills in his storage ring were his source of confidence. One day in the courtyard, Yi Chen had an incredible stroke of luck, acquiring a large number of life-giving pills. He was thinking of using these life-giving pills to try his luck with the drop rate at Lu Ruyan's place.
If we could get even more high-level rewards, that would be a huge win. Even if he can't, he can still use this to break through to the nascent soul stage and improve his cultivation. The candlelight in the side hall flickered. The entire hall was instantly enveloped in a barrier. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a body strengthening pill. Upon hearing the word strengthening pill, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he was filled with excitement. He didn't expect to receive a guaranteed return so quickly. One strengthening pill made his efforts tonight worthwhile. Everything else he gained was pure profit. Yi Chen felt his good luck had returned, so he continued to press his advantage. We're bound to get even more great stuff. This also serves as compensation for Lu Ruyan waiting a whole day. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. As Yi Chen listened to the chilling notification sounds flashing through his mind, his heart sank to the bone. The previous joy vanished instantly. What's going on? This time, not only were there no strengthening pills, but not even ordinary pills were dropped. Although the basic cultivation level reward is quite good, he would prefer a higher level reward. Could it be that I've used up all my luck? No way, I refuse to believe it. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, took out another life-giving pill from his storage ring, and swallowed it. He was going all out at this point, determined to reveal something good, or he wouldn't sleep tonight. We'll fight this to the bitter end. Yi Chen glanced down, then hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. I secretly hope that Lu Ruyan can hold on too. If the sect leader dies, then he really won't be able to explain himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level sword spirit talisman triggered by infusing spiritual power, unleashing a sword spirit strike, a myriad of swords returning to their origin, with power comparable to a full-force strike from the peak of the fusion stage. As dawn broke, Yi Chen had already decided to give up. The last cold, warning tone flashed by. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he even wondered if it was just his imagination. Sword spirit talisman? Did he get a sword spirit talisman again this time? This was something he never dared to dream of, and it just popped out so fresh and delicious. Yi Chen was overjoyed. He would have been content with just a strengthening pill, never expecting it to be a sword spirit talisman. This is an even more powerful talisman than the immortal slaying talisman. A terrifying weapon capable of instantly killing those in the early stages of fusion and severely injuring those in the middle stages. Even a grand cultivator in the void refinement stage is nothing more than an ant in front of the sword spirit talisman. Yi Chen now has 2 of these talismans, which makes him feel much more at ease when he sleeps. Even if powerful figures from the Xin Tian Holy Land came to hunt him down, as long as there weren't too many of them, he could even turn the tables and kill them. This is incredible luck. Yi Chen was utterly exhausted at this point, otherwise, he would have liked to unleash another burst of power and see if he could maintain his momentum. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he could barely keep his eyelids open. Even as he fell into a deep sleep, Yi Chen still had a joyful smile on his face. He was still muttering to himself. One more time. Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan vaguely heard Yi Chen talking in his sleep and immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. You little rascal. Isn't my life a life too? Chapter 67. The sex feet are covered with withered bones.
The moment Yi Chen fell into a deep sleep, a wisp of his consciousness once again took control of the clone that was out on the move.
We should be arriving at the Xiantian sacred land soon, right?
At this moment, Yi Chen stood on a slope, looking down at a map he had obtained, and muttered to himself. The Xiantian sacred land is located north of the southern wilderness state, while the Hahuan sect is located in the far south, a great distance away. It was only when the young sect leader of the Xiantian Holy Land traveled around using the teleportation arrays of various cities that he arrived in Jiangye City and met Zheng Shuyu.
If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to cross the southern wilderness in their lifetime.
Yi Chen's clone possessed the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator. Despite traveling day and night without stopping, it had not yet reached the Xiantian Holy Land after several days, which was enough to imagine how far apart the two places were. This is also why the Xiantian Holy Land did not immediately retaliate against the Hahuan sect after the elders of the Xiantian Holy Land were killed. The other party probably doesn't even know who killed this elder. When the two supreme elders of the Hahuan sect joined forces to kill someone, they didn't give the other party any chance to communicate, and afterwards they also blocked all news.
Yi Chen put down the map in his hand and continued walking forward.
According to the distance on the map, it will take another day to reach the Xiantian sacred land. However, the villages and towns he is currently passing through are all within the territory ruled by the Xiantian Holy Land. Here, Yi Chen had to be careful, wearing a veil and a bamboo hat to conceal his appearance and avoid being discovered and having his identity exposed. The young sect leader of the Xiantian Holy Land once issued a kill order against Yi Chen to help his lover Zhang Shuyu, so perhaps someone here remembers Yi Chen. The closer Yi Chen got to the Xiantian Holy Land, the more excited he became, because it meant he would soon be able to see his younger sister, Yi Qinger. His purpose in coming here was to rescue his sister. Even if he fails, at least he will remember the location of the Xiantian Holy Land, which will allow him to use the teleportation talisman again to come and rescue people. Yi Chen's only worry right now is the safety of his younger sister, Yi Qinger. She was kidnapped by an elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, and no one knows whether she is alive or dead, or how she is doing. If Yi Qinger dies, he feels that the entire Xiantian Holy Land will be buried with her. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes.
As he pondered, a town appeared before him. Xianshui Town. Yi Chen looked up and remembered the town marked on the map. At this moment, he had no intention of entering the town, he only wanted to avoid it to prevent the townspeople from recognizing him. Once exposed, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed. He didn't want to waste a clone of himself in this place. But when he turned around to take a detour, people who looked like mummies emerged from the town ahead. At first, Yi Chen didn't pay any attention, thinking they were just starving pedestrians.
After all, there are still many people who can't get enough to eat these days, and it's not easy for ordinary people to survive in the southern wilderness, where monsters roam freely. But more and more mummies emerged from the town, quickly forming a dense, multitude-like mass, numbering in the tens of thousands. Yi Chen also realized something was wrong at this time. These mummified corpses did not have any living aura on them, they were just walking corpses.
They are not human.
There is a big difference between starving civilians and puppets controlled after their life force has been drained. Yi Chen released his divine sense to investigate, and his expression immediately changed. The town ahead was filled with these mummified corpses, devoid of any sign of life.
Hundreds of thousands of people have had their life force drained. How is this possible? Yi Chen exclaimed in disbelief.
You must know that this is a city under the protection of the Xiantian Holy Land, with cultivators stationed here.
How could the entire town suddenly die? Who would dare to do that? Aren't you afraid of dying?
Yi Chen was shocked. Those were hundreds of thousands of people. As he gradually calmed down, he also felt something was very strange.
Why haven't any cultivators from the Xiantian Holy Land come to suppress this incident?
Logically speaking, with the abilities of those great cultivators from the Xiantian Holy Land, they should have been able to detect what was happening in the town. At least the sect disciples who pass through here every day should have noticed the situation and reported it to the sect, right? According to Yi Chen's judgment, the people in this town have been dead for at least several days.
Does the Xiantian Holy Land not care about the people living below the mountain?
Each sect relies on the support of hundreds of millions of local people, who provide labor such as mining spiritual minerals, gathering herbs, and selecting those with spiritual roots to join the sect.
Sects have an obligation to provide shelter for the local people, drive away demons and evil spirits, and prevent the people from suffering.
As he pondered, the mummified corpses not far away seemed to have noticed Yi Chen's presence and accelerated their rush towards him.
Boom!
The sounds made by thousands of mummified corpses caused the entire ground to tremble slightly. Yi Chen snapped out of his daze, his expression changing slightly. Seeing the surging dried corpses, he immediately turned and fled. Although these mummies are not as powerful as cultivators in the qi refining stage, there are simply too many of them. Once he takes action, he will inevitably lure out all the mummies in the town, and then he will be surrounded and unable to escape.
This is just a clone of Yi Chen.
Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, it will dissipate, and then he will not be able to reach the Xin Tian Holy Land. At this moment, he has no choice but to temporarily avoid confrontation. Yi Chen was very fast, and soon he had created a long distance between them. The roaring sound coming from behind him made his scalp tingle. So many mummified corpses are still quite frightening.
Suddenly, several figures came running from not far away.
They were all very fast and had weapons that emitted spiritual light in their hands, so they were obviously cultivators. Behind them, countless mummies were chasing after them. Those were mummified corpses from different directions.
Yi Chen's heart sank as he sensed something was wrong.
It appears that the people of more than one town have been turned into mummies, and people in other towns have suffered the same fate.
What exactly happened? Could something have happened to the Xin Tian Holy Land? Yi Chen didn't have time to think further.
He glanced at the cultivators running towards them and quickly changed direction to avoid encountering their dried corpses.
"Fellow Daoist, save me!"
The cultivators not far away saw Yi Chen and hurriedly shouted at him.
As soon as they shouted, a large number of mummies rushed over from the vicinity.
Yi Chen frowned slightly, ignoring them, only wanting to leave and not wanting to meddle in other people's business.
At the same time, a guess began to form in my mind. These mummies may identify their prey by sound. If they don't make a sound, they might avoid being targeted. He looked up and saw countless mummies surging towards him across the plain ahead. Just one look sent chills down his spine. Oh my God! Did we stumble upon a den of mummified corpses? Chapter 68, Without morality, there can be no kidnapping.
There are more than 1 million mummified corpses ahead.
How many civilians have died here?
Yi Chen murmured blankly, his face turning extremely ugly. He realized that it must be the work of an evil cultivator who was draining the people's life force and planting some kind of poison.
Although the Hahuan sect is not a prestigious sect, it is not among the evil cultivators either. At least they never indiscriminately kill innocent people. Even if dual cultivation is forced, it won't harm the life of the cultivation vessel. Yi Chen didn't have time to think.
Seeing the mummified corpses surrounding him from all directions, his gaze locked onto a cave on a hillside, and he immediately ran over. If he were to fly, these mummies would chase after him and leave, and all the villages and towns along the way would be doomed.
Although Yi Chen doesn't meddle in other people's business, he also wouldn't intentionally harm anyone.
He had already come up with an idea: find a place to hide, make no noise or make any sound, and wait for the mummified corpse to dissipate so he could escape smoothly.
Ah! Help me!
A scream came from not far away. A cultivator was trapped by the mummified corpses, desperately wielding his long sword, trying to fight his way out, but was quickly overwhelmed by the dense swarm of mummified corpses.
Senior Brother Wang!
The fellow cultivators looked back, but couldn't even see the other person's corpse anymore. A wave of terror washed over them, and their faces turned deathly pale.
Run, run!
They fled in even greater panic, and seeing mummified corpses all around them, their legs went weak with fear, and they were completely at a loss. At this moment, they also noticed Yi Chen running towards the hillside not far away, and ran towards him as if they had found a lifeline.
His aura is very strong. Let him help us.
They were all only at the qi refining stage, and facing such a large number of dried corpses, they were doomed and had no choice but to seek the protection of a stronger person. At this moment, Yi Chen had arrived at the cave entrance on the hillside.
He raised his hand and set up a barrier at the cave entrance to isolate the aura.
As long as there is no movement, the mummified corpse will not attack if it cannot smell the scent of living people. They rely on sound and breath to lock onto their targets.
A golden light flashed, and spiritual energy condensed at the cave entrance, isolating the inside from the outside.
As soon as he set up the barrier, several female cultivators rushed over.
Fellow Daoist, please save us. Please.
They looked at Yi Chen with lingering fear and pleaded, their faces turning pale.
Yi Chen glanced at them expressionlessly and said calmly, "Go in. Don't make a sound." He gave a brief explanation. "Thank you, fellow Daoist." The female cultivators immediately ran into the cave to hide.
A few cultivators were still a step behind, running towards them. Some of them were entangled by the dried corpses and were fighting their way back. His companions tried to help, but they slowed down and more mummies gathered around.
Some people were too frightened to make a move and hurriedly ran away. Help! Please help us! The trapped monks shouted towards the hillside. Their gazes fell on Yi Chen, hoping he would come to their rescue.
Yi Chen ignored him and turned around to walk through the barrier into the cave. 2 more female cultivators rushed in after them, terrified, and abandoned their companions to run away. Now that they were safe, they couldn't help but worry about their fellow disciples still outside being besieged by the dried corpses. Seeing that they were about to collapse, they all turned their gazes to Yi Chen in front of them.
Fellow Taoist, could you go out and save them? Otherwise, they will die. The 2 female cultivators looked at Yi Chen expectantly. Yi Chen glanced at them and said indifferently, "Why didn't you go to rescue them?" The 2 female cultivators looked embarrassed and glanced away guiltily, gritting their teeth as they spoke. "We are only at the qi refining stage, we can't deal with those dried corpses, going there would just be suicide. Your cultivation is stronger than ours, only you can rescue them." Yi Chen remained unmoved, scoffing, "What's it to me? You."
The 2 female cultivators were furious at Yi Chen's attitude and glared at him with displeasure.
"How could you be so cold-blooded and heartless, refusing to help someone in distress? Are you just going to stand by and watch them die out there?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned, looked coldly at the 2 female cultivators in front of him, and said irritably,
"Those are your companions, not mine. Why should you save them?
You yourselves are afraid of death, abandoning them and running away alone.
What right do you have to ask others to take risks? Have you two no shame?"
He had never seen such a shameless person. The 2 female cultivators were stunned by the rebuke, a hint of embarrassment flashing across their faces, as if their tails had been stepped on.
They were ashamed and angry, staring intently at Yi Chen, still feeling very unconvinced.
Several female cultivators, fighting as they moved, approached this area, attracting the attention of the surrounding dried corpses. Just a dozen meters from the cave, the group could no longer advance, completely trapped by the mummified corpses. One by one, they were injured, emitting screams of agony.
"Help me! I don't want to die. Junior sister Lin, senior sister Zhang, save me!"
They cried out in despair.
Seeing this, the female cultivators hiding in the cave became anxious. "What should we do?
Senior sister Zhao and the others can't break through. They'll die if this continues.
Who can save them?
We can't just watch them die in front of us. There are just too many mummified corpses outside, and senior sister Zhao and the others are injured, they're doomed." Everyone was talking at once, as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but not a single person took the initiative to leave the cave to rescue the person.
They're all stuck in the same spot, anxiously waiting.
The 2 female cultivators closest to Yi Chen looked at him again, their faces showing displeasure as they rebuked him.
"Your cultivation is high, so you should save people. How come you have no compassion at all?
Even if you don't know them, you can't just stand by and do nothing.
That's so heartless and ungrateful. You're a man, and you have absolutely no sense of responsibility."
They looked at Yi Chen with disdain, trying to persuade him to come out of the cave and save the people. Perhaps their voices were too shrill, immediately attracting the nearby mummies to walk towards the cave. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face darkened, and he said coldly,
"Shut up! You 2 idiots, don't attract the mummified corpse here. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble."
The 2 female cultivators were stunned, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief and annoyed.
"Are you being mean to me? Who are you calling an idiot? Apologize to me right now. What right do you have to lecture us?"
They were both furious and started yelling at Yi Chen, completely disregarding whether the mummified corpse outside would run in. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen turned to look at the 2 of them, and his gaze changed.
Chapter 69. You want to save people? Then you can die too. Since you want to save people, then go out and keep them company," Yi Chen said coldly.
He reached out and grabbed the 2 female cultivators in front of him, then forcefully threw them out of the cave.
"You don't want." The 2 female cultivators' expressions changed drastically.
They tried to resist, but it was too late, they had already been sent flying. A look of terror crossed their faces. The moment he fell to the ground, he immediately scrambled to his feet and ran into the cave. At this point, they had no mind to save others, they were only thinking about their own survival.
"Help me! I was wrong, please."
The 2 female cultivators hurriedly pleaded with Yi Chen inside the cave. They didn't know they were wrong, they just knew they were going to die. The shouts immediately attracted all the surrounding mummies, who swarmed towards the two of them.
No! The two female cultivators screamed in agony, instantly engulfed by the dried corpses. Hiss!
The cultivators inside the cave gasped in shock at what they saw, and their gazes towards Yi Chen changed. They never expected Yi Chen to be so ruthless, throwing the two female cultivators out to be fed to the dried corpses without a word.
This involves 2 lives. They were all fellow disciples, so they were naturally resentful and very dissatisfied with Yi Chen's behavior. How could you do this? Not only did you not save people, but now you're harming them. You've gone too far. One of the female cultivators glared angrily at Yi Chen and accused him.
Her voice carried outside the cave, immediately attracting the attention of dozens of mummies. Yi Chen looked at her expressionlessly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
What do you want to do? The female cultivator was about to curse when she met Yi Chen's icy gaze.
She was so frightened that she froze on the spot, a chill running down her spine.
A sudden sense of unease flashed through my mind. You don't like me? Then get out.
Yi Chen raised his hand and grabbed the female disciple's body from a distance, throwing her directly out of the cave.
Don't want. The female cultivator screamed in terror.
However, she was powerless to resist. As a Qi refining stage cultivator, she was completely unable to escape the control of a nascent soul stage cultivator.
Thump!
The moment she fell outside the cave, countless mummies pounced on her.
Ah!
After a scream, not a single corpse could be seen outside the cave. Those mummified corpses had blood all over their mouths, which was quite frightening.
Vomit! The remaining female cultivators in the cave were terrified, their heads buzzing. Seeing his fellow disciple die, he dared not argue or blame Yi Chen.
They all knew that if any of them made a sound, Yi Chen would throw them out without hesitation. They all became obedient immediately. Yi Chen glanced expressionlessly at the remaining female cultivators, and seeing that they remained silent, he looked out of the cave with satisfaction.
He never intended to pay any attention to these female cultivators in the first place.
They approached him seeking refuge, and hiding together was fine, but if they implicated him, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Since they were not related by blood or marriage, nor were they fellow disciples, Yi Chen naturally didn't care about their lives. The female cultivators outside the cave are all dead, there's no sound at all. Before the barrier set up by Yi Chen, the mummified corpses gradually left because they could not smell the scent of living people. The departure of thousands upon thousands of mummified corpses in a massive procession was enough to send chills down one's spine. Even with his high level of cultivation, Yi Chen still felt terrified when he saw endless stretches of dried corpses. Even if his true form were here, he wouldn't easily fight these dried corpses, and might actually fight until his spiritual energy was exhausted and he died.
It's dawn.
Those mummified corpses are all gone.
We're safe. Inside the cave, several female cultivators shouted with joy.
At this point, they were no longer worried that the noise would attract the mummified corpses, as there was no trace of them outside the cave.
Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, gleaning some information from their words. Do these mummies only appear at night?
He had no time to think about it, he just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible.
He could only rest easy once he reached the Xin Tian Holy Land and found his younger sister, Yi Qinger. Yi Chen darted out of the cave and quickly disappeared. He's gone.
Several female cultivators were somewhat worried when they saw Yi Chen leave, but considering that the dried corpse outside was gone and no longer needed Yi Chen's protection, they didn't care anymore.
It's good that this killer is gone, he was too terrifying. Yes.
He even caused the deaths of senior sister Zhang and the others.
That's too much.
Once we return to the sect, we must report this to the sect leader and have the sect elders avenge our fallen senior sisters,
they said indignantly, feeling very dissatisfied with Yi Chen.
They seemed to have forgotten that it was Yi Chen who had set up the barrier that allowed them to survive, and now they were thinking of taking revenge on Yi Chen.
Just as they were about to leave the cave, a familiar figure appeared before them. Fine, I kindly took you in, and now you want to report me and harm me? How cold-hearted and heartless the world is. People's hearts have changed so much. Since that's the case, then you won't leave here alive. Yi Chen looked at the female cultivators in front of him with a cold smile.
He had only pretended to leave, but overheard their conversation outside the cave.
At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent. If we let them leave, it would be tantamount to offending a powerful sect. Yi Chen didn't want to cause himself any trouble. You didn't leave, did you? You're so mean. You were eavesdropping on our conversation. Don't do anything reckless. If you kill us, the sect leader won't forgive you. The female cultivator's expressions changed slightly. They looked at Yi Chen in front of them with fear and panicked. They tried to intimidate him by mentioning their sect. After all, they were only at the qi refining stage and were no match for Yi Chen. Who killed you? It was clearly done by that despicable mummy. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Chen shrugged and said calmly. With so many mummified corpses in this place, it's not surprising that a few sect disciples died. You? No, you can't kill us. Don't even think about framing it as a mummy. The female cultivators were furious, glaring angrily at Yi Chen, their hearts filled with shock and rage. Before they could even utter a curse, Yi Chen raised his hand and struck out with a palm, instantly shattering their bodies with a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. No! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, these female cultivators exploded into clouds of bloody mist. Chapter 70. Is this how much you respect and love me? A fragrance reminiscent of rosewater wafted over. Yi Chen sped along, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. Could it be the fragrance from those female cultivators earlier? Wrong. This scent is familiar. It seems to be Lu Ruyan. He felt a sudden jolt and woke up from his dream. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Lu Ruyan standing right in front of me. She was wearing the same purple chiffon nightgown she wore last night, lying on her side next to Yi Chen, staring intently at him. A rich fragrance wafts towards you with every breath. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yi Chen asked in confusion, his heart racing. For a fleeting moment, he even thought that Lu Ruyan had discovered his external clone. This woman is far more complex than one might imagine. She can see right through someone's thoughts with just a glance. To become the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, one must possess extraordinary abilities. Look at you, you're so handsome. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a smile, blinking her bright eyes as she spoke. That look in his eyes is like it could steal your soul. The wisps of fragrance wafting to the tip of the nose are intoxicating, as if one is about to be immersed in them. Yi Chen paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him with a strange expression, raising an eyebrow. Are you being this flirtatious first thing in the morning? You wouldn't be thinking of. Lu Ruyan retorted coquettishly, you're the one who's flirtatious. How dare you speak like that? I am your sect leader. She pouted unhappily, expressing her dissatisfaction to Yi Chen. The dignity of the sect leader must not be lost. Yi Chen glanced at her and chuckled. Why didn't you say you were the sect leader when you were begging for mercy? He deliberately leaned close to Lu Ruyan's ear. That's not what you said last night. Lu Ruyan's face flushed bright red instantly. She glared at Yi Chen shyly and said resentfully. You bad person. They're ignoring you. After saying that, she pretended to get up and leave. But Yi Chen grabbed her arm and pulled her back into his arms. Who are you calling bad? Sect Master, you must also want to break through to the peak of the void refinement stage, right? I'll help you. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, who was like a lamb in his arms, with a playful expression. Hoof. You little devil. You always bully me. Lu Ruyan blushed, pouted her cherry lips, and said shyly. Only in front of Yi Chen would she show this girlish side. In the eyes of the sect disciples, Lu Ruyan has always been a strict and indifferent sect leader. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine soul pill. Yi Chen was stunned, clearly taken aback. He wondered if he was still dreaming and hadn't woken up yet. Is it a hallucination? This time, we've only just started warming up, and a divine soul pill has already exploded? This is a high-level reward. He never even dared to dream of such a good thing. Yi Chen, regaining his senses, was overjoyed. He knew all too well the benefits of the soul pill. Since taking a divine soul pill last time, he has been able to control his clone with a wisp of his consciousness without any pressure. Even after a night, I felt no discomfort and clearly felt that my mental strength had increased tenfold. He had always dreamed of obtaining another divine soul pill, and now he had gotten it so easily. What incredible luck! Yi Chen muttered happily, and immediately began to work hard. This is a rare opportunity, we must seize it. He woke up feeling refreshed and completely relaxed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host,
you have obtained a 6-flavor Emperor pill. After consumption, it will grant the host 10 times the energy, and the effect will last for 12 hours. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened suddenly. He originally thought that getting a high-level clone talisman had exhausted his luck, but then he got a 6-flavor Emperor pill.
This is undoubtedly a high-grade elixir.
After hearing the effects of the pill, Yi Chen was overjoyed and so excited that he wanted to burst into laughter 3 times.
Who else?
This single 6-flavor Emperor pill is equivalent to the combined effect of 10 life-giving pills and 3 body-strengthening pills.
Absolutely unbeatable. This was an absolute steal.
Yi Chen hadn't expected his luck to be so good this time, and the way he looked at Lu Ruyan changed.
Although Lu Ruyan's drop rate has always been quite high, today's drop rate is far higher than usual, with several high-level rewards appearing in succession.
From the initial soul pill to a high-level clone talisman, and then to a 6-flavor Emperor pill.
Yi Chen could laugh himself awake from a dream.
He secretly rejoiced that Lu Ruyan had woken him up, otherwise he wouldn't have received so many high-level rewards.
No, Lu Ruyan deserves a proper reward this time too. Yi Chen has always been a grateful person.
He immediately took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it.
He muttered to himself, "May Lady Luck always be with me." Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
2 hours later. Yi Chen, having failed to obtain another high-level reward, fell into deep thought. What exactly happened? Could Lu Ruyan's condition also affect the drop rate? For a fleeting moment, Yi Chen even considered feeding Lu Ruyan a life-giving pill.
However, her fatigue was completely different. She didn't need any pills, and giving them to her would be a waste. While Yi Chen was pondering, Lu Ruyan got up and stared at him with a resentful look, as if she wanted to see right through him.
You little brat, you want me dead, don't you?
She originally planned to tease Yi Chen a bit before going out to handle sect affairs. With 3 major forces about to invade, the entire sect is preparing for war, and Lu Ruyan, as the sect leader, is naturally very busy.
Several hours passed.
Lu Ruyan was exhausted and had almost lost her life.
How could she have the energy to deal with sect affairs?
At this moment, the way she looked at Yi Chen changed.
This kid is acting more and more strangely. Logically speaking, even if he had a body of iron, he should have given up long ago, right?
But when Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen in front of her, she saw that he was only slightly sweaty and did not look exhausted. This made her feel very strange.
This kid is a monster. Was it specifically sent to antagonize her? How could the head of a sect be defeated by a mere disciple? Sect master, how could I possibly want you to die? You are my beloved sect leader. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him and said sincerely.
He has always respected his teachers and tried his best to fulfill their wishes.
He. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, not believing his words at all. You think I'm the sect leader? You've already forgotten how respectfully you treated me just now, haven't you?
She complained angrily. This guy almost bullied her to death.
Chapter 71. You can't just say whatever you want. Meeting Lu Ruyan's resentful little eyes,
Yi Chen shrugged innocently.
Sect master, you can't blame me for this. You asked for this yourself, have you forgotten? But your horny behavior woke me up.
His voice grew softer and softer as he moved closer and closer to Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan blushed, feeling utterly ashamed, and immediately began to lose her composure.
Don't talk nonsense. Who's being horny? Don't talk nonsense?
Lu Ruyan immediately adopted the authority of a sect leader, deliberately putting on a stern face and glaring at Yi Chen as a warning.
If this gets out, how will she ever face anyone again? How can we then discipline the disciples of the sect? Metropolitan. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. You're definitely pretty slutty. Lu Ruyan? Roll.
She roared, her face flushed with embarrassment. The way they looked at Yi Chen changed. This kid really doesn't treat her like the sect leader. Which disciple would dare to say that the sect leader is lewd?
He's getting bolder and bolder. If this continues, won't the balance of power shift?
Yi Chen showed no intention of leaving, remaining on the bed and raising an eyebrow at her.
Sect master, I was just indirectly praising your charm. Humph. Who compliments someone like that? Stop being so cheeky, kid. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and said irritably.
Although he still kept a straight face, he was secretly overjoyed. Every woman enjoys receiving compliments, especially praise for her looks and charm.
Sect leader, you're beautiful even when you're angry. Yi Chen said with a smile. You?
Lu Ruyan was delighted by the flattery and turned to look at Yi Chen, just as she was about to speak. Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, she was instantly stunned. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes.
Etc. You little brat, you're not thinking of bullying me again, are you?
Lu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly. She was starting to get scared her body couldn't handle it.
Is this kid crazy?
Yi Chen said with a serious expression.
Sect Master, I'm doing this for the sect's sake.
Now that we are surrounded by external enemies who are eyeing our sect covetously, we must quickly increase our strength to protect it.
Sect Master, you don't want anything to happen to the sect, do you?
Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Lu Ruyan paused, a sense of unease creeping over her.
Why does this guy seem to be morally blackmailing her? I know something's wrong, but I can't refute it.
The sect is indeed in a precarious situation, and could be besieged by forces led by the Heavenly Demon sect at any time. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to the sect, and as the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, she had to shoulder this responsibility. At the same time, she always wanted to improve her cultivation and reach a higher realm. But hearing those words from Yi Chen felt strange to her.
When did dual cultivation become so noble? Sleeping with her is contributing to the sect?
Seeing how righteous Yi Chen spoke, she knew that if she resisted, she would be seen as a traitor to the sect.
Lu Ruyan's face darkened. Where did this kid learn these petty tricks from? This is clearly a scheme to ruin her life.
But then she thought about it again and realized that doing so could indeed improve her cultivation level, so she no longer felt resistant and even looked forward to it.
She didn't lose out at all.
Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a flushed face, gritted her teeth, and nodded.
Then, that's fine. However, I'm not trying to have an affair with you. I'm doing this for the sake of the sect. She quickly emphasized this point, lest Yi Chen think she was promiscuous.
She is still trying to maintain her authority as the sect leader.
As for what Yi Chen actually thinks about her, that's another matter entirely.
Sect Master, rest assured, I will help you break through to the peak of the void refinement stage as soon as possible.
Yi Chen stared intently at Lu Ruyan and said with a confident expression. He was very confident in himself. The life-giving pill I took earlier still has some effect.
Besides, he still had quite a few life-giving pills in his storage ring, which was definitely enough for him. Even after he had tormented Lu Ruyan to death, he still hadn't used up all his pills.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a teleportation scroll.
Several hours later.
The sky outside was gradually darkening. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized that she still had many sect affairs to attend to, so she spent the whole day with Yi Chen.
If the elders knew about her, what would they think of her?
At a time when the sect is in peril, for her, the sect leader, to be indulging in romantic escapades is utterly irresponsible. But then she thought about it again, and realized that she was doing all this to improve her cultivation, which made her feel much more at ease.
You little devil, you've ruined my life.
Lu Ruyan glanced at Yi Chen, who was about to leave, and pouted, complaining.
It's already so late, she naturally can't go out to handle sect affairs, she can only wait until tomorrow.
Besides, she was exhausted at the moment, completely limp on the bed, and had no energy to do anything else.
All I want to do is get a good night's sleep to recharge.
Yi Chen turned to look at Lu Ruyan and corrected her in a serious tone.
What is suffering? Sect Master, how can you not appreciate a kind heart? Wasn't I just trying to help you cultivate? He seemed to have put in a lot of effort, and Lu Ruyan almost believed him.
This guy is clearly taking advantage of her, yet he's making it sound so nice. Lu Ruyan wasn't stupid, she had indeed gained many benefits from it, which was why she became addicted to it. At this moment, she felt that her cultivation level had indeed improved significantly, much faster than when she cultivated on her own. She had previously failed to break through to the peak of the void refinement stage, but now she was much more confident. If she continues to practice dual cultivation this frequently, Lu Ruyan feels that it won't be long before she can try to break through to the peak of the void refinement realm again. With 3 major powers eyeing her covetously, she doesn't have much time left.
Sect Master, please rest well. This disciple will take his leave now. Yi Chen said with a respectful expression. Since Lu Ruyan is the sect leader, she should at least show some respect.
Of course, you don't have to treat her like the sect leader when you're in bed.
Wait a minute. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Lu Ruyan suddenly called out.
Yi Chen turned to look at her, a strange glint in his eyes, and asked tentatively.
Sect Master, do you still intend to? No. Lu Ruyan blushed and quickly denied it. What's going on in this kid's head? How could I possibly still want something when I'm already like this? She wasn't intentionally courting death. Yi Chen scratched his head in confusion. Then why do you want me to wait? Do you want me to stay and keep you company? It's not impossible. He didn't necessarily have to go back. Since I've already slept here all day, staying another night won't hurt. Chapter 72. Who asked you to accompany them? Roll. Who asked you to keep me company?
You little brat, don't even think about taking advantage of me again. Lu Ruyan, her face flushed, glared at Yi Chen and roared.
If this kid really stays, she might die tonight. Who can withstand this? She knew Yi Chen's thoughts all too well. If I stay here overnight, they'll definitely continue to bully me. A man's words are deceitful and cannot be trusted at all. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. Does the sect master have any further instructions? He truly couldn't guess what Lu Ruyan was thinking. It's not about continuing, nor is it about letting him stay overnight, so what is it about? Was it meant to warn him to keep his mouth shut and not tell anyone what happened today? However, he was always tight-lipped and wouldn't tell outsiders about this matter.
Besides, he also didn't want others to know about his relationship with Lu Ruyan. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Lu Ruyan hesitated, her face flushed, and gritted her teeth before speaking.
Go home and get some rest tonight. Come see me again tomorrow morning.
She suppressed her shame and forced herself to speak her mind.
If you want to become stronger, you must train day and night. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Yi Chen was taken aback and somewhat surprised.
I never expected Lu Ruyan to say that.
Just a second ago he was saying, don't even think about taking advantage of her. Now you're calling him over on your own initiative? This woman is really hypocritical.
Seeing that Lu Ruyan was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear, Yi Chen stopped teasing her and nodded seriously.
Yes, sect master. Disciple will come back tomorrow.
After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. Only after his figure disappeared from the main hall did Lu Ruyan dare to raise her head, her cheeks still flushed, her heart filled with shyness.
Fine, for the sake of the sect. This kid got off easy. Lu Ruyan murmured to herself.
He comforted himself, telling himself that everything he did wasn't for personal enjoyment, but for the sect. With this sense of righteousness in mind, she could continue to associate with Yi Chen with a clear conscience. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and Lu Ruyan, who had been busy all day, drifted off to sleep.
The next morning, Yi Chen arrived outside the main hall.
He was no longer so unfamiliar or reserved here. Even during the day, seeing that there were few disciples around, he felt as if he were back home, easily walking into the main hall and pushing open the door to the side hall.
A floral fragrance wafted towards me. You're getting more and more unruly. He came in without even asking permission.
Lu Ruyan, who had just finished bathing and was changing clothes, blushed and said coquettishly. She had sensed Yi Chen's arrival beforehand and had hurriedly dressed, expecting him to wait outside for a while. But instead, he walked in looking so fresh and vibrant.
For a fleeting moment, Lu Ruyan even wondered if this was really her boudoir. Why does this look like Yi Chen's room? This kid is way too impolite. What do you take her for? Is he keeping a mistress outside the marriage? Hateful.
Yi Chen glanced up, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes, and explained with a smile.
There are no outsiders here. We're already so familiar with each other, why would we need to ask for permission? Besides, didn't you, sect master, send me to find you? Snort.
Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and gave a soft snort.
We need to ask for permission first. I am your sect leader.
She argued her case forcefully, trying to gain the upper hand and suppress Yi Chen.
Yi Chen can't always win, right?
Hearing this, Yi Chen glanced at her and smiled knowingly.
So you know you're the sect leader now? What kind of sect leader sleeps with his disciple? Isn't this abusing your power for personal gain? Lu Ruyan? She was visibly taken aback, and the way she looked at Yi Chen changed. Who slept with whom? This guy took advantage of the situation and is now acting innocent? He actually accused himself of abusing his power for personal gain? You slept with me, not the other way around. Lu Ruyan quickly corrected her. Otherwise, if word got out, people would really think that she, as the sect leader, was using her power to force her disciples to do something. This is absolutely ruining her reputation. Yi Chen looked at the angry Lu Ruyan in front of him, waved his hand, and said indifferently, "Don't worry about who slept with whom, it's already happened." "No. It was you who slept with me." Lu Ruyan glared at Yi Chen with a puff of anger, and said with a determined look, "She is fighting for the honor of her sect leader." Seeing this, Yi Chen nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'll sleep with you, alright?" Snort. "That's more like it." Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, and said with great satisfaction, her mood instantly improving, "Sect leader, you're beautiful even when you're angry." Yi Chen suddenly praised him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan, who was feeling smug, blushed and felt a surge of joy. She gave Yi Chen a shy glare and scolded him playfully. "Stop trying to be all smooth talk, I'm not buying it." Although she said that, she was actually very happy inside. Is that so? In that case, then let's try the other set. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyan. What else? Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, and when she met Yi Chen's burning gaze, her face immediately turned bright red. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a body strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Yi Chen received a number of high-level rewards in succession, and was in a great mood. This solidified his belief in finding joy in helping others, and he was determined to elevate Lu Ruyan's moral character. For the sake of the sect, we'll fight to the death. Sect, Elder Hall. This is where the Supreme Elder of the Hahuan sect presides over and discusses sect affairs. Normally, the affairs are handled by the inner sect elders. Since the sect faced the threat of being besieged by 3 major forces, the several elders have ended their secluded cultivation and spend their days in the Elder Hall instructing their disciples on cultivation and handling sect affairs. Lu Ruyan will also come here to discuss matters with the several Supreme Elders. However, Lu Ruyan has not shown her face for several days in a row, which has aroused the dissatisfaction of several elders. Others may not know what Lu Ruyan is doing, but as the core of the sect's power, they naturally know what has happened. What kind of time is this? She's still fooling around with a disciple? Is the survival of the sect less important than a pretty boy disciple? This Lu Ruyan is so reckless. Apart from the Grand Elder, the other Supreme Elders were furious, feeling that Lu Ruyan was utterly incompetent as sect leader. They were unaware of Yi Chen's secret, nor did they understand the significance of Lu Ruyan and Yi Chen's dual cultivation. It seems Lu Ruyan has been spending these past few days indulging in sensual pleasures. Chapter 73, Criticizing the Sect Master? Let's see who dares. How could the sect leader be so debauched? It's truly disappointing. If this continues, the sect's foundation will be destroyed in Lu Ruyan's hands. I never imagined that the sect leader was this kind of person. I never knew she was so enthusiastic about dual cultivation. Among the inner sect elders present, some nodded in agreement, while others remained silent. The elders who spoke up were all from the faction that had supported Vice Sect Master Jiang Yuyan. Since Jiang Yuyan's death, their lives in the sect had become increasingly difficult. Now that the sect leader, Lu Ruyan, has made a mistake, they are eager to add fuel to the fire in front of the elders and take the opportunity to bring her down. Once Lu Ruyan steps down, they will also be qualified to compete for the position of sect leader. The criticisms in the elders' hall grew louder and louder. Alright. The most important thing right now is how to defend against the 3 major forces. Let's not talk about anything unimportant. What kind of talk is it to criticize the sect leader in private and have infighting among your own people? The elder raised his eyes slightly, his murky gaze sweeping over the crowd, and shouted in a deep voice. He knew in his heart that Lu Ruyan was not content with enjoying life, but was busy improving her cultivation, but in order to keep the secret, he could not help her explain. Otherwise, Yi Chen's secret will be exposed. The hall fell silent instantly. Neither the Supreme Elder nor the inner sect elders remained silent at this moment. No one dared to disobey the elder's words. When the elders who were at odds with Lu Ruyan met the Grand Elder's gaze, they realized their thoughts had been seen through. Terrified, they shrank back, their faces turning pale, trembling like quails. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, dressed in a fiery red dress, walked in. She held her head high, her steps steady, like a queen reigning supreme. Everyone seemed to sense something and looked up, a strange look flashing in their eyes. Ruyan, why did you only just? The elders who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with her frowned slightly, about to say a few words of admonition, when they suddenly froze in place. One by one, their eyes widened in shock, a glimmer of light appearing in their cloudy eyes as they stared at Lu Ruyan walking towards them, feeling the aura emanating from her, as if they had seen a ghost. This is impossible. Ruyan, you have broken through to the peak of the Void Refinement realm? No, am I dreaming? Didn't you just break through to the mid-stage of the Void Refinement realm a few days ago? How could you break through to the peak of the Void Refinement realm so quickly? Could this be some kind of illusion? But this aura, it really is that of a peak Void Refinement cultivator. Several elders couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They were all incredulous, staring intently at Lu Ruyan, trying to find a flaw in her demeanor. In just a few days, Lu Ruyan's cultivation level broke through from the early stage of Void Refinement to the peak of Void Refinement. This was completely beyond their comprehension. It's important to understand that even these Grand Elders were only at the peak of the Void Refinement stage, and it had taken them hundreds of years to reach this point. Lu Ruyan's cultivation speed is beyond just being described as fast, it's practically divine speed. The Grand Elder was so excited that he jumped to his feet, looking at Lu Ruyan with a face full of joy, and repeatedly said good. He was not only delighted that Lu Ruyan had broken through to the peak of the Void Refinement stage, but he also saw the potential value in Yichen. This is far more precious than several experts at the Void Refinement stage. The sect leader has broken through to the peak of the Void Refinement realm? Such a powerful aura. Congratulations, sect master. The sect leader's cultivation has greatly increased, it's a blessing for the sect. The inner sect elders present also offered their congratulations, their hearts filled with joy. Lu Ruyan's cultivation level soared at this time, breaking through to the peak of the Void Refinement stage, which undoubtedly gave everyone confidence to fight against the three major forces. There's a huge difference between the peak of the Void Refinement stage and the early stage. Lu Ruyan can now single-handedly handle several early and mid-stage Void Refinement cultivators. Although the combined forces of the three major powers had more Void Refinement stage experts than the Joyful Union sect, most of them were at the early or middle stages of Void Refinement. Lu Ruyan's breakthrough to the peak of the Void Refinement stage immediately narrowed the gap between the top combat forces of both sides. The elders who were at odds with Lu Ruyan felt utterly disgusted, as if they had swallowed flies. Seeing Lu Ruyan's cultivation level soar was even more unbearable than their own regressing. How could they possibly compete with Lu Ruyan in the future? Their lives in the sect would only become more difficult. Lu Ruyan stopped in her tracks, looking at the shocked crowd before her, secretly pleased with herself. As expected, breaking through to the peak of the Void Refinement stage makes a difference. Even the attitudes of several Supreme Elders towards her have changed. She couldn't help but feel grateful for Yichen's help. Yichen has spent most of his time in her side hall these past few days, arriving before dawn and leaving late at night. Lu Ruyan hadn't left the main hall for several days. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she was so exhausted every day that she had no energy left to deal with sect affairs. Despite telling herself to restrain herself every day, she would always forget these warnings after seeing Yichen, only to regret it late at night. However, she felt it was all worth it, at least she gained a stronger cultivation level. Greetings, First Elder, Second Elder. Lu Ruyan greeted the several elders. Although they are now at the same level, Lu Ruyan is still a junior in front of them because she is an elder of the sect. Ruyan, tell me quickly, how did you break through to the peak of the Void Refinement realm in just a few days? The second elder, with his forthright and fiery personality, couldn't hold back his words and asked Lu Ruyan first. Yes, Ruyan, peak of the Void Refinement realm, she broke through so easily? It took us over 100 years to break through even a single minor realm. The third elder also spoke up at this moment. The other elders also looked at Lu Ruyan with curiosity, waiting for her answer. Everyone felt a mix of emotions at that moment. Is the difference between people really that big? They originally thought they were exceptionally talented, having broken through to the peak of the Void Refinement realm in just over 100 years. As a result, Lu Ruyan only took a few days. For a moment, several of the Grand Elders doubted whether they were useless. Could it be that the refinement of Void Realm is not as difficult as they imagined? But it's absolutely impossible to cultivate that quickly, right? A few days isn't even enough time for a Qi refining cultivator to break through a minor realm. Meeting the eager gazes of the crowd, Lu Ruyan spoke calmly.
Perhaps it was because I calmed down these past few days and my mind became clear that I was able to break through the bottleneck naturally. She said it so easily, yet it was a step that others hadn't been able to take for decades.
Chapter 74 Breakthrough to the Peak of Void Refinement. All thanks to Yi Chen. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, a strange expression flashed across everyone's faces. Have I been able to calm down these past few days? Isn't she spending all her time cultivating with her pretty boy disciple? How can one achieve telepathy in this way? Doesn't he have any desires at all?
The elders nodded thoughtfully.
At their level of cultivation, mental state was often more important than cultivation level when it came to breakthroughs.
Perhaps at some point, you suddenly understand, and your level of understanding breaks through. This is the reason why some people can reach the golden core stage in a single day after completing the foundation establishment stage.
Only.
They still felt that Lu Ruyan's cultivation level was improving too quickly, and wondered if there was some unknown secret behind it.
Could it be because of dual cultivation?
The core technique of the Hahuan sect is the dual cultivation secret art, which is not a secret in itself. The sect's disciples and elders have all learned this secret art, and most of them have sought out a vessel for dual cultivation. This can indeed rapidly improve one's cultivation level, but it's nowhere near as fast as Lu Ruyan's, who broke through from the early stage of the void refinement realm to the peak in just a few days. Even if you were to absorb all the energy from the cauldron until it turned into a dried-up corpse, it would be impossible to gain so much cultivation.
The elders present were also skeptical, thinking that they would go back and calm down, find a suitable vessel for focused dual cultivation for a few days to test the effects. It seems someone was dissatisfied with me before? You say I'm licentious and dissolute, and that the sect's foundation will be destroyed in my hands sooner or later?
Lu Ruyan abruptly changed the subject and spoke up. After she broke through to the peak of the void refinement stage, her hearing became much more acute. She happened to overhear everyone gossiping about her outside. The atmosphere inside the hall suddenly turned cold. The senior elders looked at each other awkwardly, unsure of what to say. In the past, they might have been able to lecture Lu Ruyan, but her cultivation has increased dramatically in the past few days, and she has broken through to the peak of the void refinement stage.
Who would dare to say that she is licentious and unrestrained? This is clearly someone who has gone into seclusion to cultivate diligently. What did Lu Ruyan do wrong? This is truly a model for any sect. Even as supreme elders, they must be reasonable. Lu Ruyan's face darkened, and her icy gaze fell upon the elders who were dissatisfied with her. She wasn't targeting the senior elders after all, they were elders of the sect, and it was normal for them to give them a few words of advice. But how dare these elders speak ill of her behind her back? Meeting Lu Ruyan's unfriendly gaze, the elders trembled, their faces changed drastically, and they knelt on the ground in terror. Yes, it was my fault for being so talkative. I shouldn't have spoken about the sect leader. Please forgive me, sect master. Sect master, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again next time.
They already didn't get along with Lu Ruyan, and now that she had overheard them talking behind their backs, they were all panicking. It was alright before Lu Ruyan's cultivation level improved, but now even several supreme elders can't suppress her, making their situation even more dangerous.
You want a next time?
Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes and said coldly.
Who do you think you are, daring to spread rumors and slander me?
I can see that you are clearly trying to instigate internal strife within the sect, colluding with the Heavenly Demon sect to destroy my Joyful Union sect. Her voice grew colder and colder, sending chills down one's spine.
These elders were immediately accused of colluding with foreign enemies. The elders' expressions changed drastically. They were terrified and cried out, their faces pale. Sect master, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't intend to deliberately provoke internal strife within the sect. I just said a few extra words because I was being cheeky. I have never colluded with the Heavenly Demon sect. I have been wronged. They hurriedly defended themselves. Whether it's instigating internal strife within the sect or colluding with foreign enemies, it's a capital offense. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, looking at them with an indifferent expression, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Doesn't she know in her heart whether she's been wronged or not?
These people are at odds with her and are also confidants of her mortal enemy, Jiang Yuyan.
Keeping them around will only bring trouble.
This hidden danger becomes even more perilous when the sect faces peril, as it could betray her at any moment. Lu Ruyan had always wanted to get rid of them, and now she finally had a reason.
Seemingly sensing the killing intent emanating from Lu Ruyan, the deacons were terrified, trembling as they looked to the supreme elders for help.
Elder, we were just making a few criticisms, we really had no other intentions.
Second elder, say something. Third elder, it was you before.
They were almost in tears.
It was clearly the elders who scolded Lu Ruyan first, so why were they being blamed? Even the hot-tempered second elder became taciturn at this moment.
Lu Ruyan didn't give them a chance to argue, and immediately struck out with her palm.
No. Put. Put. Put.
Before these elders could finish speaking, they were killed on the spot. They were only at the nascent soul stage. Lu Ruyan could crush them with a flick of her wrist.
Hiss. The inner and outer sect elders present were trembling with fear at Lu Ruyan's ruthless methods, and they lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound.
She secretly rejoiced that she hadn't said anything earlier, otherwise they would be the ones dead now. Seeing this, the elders pursed their lips and said nothing. They were also aware that Lu Ruyan's purpose in killing was not entirely due to the criticisms made behind her back by these elders. They stood by and watched Lu Ruyan and Vice Sect Master Jiang Yuyan fight without intervening in either side, because they wanted to choose a stronger person to lead the sect. Now that Jiang Yuyan is dead, Lu Ruyan's cultivation has surged and she has broken through to the peak of the void refinement stage, undoubtedly gaining the approval of several supreme elders.
From now on, there will only be one voice in the Hahuan sect, and that will be Lu Ruyan's orders.
The elder waved his hand dismissively. Take the body out.
Yes. Several disciples entered and carried away the bodies of the elder deacons.
As if nothing had happened, everyone continued to discuss how to deal with the three major forces. With Lu Ruyan's breakthrough, everyone felt much more relaxed regarding the sect's plans, and the despair they had felt before was gone. The first elder seemed to be deep in thought, and thinking about how capable Yi Chen was, many ideas suddenly came to mind. Those who are capable should do more. If you're competent, then do more. Yi Chen, the top contributor to the victory, made his way back to the courtyard, leaning against the wall for support. These past few days have felt like a dream to him. Sometimes he's floating on air, blissfully happy, and other times he's so exhausted he collapses and has to lean against the wall to get out, his weak back aching. At first, he intended to help Lu Ruyan, but in the following days, Lu Ruyan, who vaguely sensed she was about to break through, began to frantically demand more.
Sometimes Yi Chen was afraid that he would die there. Finally, I'm back alive.
Yi Chen looked at the familiar courtyard with a pale face and muttered to himself.
He immediately felt much more relaxed. Chapter 75. If you don't discipline someone for 3 days, they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles. In the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qingshuet and the others looked outside and were quite surprised to see Yi Chen return. Senior brother. Why are you back so early today? The girls quickly stepped forward to greet Yi Chen.
Yi Chen had been leaving early and returning late these past few days, so his return in broad daylight was quite strange to Lin Qingshui and the others. The sect leader has some business to attend to, so I'll return first.
Yi Chen coughed lightly and said.
Fortunately, Lu Ruyan broke through at this time, otherwise, he really would have passed away.
Is that so?
Lu Mengyao raised an eyebrow, looking at Yi Chen, who was pale and weak in front of her, and asked with a suspicious expression.
Senior brother, are you not going to pass away? Yi Chen? Nonsense. Who's failing? Yi Chen glared at him and said defiantly.
He has indeed been feeling a bit weak these past few days, but he's not at the point of collapse yet. Besides, he would never admit to it, as it concerns a man's dignity. Yi Chen's gaze fell on Lu Mengyao, and he narrowed his eyes.
You seem to be itching for a beating lately, don't you? Believe it or not, I'll teach you another lesson.
These past few days he has been busy helping Lu Ruyan improve her cultivation, and has somewhat neglected Lin Qingshui and the others. However, they were both pregnant, which made things inconvenient for them. As for Zhao Linger, Yi Chen would occasionally spend some time with her when he returned.
Perhaps it's because Yi Chen hasn't spent the night in Lu Mingyao's room in a long time. This girl has become increasingly arrogant. Snort. It's still uncertain who will teach whom a lesson.
Lu Mengyao pouted and said with a haughty expression.
She was starting to feel a little jealous from being ignored like this. My heart is filled with longing for dual cultivation. Okay. Don't you dare beg for mercy later. Yi Chen immediately became more assertive. If we don't severely suppress this little girl's arrogance, she'll be so outrageous. Yi Chen would never admit defeat in something like this.
His gaze swept over Lin Qingshui and the others in front of him, and he raised an eyebrow.
Anyone else out there who's still not convinced?
Upon meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Lin Qingshuet and the others' faces flushed bright red instantly.
I admit it, senior brother, please don't look at me.
Lin Qingxua blushed and waved her hand, quickly refusing.
She was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. Senior brother, you can just talk to Sister Lu. Su Nianwan said softly, her face flushed. Senior brother, you know me, it's not convenient for me right now. Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed. She's newly pregnant, which is a very sensitive time. We should wait at least a few months until things stabilize before making any decisions. I wouldn't dare be as arrogant as Lu Mengyao.
Hearing what they said, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
This reduced his stress considerably. As long as it's just Lu Mengyao, his body can still handle it. Okay, you guys rest first. Today I'll teach Mengyao how to be a decent person. Yi Chen said confidently, grabbing Lu Mengyao's fair hand and heading straight for her room.
Lu Mengyao followed along stubbornly, her face growing increasingly rosy, a hint of anticipation in her heart. Lin Xingxue and the others stood in the courtyard, watching Yi Chen lead Lu Mengyao away, a hint of curiosity flashing across their faces.
Tell me, who do you think is more capable, senior brother or sister Lu?
Lin Xingxue blushed and whispered curiously.
Of course it's my senior brother.
Zhao Linger responded immediately. She had the fewest encounters with Yi Chen, but was the most thoroughly won over, and still harbors a slight fear of him. Although my senior brother seems unassuming on the surface, he is. If I remember correctly, my senior brother seems to have some kind of pill that can quickly restore energy.
Junior sister Lu is still too young. Su Nianwan said with a smile.
It seems they had already anticipated Lu Mengyao's humiliating defeat in begging for mercy.
Bang! Close the door.
Yi Chen waved his hand and took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring, then swallowed it.
Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Lu Mengyao asked in confusion.
Before he could finish speaking, he noticed Yi Chen's change and his eyes widened suddenly.
In just 3 seconds, Yi Chen, who had been pale-faced, seemed to transform completely, instantly becoming energetic and full of vitality. Where is the weakness in her now?
Lu Mengyao sensed something was wrong and started to panic.
Their momentum suddenly weakened. Did you just say you were going to teach me a lesson? Okay, let's go to bed and have a good talk. Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao in front of him with a smile and said.
He never fights a battle he's not confident of winning. The life-sustaining pill in his storage ring is his source of confidence.
Let's teach this arrogant little girl a lesson. Don't. Senior brother, I know I was wrong. I was too arrogant just now, please forgive me.
Lu Mengyao quickly softened her tone. She had already realized something was wrong. She only dared to speak so boldly before because she saw that Yi Chen was weak. Now that Yi Chen is full of energy and looks like he can kill her, who wouldn't be scared? Her legs felt a little weak.
Don't say that. It's still uncertain who will teach whom a lesson.
Yi Chen chuckled. These were words Lu Mengyao had said earlier, and Yi Chen was now returning them.
We really need to teach them a lesson to know who's stronger.
Lu Mengyao's face flushed red, her heart filled with both fear and longing.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
2 hours later. The sky gradually darkened.
Lin Xingxue and the others had been drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard all afternoon, and now they were all a little hungry. Looking up at the sky, and seeing that Yi Chen and Lu Mengyao hadn't come out of the room yet, the previous question was answered.
It seems that senior brother is still the better one.
Lin Xingxue said with a rosy complexion. Sister Lu underestimated her opponent this time.
Su Nianwan shook her head and smiled meaningfully. Sister Lin, Sister Su, shall we eat first? Zhao Linger spoke hesitantly, full of anticipation.
She had more specific ideas about what to eat. Since arriving at the courtyard and becoming friends with Lin Xingxue and the others, Zhao Linger's meals have improved considerably, and she's gained a lot of weight. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue and Su Nianwan turned to look at her and nodded with smiles.
All right, let's eat first. Ignore them both.
After saying that, the three of them got up and headed to the kitchen.
In the room,
Lu Mengyao, still half asleep, smelled the aroma of food and, seeing an opportunity, quickly spoke up. Senior brother, it seems, dinner's ready. Yi Chen glanced at her with a smile and shook his head. No, we must decide a winner first.
Chapter 76. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap talisman. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Fire Lightning card. Night is falling.
Yi Chen had acquired quite a few good things this time, and his face was beaming with joy.
The only regret is that I never received a single longevity pill.
During his recent battles with Lu Ruyan, he had used up most of the life-giving pills he had accumulated, and even used up all the body-strengthening pills he had recently acquired. Senior brother, I surrender.
Please. I know I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Wah-ha-ah.
Lu Mengyao pleaded, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. She originally wanted to tease Yi Chen, but she ran into a brick wall. If she didn't beg for mercy now, she felt she was going to die.
Yi Chen gradually felt tired.
Hearing Lu Mengyao's words and considering that she was pregnant, he stopped.
I'll teach you a small lesson this time. If you dare to be so arrogant again next time, I will definitely not let you off the hook.
Yi Chen said with a smug look on his face.
He won Lu Mengyao's respect through his own abilities.
Yes, senior brother.
I'll never do it again.
Lu Mengyao said, her face flushed.
I still find it unbelievable. When Yi Chen came back earlier, he looked very weak. How could he have changed so much? Is that pill that my senior brother has really that powerful? Looks like I can't tease my senior brother anymore.
Lu Mengyao thought to herself.
Let's go get something to eat. You're pregnant, it's not good for you to go hungry. Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao and said. Hearing Yi Chen say that, Lu Mengyao blushed and nodded gently in agreement.
The two got dressed and left the room together. The courtyard was quiet at this moment. However, candlelight was still burning in the kitchen, and the faint sounds of conversation could be heard.
Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and muttered in surprise, Xing Shuai and the others are still awake?
It's already quite late, well past dinner time.
Yeah. Yi Chen pushed open the kitchen door and took Lu Mengyao's small hand as they went inside.
Upon approaching, I saw Lin Qingshui and others sitting around a table chatting.
Senior brother.
The three women all raised their heads, their gazes fixed on Yi Chen and Lu Mengyao, their eyes holding a strange glint. One was still full of energy, while the other was completely limp.
It was obvious who would win. It's so late, why aren't the three of you asleep yet?
Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingshui and the others in front of him and asked.
I can't sleep. Lin Qingshui answered with a rosy complexion. He glanced at Yi Chen and Lu Mengyao, then hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. The three of them weren't not sleepy, but they probably wouldn't be able to sleep even after returning to their room, so they decided to sit together and chat for a while, which made them more and more energetic. Senior brothers, you must be hungry by now, right? The food is still warm in the pot, I'll bring it to you. Su Nianwan got up to serve the dishes.
I had anticipated that Yi Chen and Lu Mengyao wouldn't come out for dinner so soon, so I specially saved a portion.
Lin Qingshui also stood up to help. Oh whoa. Zhao Linger, standing to the side, couldn't help but yawn. She was already quite sleepy. Senior brother, Sister Lu, it's good that you're out. I can go back to my room to sleep now. Zhao Linger looked at the two of them and said something, then got up and walked outside. What's the meaning? We're in Mengyao's room, how are we disturbing your sleep? Yi Chen hesitated. They weren't in the same room. Zhao Linger had her own room, and she could go back to her room to sleep when she was tired. Why did she need to wait for them to come out? Why? Senior brother, don't you understand? Zhao Linger gave Yi Chen a resentful look, then turned and left. Understand what? Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, and wanted to continue asking. Senior brother.
Lu Mengyao, standing to the side, blushed and quickly tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve, whispering something.
What's wrong?
Yi Chen turned to look at Lu Mengyao, still somewhat puzzled.
Their eyes met. Looking at Lu Mengyao's blushing face, he seemed to understand what was going on. This isn't my fault. That's you. Yi Chen said with a playful expression. Snort. Who am I? It's all because of you, senior brother. You just know how to bully people.
Lu Mengyao pouted, looking aggrieved, and said in a coquettish tone. She didn't want to either, but she just couldn't control her emotions. It was someone who initially said they wanted to teach their elder brother a lesson.
You wouldn't have forgotten so quickly, would you?
Yi Chen smiled and reminded Lu Mengyao in front of him. He hadn't forgotten how arrogant Lu Mengyao had been when they returned to the courtyard earlier. She was practically climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles.
Sun Yanwan and Lin Qingxue watched the two bickering, shook their heads with amusement, and walked over with the fragrant food. Alright, you two, sit down and eat. Otherwise the food will get cold again. Sister Lu, you can't argue with your senior brother, so let's just give up. Sun Yanwan smiled and offered her advice. It's more than just being unable to argue. She has never won against me.
Yi Chen said with a smug look on his face.
He just won a resounding victory. Humph. Senior brother, you big bad guy.
Lu Mengyao pouted and muttered in dissatisfaction. Seemingly recalling the crushing defeat just now, her face flushed again. She truly never won against Yi Chen, and always begged for mercy.
Senior brother, please stop bullying Sister Lu. Sun Yanwan rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and began to offer advice. Okay.
Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. His gaze swept over the alluring Sun Yanwan, and he raised an eyebrow.
Then I'll bully you?
Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, Sun Yanwan blushed, her heart filled with shyness.
Don't. Senior brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Sun Yanwan quickly said. Yi Chen, however, refused to back down. I've neglected you all during this time. Don't worry, I will make it up to you properly in the days to come. There's no time like the present, let's start making amends tonight.
He looked at Lin Qingxue and Sun Yanwan in front of him and said with a serious expression. They exchanged meaningful glances. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue and Sun Yanwan blushed instantly, unable to meet Yi Chen's burning gaze, yet a glimmer of anticipation rose in their hearts. While they were waiting and chatting, they had already started having this idea.
Chapter 77 Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Stage.
Even with the sun high in the sky, Yi Chen was still fast asleep in his room. Not only did I overexert myself last night, but I've also been quite exhausted from spending the last few days with Lu Ruyan.
Now that I have some free time, I'll take a good nap.
Although the vitality pill replenishes energy, the body still feels fatigued. Each time the pill's effects wear off, the body becomes increasingly tired, and this deficiency needs to be restored through rest. As he fell into a deep sleep, a wisp of his consciousness entered his clone. After days of searching, Yi Chen's clone finally arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Xiantian Holy Land was located. The towering peaks stretch as far as the eye can see, layer upon layer, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly aura. From time to time, one could see cultivators flying on swords in the void. They were all disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land. Yi Chen hid in the mountains and forests, observing everything from the shadows, his heart filled with doubt. The Xiantian Holy Land was far more powerful than he had imagined, like a vast starry sea, with disciples coming and going like countless stars. The sect was peaceful and harmonious, with no signs of unrest. However, what he saw along the way was a scene of demons running rampant and corpses strewn everywhere, which was completely different from the sacred land of the sect. Despite having such a powerful sect in charge, the local people are living in dire straits, with evil cultivators running rampant everywhere.
Does the Xiantian Holy Land not care at all?
Yi Chen had previously thought that something had happened at the Xiantian Holy Land, giving the evil cultivators an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, but now it seems that it was not what he thought.
Is there some hidden secret behind this?
Yi Chen muttered something under his breath and then ignored it.
His purpose in this trip was to infiltrate the Xiantian Holy Land and find his younger sister, Yi Qinger. Qinger, you wait. Your brother is here to save you.
Several months have passed since the Yi family was massacred, and Yi Qinger's fate remains unknown, filling Yi Chen with worry. He climbed up the mountain along the forest, encountering patrolling sect disciples along the way, but Yi Chen easily avoided them thanks to his keen perception.
The higher Yi Chen went, the more excited he became. I'll be able to see my younger sister, Yi Qinger, soon.
Once he finds her, he has a way to rescue her.
Whether it was good luck or because there hadn't been any external enemies for a long time, the guards of the Xiantian Holy Land were quite lax, and Yi Chen easily reached the top of the mountain. This is the courtyard where the outer disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land live. Yi Chen didn't know where his younger sister, Yi Qinger, was being held, so he had to search every possible place. However, the Xiantian Holy Land is too vast, and it would be difficult to explore it all in a short time. Moreover, Yi Chen also had to avoid the sect disciples to avoid being discovered, which made the search even slower. Where could Qinger be?
Yi Chen frowned and muttered to himself.
Searching aimlessly like that is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
No, we need to grab someone and ask them. Yi Chen looked around, preparing to kidnap a sect disciple and extract information from them.
However, once they take action, they are very likely to expose their tracks. But he can't care about that now.
After all, every extra moment he stayed risked being discovered. At this moment, several disciples flew through the void on their swords. Yi Chen quickly found a secluded place to hide. When I looked up, I was suddenly stunned. Qing'er? His gaze lingered on one of the elegant young women, dressed in flowing white robes. He muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Could I have misread it? Just because she looks like Qing'er? Yi Chen found it unbelievable. The female disciple flying through the sky on her sword looked a lot like his younger sister Yi Qing'er from his memories, only with a slightly different temperament. He wasn't sure if he had mistaken someone for someone else. At this moment, Yi Chen's mind was in a mess, filled with doubts. Yi Qing'er was clearly a hostage kidnapped by the Xiantian Holy Land, so how could she become a disciple of a sect? His cultivation level has now reached the golden core stage. In his memory, Yi Qing'er had not cultivated, she was just an ordinary girl. Perhaps I've mistaken someone for someone else? Yi Chen hesitated, wondering whether he should follow them to see if it really was his younger sister, Yi Qing'er, so he could take her away. While pondering, I prepared to set off. Who dares to trespass on my Xiantian Holy Land? Court death. A sharp shout suddenly came from the void, like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The next second, a palm print descended from the sky. Yi Chen was startled, realizing he had been discovered, and immediately tried to flee. Boom! As the palm print landed, Yi Chen's clone was instantly shattered by the powerful spiritual energy. A moment later, an old man appeared where Yi Chen was hiding, and frowned slightly. Just an avatar? Who exactly is it? And what is the purpose of coming here? The commotion attracted the attention of nearby disciples. The white-clad woman flying on her sword looked down, a hint of nervousness flashing across her face. That scent is so familiar. Could it be my brother? Hahuan sect. In a small courtyard. Yi Chen, who was fast asleep on the bed in the room, was suddenly awakened, covered in sweat. So strong. Is this the power of the void refinement stage? He was still in shock, his heart pounding. Although it was his clone that was shattered, the sense of panic in the face of death was real. A nascent soul stage clone wouldn't even have a chance to escape from a void refinement stage expert. This made Yi Chen feel extremely threatened. It seems I still need to improve my strength. Otherwise, even if we infiltrate the Xiantian Holy Land, we won't be able to successfully rescue them. But, is that female disciple really Qing'er? Yi Chen recalled the elegant female disciple in white he had seen before, and his heart was filled with doubt. He noticed that the other person's status in the Xiantian Holy Land seemed quite high, and with the cultivation level of the golden core stage, it was hard to imagine that she could be his younger sister, Yi Qing'er. He had a series of fortuitous encounters with the system, which allowed him to rapidly advance his cultivation and reach the peak of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. How could an ordinary person like Yi Qing'er break through to the golden core realm in just a few months? Besides, if the other party really is Yi Qing'er, why doesn't she escape from Xiantian Holy Land and return to Jianye City? But the other person's appearance was just too similar. No, I need to find another opportunity to ask again and find out the truth. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within his body surged wildly, becoming extremely violent. This is... Yi Chen was overjoyed, realizing that his cultivation had reached its limit and he could begin to break through the bottleneck in his cultivation realm. To advance from the nascent soul stage to the deity transformation stage, one must undergo the perilous process of severing the three corpses. A single misstep could result in a backlash, leading to death and the dissipation of one's cultivation. Yi Chen, however, was not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, he took out a pill emitting a rich medicinal fragrance from his storage ring. Corpse-slaying pill. This is a high-grade pill that Yi Chen obtained when he cultivated with Lu Ruyan. After taking it, he can sever his three corpses and step into the nascent soul realm. Without hesitation, he put the precious pill into his mouth. The corpse-slaying pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a surge of intense heat flowed throughout the entire body. In an instant, Yi Chen felt his Tao heart become as firm as a rock, his mind clear and unobstructed, without the slightest distraction. I felt completely relaxed, as if I had taken off a thick layer of armor. Snap! A crisp sound came from inside my body. The next second, Yi Chen's aura began to surge wildly. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. Nascent soul stage. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out a sharp glint. Chapter 78 Gentleman vs. Beast? In the courtyard. In the passageway connecting the two courtyards, a figure craned their neck, hesitating for a long time before finally mustering the courage to take that step. In the courtyard, Lin Qingxue and the others, who were gathered together drinking tea and chatting, looked up as if they had sensed something, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Seeing the female disciple walk in from the neighboring courtyard, Lin Qingxue and the others had some guesses in their minds.
Senior sisters, is senior brother Yi here? I want to find him. A few of my friends asked me to come and ask.
Li Xinyue looked at Lin Qingxue and the others, and timidly spoke. Although she had a fiery and outgoing personality, that was only in front of Yi Chen. Now, facing Lin Qingxue and the others, she was clearly somewhat timid. It's like a mistress meeting the empress, she's already at a disadvantage in terms of presence. Li Xinyue knew perfectly well that any woman who could live in the same courtyard as Yi Chen must also be Yi Chen's woman, and her status would definitely be higher than theirs. Only then did she lower her stance, not daring to offend in the slightest.
My senior brother is still resting in his room, he might not have woken up yet. Is there anything I can help you with? You can tell me your name.
When your senior brother wakes up, I'll tell him to come find you.
Lin Qingxue spoke calmly.
Last night, Yi Chen didn't fall asleep until dawn to make up for her neglect these past few days.
I'd be lucky to wake up before dark.
At this moment, she felt no hostility towards Li Xinyue, nor was she jealous. She knew that the female disciples in the neighboring courtyards were all dual cultivation partners arranged for Yi Chen by the sect. Who knows, they might even become best friends in the future.
If Li Xinyue moves into this courtyard, they can all get along well.
Hearing Lin Qingxue say that, Li Xinyue was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting them to be so easy to talk to.
He quickly explained. Thank you for your help, sister. Just tell your senior brother, it's Xinyue, Yuanxiang, Wanshan, Linyao. Xiaoqiao is looking for him, she wants to chat with him.
Li Xinyue rattled off more than a dozen names in one breath. Lin Qingxue and the others were stunned, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. It seems they hadn't expected the battle Yi Chen had fought in the neighboring courtyard to be so intense.
Senior brother is truly amazing.
Lin Qingxue muttered to herself, her face flushed, and nodded at Li Xinyue in front of her.
Okay, I've got it.
I'll tell him when he wakes up.
Lin Qingxue agreed. Thank you so much, sister. Then I'll be going now. My sisters, you're welcome to come visit me in the courtyard anytime you have time.
Li Xinyue expressed her gratitude with a smile. After saying that, she turned and left, returning to the small courtyard next door. As soon as I passed through the courtyard gate, more than a dozen female disciples surrounded me.
Sister Li, how did it go? Did you see senior brother Yi? Will he come looking for us?
I haven't seen senior brother Yi for several days, I miss him so much.
What on earth is that darling senior brother up to?
I feel like my cultivation has reached another bottleneck. The female disciples surrounded Li Xinyue, chattering and asking questions. Clearly, Li Xinyue had just gone to the next courtyard to find Yi Chen on behalf of everyone.
They are all waiting for news.
Senior brother Yi is resting, I didn't see him. Li Xinyue looked at her good friends in front of her and began to explain. However, I met a few older sisters, they will help pass on a message to senior brother Yi. Whether he comes to see us tonight or not, we have no idea. Upon hearing Li Xinyue's words, the female disciples immediately fell silent, a hint of disappointment flashing across their expressions.
They all miss Yi Chen. A few days apart feels like 3 autumns.
I believe senior brother Yi will come looking for us.
I'll go put on some makeup first, maybe senior brother Yi will come? You're right. I'll go put on some makeup too.
If senior brother Yi comes this time, we can't let him leave so easily. The female disciples exchanged glances and returned to their respective rooms to carefully dress themselves up, waiting to please Yi Chen.
That's right. I need to put on some beautiful makeup too.
Tonight, I absolutely have to make my senior brother lean on the wall to walk. Li Xinyue squinted and muttered seductively.
In the courtyard, Yi Chen walked out of the room looking refreshed.
After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, he felt his condition had reached its peak, without the slightest feeling of fatigue.
I feel like I can do it again. Senior brother, you're awake?
Lin Qingxue smiled at Yi Chen as he approached, her expression somewhat amused. Yi Chen sensed something was wrong, walked closer to them, looked at them, and asked in confusion.
Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?
He then touched his cheek, but there was nothing there.
Senior brother, a female disciple from the next courtyard just came looking for you.
Tell her she misses you. Lin Qingxue explained with a smile. Senior brother, you're quite the ladies' man.
She represents more than a dozen female disciples. Looks like senior brother is going to have a tough time tonight. Lu Mengyao, who was standing to the side, jokingly remarked. This made Su Nianwan and the others laugh. Yi Chen was taken aback.
He hadn't expected the female disciples to come looking for him. No wonder Lin Qingxue and the others had been giving him strange looks. They clearly anticipated what would happen tonight and were teasing him about it.
All right, are you all making fun of your elder brother? In that case, I can actually keep you company tonight.
Yi Chen smiled as he looked at Lin Qingxue and the others in front of him, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, especially when his gaze fell on Lu Mengyao. Upon hearing this, the group blushed and were immediately terrified.
Lu Mengyao pleaded for mercy and embarrassment.
Senior brother, please don't do this.
I admit I was wrong, okay? Please spare me. She hadn't forgotten yesterday's lesson. Now no one dares to provoke Yi Chen. Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan blushed and waved their hands repeatedly.
Senior brother, I'm not laughing at you, really, you have to believe me.
Senior brother must be hungry by now, right? I'll go make him some soup.
The three of them were so frightened that they got up and ran to the kitchen. She was afraid that if she lingered even a moment longer, Yi Chen would drag her into the room. Yi Chen already made amends last night, and they're all a bit overwhelmed now. Zhao Linger sat in her seat with a rosy complexion. She was newly pregnant and it wasn't convenient for her to engage in dual cultivation, so she wasn't flustered at all. When Yi Chen's gaze fell on her, Zhao Linger explained with a shy expression.
Senior brother, you know
Yi Chen quickly waved his hand to interrupt.
I know it's inconvenient for you. Don't worry, I'm not a beast. Hearing Yi Chen say that, Zhao Linger breathed a sigh of relief.
I thought to myself that my senior brother was actually a very good person, like a true gentleman. When she looked up, she found that Yi Chen was gone. Turning my head, I saw Yi Chen quietly sneaking into the kitchen.
Chapter 79 Missing You? How much? As dusk fell,
smoke was just beginning to rise from the kitchen chimney. Zhao Linger sat alone in the courtyard, rubbing her rumbling stomach, glancing occasionally toward the kitchen, and muttering to herself with a rosy face.
Why isn't dinner served yet? We've been waiting all afternoon, and it's already dark. Senior brother is too much of a beast.
She was almost full from drinking tea, but hadn't had a hot meal yet. After waiting for a long time, Zhao Linger finally smelled the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, and she was so excited that she almost cried.
Wow, dinner's finally ready. In the courtyard, a room with a sign that reads number 1.
Li Xinyue had already applied her beautiful makeup and changed into a seductive bright red nightgown, dressing herself up in a dazzling display that would captivate anyone at first glance. She was sitting on the bed, her brows slightly furrowed, her mind uneasy.
Will my senior brother really come tonight? Or is he going to continue spending time with those older sisters tonight? My senior seems to be quite busy lately.
It's so late and my senior brother still hasn't arrived.
He probably isn't coming.
I really miss my senior brother. Li Xinyue murmured softly. Her heart was filled with longing for Yi Chen. Since their last meeting, Yi Chen has never come to this courtyard to look for her again. She knew that Yi Chen must have many things to do and take care of other female disciples, so she shouldn't have bothered him. She simply missed Yi Chen so much, and with the encouragement of her other sisters, she mustered the courage to do that. Unfortunately, as it grew late, Yi Chen did not come to favor her. Li Xinyue was very depressed and gradually became disappointed. Seemingly thinking Yi Chen wasn't coming, she decided to remove her makeup, turn off the lights, and go to sleep.
Knock, knock, knock. A dull knocking sounded on the door.
Li Xinyue's heart skipped a beat, and she abruptly looked up at the door, her expression revealing barely suppressed excitement.
Who is outside? She asked nervously.
If it wasn't Yi Chen, then all my hopes would have been dashed. Other female disciples also live in the courtyard and occasionally come to visit.
It's me.
Yi Chen's voice came from outside the door.
Senior brother Yi.
Overjoyed, Li Xinyue jumped up and ran to the door, flung it open.
Senior brother, it really is you. I thought you weren't coming tonight.
When Li Xinyue saw Yi Chen standing outside the door, her face immediately lit up with a joyful smile, filled with immense surprise and delight.
Didn't you miss me? Then of course I had to come see you.
Yi Chen looked at Li Xinyue in front of him and smiled. He knew in his heart that he had neglected her during this period. Although he didn't necessarily have to come, after learning from Lin Qingxue that Li Xinyue had gone to the courtyard to look for him, he thought he would come and keep her company. After all, Li Xinyue was practically his woman. Yi Chen wasn't a cold-hearted person who would simply abandon her after the deed was done. "Wah, senior brother, you're so kind. Come in quickly." Li Xinyue was so moved she almost cried, and she grabbed Yi Chen's arm and pulled him into the room. Hearing her say that, Yi Chen walked into the room and teased her meaningfully. "As long as you still think I'm good to you later. Don't regret it." Li Xinyue didn't seem to understand Yi Chen's implied meaning, and simply shook her head. "Absolutely not. How could I regret it? I wish my senior brother would always be with me." Bang! The door closed. Li Xinyue looked at Yi Chen with seductive eyes, her gaze almost melting. After waiting for so many days, Yi Chen finally came to her room. She didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Not a single second could be wasted. "Senior brother, I miss you so much," Li Xinyue said in a sweet, coquettish voice. "How much do you want to?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at her. Li Xinyue blushed and looked at Yi Chen shyly. "You'll see how much I miss you in a moment." She had been longing for Yi Chen day and night, so you can imagine how much she must have wanted him. Hearing Li Xinyue say that, a sense of anticipation arose in Yi Chen's heart. With a wave of his hand, a life-giving pill appeared, which he swallowed without hesitation. He thought to himself, "I hope I can earn a lot of pills tonight." He had previously obtained a considerable amount of life-giving pills from Li Xinyue and others. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. The moment Yi Chen heard about the system reward, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately relaxed. Having obtained this life-giving pill, he wouldn't have lost out. If we can get even better pills next, then it'll be pure profit. Although the life-giving pill is not the most top tier among all pills, it is definitely the pill that will help Yi Chen the most. If it weren't for the life-giving pill, Yi Chen's body would have collapsed long ago. Whether it's for the reward or to dedicate himself to the sect, Yi Chen desperately needs the life-giving pill, the more the better for him. 1 hour later. Li Xinyue gradually understood what Yi Chen meant by "don't regret it later." She was too young to understand before, but now she's already begging for mercy. She was afraid her body wouldn't be able to handle it. However, this was not Yi Chen's limit yet, and the effects of the life-giving pill could last for a long time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fire grenade. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Yi Chen acquired quite a few good things, but unfortunately none of them were the life-giving pill he longed for. This item doesn't have a high drop rate, it's all about luck each time. Yi Chen probably knew that besides Li Xinyue, many other female disciples he had interacted with before also missed him in the courtyard, so he was particularly careful to save time. Make the most of every minute and second, and don't waste a single moment. Late at night, Yi Chen got up and left. Li Xinyue watched Yi Chen's departing figure in a daze, her feelings a mix of emotions. She wanted to keep him, but her body couldn't handle it. She was reluctant to see Yi Chen leave. At this moment, Li Xinyue also experienced what it meant to have the will but not the power. "Senior brother, come again next time." She murmured something softly, then closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. She was so exhausted. Yi Chen stepped out of the room and considerately closed the door behind him. Then they walked to the door of the room next door with the sign number 2 on it. Seeing that the lights were still on in the room, Yi Chen understood immediately. Chapter 80. You rascal, come quick. Yeah. The door opened. A familiar fragrance wafted into my nostrils. A figure rushed straight into Yi Chen's arms. "Senior brother, I miss you so much." Yuan Xiang nestled in Yi Chen's arms and said in a sweet voice. She had been standing at the door the whole time, seemingly knowing Yi Chen would come and already prepared. She had her makeup done and was wearing a brightly colored bathrobe, her snow-white skin faintly visible. The moment Yi Chen pushed the door open and entered, she immediately hugged him, as if afraid he would run away. These days she has been hoping and longing, hoping that Yi Chen would come to see her again, and sometimes she can't even sleep at night. When Yi Chen arrived at the courtyard, Yuan Xian waited with great joy.
She knew that Yi Chen would definitely come looking for her. We can't favor one over the other, can we?
Yuan Xiang is confident in her charm. She possesses not only the pure and virtuous qualities of a young lady from a modest family, but also the passionate and unrestrained nature of a mature woman.
Bang!
The door closed. Yi Chen looked at Yuan Xiang in his arms and said with a smile,
"How did you know your brother would come in looking for you?" Yuan Xiang giggled. "I just knew it.
I miss my senior brother."
I bet he misses me too."
Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled, patted her head, and walked towards the bed with his arm around her.
"Come on, let's go to bed and chat. It's been several days, and I truly have much to say to you." Yuan Xiang looked up at Yi Chen, blinked with a smile, and asked, "Senior brother, it's not just a casual chat, is it?"
She winked at Yi Chen, her eyes practically squinting.
"You little devil. You think you're so smart."
Yi Chen looked at her and smiled, pulling her along to quicken their pace.
I was even more impatient.
As he walked, he took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Hopefully I can earn a few more pills here, otherwise I won't make it through tonight. Yi Chen muttered something under his breath.
1 hour later. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a body strengthening pill.
A series of cold, automated notification sounds rang out.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then his heart was filled with joy. I never expected to receive both the life-giving pill and the body strengthening pill in succession. This is an absolute steal. He was already content with obtaining one life-giving pill, but he received an extra bonus.
This undoubtedly gave Yi Chen tremendous confidence.
He came to this courtyard tonight not only because Li Xinyue had come to see him, but also because he wanted to claim a reward. He has now located the Xian Tian Holy Land and only wants to acquire more methods to increase his chances of rescuing his younger sister, Yi Qinger. At the same time, we should also improve the cultivation of these female disciples and help them break through to the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. In this way, the Hawan sect would have more strength to withstand the siege from the three major forces.
For Yi Chen, Yuan Xiang was merely the beginning of tonight.
He knew very well that time was of the essence and the task was urgent, and he couldn't afford to linger here for too long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed in and given the life-sustaining pill directly. There's no time for him to recover now. Although he didn't go to any other rooms, Yi Chen knew in his heart that there must be many female disciples waiting for his favor.
I need to work a little harder.
For the sake of the sect, we'll fight to the death. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and muttered to himself.
Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night.
When Yi Chen stumbled out of Yuan Xiang's room, he had only just reached the door of the room with the number 3 sign when the door suddenly opened. Before Yi Chen could react, a pretty woman impatiently reached out and pulled him into the room.
"Senior brother, come quick." "No, wait a minute."
Before Yi Chen could even wave his hand, the door closed.
This gives him absolutely no chance to refuse.
The female disciples were like demons from the spider cave, looking at Yi Chen as if he were Tang Sanzang's flesh, wishing they could devour him whole. I don't have time to pretend to be reserved anymore. If I miss this opportunity, I might not get another chance. This is a rare opportunity for these female disciples, and they all want to cherish it.
Then came the 4th room, the 5th room.
Yi Chen was in a daze for a moment, and he barely had time to catch his breath. Fortunately, he had quite a few pills in his storage ring, and every time he was dragged into a room, he would make sure to take a life-sustaining pill first. Despite this, Yi Chen still felt extremely tired, as if his body had been completely drained. As dawn broke, Yi Chen, supporting himself against the wall, walked out of a room, his face pale, and looked up at the sky, instantly relaxing.
Finally, it's dawn. Shouldn't we be able to take a break now?
At this moment, Yi Chen's mind was truly clear and focused, without a single distracting thought.
Iya! 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 Several doors opened in succession.
Several female disciples dressed in their finest attire came out. They stared at Yi Chen with seductive eyes, swallowing hard with longing, and striking alluring poses.
"You bastard, come quick!
Senior brother, I miss you so much.
Come and play! Senior brother!"
A series of sweet, delicate cries rang out.
The female disciples swarmed towards Yi Chen.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then turned around to look at these stunningly beautiful female disciples, his expression changing drastically.
"Spicy!
Yi Chen originally thought that with the life-giving pills in his storage ring, he would be able to wreak havoc in the courtyard.
By daybreak, I felt completely drained. Even my strong physique couldn't withstand such a frenzied battle.
For a fleeting moment, Yi Chen also felt the pressure of having 3,000 beauties in his harem.
This is really dangerous. In the courtyard, Lin Xingxue and the others had already woken up and were chatting leisurely together. It seems my senior brother hasn't returned all night. Lin Xingxue spoke first, glancing towards the neighboring courtyard, a hint of worry flashing between her brows. She was worried that Yi Chen's body wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, she knew that there were more than 10 female disciples in the nearby courtyard hoping for Yi Chen's favor. The pressure was immense. It wouldn't be good if I overworked myself. With your abilities, senior brother, there shouldn't be any problem, right? He dared to bully us yesterday, which means he's got plenty of energy. Lu Mengyao hesitated before speaking. Recalling the scene of being severely reprimanded by Yi Chen, Lu Mengyao blushed deeply with embarrassment. She already had a full understanding of Yi Chen's strength, and it seemed that she had never seen Yi Chen look exhausted. In contrast, she wasn't too worried about Yi Chen's health, believing he would definitely succeed. Chapter 81. Shouldn't this be considered a work-related injury? Senior brother should know to act within his capabilities, right? No matter what, there are 100 female disciples in that little courtyard. Even if my senior brother is in good health, he still needs to proceed gradually. Otherwise, even if he had skin and bones of bronze, he'd definitely be crippled. Su Nianwan spoke up. As I spoke, I couldn't help but feel worried. His gaze kept drifting towards the nearby courtyard, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yi Chen. Sisters, don't worry too much. Wouldn't it be better if you ate your fill in the courtyard next door, senior brother? That way, he won't bully the older sisters when he comes back. Zhao Linger said with an innocent expression. Upon hearing Zhao Linger's words, Lin Xingxue and the others were stunned, their cheeks immediately turning red. When Yi Chen was severely punishing them, they did indeed try to beg for mercy and escape. But deep down, I really long for this to happen. Although I got a scolding, I'm also secretly happy. They were all completely absorbed in it. It wasn't that they truly disliked it. When she begged Yi Chen for mercy, it was more like a kind of fun between a man and a woman. Lin Xingxue and the others looked at Zhao Linger with complicated expressions, unsure how to explain it to her. They found it difficult to say such shameful words. Linger, actually, we're not that worried about being bullied by our senior brother. Don't you like being bullied by your senior brother? Lu Mengyao couldn't help but ask. Meeting Lu Mengyao's gaze, Zhao Linger paused for a moment, then carefully recalled her previous experiences. 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, and she lowered her head shyly, whispering. You like it, right? Her experience was limited, but it left a deep impression. That's right. Even though we begged for mercy, we still liked it. Lu Mengyao explained. Linger, you're still young, you'll understand later. Lin Xingxue looked at Zhao Linger in front of her and said. They were all quite young, but Zhao Linger was the youngest among them. She's more like an innocent young girl who's just arrived. My senior brother is back. Su Nianwan suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the passageway leading to the adjacent courtyard. Sure enough, Yi Chen's figure appeared in sight. Despite being separated by only a wall, it took Yi Chen an entire night to walk back from the neighboring courtyard. It was already broad daylight when he finally walked back with great difficulty. It really is my senior brother. Doesn't he stay and rest in the courtyard next door? This is still quite early. Lin Xingxue and the others were surprised, but a smile appeared on their faces as they stood up to greet them. When they got closer, they could see that Yi Chen looked weak and his face was pale. I was so weak I could barely walk without being able to walk straight. Senior brother, are you all right? Lin Xingxue asked anxiously, and quickly and considerately helped Yi Chen up. Senior brother, don't you have some pills? Take the next one quickly. Su Nianwan, who was standing nearby, quickly reminded her. She knew that Yi Chen had a magical pill in his storage ring that could quickly restore energy. Yi Chen looked at Lin Xingxue and the others in front of him, weakly waved his hand, and forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. It just looks fake. He would never admit he was weak. Really? Senior brother, don't be reckless. Lu Mengyao looked at Yi Chen with suspicion, her eyes scanning him up and down. His words carried a hint of teasing. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze towards Lu Mengyao changed. Oh, so you're asking for a beating again, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson again.
Yi Chen immediately straightened his back and raised his head, preparing for a fierce battle.
I absolutely cannot let this little girl look down on me. Whom do you look down on?
He worked hard all night and had collected quite a few pills in his storage ring.
No, senior brother, that's not what I meant. I admit I was wrong, okay? Please spare me. Lu Mengyao quickly gave in.
She shrank back in fear, having no doubt that Yi Chen could really teach her a lesson.
The past experiences are still vivid in my mind, how could I dare to be arrogant now?
Hearing Yi Chen's threat, she felt her legs go weak.
Sister Lu, didn't you say before that you liked being lectured by your senior brother? Zhao Linger spoke with an innocent expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao's face instantly turned bright red. How could I possibly say something so shameful in front of Yi Chen?
He quickly turned around and frantically winked at Zhao Linger, telling her not to say anything.
Is that so? Such a thing is true. Looks like you two have been chatting quite a bit in private. Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao with amusement, his heart filled with curiosity. What do they say about themselves in private? No. Senior brother, we were just talking casually.
Lu Mengyao quickly waved her hand, her face turning bright red. It was just too embarrassing.
Cough. Senior brother, why don't you go back to your room and rest first? I'll make you some nourishing soup. Su Nianwan spoke up. I'll go help.
Lin Qingxue immediately volunteered. They were afraid that if they continued talking, Yi Chen would find out all their little secrets.
How embarrassing would that be during our next dual cultivation session? They fled as quickly as they could. I'll go too.
Seeing that Yi Chen's body was indeed fine, Lu Mengyao stopped worrying and made an excuse to run away with him. Before leaving, he even grabbed the innocent-looking Zhao Linger with him.
We can't leave her alone, otherwise she might tell Yi Chen everything.
Yi Chen looked at the group of people who seemed to be fleeing, shook his head with a chuckle, and muttered to himself.
What's there to be shy about? Aren't they all my women? We've already been completely honest with each other, so what else is there that we can't know? Why are you blushing?
He shook his head. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I couldn't help but yawn. Yi Chen glanced in the direction of the kitchen and could only walk helplessly toward his room. He had originally planned to take a nap with one of them, but seeing that they had all shyly run away, he could only sleep by himself. Yi Chen hadn't slept a wink last night, taking the life-sustaining pill the entire time. Now that he'd finally relaxed, he was utterly exhausted. He felt like he could sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Next time I should ask Lu Ruyan if the sect can give him some compensation. After all, this is a contribution to the sect, so it should be considered a work-related injury, right? Chapter 82. For the sake of the sect, health comes first. Hawan sect. Inside a grand hall. Achoo! Lu Ruyan suddenly sneezed and was momentarily stunned. I am a great cultivator in the void refinement stage, how could I possibly catch a cold? Someone must be talking about me behind my back. Who could it be? Could it be that kid? Lu Ruyan muttered to herself with a puzzled look on her face. At this moment, a trusted disciple also delivered today's secret message. Lu Ruyan opened the secret message and read it. It contained Yi Chen's daily report. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. That kid actually. He? Are you out of your mind? Lu Ruyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak and was dumbfounded. Their first concern was for Yi Chen's health, worried that he might overwork himself. This is no joke. Once your body is depleted, it's very difficult to make up for it. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall the crazy days she had spent with Yi Chen, and her cheeks flushed red, a feeling of indescribable shyness welling up inside her. I am also very grateful for Yi Chen's contributions. If it weren't for Yi Chen's help a few days ago, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the peak of the void refinement realm so quickly. At this moment, Lu Ruyan believed that Yi Chen was working so hard to help train the female disciples in order to protect the sect. While she was touched, she couldn't help but worry about Yi Chen's health. This guy is really thoughtful. But, even for the sake of the sect, there's no need to risk your life like this. Your health is the most important thing. Lu Ruyan muttered to herself, and for a moment she regretted assigning Yi Chen such a difficult task. She'd be too heartbroken to even think about how much she'd wear Yi Chen out. Lu Ruyan originally missed Yi Chen a little and wanted him to come and keep her company, while also consolidating her cultivation. Now that they knew how hard Yi Chen had worked last night, they abandoned the idea and hurriedly sent someone to tell Yi Chen to take care of himself. At the same time, they also sent many elixirs to nourish the body and boost energy. This guy needs to get well soon, he's still waiting for your help to break through to the integration stage. Lu Ruyan blushed and murmured softly. In the courtyard, Yi Chen was still asleep and unaware of what was happening outside. When he woke up, it was already dark outside the window. Feeling his body regain its energy and spirit, Yi Chen immediately felt that he could do it again. I wonder if Qing Shua and the others are asleep yet. Yi Chen yawned, got up, dressed, and left the room. The courtyard was still lit by many lamps, making it as bright as day. Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, and the others were chatting idly in the pavilion. Since they had all become pregnant, they seemed to have endless things to talk about. They even learned knitting and were sewing clothes by hand for their unborn children. Yeah. The sound of the door opening immediately attracted the attention of Lin Qingxue and the others. All their eyes turned to him, and upon seeing that it was Yi Chen, they all put down what they were doing and stood up to greet him. Senior brother, you're awake? Are you feeling better? Senior brother must be hungry, right? The food is all prepared, including especially stewed nourishing soup. They all came to Yi Chen's side, fussing over him and asking how he was doing. Yi Chen's weak appearance when he returned from the neighboring courtyard had terrified them all. Although Yi Chen said he was fine, Lin Qingxue and the others couldn't help but worry. Su Nianwan even prepared a nourishing soup to replenish Yi Chen's depleted body. I'm fine. Yi Chen stubbornly waved his hand, refusing to admit that he was weak. His gaze fell on the girls, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to eat something else together? Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger nodded vigorously and said, okay. Senior brother, I can still eat. She looked delighted, just like a little foodie. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Linger with doting eyes, reaching out to ruffle her little head. Her adorable appearance filled his gaze, and a surge of heat rose within him, stirring up a few new thoughts. Unfortunately, Zhao Linger is newly pregnant and it's not very convenient for her yet, so we'll have to wait a few more days. Lin Qingxue and the others smiled and nodded, okay. They all wanted to stay with Yi Chen, so naturally they wouldn't refuse. The group entered the kitchen, and Su Nianwan and Lu Mengyao brought out the food one after the other, immediately filling the air with a delicious aroma. Oh, right, senior brother. While you were resting in your room earlier, the sect leader sent someone to deliver many, nourishing pills. He also relayed a message, telling his senior brother to take good care of himself and not to overwork himself. Lin Qingxue looked at Yi Chen in front of her and said, her face gradually turning red. With a wave of his hand, he placed all the nourishing pills that Lu Ruyan had sent on the table. There were many bottles and jars, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Did the sect leader send someone to deliver it? Yi Chen was taken aback, immediately realizing that Lu Ruyan already knew about what he had done in the neighboring courtyard last night. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suddenly sent so many nourishing pills and told him to take care of his health. Are you worried about his kidneys? Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head, casually picking up a bottle of nourishing pills from the table. He opened it, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved, it gradually took effect. However, he didn't feel much of a difference. It did have some nourishing effects, but they weren't obvious. It was more of a long-term conditioning effect, and it couldn't compare to a fast-acting elixir like the life-giving pill. The effects were also quite different. Having grown accustomed to taking the life-sustaining pill, Yi Chen now looked down on these nourishing pills. Since it was Lu Ruyan's kind offer, Yi Chen didn't refuse and simply waved his hand to put it into his storage ring. Seeing the table laden with delicious food, he was immediately tempted and gestured for Lin Qingxue and the others to sit down so they could eat together. Senior brother, drink more nourishing soup. Su Nianwan thoughtfully served Yi Chen a bowl of soup. Nianwan really puts her heart into it. Yi Chen nodded gratefully and looked at Su Nianwan in front of him. Nianwan, please stay and sleep in my room tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Nianwan blushed and quickly waved her hand. Senior brother, please don't do this. You still need to take care of your health. Didn't the sect leader tell you to rest more? It wasn't that she was unwilling, but she was worried that Yi Chen's body wouldn't be able to handle it. Of course, she was also afraid that she wouldn't be able to handle it. Since becoming pregnant, she hasn't been as energetic as before, and inevitably feels somewhat overwhelmed. Put. Lu Mengyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Senior brother, how could you repay kindness with enmity?
Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao and raised an eyebrow. Come to my room tonight too. Lu Mengyao?
Her smile vanished instantly.
Chapter 83 helps you reach the fusion stage. The next morning, a ray of sunlight fell on the headboard.
Yi Chen dressed and looked at the mess on the floor. Recalling the madness of last night, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He looked at Su Nianwan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, but did not wake her.
He turned around and walked out of the room alone. She was exhausted last night.
Yi Chen walked straight out of the courtyard and did not see Lin Xingxue or the others. It wasn't very early, but they probably hadn't slept well last night, and for the first time ever, they couldn't get up and were all catching up on sleep in their rooms.
Since Lu Ruyan sent so many nourishing pills, Yi Chen naturally had to go and thank her properly.
He also wanted Lu Ruyan to know that he was not to be underestimated.
Inside the main hall, Lu Ruyan was meditating cross-legged, consolidating her cultivation.
Her cultivation level had reached a point where she no longer needed to sleep for long periods. As long as she wasn't messing around with Yi Chen, it wouldn't matter if she didn't sleep for a long time. She entrusted all matters concerning the sex preparations for war to the Grand Elder, while Lu Ruyan focused solely on cultivating and improving her strength. With a major battle imminent, every bit of improvement in her strength could potentially influence the outcome of the entire battle.
To protect the Hahuan sect, Lu Ruyan dared not have a moment's rest.
Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a glint of light flashing in them.
What brings this kid here?
Lu Ruyan's outward extended divine sense detected a familiar figure, which made her feel both delighted and surprised.
Weren't you just overworked yesterday? Has your body recovered so quickly? He wouldn't be trying to bully me again, would he?
She seemed to have thought of something, and her face flushed red instantly.
Knock, knock, knock.
A short while later, there was a knock on the door.
Iya.
Before Lu Ruyan could respond, the palace doors were pushed open.
Yi Chen walked in from outside with practiced ease.
Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him changed. This kid really treats this place like his own home.
Disciple greets sect master. Yi Chen bowed respectfully.
Lu Ruyan glanced at Yi Chen in front of her and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?
Shouldn't you still need to recuperate?"
She remembered the intelligence report she had read yesterday. Yi Chen was clearly exhausted after spending the night in the courtyard.
Yi Chen looked energetic and full of vitality, showing no signs of weakness.
This kid recovered way too fast. "Sect master, I'm perfectly fine, I don't need to rest." Yi Chen patted his chest and said with a serious expression.
He came here to show Lu Ruyan that he was not afraid. Otherwise, this woman might think he's impotent.
Yi Chen would never allow his imposing image to be tarnished. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan carefully examined Yi Chen, nodded thoughtfully, and believed what he said.
It really is quite good. Is there anything else you want to say? Lu Ruyan then inquired. Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, Yi Chen shook his head. It's all right. Lu Ruyan?
Lu Ruyan was stunned, looking at Yi Chen with a bewildered expression.
You didn't come here just to tell me that you're not weak, did you? Yes. Yi Chen nodded again.
Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Chen changed.
This kid is really competitive.
Lu Ruyan had thought Yi Chen had something important to do and had come to find her without even taking a break.
The result is that he wants to tell himself that he is not afraid? What does this kid mean? Could it be that he wants to prove himself again? Lu Ruyan's face flushed involuntarily, and her gaze towards Yi Chen became evasive. I was caught in a dilemma. Sect master, are you hot? Why is your face so red? Yi Chen suddenly asked with concern. Ah.
Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then waved her hand guiltily.
No, it's nothing.
Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's rosy complexion with suspicion, and a suspicion gradually formed in his mind.
Sect master, are you perhaps in heat? Lu Ruyan?
In an instant, Lu Ruyan reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, and immediately denied it.
No. Meeting Yi Chen's ambiguous gaze, Lu Ruyan's cheeks instantly flushed. This guy actually dared to flirt with her. Hateful. If you don't have anything else to do, you should leave now. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said in a muffled voice. Something's come up, something important. Yi Chen suddenly changed his demeanor and looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him seriously.
Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then asked curiously.
What important thing?
She looked at Yi Chen, who was walking towards her, with a puzzled expression, and moved closer and closer.
Of course, it's to help the sect leader break through to the nascent soul stage. Yi Chen said with a smile. Lu Ruyan blushed and glared at Yi Chen, then looked away shyly. Roll. Are you trying to break through to the fusion stage? Don't even think about taking advantage of me. I knew that kid was up to no good and was trying to take advantage of her again. Yi Chen said with a serious expression. Sect Master, I did all this for the sake of the sect. My sincerity is as clear as day. Sect Master, don't you want to break through to the integration stage? Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment and hesitated. She naturally longed to improve her cultivation, but the thought of being bullied by this bastard disciple again filled her with shame and anger. How did I, a sect leader, gradually degenerate into a mistress? Moreover, being forced to beg for mercy by Yi Chen every time made Lu Ruyan feel extremely ashamed. Doesn't the sect leader have any pride? Sect Master, don't you want to be happy? Yi Chen moved closer, looking at Lu Ruyan with a playful expression and teasing her. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She could no longer contain herself. Looking at Yi Chen so close to her, and recalling the happy times they had shared, her heart was filled with longing. Who could resist this joy? You bad guy, you're always bullying me. Lu Ruyan felt weak all over and complained shyly. Sect Master, please consider another approach. What? Yi Chen said solemnly, it's all for the sect. Screw you. Lu Ruyan shyly muttered a complaint. Her gaze fell on Yi Chen, and her eyes gradually became unfocused. Is your body really okay? His tone carried a hint of anticipation and teasing. Sure. Yi Chen said confidently. He immediately scooped Lu Ruyan up in his arms and strode towards the side hall not far away. I'm going to teach her a lesson today. He wanted to show Lu Ruyan that he was not afraid at all. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Lu Ruyan, her face burning, nestled in Yi Chen's arms, giggling expectantly. At this moment, she was also eager to try. I believe Yi Chen can definitely do it. Chapter 84 Harmony Pill. Extreme Pressure. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a heart harmony pill within 3 hours of taking it. The opposite sex in the Hahuan sect will become heart to heart with you, forming a Taoist couple and spending your life together. 1 hour later. Several reward notifications flashed by in quick succession. Yi Chen was stunned. When he saw the reward for 5 years of cultivation, he thought he wouldn't get anything good this time, but the next second he got a heart harmony pill. This is clearly another high-grade pill. When Yi Chen clearly heard the effects of the harmony pill, he was filled with surprise. Although the drug's effects cannot bring stronger energy and physique, it can make all members of the opposite sex willingly submit to it. If the heart harmony pill is used as an auxiliary medicine, it will allow Yi Chen's future female disciples to truly become his people and not betray him. Perhaps even his enemies could become Yi Chen's devoted fans under the influence of the heart harmony pill. Yi Chen's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lu Ruyan, but after thinking it over, he decided to abandon the idea of using the harmony pill. After all, Lu Ruyan wouldn't harm him. Even if they maintained their cooperative relationship, he would be absolutely safe in the Hahuan sect and wouldn't need to waste a Hushing pill. He only had one such pill left, and once it was used, it would be gone. Undoubtedly, the thought of obtaining another one began to cross his mind. Sect Master, then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a body strengthening pill. Yi Chen was overjoyed as he looked at the generous reward. I still have to find Lu Ruyan. The high drop rate is definitely worth it. He received these rewards without even using the life-sustaining pill, which included a body strengthening pill. Unfortunately, no more He Xin Dan were found. Seeing Lu Ruyan beg for mercy, Yi Chen had no choice but to give up. Regardless, Lu Ruyan is still the sect leader. We can't let her be too embarrassed, lest we prevent them from taking advantage of her next time. You big bad guy. You just know how to bully people. You get out of here right now. Lu Ruyan pouted, looked at Yi Chen with pleading eyes, and said with a wronged expression. 2 deep tear tracks hung at the corners of her eyes. Curled up on the bed, I had no strength left in my body. Sect Master, how could you do this?
Yi Chen finished dressing, turned around and looked at Lu Ruyan, his face serious.
How can you turn your back on me after you've already done your job? Lu Ruyan?
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Chen changed.
What did you say? Who's pulling up their pants and then denying everything?
Lu Ruyan said, her face flushed.
It makes it seem like I've bullied him. Don't you have any idea what just happened? She was the one who was bullied. Hateful.
Besides, her pants were reduced to countless shreds.
Yi Chen touched his nose sheepishly and asked tentatively. Sect Master, don't you want to? In no mood.
Lu Ruyan refused quite decisively. Her face flushed red, and she looked at Yi Chen warily, no longer daring to act recklessly. Otherwise, she might have lost her life here today. If the head of a sect dies in his bed, wouldn't he be laughed at by the world? Moreover, she was the sect leader of the Joyful Union sect, possessing various charm techniques and dual cultivation secrets, yet she was bullied by a mere disciple.
They even went so far as to beg for mercy.
This is a disgrace to her.
Well, okay.
Seeing her strong resistance, Yi Chen knew he had reached his limit and gave up on continuing. It was a pity that he couldn't get another harmony pill, which left Yi Chen feeling resentful.
It seems I'll have to go back and find Xing Shuai and the others.
He thought to himself, then looked up at Lu Ruyan on the bed and said with a smile, Sect leader, I'll be leaving now.
I'll come find you again tomorrow.
Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, you don't need to come tomorrow either. She couldn't take it anymore and wanted to rest for a few days before continuing.
Yi Chen wouldn't listen at all, no way. How can we slack off for the sake of the sect?
Besides, as the sect leader, you should set an example even more. He spoke with such righteous indignation, as if not engaging in dual cultivation would be a disservice to the sect.
Lu Ruyan?
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him changed.
Is this kid really doing this for the sect, or just trying to take advantage of the situation? How much more can she set an example? So you think you have to torture her to death to be worthy of the sect?
Lu Ruyan stared at Yi Chen with a resentful look, but didn't know how to refute him.
Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, a wave of shame washed over me. That big bad guy. No, we can't let him be so arrogant.
We must arrange some more female disciples for him.
Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, an idea immediately forming in her mind.
Wang Yuxuan refuses to cooperate no matter what, so let's just hand this difficult task over to this scoundrel. She had previously worried that Yi Chen's body would be too depleted, but now that she knew about Yi Chen's physical condition, she was no longer worried.
This kid needs to be taught a lesson, lest he come and bully me again.
Yi Chen returned to the courtyard satisfied, in good spirits, humming a little tune and looking refreshed, showing no signs of weakness. Lin Qingshui and the others were quite surprised to see Yi Chen return.
Senior brother? Didn't he go to see the sect leader? Why are you back so early today? Could it be that nothing happened between senior brother and the sect master? That's unlikely, isn't it? The girls couldn't help but gossip, observing Yi Chen with curious expressions.
Normally, if Yi Chen went to see Lu Ruyan, he was lucky if he returned late that night most of the time, he wouldn't come back until the next day. Yi Chen returned too early this time, which is why they found it strange. After all, given Yi Chen's physique, this shouldn't be the case.
Senior brother, you're back. Is the sect leader not here? Lu Mengyao asked with a curious expression.
As they got closer, they all smelled the fragrance emanating from Yi Chen, which made them even more curious.
The sect leader is here. I've already seen her. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Yi Chen asked in confusion. And nothing. I just felt that you came back a little early today, senior brother.
Lin Qingshui said, blushing. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback, only then noticing the strange looks they were giving him.
No, why are you all staring at me like that? You won't suspect that it's because I'm impotent, will you? Yi Chen seemed to understand something, and immediately became anxious. Whom do you look down on? This time it wasn't his fault. It was only because the sect leader begged for mercy that I came back.
Yi Chen said with a smug look on his face.
We absolutely cannot let them misunderstand. Chapter 85. The sect master is pregnant with your child? Oh.
The sect leader begged for mercy from his senior brother.
So that's how it is.
Lin Qingshui and the others nodded meaningfully, immediately understanding what was going on.
Haven't those girls also begged Yi Chen for mercy? they still believed in Yi Chen on this point. If you don't believe me, I actually have a way to prove it.
Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at them, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. On his way back, he was also thinking about trying to find Lin Qingxue and the others to see if he could get some EXIN pills. Since they've come to him of their own accord, Yi Chen won't stand on ceremony. He's in great spirits right now, there's no need to wait until tonight.
No, senior brother, I believe you. Lin Qingxue blushed and said sincerely.
Senior brother, I have never doubted you.
Su Nianwan quickly waved her hand, her delicate cheeks becoming increasingly rosy. She's terrified of Yi Chen now. Senior brother, don't look at me like that. How could I possibly doubt you? Don't even mention the sect leader begging for mercy. I'd believe you even if you said the sect leader was pregnant with your child. Lu Mengyao quickly expressed her opinion.
She had been taught a lesson by Yi Chen more than once in the past few days, and no longer dared to climb on the roof or tear off the tiles.
Hearing her say that, Yi Chen was visibly taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face.
Lu Ruyan really did lose his child, but her belly wasn't showing yet.
In a few more months, it would probably become as obvious as Lin Qingxue's and the others. But by then, the entire clan will probably know about this.
So far, only Yi Chen knows about it. Even Lu Ruyan probably doesn't know she's pregnant. As her cultivation level increased, the pregnancy symptoms became less intense. She might sense something was amiss, but she wouldn't think of it as pregnancy.
Lu Ruyan wouldn't realize she was pregnant until her belly started to grow big.
Yi Chen had always wanted to find time to have an open and honest talk with Lu Ruyan about this matter, but each time he didn't know how to bring it up. He didn't know if Lu Ruyan would be willing to keep this child, and he couldn't help but worry. Lin Qingxue and the others looked at Yi Chen, who had suddenly lost in thought, and were all puzzled. Recalling what Lu Mengyao had just said, they seemed to realize something, and their eyes widened. The way they looked at Yi Chen changed.
Senior brother, you wouldn't really have gotten the sect leader pregnant too, would you? You. Really? The sect leader is pregnant with my senior brother's child? Lin Qingxue and the others were stunned and couldn't help but ask. Both eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, eager for an answer. This is unbelievable.
It's one thing for the sect leader and his disciple to get together, but given how outstanding Yi Chen is, it's understandable that Lu Ruyan would fall for him. Besides, dual cultivation with Yi Chen can improve one's cultivation level, so all of this is understandable.
But if a sect leader is pregnant with a disciple's child, that's a different story. To put it bluntly, that's treason and betrayal of one's master.
Meaning the gazes cast by Lin Qingxue and the others, Yi Chen snapped out of his daze and quickly waved his hand in denial.
What are you thinking? How could such a thing possibly happen? That's the sect leader, how could she possibly be pregnant with my child? You can't just say that.
Lin Qingxue and the others were all holding their breath for Yi Chen, but upon hearing his words, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good.
Senior brother, you should be more careful next time you cultivate with the sect leader. Lin Qingxue blushed and reminded him. She was also thinking of Yi Chen's well-being. Otherwise, if she really got the sect leader pregnant, she might be killed by the elders.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Chen said absent-mindedly, increasingly feeling that he needed to find time to talk to Lu Ruyan about having children.
After all, her belly will really start to grow big soon.
If the sect leader really gets pregnant with senior brother's child, then senior brother will become our senior uncle, right? Giggle giggle giggle.
Lu Mengyao covered her mouth and chuckled softly.
The atmosphere immediately relaxed considerably, and everyone was no longer as tense as before.
Yi Chen paused for a moment, looked at Lu Mengyao in front of him, and raised an eyebrow.
All right, then you first teach your teacher how to be more careful. Lu Mengyao?
Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, Lu Mengyao blushed and hurriedly waved her hand.
No, senior brother, I was wrong. I promise I won't call you Uncle Master anymore, okay? Please spare me.
I don't know how to be careful either. Yi Chen stepped forward, took Lu Mengyao's arm, and without saying a word, led her to a room not far away.
I plan to ask her to teach me how to prevent pregnancy.
Senior brother, please don't do this.
I can't handle it. Please have mercy on me. If it really doesn't work, how about tonight?
Lu Mengyao, blushing furiously, begged for mercy and reluctantly followed Yi Chen into the room. Her voice grew softer and softer. Lin Qingxue glanced at the closed door not far away, blushed, and muttered softly.
Sister Lu is going to suffer again.
Su Nianwan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said with a smile, "That's fine too, then senior brother won't have the energy to keep going tonight.
We're safe now.
It just requires sacrificing Sister Lu a little." Zhao Linger, standing to the side, looked at the tightly closed door, then at Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan in front of her, and asked expectantly,
Sister Lin, Sister Su, when are we going to eat? Are we still waiting for senior brother and Sister Lu to have dinner together? She was a little worried that if Yichen didn't come out for a while, would they still be able to eat?
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan turned to look at her, shaking their heads with a wry smile.
Eat. I'll go make some soup right now. Su Nianwan replied.
Although Yichen looked energetic and vigorous, she was still worried that his body wouldn't be able to handle it, and she kept thinking about making him more nourishing soup.
Yichen's recovery is also a good thing for her. Yay! Let's eat. Zhao Linger said happily. Several hours later.
As dusk fell, the sun began to set.
Another beautiful young woman, dressed in a wedding gown, entered the courtyard.
She was stunningly beautiful, with flowing hair, skin as smooth and delicate as a lotus emerging from water, and a curvaceous figure without an ounce of excess fat. As she gracefully approached, she exuded an alluring fragrance. 2 female disciples followed behind her, more like escorts and surveillance than protectors. Lin Qingxue and the others, who were chatting idly in the courtyard, immediately understood what was going on upon seeing this scene.
Senior brother is quite the ladies' man. Chapter 86. Wouldn't that be too easy on you?
Lin Qingxue and the others immediately got to work. Since the woman was sent by sect leader Lu Ruyan and was wearing a wedding dress, she was clearly the woman arranged for Yi Chen to have his wedding night with.
After tonight, they will become best friends. Lin Qingxue and the others were not jealous.
Having another sister was a good thing, as she could help share the burden. At this time, they were very quick and nimble, helping to decorate the new house. But when I saw the bride, a hint of doubt arose in my heart. It seems that the opponent's cultivation has been sealed by some means. They looked unfamiliar and didn't seem to be disciples of the Hahuan sect, at least. None of the women in the sect had ever seen them before. Moreover, 2 female disciples were guarding the door of the bridal chamber, never leaving its side. All of this looks extremely strange. After Lin Qingxue and the others finished their work and left the room, they began to talk only after they had walked a distance away.
How strange, it seems like her cultivation is sealed.
Lin Qingxue asked in confusion. There are still disciples guarding outside, seemingly afraid she'll escape.
Could it be that she's not a disciple of the Joyful Union sect? Su Nianwan frowned and hesitated. No way. Could it be that the sect leader kidnapped a female cultivator outside to give to my senior brother for his wedding night?
Why do you do that?
Zhao Linger looked surprised and found it unbelievable. The Hahuan sect has no shortage of female disciples, so why bother to abduct female cultivators from outside?
It's important to understand that dual cultivation with Yi Chen won't leave you completely drained like with other cultivation partners. On the contrary, you'll gain numerous benefits, the most obvious being a significant boost to your cultivation level. People are eager to take advantage of such a good opportunity, so why force them? The 3 of them couldn't figure out the reason, and were only worried that Yi Chen might be in danger when he entered the bridal chamber that night.
She wouldn't attack my senior brother, would she?
Lin Qingxue said with concern. Su Nianwan shook her head solemnly and pondered, when my senior brother comes out later, I'll remind him. After all, the bride was unwilling, and even with her cultivation sealed, there was no guarantee she wouldn't do something detrimental to Yi Chen.
It got completely dark. Many lamps were lit in the courtyard, making it bright and cheerful.
The bright red lanterns are particularly eye-catching, creating a festive atmosphere.
In a room,
Yi Chen was immersed in the joy of his harvest.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a harmony pill.
Upon hearing the notification about the heart harmony pill, Yi Chen was completely stunned. He almost thought he had misheard.
It really is the heart harmony pill? Holy crap!
Yi Chen checked the pills he had acquired in his storage ring and was immediately overjoyed. He had only held a sliver of hope, but he didn't expect to get the information from Lu Mengyao. After all, the best chance of getting such a high-level pill is only by going to find Lu Ruyan.
The difference in their spiritual roots is simply too great.
Yi Chen was already quite happy to have obtained a life-giving pill.
Who knew there would be an extra bonus? My dearest Mengyao. Yi Chen said with a smile.
At that moment, he also noticed the commotion outside the courtyard. It seemed that someone else had entered.
Who could it be?
A hint of doubt flashed through Yi Chen's mind.
Could it be that the female disciples in the neighboring courtyard are missing him again?
After all, Li Xinyue had come here specifically before. There are still many female disciples waiting for Yi Chen to help them improve their cultivation.
Senior brother, it's time to eat.
Lu Mengyao waved her hand weakly and said listlessly. She opened her eyes a crack, her gaze watery as she looked at Yi Chen before her, a tear still clinging to the corner of her eye.
Good. Since we're hungry, let's go eat first. Yi Chen nodded.
He's not an unreasonable person. The most important thing is to win people over with virtue. Lu Mengyao had begged for mercy several times, and Yi Chen, knowing the importance of chivalry.
After getting dressed, Yi Chen took Lu Mengyao's hand and walked out of the room. Iya. The door opened.
Hearing the commotion, Lin Xingxue and the others in the courtyard immediately got up and went over.
Senior brother, you're awake.
Lin Xingxue looked at Yi Chen in front of her, and a blush involuntarily rose to her cheeks. Yi Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the red lanterns hanging around him, and he couldn't help but ask curiously.
What's going on? Why would red lanterns be hung up for no reason?
Moreover, he had noticed people coming into the courtyard earlier, and now he saw two female disciples standing at the door of a room not far away. He immediately had a guess in his mind, but then felt it was unlikely.
Hearing Yi Chen ask, Lin Xingxue finally spoke up to explain.
Senior brother, while you and Sister Lu were resting just now, the sect leader sent someone to bring over a female disciple.
The room is all set up.
We're just waiting for you to come to the bridal chamber tonight.
Sent by the sect leader?
Yi Chen was taken aback, feeling quite surprised. He just returned from Lu Ruyan this morning, and he didn't hear her mention arranging female disciples for him. Besides, there are already 100 female disciples queuing up in the neighboring courtyard, so why arrange for another female disciple to come to this courtyard separately?
Is this a person with connections trying to cut in line?
Just as Yi Chen was still wondering, Sun Yanwan spoke up to remind him. Senior brother, that female disciple seems to have had her cultivation sealed, and she doesn't seem to be willing. When we enter the bridal chamber tonight, senior brother, please be careful. Hearing this, Yi Chen was even more surprised.
Sealing one's cultivation? He couldn't understand why Lu Ruyan would do this. There's no shortage of female disciples in the sect, and he's not short of women around him right now, so there's no need to force an unwilling female disciple, is there? Unless this woman is not a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen frowned, lost in thought. Based on his understanding of Lu Ruyan, he certainly wouldn't harm him, nor would he arrange for such a female disciple to come and consummate their marriage without reason. There must be some intention behind this. Could it be that this female cultivator has something unique about her? Is she exceptionally beautiful? Has a fantastic figure? Or possesses a high-level spiritual root? Yi Chen immediately became interested and insisted on meeting this female cultivator. Why not accept a woman who comes to you for free? All right, I understand. Don't worry, everything will be fine.
Yi Chen snapped out of his daze and looked at Sun Yanwan and the others in front of him, telling them to rest assured. Even if the opponent's cultivation was not sealed, it would be impossible for them to harm Yi Chen. He is now at the nascent soul stage, and even within the sect, there are no more than 10 people who can threaten him.
What's more, it's a toothless tiger. Chapter 87 Heavenly Grade Spiritual Root, Wang Yuxuan.
Yi Chen did not rush to the bridal chamber, but first had dinner with Lin Xingxue and the others. After filling his stomach, he felt much more energetic. He felt a bit tired after disciplining Lu Mengyao earlier, and needed to rest now. Fortunately, Yi Chen also had the life-giving pill in his storage ring, which gave him a lot of confidence. After chatting with Lin Xingxue and the others for a while, Yi Chen walked alone towards the newly decorated house. The two female disciples guarding the entrance saw Yi Chen arrive and spoke up to remind him. Senior brother Yi, the sect leader has instructed that the people inside are not disciples of our Hahuan sect, but disciples of the Tianma sect who were captured nearby a few days ago. The sect leader hopes you can help persuade her to serve the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. He had suspected before that this female cultivator was not a disciple of a sect, and it turned out to be true. What Yi Chen didn't expect was that Lu Ruyan would actually arrange for a female disciple from the Heavenly Demon sect to cultivate with him. What is so special about this female disciple that makes Lu Ruyan value her so much? After all,
There are many benefits to cultivating with Yi Chen.
If one is not valued, one would not even be qualified to step into this courtyard.
Even female disciples of the Hahuan sect have to line up, let alone a disciple from an opposing force? You two go back first. Leave this to me. Yi Chen looked at the two female disciples in front of him and said, "This. Senior brother Yi, be careful." After hesitating for a moment, they sensed the powerful aura emanating from Yi Chen and decided to leave.
Yi Chen's strength is above theirs, so he doesn't need them to protect him at all. After the female disciple guarding the door left, Yi Chen stepped forward, pushed open the door, and went inside. As soon as I entered the room, a unique fragrance wafted towards me. It's a unique fragrance that only a young girl can have. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the woman on the bed, who was dressed in a bright red wedding gown and had a red veil over her head. Although her face is obscured, her prominent figure is immediately apparent. Judging from Lu Ruyan's standards, she must have been a great beauty. As Yi Chen sized up the other person's figure, his body couldn't help but feel hot, as if a flame was burning inside him. He walked forward unhurriedly, stood before the woman, and reached out to lift the red veil. The next second, a delicate and beautiful face came into view. Even when she's glaring at people, she's still beautiful when she's angry. "It's you! How come it's you?" The female disciple and Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Yi Chen saw the other person's face clearly and recognized her immediately. A few days ago, his clone left the Joyful Union sect and happened to discover a hidden team from the Heavenly Demon sect in the surrounding woods. It was he who exposed the team's location, attracting the attention of the Supreme Elder of the Hahuan sect, who then took them down. As Yi Chen was leaving, he happened to encounter a female disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect who was trying to escape. He stopped her, but she was eventually captured by the disciples of the Joyful Union sect. The female disciple in front of me is her. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. You bastard! Wang Yuxuan glared angrily at Yi Chen, wishing she could kill him. If Yi Chen hadn't intervened, she would have escaped unharmed. She had always held a grudge against Yi Chen and would find him to take revenge one day. Unexpectedly, the two of them would meet again in this kind of situation. Wang Yuxuan suddenly stood up and slapped Yi Chen with her palm. The next second, Yi Chen easily grabbed her soft and powerless wrist. "Someone like you think you can take action?" Yi Chen glanced at her and said calmly. With her cultivation sealed, Wang Yuxuan was no different from an ordinary woman and was even more frail. You just wait and see, I won't let you get away with this." Wang Yuxuan looked at Yi Chen with a flushed face and said, her consciousness growing weaker and weaker, as if she was just barely holding on. "You?" Yi Chen was startled, only then noticing Wang Yuxuan's unusual condition. Her body was growing increasingly hot, her face flushed, and her eyes had become alluring and seductive. "Did you take aphrodisiacs?" Yi Chen asked in surprise. But she quickly realized that she probably didn't take the drugs voluntarily, but was forced to take them before she arrived. Was this arranged by Lu Ruyan? Why did she do that? Fearing that the female disciple would not agree, he drugged her and forced her? But, even if things are fading away, the other party will still hate the Hahuan sect. Is Lu Ruyan planning to let him conquer Wang Yuxuan with his strength? Yi Chen fell into deep thought. What is it about this female disciple that makes Lu Ruyan value her so much and insist on keeping her here? Just as Yi Chen was pondering, Wang Yuxuan, whose mind had been completely clouded by the drug, suddenly threw herself into Yi Chen's arms, tearing at him frantically, looking like she was in great pain. "Don't!" Yi Chen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. She has lost control of herself. She looked up at Yi Chen, her watery eyes filled with longing. At this moment, there is no trace of hatred, only desire. If you're going to do that, don't blame me. You took the initiative yourself. Yi Chen gave a reminder. But at this moment, Wang Yuxuan was no longer listening to such words. She felt unbearably hot all over, and Yi Chen before her was the antidote. She had been restraining herself before, but now she has completely lost her mind and is capable of doing anything crazy. Completely different from her pure and innocent appearance. It's like he suddenly became a different person. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. A cold, warning tone sounded. Yi Chen froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. He even thought he had misheard. How is this possible? Yi Chen muttered to himself. He then remembered to examine Wang Yuxuan's spiritual root, and was immediately astonished. A heavenly grade spiritual root.
Yi Chen was stunned. He never expected that the heavenly demon sect disciple before him would possess the same heavenly grade spiritual root as Lu Ruyan. This is unbelievable. Not to mention the Hahuan sect, even in the Xiantian Holy Land, disciples with heavenly grade spiritual roots are qualified to become sect saintesses. Yi Chen suddenly understood why Lu Ruyan valued this female disciple so much. That's a top grade spiritual root, its future achievements are immeasurable. If we could get her to join the Joyful Union sect, it would undoubtedly provide the sect with an extra layer of security for the future. The heavenly demon sect probably only wanted Wang Yuxuan to go out and gain experience, but they didn't expect her to be kidnapped by the Joyful Union sect. The reason the other side hasn't attacked the Hahuan sect yet is probably because they're worried it will affect Wang Yuxuan. Whether Wang Yuxuan will ultimately submit to the Joyful Union sect or remain loyal to the heavenly demon sect is another matter for now. She's benefiting Yi Chen. Upon learning that Wang Yuxuan possessed a heavenly grade spiritual root, Yi Chen immediately had many ideas. He immediately took out 2 pills from his storage ring. 1 heart harmony pill, 1 life-sustaining pill. Without hesitation, Yi Chen put both pills into his mouth and swallowed them. Let's see if this harmony pill is really that effective. He muttered to himself, his gaze falling on Wang Yuxuan. Chapter 88 Divine Great Armor Rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a set of bright light armor. After wearing it, you can ignore the opponent's cultivation level and reduce damage by 50%. Can be upgraded and modified. A series of cold, impersonal notifications flashed by. Yi Chen was startled, and his whole body instantly became alert. Mingguang armor? This is clearly a set of protective gear. What Yi Chen cared about was the effect of this armor. It could actually reduce damage by 50%. This means that he can completely crush opponents who were originally evenly matched with him, and he can even put up a fight against opponents who are several minor realms higher. Even when facing experts at the Void Refinement stage, Yi Chen could possibly escape alive from them. This is practically a life-saving artifact. Moreover, as Yi Chen's strength grows, the effects of the bright light armor will become even more pronounced, making him virtually invincible among those of the same cultivation level. This armor can even be upgraded and modified, further enhancing its effects. It's truly a divine artifact. Although the system did not indicate the grade of the bright light armor, Yi Chen was certain that it was definitely armor of divine grade or higher. Yi Chen was overjoyed. He never expected to get a set of life-saving protective gear. His luck was truly amazing. His gaze involuntarily fell on Wang Yuxuan, and a smile appeared on his face. Is the drop rate higher because of the new players? Even Lu Ruyan has never received such a wonderful treasure. Yi Chen muttered to himself, feeling quite pleased with himself. At the same time, I am also very grateful to Lu Ruyan. If she hadn't sent Wang Yuxuan to the bridal chamber, we wouldn't have had this outcome. For Yi Chen, having a partner with a divine grade spiritual root was like finding a treasure. Yi Chen had been wanting to rest, but seeing the radiant armor that had been unleashed immediately revitalized him. Besides, Wang Yuxuan was poisoned, and Yi Chen simply took it as an act of kindness to help detoxify her. With a wave of his hand, he took out another life-giving pill from his storage ring, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. 3 seconds later, Yi Chen's mental state once again reached its peak. At this point, he didn't care what time it was. His only thought was to get as many high-level rewards as possible. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. 1 hour later. Yi Chen received no more high-level rewards. All he received were cultivation-level bonuses. They didn't even get a single life-giving pill. Did they run out of luck? Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, it wasn't a loss for Yi Chen either. He gained decades of cultivation improvement in exchange for 1 life-sustaining pill, so it was a win. Such an opportunity is rare. After all, not every dual cultivation partner is a heavenly grade spiritual root. Although Lu Ruyan could frequently engage in dual cultivation, her body would soon be unable to withstand it. Now that Wang Yuxuan has joined the fray, it has given Yi Chen an opportunity to improve his strength. The sky outside the window was gradually brightening. Yi Chen yawned wearily, feeling extremely sleepy, and immediately lay down to sleep. I slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky and I still hadn't woken up.
Lin Qingxue and the others sat in the courtyard early in the morning, yawning, each with a hint of resentment on their faces.
Sister Lin, did you not sleep well last night? Lu Mengyao asked while yawning.
Lin Qingxue looked at Lu Mengyao, who was also yawning, and blushed slightly.
She hesitated and asked, You too? Yes. I didn't fall asleep until dawn. Lu Mengyao nodded.
Senior brother is really so mean,
Su Nianwan said with a rosy complexion.
She also had dark circles under her eyes and looked very sleepy. I heard she's the personal disciple of the heavenly demon sect's leader. I wonder if she'll harm my senior brother. Lin Qingxue said with a worried expression. After all, he is her husband, and if he launches a sneak attack, she could easily fall victim.
Even if Yi Chen has high cultivation, she might still be harmed.
Don't worry, since the sect leader has sealed her cultivation, she can't possibly harm your senior brother.
With senior brother's skill level, ordinary weapons simply cannot harm him. Lu Mengyao said without any worry, showing great confidence in Yi Chen. This female disciple of the heavenly demon sect doesn't seem to be very resistant to my senior brother. I suppose she won't attack him? Su Nianwan said hesitantly.
If they were going to make a move, they should have done it last night when they entered the bridal chamber. They wouldn't have waited until now.
After all, it concerns a woman's innocence.
I hope so. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, a hint of worry still lingering between her brows. Looking up at the room with a large red lantern hanging not far away, the door was tightly closed and there was no sound. She wouldn't feel at ease until she saw Yi Chen walk out of the room with her own eyes.
My senior brother should wake up soon. Let's go prepare the food first. Su Nianwan made the suggestion.
She seemed to sense Lin Qingxue's worry and offered a few words of comfort. In her view, Wang Yuxuan was previously a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, but now that she has become Yi Chen's woman, she certainly wouldn't have any other intentions.
Good.
Lin Qingxue agreed and followed Su Nianwan to the kitchen not far away. In the bridal chamber draped with red candles and curtains, Yi Chen woke up from his sleep and immediately felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Startled, he quickly looked over. Their gazes fell on Wang Yuxuan. She had woken up some time earlier, wearing only an outer garment, her snow-white skin faintly visible.
At this moment, her gaze towards Yi Chen was very complicated.
It was like the anger of having one's innocence stolen, yet not a trace of rage could be generated. There was also a hint of admiration and affection in his eyes. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen knew in his heart that the heart harmony pill had taken effect, forcibly making Wang Yuxuan fall in love with him and be completely loyal to him. Otherwise, given Wang Yuxuan's personality and the fact that she is a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, she would have wanted to kill Yi Chen long ago and wouldn't be so calm. However, the effects of the heart-melting pill were not strong enough to make Wang Yuxuan fall completely in love with Yi Chen, leaving her caught in a dilemma.
You're awake? Yi Chen looked at Wang Yuxuan and spoke first. Wang Yuxuan blushed and responded softly.
She was still very shy at this moment and didn't know how to face Yi Chen. They had only met twice before becoming Taoist partners, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Wang Yuxuan seemed to still be pondering why she fell in love with Yi Chen, and where this love came from.
Why can't I feel hatred towards him? This man took her virginity. What exactly happened? Chapter 89 My Senior Brother's Woman.
Wang Yuxuan's mind was in a mess at the moment, and she felt like she had forgotten something.
Gurgle.
Wang Yuxuan froze for a moment, then her face flushed red instantly.
I immediately felt very embarrassed.
During the day she was captured by the Hahuan sect, she had barely eaten her next meal, and after last night's ordeal, she was exhausted and hungry.
Yi Chen noticed her embarrassment and stood up to speak. Shall we go get something to eat first? Good. Wang Yuxuan responded shyly.
Yi Chen got up first, dressed, and then picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and handed them over.
Put them on.
Wang Yuxuan then noticed that she was only wearing an outer garment and nothing else. She blushed with embarrassment and hurriedly took the clothes from Yi Chen's hands, putting them on with a rustling sound.
Yi Chen didn't peek.
He had already seen everything last night, so a few more glances wouldn't make a difference.
I couldn't help but think to myself, the seemingly slender and innocent woman is quite capable. I'm all better. Wang Yuxuan blushed as she got off the bed and began to speak. My name is Yi Chen, you can call me senior brother.
Yi Chen turned to look at her and said in a gentle tone. Senior brother Yi, my name is Wang Yuxuan. She replied, blushing.
For a moment, she didn't know how to face Yi Chen. Two people who were still complete strangers found themselves in the most intimate contact. Yuxuan, that's a nice name. Let's go, I'll take you to eat. There are other people living in this courtyard. If you're bored, you can chat with them.
Yi Chen spoke as he walked out. Only by integrating Wang Yuxuan into the small group can she possibly stay and feel a sense of belonging to the Hahuan sect. If there's nothing left for her to hold on to, she might escape and return to the Heavenly Demon sect.
Others? Wang Yuxuan's heart tightened, and her face flushed. She's a little embarrassed to see anyone. After all, she and Yi Chen had such an ambiguous relationship, how could she face anyone? It would be so embarrassing to talk about last night. Besides, it was because she had taken aphrodisiacs that she became so proactive. Yi Chen didn't even force her. Recalling what happened last night, Wang Yuxuan was filled with shame and felt utterly humiliated. How could I have been so crazy? Yeah. The door opened. Yi Chen led Wang Yuxuan out of the room, one after the other. At that moment, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Gurgle. Wang Yuxuan's stomach grew even hungrier. Coming to her senses, she looked up at Yi Chen in front of her, her face flushed, feeling very embarrassed. She was a little embarrassed to be seen, but she really wanted to taste the delicious food. Hesitating, she inexplicably followed Yi Chen into the kitchen. Senior brother, you're awake. Senior brother. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Qingxue and the others all turned to look, their gazes falling on Yi Chen. Seeing that he was safe and sound, everyone immediately felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried all morning, fearing that Wang Yuxuan would harm Yi Chen after waking up, but fortunately the two seemed to get along very well. At this moment, Lin Qingxue and the others couldn't help but look at Wang Yuxuan, who was following behind Yi Chen. Although they had met the previous night, they hadn't spoken. They were still complete strangers. Her name is Wang Yuxuan, and she'll probably be living here from now on. Get along well with her. Yi Chen turned to the side and pointed to Wang Yuxuan behind him, introducing her to the group. He then pointed to the women in front of him and introduced them one by one. Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, Su Nianwan, Zhao Linger. They are all my brother's women. Hearing Yi Chen's introduction, Lin Qingxue and the others were overjoyed, and a blush rose to their faces. Wang Yuxuan paused for a moment, glanced at Lin Qingxue and the others in front of her, then at Yi Chen, her expression becoming somewhat strange. She never expected Yi Chen to have so many Taoist partners by his side. Sister Wang, please don't be so polite. From now on, we're family. You must be hungry, come and eat something. Sister Wang, please make yourself at home here. Lin Qingxue and the others warmly greeted Wang Yuxuan and pulled her to the table to eat. Wang Yuxuan was initially a little reserved and embarrassed. She was naturally aloof and solitary, used to being alone. However, faced with the warm hospitality of Lin Qingxue and the others, she immediately became much more cheerful and quickly became acquainted with them. Facing the fragrant food, Wang Yuxuan ate with great joy. It was the most delicious meal she had ever had in her life. The group ate and chatted happily, their laughter filling the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. As long as Wang Yuxuan is happy here, she will naturally stay. He can then say that he has fulfilled his promise to Lu Ruyan, and at the same time, he has gained another Taoist partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root. This is a win-win situation. After dinner, Yi Chen originally wanted to deepen his relationship with Wang Yuxuan, but she was having a great time chatting with Lin Qingxue and others, so he had to give up the idea. It was rare for them to get along so well, and Yi Chen didn't want to disturb them. After all, keeping Wang Yuxuan here meant there would be plenty of opportunities for dual cultivation in the future, so there was no rush. Seeing that they were chatting more and more happily, Yi Chen couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he turned and left the courtyard to go and report the progress to Lu Ruyan. Why did my senior brother leave? Won't we neglect our senior brother if we do this? Wang Yuxuan noticed Yi Chen leaving, a hint of nervousness flashed between her brows, and she hesitated before speaking. Junior sister Wang, don't worry, senior brother is going to find the sect master. Lin Qingxue offered an explanation. Looking for the sect leader? Wang Yuxuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems my senior brother is quite busy on weekdays. She muttered something. If you don't leave, senior brother, you might be in trouble. Lu Mengyao looked at Wang Yuxuan and said meaningfully. Suffering? Wang Yuxuan was taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing through her mind, not quite understanding what Lu Mengyao meant. Why would she suffer if Yi Chen stayed here? Doesn't my senior brother like her? In that instant, Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Yuxuan's mind.
Seeing that she didn't understand, Lu Mangyao leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Wang Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, her face visibly flushing red. She felt incredibly shy and wished she could disappear into the ground. Although she had become quite familiar with Lin Xingxue and the others, she wasn't very open about dual cultivation, and felt quite shy when she first heard about it. She only had sex for the first time last night, she should be very embarrassed.
Chapter 90, I know a little bit about medicine. A grand hall. Lu Ruyan was cultivating.
As her cultivation technique circulated, a Taoist totem appeared behind her, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and continuously flowing into her body.
At this moment, her aura was much stronger than a few days ago.
Not only had she consolidated her peak void refinement realm, but her cultivation had also improved.
After some time, Lu Ruyan even planned to break through the bottleneck of the integration stage.
She wouldn't have dared to even think about such a thing before, but now she has this thought, and even has great confidence that she can do it.
After all, she had already advanced from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the current peak of the void refinement stage in a short period of time. This had already exceeded the scope of cultivation, broken the established understanding, and proved that anything is possible. At this moment, she woke up from her cultivation, opened her eyes, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Relying on cultivation is still too slow.
Lu Ruyan muttered something to herself. After experiencing rapid improvement in cultivation, it becomes difficult to adapt to gradual, incremental cultivation. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality.
Lu Ruyan couldn't help but think of Yi Chen. I wonder if this kid can subdue that heavenly demon sect disciple? With his abilities, there shouldn't be any problem.
But that young lady is proud and aloof, and she's that old man's personal disciple. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get her to stay wholeheartedly in the Joyful Union sect. It's rare to find a disciple with a heavenly grade spiritual root. Even if they want to leave, they should at least have a child who stays in the Joyful Union sect first.
That way, it won't be a loss. Lu Ruyan was considering keeping Wang Yuxuan in the Hahuan sect, but she wasn't very confident.
So she thought of using Wang Yuxuan's body to have a child, hoping the offspring might possess good spiritual roots.
This is also why she sealed Wang Yuxuan's cultivation, drugged her, and then sent her to Yi Chen's bridal chamber.
She was confident in Yi Chen's dual cultivation skills. He might not be able to keep Wang Yuxuan, but she felt he could achieve a one-hit kill.
As she pondered, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt nauseous. This feeling was fleeting, yet it left her feeling very confused. Why do I feel nauseous all the time lately? Could it be poisoning?
Lu Ruyan frowned and muttered. With her cultivation level, it was impossible for her to feel unwell for no reason, but recently the frequency of her nausea had been increasing, which she found very strange.
She even began to suspect that someone might have secretly poisoned her.
Suddenly, Lu Ruyan thought of a possibility, and her expression changed drastically.
Could it be that I'm pregnant? This can't be. Lu Ruyan was startled and a little flustered.
She had never thought of this before. Because of the unique nature of her cultivation method, the higher her cultivation level, the more difficult it is for her to conceive. This is also why she mingled with Yi Chen without any restraint, without using any protective measures. The frequent nausea made her suspicious. However, as the head of a sect, she dared not let a doctor make a diagnosis rashly.
What if she was really pregnant? If word gets out, what will the sect disciples think of her? Even killing the doctor who made the diagnosis would invite a lot of speculation. What to do? Just then, footsteps sounded outside the palace gate. Knock, knock, knock. Yeah. With a knock, the palace doors opened, and Yi Chen walked in. He didn't even need Lu Ruyan to say a word. He acted as if he were returning to his own home. Lu Ruyan was startled, looked up at Yi Chen walking towards her, and noticed something was off about the look in his eyes. The thought that she might be pregnant only intensified her resentment towards Yi Chen. Why can't this kid be more careful? Don't you know she's the sect leader? Sect master, why are you looking at me like that?
Yi Chen touched his cheek and looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him with a puzzled expression, asking her a question. He felt that Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him was strange today, and her attitude was also odd. It can't be that he's jealous, can it? But wasn't Wang Yuxuan the one she sent to the courtyard? He gave gifts to female disciples, and then got jealous of them? Why are you here? How is Wang Yuxuan doing? Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and looked at Yi Chen with a troubled expression, asking him a question. She knew that Yi Chen wasn't to blame. She was also at fault for not being more careful.
But I can't help but resent him in my heart. Who told him to be the child's father? She's doing all right in the courtyard, she's not very resistant anymore. In a few days, she should be willing to stay in the sect. However, this disciple is not confident that she can serve the sect. Yi Chen began to explain. At most, the effects of the heart harmony pill would make Wang Yuxuan fall completely in love with him and be loyal to him, but she would still retain her original consciousness, thoughts, and feelings for the heavenly demon sect. It would be difficult to make her an enemy of the heavenly demon sect. Hearing Yi Chen say that, Lu Ruyan waved her hand dismissively and said calmly, "As long as you can reassure her to stay in the sect, it's fine even if she doesn't want to serve the sect. As long as she can give birth to an heir for the sect, that's enough." Lu Ruyan herself did not expect Wang Yuxuan to switch allegiance and join the Hahuan sect so quickly. If Wang Yuxuan could change her attitude so quickly, then her loyalty to the sect is simply unbelievable. Lu Ruyan only wanted to keep Wang Yuxuan to have her child because of her superior spiritual root. "You're quite capable, aren't you? You managed to keep them here for just one night?" Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a surprised expression, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Hearing Lu Ruyan say that, Yi Chen chuckled and scratched his head, saying confidently, "Don't you know my abilities, sect master?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at her. While the effects of the harmony pill were partly due to this, Yi Chen's individual abilities were undeniably strong as well. She used 2 life-giving pills last night. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Lu Ruyan blushed, as if she had remembered something, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Stop being so cheeky. If there's nothing else, you can go back now." Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and began to shoo people away. She longed for Yi Chen's company, but now that she suspected she was pregnant, she was worried and didn't dare to do anything reckless with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise, immediately sensing something was amiss. Why is Lu Ruyan being so cold to him today? This is very different from usual. What exactly happened? Sect master, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? If you tell me, I can help share your burden. Yi Chen stepped forward and looked at Lu Ruyan with concern. In his heart, he already considered Lu Ruyan his woman, and now, if she encountered any troubles, he would think of helping her solve them. At least he can do what he can. Faced with Yi Chen's warm concern, Lu Ruyan felt a warmth in her heart, and her expression softened somewhat. "It's nothing, I'm just not feeling well," Lu Ruyan said in a muffled voice. "Uncomfortable?" Yi Chen paused, seemingly realizing something, and hesitantly moved closer. "Sect master, shall I take a look at you? To be honest, I also know a little bit about medicine." Chapter 91 Sect master, you're pregnant. You also know medicine? Lu Ruyan was somewhat surprised, looking at Yi Chen in front of her with a suspicious expression, feeling incredulous. Of course. Yi Chen naturally placed his fingers on Lu Ruyan's wrist, pretending to take her pulse, and then asked her a question. "Sect master, have you been feeling particularly fatigued lately? Do you often feel nauseous?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Ruyan looked surprised. "How did you know? You actually know medicine?" She had indeed been feeling nauseous and inexplicably uncomfortable lately, and when Yi Chen asked about it, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Before Yi Chen arrived, she already had a guess in her mind, but she dared not believe it. He looked at Yi Chen nervously and asked, What illness do I have?" She is now a great cultivator in the void refinement stage, and it is almost impossible for her to get sick, but she still holds onto a sliver of hope. Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, Yi Chen already knew what was going on. He no longer intended to hide it and took this opportunity to be frank. "Sect leader, you're pregnant," Yi Chen said with a serious expression. "What? How could I?" Lu Ruyan was startled. Even though she had expected it, she still found it hard to accept the result, and a wave of panic washed over her. She looked down and touched her slightly protruding belly, unsure of what to do. "You didn't make a wrong diagnosis, did you?" Lu Ruyan raised her head, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Seeing Lu Ruyan's reaction, Yi Chen said sullenly, "The diagnosis was not wrong. Sect master, you're pregnant." He was still a little embarrassed. After all, it was he who had gotten Lu Ruyan pregnant. However, he couldn't control the fact that he was instantly possessed. He hadn't thought about avoiding this situation when they were having sex. Yi Chen had worried about this before, and now seeing Lu Ruyan's panicked expression, he knew she didn't want this child. It's too late to regret it now. If the disciples in the sect find out, how will we face them? If the grand elders and the others find out?
Lu Ruyan muttered nervously, feeling a surge of frustration.
Her mind was a mess right now. The way she looked up at Yi Chen was filled with resentment directed at him. It's all your fault. Why can't you be more careful?
That's great, she's pregnant.
No, this child cannot be born. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen and complained. What kind of virtuous disciple would get their own sect leader pregnant?
Yi Chen felt guilty at this moment, so he quickly hugged the bewildered Lu Ruyan and gently patted her back to comfort her. Sect Master, please don't be in such a hurry.
If this child is born with a heavenly grade spiritual root, would you be willing to give birth to it? If you don't want to have children, there are ways to.
Before Yi Chen could finish speaking, Lu Ruyan immediately interrupted him.
What did you say? A descendant of a heavenly grade spiritual root? Is this true? Can you guarantee that the child in my womb will be born with a heavenly grade spiritual root?
Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Chen, asking excitedly. You have to know how rare it is to have a descendant with a heavenly grade spiritual root. Previously, Yi Chen had only guaranteed that their offspring from dual cultivation would possess spiritual roots, yet he had already gained Lu Ruyan's attention, and she was even willing to offend the Xin Tian Holy Land for him. Now that she can give birth to a child with a heavenly rank spiritual root, she is naturally more than willing. Although Lu Ruyan didn't want to get pregnant, the deed was already done, and she didn't want to abort the child otherwise, she wouldn't be so hesitant. Meeting Lu Ruyan's excited gaze, Yi Chen nodded earnestly in response.
It's true.
I can guarantee that the child in your womb will definitely have the aptitude of a heavenly grade spiritual root, and it might even be the legendary divine grade spiritual root. He wasn't lying, nor was he trying to trick Lu Ruyan into having the child. He was absolutely certain. When he achieved that perfect in-game success, he spent 100,000 spirit stones to improve his offspring's spiritual root aptitude. Because Lu Ruyan herself possesses a heavenly grade spiritual root, Yi Chen and her offspring are guaranteed to have at least a heavenly grade spiritual root, with a 20% chance of having a divine grade spiritual root, or even the legendary ancient supreme grade spiritual root. Even without hoping for divine or ancient top grade spiritual roots, as long as Lu Ruyan wants to have a child, she can definitely give birth to a child with a heavenly grade spiritual root. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Yi Chen in front of her, trying to see if he was lying. Seeing Yi Chen's serious expression and firm tone, she gradually began to believe what he said. The thought that her offspring would possess a heavenly grade spiritual root immediately put Lu Ruyan at ease, and a hopeful smile appeared on her face.
If that's the case, even if the elders find out, they won't say anything.
If my child has a heavenly rank spiritual root, he will surely be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the sect in the future. Lu Ruyan murmured to herself, all her previous worries gone. After all, if she were to give birth to a child with a heavenly grade spiritual root, the sect's supreme elders would not only refrain from gossip, but would be even happier than she was.
What the Hahuan sect lacks most right now is a next generation with exceptional talent.
Seeing that Lu Ruyan intended to keep the child, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now that things were out in the open, he felt much more relaxed. At least he no longer had to worry about it or feel any psychological burden. Yi Chen looked down at Lu Ruyan's slightly protruding belly, reached out and touched it, and gradually formed an idea in his mind. He smiled and spoke.
Sect Master, I'd like to meet this child.
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Everyone says pregnancy lasts 10 months, so this child won't be born for several more months.
How can we let you meet now?
Their eyes met, and Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Chen gradually changed.
You wouldn't be thinking of.
Lu Ruyan seemed to have thought of something, and her face flushed red instantly.
You scoundrel! No! Absolutely not!
She immediately refused.
This kid is trying to take advantage of me again. What do you mean by visiting the child?
He clearly just wants to sleep with her.
Lu Ruyan wasn't stupid. She immediately saw through Yi Chen's little scheme. Sect Master, I'm doing this for the good of the sect. You probably also want to improve your cultivation and break through to the integration stage as soon as possible, right? If you keep slacking off like this, when will you ever make any progress? You can't indulge in pleasure and neglect your duties.
Yi Chen said in a very serious tone.
Lu Ruyan? What? She's neglecting her duties? Okay, so dual cultivation can be done so openly now?
Lu Ruyan blushed, and the way she looked at Yi Chen changed.
That kid is wicked. Chapter 92. I want to meet the child. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
In the side hall,
Yi Chen felt his cultivation level rising steadily, and his mood became depressed.
Why aren't there any exciting or noteworthy items? Last night, during his dual cultivation with Wang Yuxuan, he obtained a piece of armor that could be considered a divine item. That's why he wanted to try his luck with Lu Ruyan. Maybe he'd be pleasantly surprised. To everyone's surprise, even after dropping in a life-giving pill, not a single ripple was made. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly felt a change in his body, and the spiritual energy within him became extremely violent. This is...
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that he had suddenly gained a lot of cultivation power, and his body had reached its limit.
The only way was to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation level. He quickly sat cross-legged and began circulating his internal energy. He guided the raging spiritual energy within his body to break through the bottleneck. Snap! With a crisp sound, without encountering any obstacles, he easily broke through a minor realm as if water had flowed into a channel. Mid-stage nascent soul realm. Yi Chen opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. The aura emanating from his body was several times stronger than before. Although this trip to see Lu Ruyan didn't yield any high-level rewards, the gains were still considerable. At least his cultivation level improved significantly. Lu Ruyan possesses a heavenly grade spiritual root, and the cultivation rewards gained from dual cultivation with her are 5 times that of Lin Qingxue and others, which also accelerates Yi Chen's growth. This was something Yi Chen would never have dared to dream of before, that his cultivation could improve so quickly, and that he could actually reach the nascent soul stage, a realm he had once looked up to. Now, his goal has long since become the void refinement stage. Whether it's storming the Xin Tian Holy Land to rescue his sister Yi Qinger, or gaining true control within the Hahuan sect, he needs to possess strength above the void refinement stage. The nascent soul stage is still too weak. It is still powerless against those void refinement stage experts. On the bed, Lu Ruyan sensed Yi Chen's change, wearily opened her eyes, looked at him dazedly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. You little brat, you're not trying to use me as a furnace, are you? The way she looked at Yi Chen at that moment had changed. This has happened more than once. Last time, Yi Chen also broke through his cultivation realm on the spot after cultivating with her. Although Lu Ruyan didn't feel completely drained, she couldn't help but suspect that Yi Chen was using her for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen turned to look at Lu Ruyan, meeting her resentful gaze filled with suspicion, and innocently shrugged. Sect Master, you can't just falsely accuse people like that. I haven't even suspected you of using me as a vessel. How can you turn around and accuse me? After every instance of dual cultivation, your cultivation level didn't improve? You've benefited quite a bit. Sect Master, you can't just pull up your pants and then deny it. I'm the one who's really at a disadvantage. He became increasingly aggrieved as he spoke, as if Lu Ruyan owed him something. Lu Ruyan? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Ruyan was stunned. Indeed, after each dual cultivation session, her cultivation level improved, and she gained many benefits from it. But coming from Yi Chen, something just didn't feel right. It's as if I've bullied him. This kid became the victim? Get this straight, she traded her body for this. This guy doesn't tell a single thing about sleeping with her. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression, her brows gradually furrowing. You bastard, that's not what you said when you slept with me. You're clearly taking advantage of me. Her face flushed red, and she said, embarrassed and annoyed. She didn't even say Yi Chen was getting something for free. A woman of her stunning beauty, countless men would love to sleep with her but cannot have her. This guy got the better deal and is now acting innocent. Hateful. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, who was pouting and fuming, and stopped pretending to be innocent, waving his hand guiltily. Sect Master, everything is for the sake of the sect, why bother with such trivial matters? Let's not be so petty about our relationship. At worst, I'll let you go back to sleep. As he spoke, he moved closer to Lu Ruyan. Roll. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. What, go back to sleep? So wasn't she taken advantage of again? That kid's got some pretty good ideas. Sect leader, you smell so good. Lu Ruyan? Her face flushed as she watched Yi Chen approach, her heart pounding and her body going weak. You scoundrel. You always bully me. I am your sect leader. Lu Ruyan muttered. Precisely because you are my sect leader, we must keep the benefits within the family and not let outsiders benefit,
Yi Chen said in a very serious tone.
Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. That makes some sense. But who benefits from whom? Could it be that this kid thinks he got off easy?
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Chen changed.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap talisman. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a body strengthening pill. Yi Chen listened to the cold prompt flashing through his mind, and when he heard strengthening pill, he felt a surge of joy.
This time, at least we didn't lose out.
After all, he didn't have many life-giving pills left.
If he continued to deplete them like this, what would happen to Lin Qingxue and the others in the courtyard? What should be done with those 100 exceptionally beautiful female disciples? For their happiness, Yi Chen was hoping to get more health-enhancing pills. As dusk fell, night descended.
Yi Chen yawned as he walked out of the main hall, looked up at the gloomy sky, and shook his head helplessly.
That woman is so fickle she'll deny everything once she's done her job. It's almost dark, and they didn't even try to persuade you to stay the night,
he muttered to himself. Thinking of the exhausted Lu Ruyan, he also gave up the idea of persisting.
In any case, Lu Ruyan is now pregnant and can no longer act as recklessly as before.
It's not good for your health to overwork yourself. He was also looking forward to the birth of Lu Ruyan's child, who was guaranteed to have a heaven-grade spiritual root. Keep in mind that he himself only possesses a yellow-grade spiritual root, yet he has the ability to give birth to a child with a heaven-grade spiritual root.
It's quite an achievement. In the courtyard,
Lin Qingxue and the others were gathered in the courtyard gossiping.
Now that Wang Yuxuan has joined, it's even more lively. It's already dark, why hasn't my senior brother returned yet? Does the sect leader assign him many tasks?
Wang Yuxuan looked up at the sky and asked in confusion.
You should know that Yi Chen has been out all afternoon and hasn't returned yet.
Upon hearing her question, Lin Qingxue and the others exchanged glances, a blush creeping across their faces, finding it difficult to speak. In addition, since Wang Yuxuan was a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, it was not appropriate to tell her the secrets between Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan.
There should be, quite a lot,
Lin Qingxue said with a rosy complexion after thinking about Yi Chen's strength.
Chapter 93 Senior Brother's Secret.
The girls were all used to Yi Chen leaving early and returning late, and they wouldn't find it strange if he stayed at Lu Ruyan's place for 3 days and 3 nights.
Who can blame them when Lu Ruyan is such a stunning beauty? Don't worry, Yuxuan, your senior brother will probably be back soon. Lu Mengyao looked at Wang Yuxuan and said. I figured if he didn't come back later, it would be tomorrow morning. Ah? Wang Yuxuan frowned in confusion, seemingly not understanding why Yi Chen had stayed with Lu Ruyan for so long.
Seeing that Lin Qingxue and the others didn't seem worried at all, as if they were used to it, they gradually relaxed.
Just then, footsteps sounded outside.
It's my senior brother who's back.
Zhao Linger turned around and exclaimed joyfully.
Lin Qingxue and the others also stood up and went forward to greet them, still somewhat surprised.
Senior brother came back quite early today. Wang Yuxuan was taken aback. Is this still considered early? So, senior brother usually stays with the sect master until the middle of the night? She raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. Senior brother and sect leader, could it be? Wang Yuxuan murmured, then drifted into a reverie. Senior brother, the food is ready, you can eat now. Sun Yanwan looked at Yi Chen with a gentle expression, just like a virtuous wife waiting for her husband to return home. Lin Qingxue and Lu Mengyao also nestled close to Yi Chen, pulling him towards the kitchen. Wang Yuxuan was still standing there in a daze until Yi Chen called her and she came back to her senses. Yuxuan, what are you thinking about? Yi Chen stepped forward and asked curiously.
Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Wang Yuxuan blushed, her heart filled with panic, and she quickly shook her head.
No. I wasn't thinking about anything. She was even a little embarrassed to look at Yi Chen now.
For a fleeting moment, she even wondered if Yi Chen had been slept with by the sect leader.
However, she didn't dare ask this question to Yi Chen's face. I wasn't thinking anything. How come you have such a funny face? Yi Chen looked at her with a strange expression, feeling that something was not right. This girl is shy, I'll ask her again tonight. Having made up his mind, Yi Chen took Wang Yuxuan's hand and invited Lin Qingxue and the others to have dinner together.
They must be starving by now, especially Zhao Linger, who's a real foodie. Her stomach is probably rumbling with hunger. After a satisfying meal, Yi Chen stretched comfortably and glanced at Lin Qingxue and the others at the table. A few thoughts suddenly began to form in his mind. When you're well fed and warm, you start thinking about lustful desires. Looking at these stunning beauties, his body gradually became aroused.
Qingxue.
Before Yi Chen could finish speaking, Lin Qingxue was so frightened that she fled in panic.
Senior brother, I'm a little tired, I'll go back to my room first. Lu Mengyao and Su Nianwan seemed to sense something as well, their faces turning bright red as they quickly stood up and left.
Senior brother, I didn't sleep well last night, I'd like to rest for a bit.
I also.
The two dared not linger and fled, their faces flushed. Suddenly, only Wang Yuxuan and Zhao Linger remained sitting next to Yi Chen. When she met Yi Chen's gaze, Zhao Linger shyly rubbed her tummy.
Senior brother, I'm not quite ready yet. You said you'd wait a while.
Seeing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized what was happening and could only turn his gaze to Wang Yuxuan beside him.
Senior brother. Senior brother, why have all the sisters left? Why are you looking at me like that?
Senior brother, please don't do this, I'm scared.
Wang Yuxuan was still completely confused and didn't know what had happened. Why did Lin Qingxue and the others suddenly leave? Moreover, the way Yi Chen was looking at her seemed a little strange at that moment. I feel a sudden pang of anxiety. Yuxuan, don't be nervous. I just have something I want to tell you privately. Let's go back to our room first and talk slowly.
Yi Chen looked at Wang Yuxuan with a smile as he finished speaking.
He took her little hand and got up to walk outside. Chat? Chat about what? Wang Yuxuan was taken aback, wondering what secret Yi Chen couldn't say here. Could it be about sect secrets? While she was still wondering, she and Yi Chen had already returned to their room. Bang! The door closed. A pair of red candles were burning on the table, illuminating the room brightly. Senior brother, what's on your mind? Wang Yuxuan looked at Yi Chen in front of her and asked curiously. No rush. Let's talk in bed first. Yi Chen said with a smile, his body growing increasingly hot. Despite the freezing weather, he was filled with excitement. Ah!
Wang Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, her face flushed red, and she lowered her head shyly.
Senior brother, what is it that we need to talk about in bed? Only then did she realize something was wrong. I saw a hint of desire in Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen wasn't trying to whisper anything to her, he clearly wanted to sleep with her. No wonder Lin Qingxue and the others ran away earlier, they had already figured out Yi Chen's purpose. Wang Yuxuan was still shy and nervous in front of Yi Chen, unsure of what to do. Yuxuan, haven't you noticed that your cultivation level has improved?
Yi Chen pulled Wang Yuxuan to sit down by the bed and said in a serious tone.
Cultivation level? Wang Yuxuan paused for a moment, then nodded at Yi Chen. It has indeed improved a lot. How did you know, senior brother?
When she woke up this morning, she noticed the change in her cultivation level, but being a novice in such matters, she was still in a state of shy infatuation and didn't pay much attention to it.
Hearing Yi Chen's reminder, she remembered the matter, looked up at Yi Chen, and seemed to understand something. Senior brother, my cultivation level has suddenly increased. Could it be related to our dual cultivation last night? Wang Yuxuan blushed and asked, feeling very embarrassed. That's right. Yi Chen nodded and said earnestly. Now that you are my woman, I won't hide it from you.
Any woman who cultivates with me, my brother, will see a significant improvement in her cultivation level.
Hearing Yi Chen say that, Wang Yuxuan looked surprised. Really? Senior brother, you have this kind of skill? She found it incredible. Although the practice of dual cultivation and absorbing yin energy in the Hahuan sect was no secret, she had never heard of a cultivation vessel being used for dual cultivation to enhance one's cultivation level. However, she did genuinely feel the changes in her body and began to believe Yi Chen's words to some extent. You don't believe me? I'll let you try again, then you'll see. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at her and began to grope her. Senior brother, please don't. I didn't actually distrust you. Wang Yuxuan's face grew increasingly red, and she whispered shyly. Her voice grew fainter and fainter, her eyes glazed over as she looked at Yi Chen, who was so close to her. Her body went limp, all strength draining from her. Senior brother. Chapter 94 Complete Conquest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. A series of cold, discreet notification sounds echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Upon hearing the names Eternal Life Pill and Advanced Clone Talisman, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. This was an absolute steal. He couldn't help but think to himself, Wang Yuxuan truly lives up to her reputation as a heavenly grade spiritual root. Her drop rate is just too high. At this moment, he was also hoping that he could get a divine grade magic weapon like he did last night. Yi Chen's cultivation level is gradually improving. If he can obtain more divine weapons and artifacts, he can greatly enhance his strength and gain the qualification to fight beyond his realm. Now, with the bright light armor that weakens opponents' attack power, Yi Chen has the confidence to compete with peak nascent soul stage cultivators. If you give him another divine weapon, he might even dare to fight to the death against a void refinement stage cultivator. The opportunity was rare, and when Yi Chen felt that he was not strong enough, he immediately took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The cost is ultimately borne by the consumer. Having obtained the life-giving pill from Wang Yuxuan, Yi Chen is now using it without hesitation. Wang Yuxuan also felt her cultivation level steadily increasing, vaguely reaching a bottleneck for breakthrough. This discovery shocked her, and at the same time, it made her completely believe Yi Chen's previous statement. Dual cultivation with him can indeed improve one's cultivation level. Wang Yuxuan found it unbelievable. Who exactly is this senior brother? And why does he possess such abilities? Could it be some kind of secret technique of the Hahuan sect? But she had never heard of it before. Wang Yuxuan's thoughts were in a jumble at the moment, and she didn't have time to think much about it. In an instant, she put those thoughts out of her mind. Right now, all she wants to do is seize the opportunity to improve her cultivation. Senior brother. I think I'm about to break through. Wang Yuxuan murmured softly. She was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and had been stuck at that level for some time. At this moment, with her cultivation level skyrocketing, she broke through the bottleneck of the minor realm with almost no effort. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Wang Yuxuan's aura surged wildly. Mid-stage Golden Core. She opened her dazed eyes, a surge of joy filling her heart. She never imagined that the realm that had troubled her for so long would be broken through so easily. When she looked back at Yi Chen, her feelings were very complicated, and her love for Yi Chen seemed to have grown even stronger. I'm not so resistant to dual cultivation anymore. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a harmony pill. Yi Chen was taken aback, and the moment he heard the harmony pill, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He took a Hushing pill last night and knows very well how powerful the pill is. Wang Yuxuan, who originally regarded him as an enemy, is now gentle and tender towards him. Although she has not been completely conquered, at least she no longer harbors hatred in her heart. The fact that a single heart harmony pill can turn an enemy into a lover shows just how terrifying this elixir is. If Yi Chen encounters an insurmountable enemy in the future, he can use the heart harmony pill to resolve the grudges. He originally had one harmony pill left in his storage ring, which he was reluctant to use, but now that he had obtained another one, he immediately had an idea. Wang Yuxuan is, after all, a direct disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, and she might leave at any time. To keep her wholeheartedly devoted to the sect, it's necessary to completely win her over. If one Hexin Dan isn't enough, then add another one. Wang Yuxuan is an absolute beauty in terms of both figure and appearance, not to mention her heavenly grade spiritual root. It's definitely worth it to keep her with 2 harmony pills. Yi Chen generously took out a harmony pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fire grenade. I couldn't sleep all night. The sky outside the window gradually brightened. Yi Chen only went to sleep after the effects of the life-giving pill and the heart harmony pill had completely worn off. He didn't want to waste a single bit of the medicine's effect. After all, the Hexin Dan was not easy to obtain. Beside him, Wang Yuxuan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Not only did her cultivation level improve significantly, but her feelings for Yi Chen also underwent a dramatic change. A thread of love for Yi Chen was completely etched into her consciousness, and they were of one mind and one heart, unwavering in their commitment. When Yi Chen and Wang Yuxuan woke up, it was already noon. They were both still feeling very sleepy and kept yawning. Hiss!
Wang Yuxuan was about to get up when she suddenly gasped, her whole body aching as if she had been beaten up. She turned her head and looked at Yi Chen with a hint of resentment and a touch of love in her eyes.
Senior brother, you're so mean. Wang Yuxuan pouted and complained playfully and cutely. As I recall last night's madness, a wave of happiness washes over me. For her now, being with Yi Chen is the happiest thing. She complained to Yi Chen, but her body betrayed her by pressing closer. She wanted to be with Yi Chen for the rest of her life. Isn't this all for your cultivation level? This isn't a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yuxuan, who was standing close by, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. You're bad. Meeting Yi Chen's burning gaze, Wang Yuxuan blushed and lowered her head, muttering softly. They're not in a hurry to improve their cultivation. There's still a long road ahead, so it's okay to improve gradually. Although she was happy about the significant improvement in her cultivation level, her body couldn't take it. She felt like she was about to fall apart last night, and now she was so sore all over that she couldn't move. If Yi Chen had held on even a little longer, she might have lost her life here. She can't risk her life just to improve her cultivation level, can she? Yi Chen carefully observed Wang Yuxuan's changes and saw deep love in her eyes. He understood that the heart harmony pill had taken effect, making Wang Yuxuan fall completely in love with him. To verify his suspicions, Yi Chen gently stroked Wang Yuxuan's hair and asked her a question. Yuxian, if you want to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect, I can escort you away safely. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, Wang Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes welled up with tears, as if covered by a layer of mist, and she was on the verge of crying. Did Yuxuan do something wrong to upset her senior brother? Senior brother, please tell me, I will definitely change. Please don't send me away, okay? Seeing Wang Yuxuan on the verge of tears, Yi Chen felt a pang of heartache and quickly embraced her, gently comforting her. Don't overthink it, I'm not trying to get rid of you. If you're willing to stay, I'd be overjoyed. Yi Chen patted her back to comfort her, and it took a while for Wang Yuxuan to stop crying. It's clear that at this moment, in Wang Yuxuan's heart, neither the Heavenly Demon Sect nor her master is as important as Yi Chen. In her heart, Yi Chen was her only one. Chapter 95 The Appearance of Li Xinyue. Yuxuan will stay with her senior brother for the rest of her life, never to be separated. As for the sect, I will write a letter to my master, announcing my departure from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wang Yuxuan looked at Yi Chen in front of her with a serious expression and spoke in a firm tone without the slightest hesitation. Yi Chen saw her determination and gently patted her back. It's good that you want to stay. As for letters, it doesn't matter whether you write them or not. I know what you're thinking, brother. I will never let you down in this lifetime. He didn't care whether Wang Yuxuan left the Heavenly Demon Sect or not as long as she stayed, she was his woman. Leaving the Heavenly Demon Sect at this time might bring Wang Yuxuan infamy or even retaliation. Senior brother. Hearing Yi Chen's promise, Wang Yuxuan hugged him tightly, calling out with deep affection, wishing she could melt into his arms. Feeling the warmth of our bodies pressed together, I felt a surge of pleasure and comfort. Yi Chen's thoughts, which had been quiet for a short while, began to stir again, and his body gradually became hot. Yuxuan. Would you like to further improve your cultivation level? Wang Yuxuan looked up and met Yi Chen's burning gaze, her face instantly turning bright red with embarrassment. Seemingly understanding Yi Chen's thoughts, she shook her head shyly and frantically. Don't. Senior brother, it really can't be done. Please spare me. She felt like her whole body was falling apart. She had no strength left to struggle, otherwise she really would have died here. Improving one's cultivation level is important, but preserving one's life is equally important. Wang Yuxuan wasn't resisting at this moment, she simply had no strength left. All right. Seeing that she was indeed exhausted, Yi Chen had no choice but to give up. Let's get up and get something to eat first, and continue later. Good. Wang Yuxuan said with burning cheeks, she really liked it too. She tried to get up, but then slumped back down, collapsing into Yi Chen's arms. Senior brother, I have no strength left. Wang Yuxuan blushed and said shyly, burying her head in the blankets, very embarrassed. Seeing this, Yi Chen sat up, dressed, and smiled at her. Then you rest a little longer, I'll go bring the food over. Is this okay? Wang Yuxuan felt a warm glow in her heart, and peeked out with her little head, looking at Yi Chen with a playful and cute expression, and asked. That's a bit unruly. What's wrong with it? Don't worry, in this courtyard, you can do whatever you want, and no one has the right to tell you what to do. Yi Chen said with a serious expression.
Yi Chen is now in charge of this courtyard.
Lin Xingxue and the others are all easygoing and don't care about rules, so they naturally won't target Wang Yuxuan.
After saying that, Yi Chen turned and walked out of the room.
Bang! The door closed again. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Wang Yuxuan's rosy face broke into a happy smile. The kitchen is now filled with the aroma of food.
Su Nianwan was carrying a pot of nourishing soup to the table and putting it down.
Sister Su, why are you making nourishing soup again?
Lu Mengyao leaned closer and said with a surprised expression. My senior brother has been working really hard lately. I'm worried his health might not be able to handle it, so he needs to eat more nourishing foods.
Su Nianwan offered an explanation, a blush creeping across her face. I see.
Lu Mengyao nodded suddenly, as if she remembered something, and said reproachfully. Senior brother really needs to replenish his energy. He might be too tired to get out of bed today. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Chen walked in from outside.
Who are you calling unable to get up? Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao was startled and trembled with fright.
Turning around, she saw Yi Chen walking towards her, and her face flushed red instantly, her heart filled with panic.
Senior brother, you're here.
I thought you were too tired last night and were still resting. Lu Mengyao quickly explained, afraid that Yi Chen would misunderstand and that she would be in trouble if he taught her a lesson again.
Is that so? It seems you don't know enough about my body. How about, we go to your room later and have a proper chat? Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao with a playful expression and a smile appeared on his lips. Don't. Senior brother, I was wrong.
You're in great health, I believe you, really. Lu Mengyao said hurriedly. She certainly knew Yi Chen's energy levels well. She'd been taught a lesson by him several times already.
The more proactive she was before, the more scared she is now. Since becoming pregnant, Lu Mengyao has gradually become less daring and less reckless than before. Especially after being severely punished by Yi Chen a few days ago, she became completely obedient, only thinking about starting anew after the child was born. Senior brother, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. Su Nianwan, who was standing to the side, quickly tried to smooth things over.
She hadn't slept well last night and was hoping to take a nap in her room this afternoon. If Lu Mengyao got scolded, she might get caught in the crossfire and wouldn't be able to sleep well either.
Good.
Yi Chen nodded to Su Nianwan and stopped making things difficult for Lu Mengyao, otherwise he would have had to take care of her.
This girl has recently started showing signs of getting out of control again. Senior brother, why didn't Sister Yuxuan come? Is she still not awake?
Lin Xingxue glanced outside the door, then looked at Yi Chen and asked. As she spoke, her face suddenly turned rosy.
It seemed that recalling last night made it clear why Wang Yuxuan hadn't appeared. She is a little tired. I'll bring the food to her room in a bit. Let's eat first. Yi Chen spoke up. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Xingxue volunteered. Senior brother, shall I take a meal to Sister Yuxuan? She must be hungry by now.
After she finished speaking, she took a blue and white porcelain plate, filled it with some spirit rice, and put a little bit of each dish on it. Yi Chen wanted to dissuade her, but seeing that Lin Xingxue had already finished, he swallowed his words. After yesterday's casual chat, Lin Xingxue and Wang Yuxuan had become quite familiar with each other and there was no awkwardness between them, so it was quite appropriate for her to deliver the food.
Then hurry back. Otherwise the food will get cold. Yi Chen looked at Lin Xingxue and said. Aha!
Lin Xingxue nodded in agreement and carried the food outside. Suddenly, a conversation broke out in the courtyard.
Sister Lin, is senior brother there? Sister Li, you've arrived. Your senior brother is eating inside, why don't you go in and find him? Okay, thank you, Sister Lin.
Yi Chen, who was cooking, suddenly froze.
He recognized Li Xinyue's voice.
This young lady's voice carried a hint of alluring charm, like the call of a seductive fox, making it highly recognizable. Since her last visit to the courtyard, Li Xinyue has come over to chat several times in the past few days and has become quite familiar with Lin Xingxue and the others.
Why is she here? Could it be that you want to? Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Feeling utterly drained and weak, he started to panic. Chapter 96, Unable to escape the spider cave. Senior brother, what's wrong? You're not scared, are you? Lu Mengyao, who was standing to the side, seemed to have noticed something and looked at Yi Chen with a smile, teasing him. With Li Xinyue's help, Lu Mengyao immediately became arrogant again. If Yi Chen wants to bully her, he should think twice about whether he has enough energy.
After all, Li Xinyue wasn't just one person, she represented 100 female disciples from the neighboring courtyard.
What are you scared of? When have I ever been afraid, brother?
Yi Chen snapped out of his daze, glanced at Lu Mengyao, and said defiantly.
Let alone 100 female disciples, what if there were 1,000 female disciples? Though there be millions of people, I will go.
He stared intently at Lu Mengyao in front of him.
If you're interested, I can let you cut in line. Lu Mengyao blushed and immediately backed down. No. No need.
I appreciate your kindness, senior brother, but you should spend more time with Sister Li and the others. She quickly waved her hand, not daring to utter another word. To avoid getting yourself involved. At this moment, Li Xinyue swayed in with her alluring figure, greeted Su Nianwan and the others, and then her gaze fell on Yi Chen.
Senior brother. The younger sisters in the courtyard asked me to ask if you, senior brother, are free to go over today, for a chat?
Li Xinyue looked at Yi Chen with a shy expression and asked.
He felt a little embarrassed asking for dual cultivation in front of Su Nianwan and the others. It makes me seem dissolute.
If she were alone with Yi Chen, she would be as flirtatious as she wanted, and wouldn't care what others thought.
Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you sit down and have something to eat with us? Yi Chen turned to look at Li Xinyue and greeted her.
No matter what, she was still his woman, so Yi Chen naturally wouldn't neglect her.
Sister Li, please sit here.
Here, take this set of bowls and chopsticks. Su Nianwan extended the invitation just as warmly, and went to fetch a set of chopsticks and bowls, placing them in an empty spot.
This. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, Sister Su.
Li Xinyue originally intended to leave after talking with Yi Chen, but she was moved by the enthusiasm of Su Nianwan and the others, so she decided not to refuse. As soon as she sat down, a fragrant breeze wafted towards her. A thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind, and a multitude of ideas immediately formed within him, causing his weary body to unconsciously become aroused.
He's just tired, not exhausted, and he'll still have desires.
Yi Chen secretly checked the stock in his storage ring. He still had 8 life-giving pills and body-strengthening pills left. He pursed his lips, feeling a bit thirsty.
This amount of inventory is still a bit risky. If he encounters a few who don't use the life-giving pill, wouldn't he be useless?
At this moment, all he could do was hope that Li Xinyue would drop a few more life-giving pills for him. Improving the strength of the female disciples was a task assigned to him by Lu Ruyan, and it was extremely difficult.
However, Yi Chen never complained.
He considered the hardships and fatigue as contributions to protecting the sect. Even if he encounters difficulties, he finds his own solutions instead of making excuses or refusing invitations from Li Xinyue and the others. After the meal, Yi Chen went to Wang Yuxuan's room to check on her. She was exhausted last night and felt like her body was about to fall apart.
She hadn't recovered yet.
Yi Chen told her to rest well in bed, then left the room and went to the neighboring courtyard with Li Xinyue. After passing through the wall between the two courtyards, Li Xinyue suddenly became bolder, sweetly taking Yi Chen's arm and nestling herself in his embrace. Senior brother, you haven't come to see me for days.
I miss you so much.
Li Xinyue expressed her longing for Yi Chen with a melancholy expression. You could tell from her look that she missed him terribly.
Yeah? We'll see how you do then.
Yi Chen looked down at Li Xinyue in his arms and said with a smile, his body burning with passion. He quickened his pace, putting his arm around Li Xinyue as they hurried into room number 1.
Aha!
Li Xinyue responded with a shy smile.
Bang! The moment the door closed, Li Xinyue couldn't wait any longer.
Gone is the restraint she displayed while eating in the kitchen. She's transformed from a gentle little rabbit into a wild, seductive fox.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. As he listened to the chilling prompts flashing through his mind, Yi Chen gradually began to panic. The life-giving pills in his storage ring are becoming increasingly scarce, and there are still quite a few female disciples lining up in the courtyard.
He can't exactly say no to them, can he? That's so embarrassing. For Yi Chen, this was a battle for his dignity, and he would never admit defeat. Even if he runs out of pills, he won't be discouraged, he'll just have to tough it out. Hopefully, I can get a life-giving pill.
Yi Chen muttered something under his breath, gritted his teeth, and decided to go for it. In the other rooms of the courtyard, the female disciples also learned of Yi Chen's arrival and immediately began to dress up in excitement. She wore beautiful makeup and her most alluring dress, waiting for Yi Chen's favor. They were all looking forward to dual cultivation and missed Yi Chen very much.
No one wanted to miss such a rare opportunity.
The earliest female disciples who cultivated with Yi Chen were almost all at the golden core stage. They tasted the benefits and naturally came to enjoy it. Those girls who hadn't yet gotten a turn started getting excited upon hearing the news, some even becoming quite anxious. Before they arrived at this courtyard, Lu Ruyan had already explained things to them. They all understood that this was a destiny-changing opportunity, and everyone wanted to seize it. Many female disciples in the backyard who had not yet cultivated with Yi Chen couldn't resist running to the front yard to wait for him. At this point, no one cares about being reserved if they miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come.
These female disciples couldn't wait any longer. 1 hour later, Yi Chen walked out of room number 1 looking exhausted. As soon as I looked up, I saw a group of female disciples standing in the courtyard waiting. Among them were familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. Each person, after being dressed up, was as beautiful as a flower, delicate and alluring, like a rare beauty from another world. One couldn't take their eyes off them. Yi Chen glanced at it a few more times, and his body began to feel hot again, accompanied by waves of weakness. He paused for a moment, calculating the stock in his storage ring, and then panicked. Spicy. This time, we can't escape the spider cave. Chapter 97 100 kills in one day. Yi Chen didn't step out of the courtyard once that day.
Every time he stumbled out of the room, leaning against the wall, a flamboyant female disciple would drag him back inside. The courtyard was filled with beautiful female disciples, each of whom would be the center of attention in the outside world. But at this moment, they were all waiting for Yi Chen's favor.
As dusk fell, the female disciples continued to wait, showing no sign of leaving. In the adjacent courtyard,
Lin Qingxue and the others sat in the pavilion drinking hot tea, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the neighboring courtyard, a hint of melancholy in their expressions.
It's already dark, why hasn't my senior brother returned yet? Is he really all right?
Lin Qingxue said with a worried expression. The last time Yi Chen did this, he was almost exhausted when he came back the next morning.
Lin Qingxue was startled at the time, fearing that something might happen to Yi Chen. As it turned out, Yi Chen didn't come home again this night. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried, but she was too embarrassed to call him back.
Sister Lin, don't worry, my senior brother will definitely know what he's doing and won't do anything reckless.
Besides,
senior brother has quite a few good pills in his storage ring. Lu Mengyao offered words of comfort, blushing as she spoke of the elixir. She vividly remembered how Yi Chen had taught her a lesson after she took the pill when she was arrogant before. She knew all too well the effects of Yi Chen's pills, and the results were remarkable. Although there were 100 alluring female disciples in the neighboring courtyard, Lu Mengyao still had full confidence in Yi Chen and wasn't too worried about him.
Sister Lu is right. If senior brother is tired, he will know to come back.
It's still early, perhaps my senior brother will return later.
Sun Yanwan was well aware of Yi Chen's physical abilities. Even staying up all night wouldn't be a problem for him.
If she didn't know Yi Chen well enough, she might also be worried right now.
Although Lin Qingxue understood Yi Chen well, she couldn't help but have some worries and anxieties.
Sisters, what did senior brother go to the courtyard next door for?
Why are you so worried about him? And, is there anything else that's tiring? Is your senior brother doing really hard work? Perhaps we can go help him.
Wang Yuxuan, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. At this moment, listening to Lin Qingxue and the others' conversation, she was still completely confused and didn't understand what had happened. Putting aside the fact that Yi Chen's cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage, even if he encounters some hardships, he shouldn't face any danger, right?
But judging from Lin Qingxue's expression, she seems very worried.
She couldn't understand why she couldn't go and help when they were so close.
Although their cultivation level is not high, they can still contribute, right? It's much better than being here worrying. Upon hearing Wang Yuxuan's question, Lin Qingxue and the others paused, their gazes turning to her.
They hesitated, their faces flushing slightly, seemingly finding it difficult to speak.
This? How so? We probably can't help you with this. It's a very tiring job. Lin Qingxue blushed and stammered. He couldn't explain himself clearly in a moment. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan became even more puzzled. Sisters, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me? Wait, why are your faces red?
Wang Yuxuan looked at Lin Qingxue and the others in front of her with a blank expression, noticing their rosy cheeks and feeling puzzled.
Why are you blushing as you talk? She didn't ask any strange questions. What's there to be shy about? Faced with Wang Yuxuan's questioning, Lin Qingxue was a little embarrassed to speak, while Lu Mengyao took a deep breath and said,
Yu Xian is now my senior brother's person, so it's okay if she knows some things. Senior brother went to the courtyard next door to complete a task assigned to him by the sect leader.
Ah?
Wang Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, and said with a surprised expression.
What mission?
She looked at Lu Mengyao with curiosity, seemingly not expecting that Yi Chen had such a heavy responsibility and was working so hard.
That is?
Lu Mengyao paused, then looked at Wang Yuxuan with an ambiguous gaze.
Sister Yuxuan, you must have noticed that your cultivation level increases significantly every time you cultivate with your senior brother, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's face flushed red instantly.
Although they had become quite familiar with each other, they still found it difficult to talk about such intimate things as dual cultivation, and felt extremely shy.
This.
She hesitated for a moment, then, realizing that this wasn't a secret in front of the others, nodded in response.
Yes, it will improve one's cultivation level. But what does this have to do with what my senior brother is doing? Wang Yuxuan's thoughts were in turmoil. She didn't understand why Lu Mengyao would suddenly bring up dual cultivation. Could it be? Is the task the sect leader assigned to his senior brother related to dual cultivation?
A suspicion began to form in her mind.
Of course they're related.
Because the sect leader assigned my senior brother the task of helping to improve the female disciples' cultivation levels.
Lu Mengyao didn't hide anything and explained to Wang Yuxuan in front of her. Increase cultivation level? How do I bring it up? Sister Lu, you mean?
Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened suddenly as she stared at Lu Mengyao in disbelief, her head buzzing as if it were about to explode.
She even thought she had guessed wrong. But Lu Mengyao gave her an affirming look.
Wang Yuxuan froze for a few seconds, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. She was almost mortified with embarrassment. She hadn't expected that Yi Chen would be cultivating with another female disciple in the courtyard next door, and Lin Qingxue and the others were worried about whether his body could handle it. If she had known it was something like this, she wouldn't have asked. Only then did she understand why Lin Qingxue and the others had such flushed faces. They were shy too.
Wang Yuxuan wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Why am I so curious? Little sister Yuxuan, now you know how hard your senior brother works in the courtyard next door, right?
Lu Mengyao looked at her with a playful expression and teased her.
Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's face flushed even more, and she wished she could cover her ears. Is this something I can hear? I understand. That is indeed quite tough.
Wang Yuxuan murmured softly, her cheeks burning. Although she said that, she wasn't worried about Yi Chen at all. After all, she was exhausted last night, but Yi Chen was perfectly fine.
With Yi Chen's physique, why should she worry about anything?
Right now, all she could pray was that Yi Chen would stop bullying her after he finished bullying the other female disciples.
Wang Yuxuan just wants to rest for a few days and recover her health. Chapter 98. I almost thought you were dead. For several days in a row, Yi Chen shuttled back and forth between the two courtyards, constantly busy. Perhaps to fulfill Lu Ruyan's request, or perhaps to contribute to the protection of the sect, Yi Chen was going to the neighboring courtyard to do chores more and more frequently. They almost always leave early and return late, and occasionally they even stay out all night in the neighboring courtyard. Over the course of several days, more and more female disciples in the courtyard successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm. Yi Chen's body grew weaker day by day, his face was always pale, and he had to lean against the wall to walk each time he returned. His legs were weak. Lin Qingxue and the others saw this and felt sorry for Yi Chen. Knowing that they couldn't help Yi Chen much, they did what they could every day, such as making him a nourishing soup to replenish his depleted body. Even so, Yi Chen was still very weak. Only after all 100 female disciples had broken through to the Golden Core realm did Yi Chen finally breathe a sigh of relief and finally get some rest. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights, which startled Lin Qingxue and the others, who thought something had happened. When Yi Chen woke up, he opened his eyes and saw Lin Qingxue and the others waiting by his bedside. During the 2 days he was in a coma, the group stayed by his side without leaving for a moment, and Wang Yuxuan also sat beside him, anxious and uneasy. Senior brother is awake. Lin Qingxue seemed to sense something and looked at Yi Chen on the bed, meeting his bright eyes. She immediately exclaimed in surprise. What? Senior brother is awake? Senior brother. Come quick, senior brother is really awake. Hearing the commotion, Lu Mengyao and the others swarmed over, their eyes all fixed on Yi Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The tension that had been gripping them finally eased.
Lin Qingxue and Wang Yuxuan pursed their lips, tears welling up in their eyes, almost bursting into tears. Yi Chen was still a little confused. He stared at the women with red eyes staring at him for a few seconds before he realized what was happening and said with a wry smile.
"What's wrong with you all? I just took a nap, there's no need for you to be so nervous." Anyone who didn't know better would think their brother was dead. As Yi Chen spoke, he got up from the bed, leaned against the headboard, and yawned. "Put." Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lin Qingxue and the others were relieved and laughed. "Senior brother, you were so worried about us. You've been sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights." Lin Qingxue looked at Yi Chen with a delighted expression and said, "I slept for 2 days?" Yi Chen asked in surprise. He had only felt physically exhausted, and a good night's sleep would have made him feel refreshed, but he never expected that 2 days would have passed. No wonder they were so nervous, they really thought they were dead. She secretly rejoiced that she had woken up. If she had slept a few more days, all of them would probably have had to remarry. Lu Mengyao muttered to herself, "We thought you'd exhausted yourself." After all, Yi Chen had suddenly fallen into a deep sleep because he had been working day and night in the neighboring courtyard, which inevitably led to speculation that he might have overworked himself. Yi Chen? Yi Chen was visibly startled, and when he looked up at Lu Mengyao by the bedside, his expression changed. Good, this little girl always says something shocking." Lin Qingxue and the others standing nearby blushed instantly and covered their mouths, giggling softly. Clearly, during the 2 days Yi Chen was unconscious, the girls had all discussed this matter among themselves. Otherwise, Lu Mengyao wouldn't have suddenly blurted out that sentence. "I think you're asking for trouble. If I don't teach you a lesson in 2 days, you'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles again, won't you? I'll show you in a moment whether it's any good or not." Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao in front of him and said with great confidence, "We have to teach this little brat a lesson, otherwise she'll really think she's no good." "Don't. Senior brother, please let me explain. That's not what they meant." Lu Mengyao explained, her face flushed, and looking at the energetic Yi Chen, she suddenly panicked. If Yi Chen were at his peak, wouldn't he have tormented her to death? She can't handle it. Yi Chen ignored her completely, grabbed her arm, and pulled her onto the bed. "Ah! Senior brother, please don't. Sister Lin, Sister Su, help me." Lu Mengyao hurriedly looked to Lin Qingxue, Su Nianwan, and the others for help. I'll go prepare some food for him. Senior brother must be hungry." Lin Qingxue blushed and pretended not to hear Lu Mengyao's cries for help, then turned and walked out. I'll go make some nourishing soup for my senior brother." Su Nianwan blushed and forced a smile as she spoke. "Sister Lin, Sister Su, please don't go. Linger, Yuxuan, please come and help me." Upon seeing this, Lu Mengyao blushed so deeply it was almost bleeding, and called out shyly and urgently, "Senior brother, I'm going to help in the kitchen." Meeting Lu Mengyao's gaze, Zhao Linger and Wang Yuxuan seemed to know what was about to happen and hurriedly got up and ran away. They certainly didn't dare to save anyone. "I was afraid that if I looked at it too much, I might get myself into trouble." Yi Chen, who had slept for 2 days, was full of energy when he woke up, which frightened anyone who saw him. "Stop struggling, you can't escape. They can't save you. You'd better just give in." Yi Chen smiled and looked at Lu Mengyao in his arms. "Senior brother." Lu Mengyao mumbled shyly, her voice growing softer and softer. Held in Yi Chen's arms, her body went limp, and she had no strength left to escape. She blinked shyly at Yi Chen, who was so close to her, feeling the warmth of his breath, and her body gradually grew hot. "My senior brother is a bad guy, all he does is bully people." Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward." Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a landmine." Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill." The moment Yi Chen heard the name life-giving pill, he was instantly filled with motivation. In the kitchen, Lin Qingxue and the others were all busy with their tasks, their faces rosy, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Luckily we escaped quickly, otherwise. Sister Lu shouldn't be hungry tonight, right?" The group looked at each other, their faces growing increasingly red. Wang Yuxuan saw Su Nianwan preparing the ingredients for the 10-ingredient tonic soup and shyly reminded her. "Sister Su, are you really going to make more nourishing soup? In that case, we might be in trouble tonight."
Su Nianwan was stunned for a moment, looking at the ingredients in front of her, and seemed to understand what Wang Yuxuan meant. Her cheeks flushed. But senior brother's health still needs some nourishment.
Chapter 99 I Must Subdue You Today.
A main hall within the sect. Lu Ruyan also received a secret report from her trusted disciple. Looking at the contents of the secret report, Lu Ruyan's face also showed a joyful smile. This kid's got something. So quickly, all 100 female disciples have broken through to the Golden Core realm. This is much faster than any pills or training grounds for improving your skills. Even the dual cultivation techniques within sects don't have such powerful effects. This time we really struck gold, we made the right bet. A surge of joy welled up in Lu Ruyan's heart, as if she could see the future of the Joyful Union sect. As long as Yi Chen is there, the sect can continuously produce Golden Core stage disciples, and their strength will increase day by day. From now on, let alone the Heavenly Demon sect, even the profound Heaven Holy Land can be disregarded. The Hahuan sect is expected to return to the ranks of the 4 holy lands of the southern wilderness. It's a pity that this kid's body won't be able to handle it. Otherwise, we'll definitely have to arrange more female disciples for him. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and said with considerable regret. She naturally learned that Yi Chen had been unconscious for 2 days, and was initially very worried, but she felt much relieved to learn that he had woken up. As the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, Lu Ruyan naturally prioritizes the interests of the sect in every decision she makes. Although dual cultivation would drain Yi Chen's body, she still wanted to arrange for more female disciples to go. Only in this way can the overall strength of the sect be improved. Hopefully, there will be more time, perhaps, there's still a chance. Lu Ruyan murmured to herself, her expression growing more serious. 3 major forces are about to attack, and the Hahuan sect doesn't have much time to prepare. The news that all 100 female disciples had broken through to the Golden Core realm quickly reached the ears of the Grand Elder. The moment he heard the news, the thought of matching Lu Ruyan's expression also crossed his mind. This kid really is a genius at dual cultivation. They've trained 100 Golden Core disciples so quickly. Shouldn't we arrange for him to have several more batches of female disciples? The Grand Elder muttered to himself, overjoyed. That very night, 20 female disciples at the Foundation establishment stage moved into a nearby courtyard. In the courtyard, when Yi Chen woke up, it was already dark outside. Turning to look beside her, Lu Mengyao was nowhere to be seen, only a wisp of fragrant breeze remained. This little girl woke up pretty early. Yi Chen yawned, and after taking a nap, he felt even more refreshed. I got up, dressed, and walked out of the room. Yeah. As Yi Chen stepped out of the room after the door opened, a rich fragrance greeted him. He could tell from the smell that it was Lin Qingshua's cooking, and his stomach immediately growled. A smile appeared on his face as he strode towards the kitchen. Senior brother probably won't wake up anytime soon, why don't we eat first? Lu Mengyao said weakly, her cheeks still flushed. That's fine too. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly. Judging from Lu Mengyao's appearance, she knew that Yi Chen must also be exhausted. I doubt I'll be able to get up to eat, and I might not wake up until late at night. No sooner had the words left his mouth than footsteps sounded outside the door. Senior brother is awake? Lin Qingxue and the others all turned to look, just in time to see Yi Chen walking in. Lu Mengyao froze for 2 seconds, her smile gradually freezing. She timidly turned her head, and when she met Yi Chen's gaze, her heart immediately panicked. Who said I can't wake up? Yi Chen walked closer, smiling as he looked at Lu Mengyao, already plotting how to teach her a lesson. It seems the lessons learned last time weren't profound enough. Senior brother, let me explain. Lu Mengyao blushed and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Her body was practically falling apart. If she got another beating tonight, she'd probably be bedridden. Yi Chen smiled and patted her shoulder, saying something meaningful. Eat more, you'll have more energy when you're full. We'll see how you perform tonight. Lu Mengyao? Oh no, the sky has fallen. Put. Seeing this, Su Nianwan and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Senior brother, you might have other things to do. Su Nianwan suddenly spoke up to remind her. Yi Chen looked at her curiously, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. Something else? Could it be that Lu Ruyan sent someone to look for him again? Judging by the timing, Lu Ruyan is currently in her first trimester, which shouldn't be too inconvenient for her. 20 new female disciples have arrived in the courtyard next door. The sect leader sent someone over to say that this was specially arranged for my senior brother. Su Nianwan blushed and explained. She naturally understood what these 20 female disciples meant. They would all become Yi Chen's women.
Ah? 20 new disciples? Yi Chen was stunned for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He was exhausted after finally dealing with 100 female disciples, and then Lu Ruyan arranged for another 20. Good, they're not letting him have a moment's rest. Even the donkeys in the production team don't do that, right? Are you out of your mind? Senior brother, it seems the sect leader treats you quite well. Zhao Linger, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Hearing her say that, Yi Chen hesitated, unsure whether to say anything good or bad. After all, he had enjoyed this kind of thing before. Each female disciple had her own unique characteristics, and although it was tiring, he found it enjoyable. At the same time, he understood that Lu Ruyan had made this arrangement with great care in order to improve the strength of the sect's disciples as soon as possible, so as to resist the attack of the three major forces. Time was of the essence, and as the sect leader, Lu Ruyan naturally couldn't afford to worry about anything else. Senior brother, after all, it was arranged by the sect leader. Why don't you go find those 20 female disciples in the next courtyard tonight? Lu Mengyao looked at Yi Chen with anticipation, feeling as if she had escaped a disaster. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately saw through her little scheme and raised an eyebrow at her. Don't worry, even if I go to the neighbor's yard tonight, I'll definitely teach you a lesson first. You can't escape. Lu Mengyao? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Mengyao's lips trembled, and she immediately burst into tears. Wah, my senior brother is bullying me. Senior brother is a big bad guy. Yi Chen glanced at her and chuckled. It's no use saying that. I must subdue you tonight. Lu Mengyao looked pleadingly at Lin Qingxue and the others beside her, her eyes seeking their help. Now only a few of them can help share the firepower. The girls seemed oblivious to the look Lu Mengyao was giving them, all lowering their heads to eat, barely suppressing their laughter, their faces growing increasingly red. Chapter 100 Little Fairies Are Terrifying. The next morning, Yi Chen leaned against the wall as he walked out of the courtyard, feeling sore all over, and his legs went weak after a few steps. Behind him, the female disciples could still hear their reluctant cries of farewell. Senior brother, don't go. You rascal, keep going. Senior brother, how could you bear to abandon her? Come on. I missed you. Yi Chen couldn't help but shiver and walked even faster, afraid of being left behind. He thought to himself, what kind of female disciples has Lu Ruyan chosen for me this time? They're all like demons from the spider cave. Is this woman trying to harm me? If it weren't for the life-giving pill, he would be dead by now. As he walked, he took out a strengthening pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The weakened body gradually recovered. Fortunately, I obtained quite a few pills during this dual cultivation, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. These little devils are terrifying. Yi Chen muttered to himself, all he wanted to do right now was go back to his room and get a good night's sleep. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. The entire Hahuan sect was engulfed in a violent earthquake. The mountain where Yi Chen was located was also shaking violently, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting apart. In an instant, the protective formation of the Hahuan sect appeared, radiating golden light. At the same time, from various parts of the sect, several figures rose into the air one after another, arriving in the void. Who dares to run wild in my Hahuan sect? Court death. The second elder's stern shout echoed in the void. What kind of bullshit Hahuan sect is this? Hand over my disciple right now. Otherwise, I will raze the Hahuan sect to the ground today, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. A woman dressed in a dark purple robe, with a rather elegant appearance, appeared in the void and shouted sternly. Behind her followed more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators, eyeing the joyful Union sect's protective array menacingly. Shenling Shuang, stop being so arrogant in my Hahuan sect. Don't think I don't know why your heavenly demon sect has come here today. If you want war, then let's fight. Don't use some worthless disciple as an excuse. Don't think that we, the joyful Union sect, are easy to bully. We are not afraid of you. The second elder stared intently at the purple-robed woman in front of him and shouted. He recognized the other person at a glance. He was the current sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. As for the void refinement stage experts following behind them, besides the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect, there were also experts from the Thousand Feathers sect and the Spirit Water sect. It is clear that the three major forces have joined forces to attack the Hahuan sect. The second elder already knew about this matter, so he wasn't surprised to see the situation. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy, ready to intervene at any moment. Humph. You said those words. When our three major powers crush your Hahuan sect, don't beg for mercy. Shenling Shuang narrowed her eyes and said coldly. At the same time, a large number of elders and disciples arrived behind them. There were hundreds of people flying on swords, all of them elite disciples and elders at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages. Below, in the mountains and forests, thousands of Foundation Establishment stage disciples were marching in a mighty force towards the Joyful Union sect. The Heavenly Demon sect mobilized its entire force for this trip, while the Thousand Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect also sent out half of their elite experts. Their goal was to wipe out the Hahuan sect in one fell swoop and leave no future trouble. Above the Hahuan sect, several supreme elders looked at the approaching, menacing army, and their expressions turned extremely grim. Although they had anticipated this, seeing so many elite disciples and powerful figures from the sect still put them under immense pressure. With the strength of the Hahuan sect, they are no match. No matter whether they are top experts or the younger generation of sects, they cannot compete with the combined forces of the three major powers. Lu Ruyan also arrived at this moment, and upon seeing the forces of the three major powers outside the sect's protective formation, her mood immediately became heavy. The day has finally come. Unfortunately, she failed to break through to the fusion stage, which has made the current situation extremely unfavorable. The opposing side has 12 cultivators at the void refinement stage. Although most of them are at the early or middle stages of void refinement, their numbers are more than twice that of the Hahuan sect. The stark difference in their circumstances made Lu Ruyan deeply uneasy. At this moment, the Grand Elder came to her side and solemnly transmitted his voice. Metropolitan. The forces of the three major powers far surpass ours. We must not engage in a direct confrontation. We can only temporarily resist with the help of the sect's protective formation. Then it depends on whether the Tianhai sect and the Flower Goddess Valley are willing to help us. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked at the Grand Elder, nodded to him, and agreed with the approach. She was well aware of the disparity in strength between the two sides and wanted to stall for time. The Hahuan sect also has allied sects. The Grand Elder had previously sent disciples to the Tianhai sect and the Flower Goddess Valley to seek assistance, but so far there has been no news. As long as the two major powers are willing to send strong experts to help, the Hahuan sect is confident that it can defeat the three major powers led by the Tianma sect. This is the chance for the Hahuan sect to survive. In a short while, many disciples flying on swords appeared in the sky above the Hahuan sect. They were all female disciples at the Golden Core stage, numbering over 100. Seeing this, the powerful figures from the three major forces were all somewhat shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. What's going on? The Joyful Union sect actually has so many Golden Core realm disciples. Are these all disciples of the Joyful Union sect? Or could they be imposters from other factions? Impossible. The Hahuan sect has long suffered from a lack of younger generations. How could there still be so many disciples at the Golden Core stage? It's no secret that the younger generation of disciples in the Hahuan sect lacks sufficient talent, which is also a reason for the sect's decline. The sudden appearance of so many Golden Core realm disciples was unbelievable to everyone present. Not only were the powerful figures from the three major forces surprised, but even the elders and disciples within the Hahuan sect were astonished. These are all disciples of my Joyful Union sect? They are all at the Golden Core stage. How come I don't remember having so many Golden Core realm disciples in the sect? When did they break through? Wait a minute, those inner disciples, I remember they were only at the Foundation Establishment stage last month. Apart from Lu Ruyan and the First Elder, who knew the inside story beforehand and were not surprised, the other Supreme Elders were stunned. A glint of brilliance flashed in their cloudy eyes, and a surge of wild joy filled their hearts. They hurriedly looked at Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder, and seeing that the two of them were very calm, they seemed to understand something. Sect Master, Grand Elder, did you already know all along? No wonder the sect leader personally selected disciples a few days ago. It turns out he was secretly training them? But how did they manage to advance all these disciples from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage in such a short time? The elders were filled with doubt. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan didn't explain. If the three major powers found out Wei Chen's secret, they would definitely stop at nothing to take him away. Chapter 101. My woman is a sect saintess? With a formidable enemy at hand, the most important thing is to think about how to repel them. Lu Ruyan looked up at the several supreme elders in front of her and said. Upon hearing this, the group immediately understood, realizing that this concerned sect secrets, and stopped asking questions.
They nodded to each other, an overwhelming joy welling up inside them. With this secret method to rapidly improve disciples' cultivation, even if the sect cannot withstand the siege of the three major forces and dies here, as long as the secret method is passed down, the Hawan sect will still have a chance to rise again. This gave the senior elders hope for the sect's continuation, and they were no longer as desperate as before. Not only them, but the disciples who had gathered in the sect to fight also felt a surge of joy and determination to continue fighting when they saw the more than 100 Golden Core Realm disciples in the sky above the sect. Heavens! It turns out our Hahuan sect has so many Golden Core Realm geniuses. Now the sect is saved. These must be the backup plans left by the sect and the Supreme Elder. Several of them were at the Foundation establishment stage before, just like me. I didn't expect them to reach the Golden Core stage so quickly. The sect leader and the Supreme Elders really have some impressive methods. It seems we have a chance to defeat the Heavenly Demon sect this time. The atmosphere within the sect immediately relaxed considerably, filled with the cheers of the disciples, their morale soaring. Perhaps they really can withstand the three major forces? Perhaps the sect has other methods? All the disciples of the Hahuan sect were filled with hope. Meanwhile, seeing that the Hahuan sect did not come out to fight, the powerful figures from the three major forces began to attack the sect's protective formation. Once the formation is broken, the Hahuan sect will have nowhere to hide. Boom! Boom! Quickly, protect the formation! The first elder shouted in a deep voice, and immediately led several supreme elders to join forces to enhance the defensive power of the formation. Nevertheless, the power of the sect protecting formation is continuously weakening. The first elder looked solemnly at Lu Ruyan beside him. Sect Master, the sect's protective formation can only hold for 3 days at most. After 3 days, we may have to fight to the death with the forces of the three major powers. The sect is likely to suffer heavy losses in this battle. We must make plans early and leave some seeds for the sect. Upon hearing what the Grand Elder said, Lu Ruyan immediately understood his meaning and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Elder, I know what to do. I'll make the arrangements in a bit. Before this, Lu Ruyan had already made arrangements. If the Hahuan sect cannot escape this calamity, she will arrange for some disciples in Yi Chen to secretly leave through the secret passage, and then rebuild the Hahuan sect in the future. With Lu Ruyan's words, the elders were all relieved. In the courtyard, Yi Chen looked up at the Golden Core Realm female disciples preparing for battle in the sky, his feelings a complex mix. He was very familiar with each of these female disciples. Although they hadn't spent much time together, they were all very honest and open with each other. Li Xinyue, Yuan Xiang, and others were also present. Regardless, they were all Yi Chen's women, and seeing them about to fight against external enemies, he couldn't help but feel worried. Perhaps after our last farewell during our dual cultivation, we will never again journey together to Wushan. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. Senior brother. At this moment, Lin Qingshuet and the others also heard the commotion and came out of their respective rooms, gathering around Yi Chen. They had all known about the three major forces joining forces to besiege the sect for some time, but when that day finally arrived, they still felt a sense of reluctance. No one knew if they would survive this sect war, perhaps they would be separated from Yi Chen by life or death. Everyone was feeling quite depressed. Don't worry, senior brother. If the Heavenly Demon sect really manages to break in, we will definitely cover your escape. Lin Qingshuo looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression and said. Yes, senior brother, you must live. We'll hold off the enemy for you. Lu Mengyao and the others nodded firmly. In their hearts, even if they died, they had to protect Yi Chen so he could live on, not only because of his importance to the sect, but also because of their love for him. Meeting the gazes cast by Lin Qingshuo and the others, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart, and then said with a serious expression. What are you saying? How can I, as your elder brother, hide behind you? Don't forget, I'm at the nascent soul stage. I'm more than capable of protecting you. Besides, if it really comes to a life or death situation, I have a way to get you all out of here. Don't worry, none of us will die. Yi Chen was full of confidence and not worried at all. His storage ring already contained dozens of teleportation talismans, which he could use himself or give to Lin Qingshuo and the others. If the forces of the three major powers really invade and the Hahuan sect is completely unable to defend itself, he will use this trump card. Yi Chen even considered taking Lu Ruyan with him when he left. After all, Lu Ruyan was his woman, and she was carrying his child. He absolutely couldn't abandon her. Moreover, Yi Chen has more trump cards up his sleeve than these, but he won't use them unless it's a matter of life and death, as a means of self-preservation. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lin Qingxue and the others were very moved, but they did not take it seriously, thinking that Yi Chen intended to stand in front of them and fight the enemy to the death.
If that were to happen, they definitely wouldn't want Yi Chen to risk his life.
Even if Yi Chen's cultivation level was higher than theirs, they would do everything in their power to let him escape first.
They can die, but Yi Chen cannot.
Even Wang Yuxuan shared this view, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Senior brother, if the heavenly demon sect really invades, I can go and talk to our master, begging her to spare us.
I believe master will agree. Wang Yuxuan looked at Yi Chen and spoke.
She was originally a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, and with a heavenly great spiritual root, she held a high position within the sect, so survival was not a problem for her. At that point, she might even spare Yi Chen, Lin Qingxue, and the others' lives.
Who is your master? Did he come today too?
Yi Chen looked at Wang Yuxuan in front of him and asked curiously. He only knew that Wang Yuxuan held a high position in the heavenly demon sect, but he didn't know her identity, let alone who her master was. The other party might be able to save Wang Yuxuan's life, since she was a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, but they might not have as much say in saving Lin Qingxue and the others.
The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect is my master. Wang Yuxuan spoke first. The sect master of the heavenly demon sect? Yi Chen was stunned and looked at Wang Yuxuan in shock.
He never expected that she would be the true disciple of the heavenly demon sect's sect master, which was equivalent to the heavenly demon sect's holy maiden.
Chapter 102. You wouldn't want to sleep with my master, would you?
He immediately recalled that when Shenling Shuang, the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, stormed the sect, she demanded that the Joyful Union sect release her disciple. At the time, everyone thought she was deliberately using an excuse to attack the Hahuan sect, but they didn't expect that what she said was true, and that her disciple was indeed in the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen paused for 2 seconds, his gaze towards Wang Yuxuan somewhat strange. If Shenling Shuang finds out that he slept with her precious disciple, is she sure she will spare his life?
If those people from the heavenly demon sect knew that he had slept with their holy maiden, wouldn't they fight him to the death? Yi Chen suddenly felt that he was in much greater danger.
Lin Qingxue and the others also looked at Wang Yuxuan with surprise, quite astonished.
Sister Yuxuan, you are the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect.
I never imagined you held such a prestigious position within the heavenly demon sect.
If that's the case, then Sister Yuxuan and senior brother are safe. They were all overjoyed. Although Wang Yuxuan might not be able to save their lives, at least she and Yi Chen could survive, which was good enough for Lin Qingxue and the others. All they cared about was that Yi Chen could survive. At this moment, Yi Chen also looked at Shenling Shuang, who was attacking the sect's protective formation in the void. Her indifferent appearance made him shiver. This guy doesn't look like someone you want to mess with.
At the very least, he's not a good-tempered person. Yi Chen felt that if the Hahuan sect were destroyed, he would have to rely on his own methods to escape, otherwise, if Shenling Shuang found out what had happened, she would definitely skin him alive. I must say, your master is quite the charmer.
Yi Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Shenling Shuang is just as beautiful as Lu Ruyan, each with her own unique charm. Especially since she was wearing a dark purple robe at the moment, and her figure was very voluptuous, she looked very alluring.
Wang Yuxuan?
Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan froze for 2 seconds, and the way she looked at Yi Chen changed. Her face flushed red, and she immediately glared at Yi Chen, scolding him playfully.
Senior brother, what are you saying? That's my master. You wouldn't want to too.
Wang Yuxuan's face grew increasingly flushed, her voice grew softer, and she found herself unable to speak. Lin Qingxue and the others were stunned for a moment, their gazes all turning to Yi Chen, and their expressions towards him changed. But the thought that Yi Chen had even slept with Lu Ruyan made it easier to understand, and his expression softened considerably.
Why are you all looking at me like that? This sect leader Shen is indeed still quite charming. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. Wait. Yuxuan, what do you mean?
Yi Chen paused, meeting the gazes of the crowd, as if he had thought of something. He originally had no ulterior motives towards Shenling Shuang, after all, she was the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect and also Wang Yuxian's master. But after Wang Yuxuan's reminder, and seeing Shenling Shuang's alluring appearance, a little idea suddenly sprouted in her mind. Such a stunning beauty is a rare sight, she must be incredibly comfortable in bed. The most important thing is to win over Shenling Shuang, then the two sides might be able to turn hostility into friendship and cease hostilities. This can be considered a roundabout way to save the country and preserve the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen fell into deep thought, considering the feasibility of this matter. even if it meant sacrificing himself for the sect.
Senior brother, what are you thinking about? You don't really want to sleep with my master, do you?
Wang Yuxuan was initially unsure, but seeing Yi Chen's serious expression, she was immediately stunned. She had a premonition that Yi Chen had truly set his sights on her master.
Cough cough.
Yi Chen snapped out of his daze. Faced with Wang Yuxuan's question, he guiltily touched his nose, unsure how to answer for a moment. It would be a lie to say she didn't want to, but it wasn't right to so openly say she wanted to sleep with her master.
No, I wasn't thinking about anything. Yuxuan, don't overthink it. Look at your master, he's a great cultivator in the void refinement stage. Do you think I can just sleep with him whenever I want? Wouldn't she just slap me to death?
Yi Chen shrugged and said. His ideas were useless with his strength, he was no match for Xinling Shuang, let alone force her into dual cultivation.
Unless she consented, Yi Chen couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, it's during a major sect war, and Xinling Shuang is radiating murderous intent towards the Hahuan sect members.
Survival would be difficult enough, let alone being forced to sleep with them. Yi Chen could only dream about it. Whether he could actually sleep with her depended on luck. Right now, he needed to find a way to protect the Hahuan sect.
Hearing Yi Chen say that, Wang Yuxuan looked at him suspiciously, gradually lowering her guard. It seems to make sense when you think about it. Xinling Shuang's cultivation level is higher than Yi Chen's, and they are enemies.
How could they possibly cultivate together? Even if Yi Chen were to join the Heavenly Demon sect in the future, his relationship with Xinling Shuang would remain the same. Yi Chen would still have to address Xinling Shuang as master, and it's highly unlikely they would ever sleep together. Wang Yuxuan felt relieved, the blush on her face faded, and she began to think about how she would plead with Xinling Shuang to spare Yi Chen, Lin Qingxue, and the others when the Heavenly Demon sect stormed in. Having spent so much time together, Wang Yuxuan had come to regard Lin Qingxue and the others as her own sisters, and naturally didn't want them to die in this struggle.
As Wang Yuxuan fell into thought, Yi Chen's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Xinling Shuang in the void. A mental critique began to form.
This woman has a really good figure. Although she's aloof, she has a unique charm.
Unlike Lu Ruyan's proactive flirtatiousness, this was an allure akin to an ice queen.
The more aloof a woman is, the more passionate she becomes in bed, creating a striking contrast. At this moment, Xinling Shuang, who was outside the sect's great formation, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked towards the courtyard. A cold gaze fell upon Yi Chen, as if it could see right through his thoughts. Yi Chen, who was admiring the beautiful woman, suddenly shivered, and then met Xinling Shuang's gaze, his expression changing slightly.
Oh no, we've been discovered.
Fortunately, the protective formation of the Hahuan sect had not yet been broken, so he was still relatively safe. If the other party takes notice of you, it could really be dangerous. Fortunately, Xinling Shuang's gaze didn't linger on him for long. She looked at Wang Yuxian beside her. The moment Xinling Shuang recognized her apprentice, her heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, immediately relaxed. She had previously thought Wang Yuxuan was dead, which was why she was so angry and wanted revenge, but now her emotions have gradually calmed down.
However, she wouldn't give up attacking the Hahuan sect just because Wang Yuxuan was still alive.
She continued to attack, relentlessly bombarding the sect's protective formation in front of her, attempting to completely wipe out the Hahuan sect. This woman has a really bad temper. If I have the chance, I really need to teach her a lesson. Yi Chen muttered something under his breath.
Chapter 103 Yi Chen, I want you. The next second, a figure arrived in the courtyard, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Greetings, sect master.
Lin Qingxue and the others immediately bowed upon seeing the newcomers. Lu Ruyan didn't have time to deal with them at the moment, so she quickly walked over.
Yi Chen, get out of here. To Yi Chen's astonishment, she grabbed him and pulled him outside. Sect master, don't be anxious. Yi Chen was still completely bewildered, not understanding why Lu Ruyan was in such a hurry to find him. Is the intention to make him perish along with the sect? Should we send him away before the sect's protective formation is broken?
If he were to leave, Yi Chen wanted to take Lin Qingxue and the others with him.
Metropolitan. Senior brother.
Lin Qingxue and the others watched Lu Ruyan and Yi Chen leave, and their hearts were filled with anxiety.
In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared. Where is the sect leader in such a hurry to take my senior brother?
Lin Qingxue said with a worried expression.
The sect leader wouldn't harm my senior brother. Perhaps he's going to send him out of the sect to seek refuge first? Lu Mengyao guessed.
They all knew about the relationship between Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan.
Now that the sect was in trouble, Lu Ruyan would only protect Yi Chen and would never harm him. The sect leader knows my senior brother's abilities and probably wants to protect him so that there will be a chance for the sect to be revitalized in the future. Su Nianwan also spoke up, agreeing with Lu Mengyao's guess. Hearing what the two of them said, Lin Qingxue finally felt relieved and looked in the direction they left, muttering to herself. If that's the case, then my senior brother should be safe. She didn't care if Lu Ruyan saw them off, as long as Yi Chen was safe. If Lu Ruyan were to harm Yi Chen, Lin Qingxue would absolutely stand in front of him without hesitation. A grand hall. Lu Ruyan grabbed Yi Chen and darted inside, then slammed the palace door shut with a wave of her hand. Once inside the side hall, Lu Ruyan finally let go of his hand. She turned around, looking intently at Yi Chen, and spoke urgently. Yi Chen, I want you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Looking at Lu Ruyan in front of him, with the roar of the sect's protective formation still echoing in his ears, he said with a wry smile. Sect Master, isn't it inappropriate to do this at a time like this? The powerful figures from the three major forces could attack at any moment. He never imagined that Lu Ruyan had so hastily dragged him out just to have sex with him. The sect is currently facing a life or death crisis. How could this woman still have the mind to think about such things? Is it because you're already doomed, so you want to have one last good time? But he doesn't want to die. And he has ways to save his life. Before Yi Chen could mention the teleportation talisman, Lu Ruyan glared at him and said irritably. What's inappropriate? Do you think I simply want to sleep with you? She spoke through gritted teeth, her face flushing red. Otherwise what? Yi Chen asked curiously. They've already arrived at her boudoir, and she keeps saying she wants him. What else could it be but to do that? Lu Ruyan blushed and explained angrily. I did all this to protect the sect. With the forces of the three major powers, the sect definitely cannot withstand them. But thanks to the sect's protective formation, it can at least hold out for 2 or 3 days. I want to try and break through to the integration stage. Her cheeks were burning hot. She appeared nonchalant, but inside she felt incredibly ashamed. She was practically begging Yi Chen to do dual cultivation with her right now. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Yi Chen immediately understood her thoughts and exclaimed in realization. Oh, I see. Isn't that still dual cultivation? Yi Chen shrugged. Lu Ruyan? That being said, it just sounds weird. To say it's to protect the sect would seem noble and righteous, but to say it's for dual cultivation at this crucial moment is a bit improper. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and urged him impatiently. Every second is precious at this moment, they must save time and use it wisely. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was moving swiftly, and hesitated. Metropolitan. Actually, you don't have to take your clothes off. Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan paused for 2 seconds, then looked at Yi Chen strangely, her face flushing even more. You little brat. You got off easy this time. But don't forget to hurry. We may only have 2 days left. She looked at Yi Chen and reminded him, then climbed onto the bed first. Victory or defeat hinges on this. If she can successfully break through to the integration stage in 2 days, she will be able to suppress the powerful figures of the three major forces and thus turn the tide of the battle. If she fails to break through to the nascent soul stage, then she will have no choice but to arrange for Yi Chen to leave, and she will perish with her sect. Yi Chen hesitated, then swallowed hard as he looked at Lu Ruyan, who was eager to engage in dual cultivation. 2 days isn't a short time. There's no time to rest at all. He had just finished working in the neighbor's yard and barely had time to rest. Seeing that time was tight and the task was heavy, he did not want to disappoint Lu Ruyan, nor did he want the Hahuan sect to perish. With a determined heart, he took out a 6-flavor emperor pill he had previously obtained from his storage ring. After consumption, it can grant the host 10 times the energy, and the effect lasts for 12 hours. It not only boosts energy tenfold, but also allows you to maintain it for a full day and night. This efficiency is definitely higher than several days in the past. Leaving aside whether Yi Chen could hold out for 2 days, Lu Ruyan's body definitely wouldn't be able to withstand another day and night. Without hesitation, Yi Chen put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. The next second, he felt his whole body filled with power. Sect Master, I hope you can hold on. After all, it was Lu Ruyan who took the initiative to ask for it. Yi Chen didn't stand on ceremony with her at this point. Everything is for the sect. Ding! Congratulations, host,
you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bewitching talisman triggered by infusing spiritual energy. It can instantly bewitch the target, causing them to fall into a state of arousal and completely lose their reason. It can bewitch cultivators below the peak of the integration stage. Yi Chen paused, listening to the cold prompt flashing through his mind, and frowned strangely.
Love charm?
This stuff works almost like an aphrodisiac, but when he heard it could bewitch cultivators below the peak of the nascent soul stage, he was immediately shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Aphrodisiacs are certainly not good things, but an aphrodisiac that can make even a powerful cultivator in the fusion stage go into heat is really something else. It should be noted that even a cultivator at the void refinement stage is immune to all kinds of poisons, let alone a powerful being at the body integration stage.
Poisoning them would have no effect whatsoever.
However, the upper limit of this bewitching talisman can reach the peak of the integration stage, which definitely makes it a high-level talisman.
This is a huge profit.
Yi Chen was overjoyed, and many ideas began to form in his mind. He also planned to take this opportunity to get as many good items as possible.
Chapter 104 Silken Battle Robe. What are you muttering about, kid? Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with seductive eyes and asked.
She vaguely heard Yi Chen talking about infatuation and making a profit, but she didn't understand what he meant.
Is this guy going to drug her? No need. She's being even more proactive than Yi Chen now.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen snapped out of his reverie, looked down at Lu Ruyan, and said with a smile.
Sect leader, you smell so good.
Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, her eyes gradually became hazy, and she smiled seductively.
You bad person, you're bullying me again. This time, let's defend our sect together. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a silk thread battle armor when worn by your cultivation partner. Both of you will receive double the reward boost. When Yi Chen heard about the cultivation reward, he was quite satisfied.
In this critical moment, strength was more important than any reward.
When the cold notification of silk thread battle armor flashed through his mind, Yi Chen was clearly stunned for a few seconds, thinking that he had obtained a divine great piece of armor. I was even thinking of sharing it with Lu Ruyan to improve her strength so that she could fight against the powerful figures from the 3 major forces. But when he understood the function of the silk battle armor, his expression turned strange.
This battle suit seems a bit unconventional. A battle suit specifically designed for dual cultivation?
After a brief hesitation, Yi Chen took out the silk thread battle armor from his storage ring. A black outfit, with an all-over openwork design, the fabric silky and lightweight, easily folded in the palm of your hand. Lu Ruyan seemed to sense something, looked up at Yi Chen, then at the silk battle armor in his hand, a hint of doubt flashing across her face.
Yi Chen, what is this?
She sensed a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from the seemingly ordinary pajamas, clearly indicating that it was a high-level magical artifact. She had never seen the style before. It resembled women's clothing and was very distinctive. Faced with Lu Ruyan's question, Yi Chen came back to his senses, turned to look at her, and began to explain. Sect Master, this item is called the Silk Thread Battle Armor.
Would you like to try it on?
It helps with dual cultivation.
Lu Ruyan?
She was about to ask what this silk armor was for when she heard Yi Chen's explanation, and her face flushed red instantly.
I immediately understood what it was. These are undoubtedly garments designed to please men. But why is there still a fluctuation of spiritual energy?
Lu Ruyan was filled with doubt, but too embarrassed to ask further. She simply gave Yi Chen a shy glance, took the silk battle armor, and quickly began to put it on.
The moment she put it on, Lu Ruyan's entire aura underwent a subtle change, and her mental state quickly recovered.
However, she didn't care about any of that at the moment. Instead, she looked down at herself dressed in the silk armor, and her face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple.
You little brat, what are you dressing me in? How could this be so strange? It seems like nothing's covered up.
Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, and when she looked up at Yi Chen, her gaze changed. At that moment, she felt as if she had become the top courtesan in a brothel. Yi Chen seemed not to hear Lu Ruyan's scolding, his eyes fixed on her as if he were bewitched, unable to look away. At this moment, his body gradually became hot. Sect leader, you look so beautiful in this silk armor. Yi Chen praised sincerely, and what he said was entirely from the heart. Lu Ruyan was already stunningly beautiful, but this outfit amplified her charm many times over. Every smile, every gesture, even the simplest movement seemed to possess a captivating allure, bewitching and mesmerizing all who beheld her.
You bad guy. Smooth talking. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. He. Yi Chen smiled, his eyes narrowing. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. It really is double the reward. Yi Chen was startled, then overjoyed. After Lu Ruyan put on the silk thread battle armor, the rewards from dual cultivation became doubled. Previously, the reward was only 5 years of cultivation, but now it has been changed to 10 years. This immediately gave Yi Chen tremendous motivation. This was a rare opportunity, and he didn't want to waste it. Coupled with the lingering effects of the 6-flavor Emperor pill, the way he looked down at Lu Ruyan was like looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Yi Chen's good luck seemed to have run out after that. No high-level rewards appeared, only cultivation rewards. Nevertheless, Yi Chen was very happy, even though his cultivation level had doubled compared to usual. Moreover, he was eager to improve his strength and secretly thought that he should break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. This would give him a better chance of survival. Lu Ruyan also felt the difference before and after wearing the silk battle armor and gained more than double the cultivation level. This undoubtedly gave her hope of breaking through the fusion stage. Originally, she was just thinking of cramming and giving it one last try, and she didn't have much hope. But Yi Chen surprised her again. The silk armor is really quite nice. Lu Ruyan blushed, secretly wondering where Yi Chen had obtained this magical artifact. In terms of quality, it can definitely reach the divine level. How could a disciple of a sect who hasn't left the sect possess such a valuable item? And, so indecent. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's curiosity about Yi Chen was growing stronger. Even after spending so much time together, she still didn't understand Yi Chen well enough. Just how many secrets is this kid hiding? Lu Ruyan didn't have time to think further. She noticed even more changes. Yi Chen seems to have changed today. Could it be that he's too eager to protect the sect? Soon, Lu Ruyan was completely captivated by it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 advanced clone talismans. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 thunderclap talismans. The rewards are still doubled. Even the clone talisman and thunderclap talisman are obtained twice at once. As Yi Chen listened to the cold, detached prompt, many thoughts began to form in his mind. If something good drops right now, that would be double the joy. Chapter 105 Breakthrough to the Fusion Stage. Above the sect. The fighting between the two sides continues. The powerful figures from the 3 major forces took turns attacking the protective formation of the Hahuan sect, creating a continuous series of booming sounds. The entire mountain range was trembling incessantly. Despite the combined efforts of the 5 supreme elders of the Hahuan sect in protecting the formation, they could not prevent its damage. The light emanating from the formation gradually dimmed, and cracks appeared. These people are insane. Are they so eager to destroy my Hahuan sect? The second elder roared angrily, his face grim. Damn it, the sect's protective formation might not last much longer, the third elder said with a grim face, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. Upon hearing this, the leading elder frowned slightly, sensing the damage to the sect's protective array, and realized that something was amiss. He had previously told Lu Ruyan that the sect's protective formation could hold out for another 2 or 3 days, which he thought was the worst-case scenario, but now it might not even last a day. This leaves Lu Ruyan with even less time to prepare a backup plan. If she hadn't gotten rid of the person by then, her situation would undoubtedly have become extremely dangerous. The Grand Elder knew of Yi Chen's talent and already regarded him as the future of the sect. When he looked at Lu Ruyan earlier, he meant that she should arrange for Yi Chen and some disciples to leave as soon as possible. He believed that as long as Yi Chen and some of the sect's disciples lived, the Joyful Union sect would eventually rise again. His only concern now is whether Yi Chen has managed to leave safely. You all hold on for now, I'll go find the sect leader. The Grand Elder looked at the several supreme elders beside him and said. The sect's protective formation is powered by spirit stones, so losing one of them won't break the formation. Good. Several elders nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder didn't linger and vanished in a flash. In a courtyard, Lin Qingshui and the others are making the most of their time to cultivate and improve their strength. Once the sect's protective formation is broken, they will have to fight the disciples of the three major forces. Although Wang Yuxuan, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, will protect them, Lin Qingshui and the others, as disciples of the Joyful Union sect, grew up here and have feelings for the sect. When the sect was in peril, they all wanted to live and die with it. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Lin Qingshui and the others recognized the person's identity and immediately bowed respectfully. The first elder waved his hand dismissively, his divine sense sweeping across the courtyard. He did not sense Yi Chen's presence, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He looked at Lin Qingshui and the others in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Where is Yi Chen? Where did he go?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshui did not hide anything and answered, "The sect leader came earlier and took my senior brother away. As for where they went, this disciple has no idea." The Grand Elder had visited the courtyard before and even wanted to arrange for his family's granddaughter to serve Yi Chen. Clearly, he knew Yi Chen's secret and would definitely protect him. There was no need for him to hide Yi Chen's whereabouts now. The sect leader was taken away? The elder was taken aback, but his anxiety subsided. As long as Yi Chen is with Lu Ruyan, he is safe. Perhaps by this time, Lu Ruyan had already sent him out of the sect. The elder came to his senses, glanced at Lin Qingshui and the others in front of him, and suddenly froze. Several of them are pregnant with Yi Chen's children, and they've been carrying the pregnancy for several months already. These are the future of the Hahuan sect, and logically, they should all be sent out of the sect. The Grand Elder frowned, wondering if Lu Ruyan had overlooked something. If Yi Chen is left alone, how will the Hahuan sect reproduce? The Grand Elder immediately turned and left to find Lu Ruyan, wanting to ask her why, after so much time had passed, she hadn't yet made all the necessary arrangements. What exactly is she doing? It's important to understand that the sect's protective formation can't hold for very long. Every extra moment wasted means greater danger for the evacuating disciples. A surge of anger welled up inside him. A moment later, the Grand Elder arrived in front of a grand hall. Just as I was about to get closer, I sensed a barrier of spiritual energy. This is... The Grand Elder was taken aback, standing there stunned for several seconds before instantly understanding what was going on. A strange expression appeared on his face, and his anger gradually dissipated, while an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. Is it too late now? The elder muttered to himself, unsure of what to do next. His idea was to send Yi Chen and some disciples away from the sect as soon as possible, thus leaving some seeds for the Hahuan sect. But now Lu Ruyan was still dragging Yi Chen into the main hall for a final gamble, so he couldn't say anything. How to stop them from practicing dual cultivation? In any case, Lu Ruyan's actions were not wrong. If she can successfully break through to the fusion stage, she will be able to completely turn the tide. In this way, the Hahuan sect can be preserved, and the disciples will not need to evacuate. However, the chances of such success are very small. If they fail, Yi Chen might be dragged down with them. When the sect's protective formation shatters, Yi Chen and some of his disciples will be unable to leave even if they wanted to. After a brief hesitation, the Grand Elder chose to leave. Since it was Lu Ruyan's choice, he was willing to cooperate. At worst, he would fight tooth and nail to delay Yi Chen's departure from the sect. At the core of the sect protecting formation, the Grand Elder returned to the area and, together with several Supreme Elders, reinforced the formation to enhance its power. Elder, have all the disciples on the list successfully evacuated? The second Elder couldn't wait to ask. Prior to this, they had already agreed on a list. Disciples on the list would be allowed to leave the sect when its survival was threatened, taking with them cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and resources, in an attempt to stage a comeback. They believed that Lu Ruyan had gone to handle this matter earlier. Upon hearing this, the first elder hesitated. Not yet. Upon hearing this, the elders immediately became anxious. Why haven't they evacuated yet? What time is it? What exactly is Lu Ruyan doing? Doesn't she know that the sect's protective formation can't hold for much longer? What the hell? If we don't leave now, we're all doomed. The group erupted in a flurry of activity. They all frowned and began to criticize Lu Ruyan for her incompetence. Logically speaking, she should have been away long enough to arrange for all the disciples on the list to leave. All right. Stop talking. Our sect leader is attempting to break through to the integration realm. We must hold on no matter what and buy her time. The Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice, seemingly having already made up his mind. He chose to believe in Lu Ruyan, which also meant he believed in Yi Chen. Chapter 106: An Act of Risk. What? The sect leader, is she trying to break through to the integration realm? The second elder looked shocked, thinking he had misheard. She only recently broke through to the peak of the void refinement realm. How could she possibly break through to the body integration realm? The third elder said incredulously. The other elders also looked shocked, as if they had heard a fairy tale. They were all at the peak of the void refinement stage, having lingered at this level for hundreds of years without ever taking that step. The elders knew better than anyone how difficult it was to break through to the integration realm. As they grow old over the long years, their former sharpness fades, and the hope of reconciliation grows ever smaller. Although Lu Ruyan is young, she only recently broke through to the peak of the refinement void realm. Since then, she has accumulated almost nothing. What will she use to break through the bottleneck? If one fails to break through to the next realm, one is extremely vulnerable to backlash and will also have their Dao heart shattered. Only with thorough preparation can one attempt to break through the barrier. In their view, Lu Ruyan's actions were undoubtedly too risky. Trust the sect leader. I think she can definitely. The Grand Elder spoke. Upon hearing his words, the senior elders gradually calmed down. Now that things had come to this, they understood that Lu Ruyan was risking her life to break through to the integration realm at this crucial moment in order to fight against the three major forces, so they said no more. The group did their utmost to maintain the sect's great formation, hoping to buy as much time as possible so that Lu Ruyan could successfully break through. In a grand hall, Lu Ruyan seemed to sense the presence of the Grand Elder, and a blush appeared on her face. Fortunately, the other person left, otherwise she really wouldn't know how to face the Grand Elder. Although everything she was doing at this moment was to protect the sect, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. The entire sect was resisting the three major forces, while she, the sect leader, was engaged in dual cultivation in her room. To the elders and disciples who were unaware of the truth, she appeared quite improper. Fortunately, the person who came was the Grand Elder, who knew about Yi Chen's secret talent and could understand her purpose in doing so. This time, we must break through to the fusion stage. We must not let everyone down. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. 2 hours later. Yi Chen remained energetic, inwardly marveling at the miraculous effects of the 6-flavor Emperor pill, which was far superior to the life-giving pill. Unfortunately, he only had one of these miraculous medicines, and once he took it, it was gone. At this moment, Yi Chen was still hoping to get another 6-flavor Emperor pill, so that with the double reward bonus, he could get 2. If he had 2 more 6-flavor Emperor pills, he could spend another 3 days and 3 nights going crazy with Lu Ruyan. Let this woman know what she's made of. The continuous cultivation rewards caused Yi Chen's aura to grow stronger, and soon his cultivation reached the bottleneck of his realm. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Yi Chen easily broke through to the peak of the nascent soul realm, and his aura surged once again. He's only 1 step away from the void refinement stage. At this moment, Yi Chen felt an even greater power, and his heart was filled with joy. He hadn't expected to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage so easily. At this rate of cultivation, he could even dream of reaching the void refinement stage. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yi Chen with wide eyes in disbelief. How did you break through? Peak of the nascent soul stage. So fast? The way she looked at Yi Chen at that moment had changed. Originally, she had invited Yi Chen to improve her cultivation, but her realm did not break through, while Yi Chen broke through a minor realm first. However, the difficulty of breaking through to the nascent soul stage and the void refinement stage is different. In comparison, it is definitely easier to break through to the nascent soul stage, which Lu Ruyan can understand. However, whenever she saw Yi Chen break through his cultivation level, she couldn't help but wonder if this kid would use her as a cultivation vessel. Yi Chen has broken through his cultivation level several times after cultivating with her. This left Lu Ruyan with the impression that she had been played. Hearing Lu Ruyan's exclamation, Yi Chen looked down at her and said with a smile. Sect Master, you also need to work harder. Whether we can withstand the 3 major forces and protect the sect depends on you. Lu Ruyan?
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Chen changed.
This kid, she's got that in mind. Damn it. As the sect leader, I absolutely cannot let him outdo me. I need to work hard, but you also need to work hard. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and said coquettishly. Seeing Lu Ruyan's flirtatious appearance, how could Yi Chen possibly resist? You little devil. I'll teach you a lesson. Humph. You big bad guy, come on. Lu Ruyan refused to be outdone. She's focused on breaking through to the integration realm, so how could she possibly admit defeat? This time, it concerns the very survival of the sect. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 advanced clone talismans. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 thunderclap talismans. The sky gradually darkened. The powerful figures from the 3 major forces in the void are still attacking the Hahuan sect's protective formation, showing no sign of stopping. Both sides' disciples were ready for battle, waiting for the formation to break so they could immediately engage in combat. The protective formation's barrier has developed many cracks, and its defensive power is weakening, as if it could be shattered at any moment. In a courtyard, Lin Xingxue and the others had no heart for cultivation. While feeling the earth shaking as the sect's protective formation was attacked, they were also worried about Yi Chen's safety. I wonder if my senior brother escaped safely, Lin Xingxue said with a worried expression. So much time has passed, the sect leader must have already seen my senior brother off, right? Lu Mengyao replied uncertainly. Although she knew that Lu Ruyan would not harm Yi Chen, she was not sure whether Yi Chen had been safely sent away. Senior brother will be all right. The sect leader will definitely send more people to protect him. Sun Yanwan spoke slowly, knowing that Yi Chen was regarded as the sect's hope, so he would be fine. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see my senior brother again after this parting. Zhao Linger looked up at Lin Xingxue and the others in front of her and said sadly. Now, they not only have to worry about Yi Chen's safety, but they themselves are also in danger. Once the forces of the 3 major powers break in, they will most likely die in this battle and never see Yi Chen again. Upon hearing Zhao Linger's words, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat somber. Chapter 107 Heavenly Thunder arrives. Compared to Lin Xingxue and the others' worries, Yi Chen was completely immersed in a world of pleasure. The effects of the 6-flavor Emperor pill gave him absolute confidence. Even as darkness fell, he showed no intention of stopping, determined to maximize the effects of the 12-hour-long pill. Lu Ruyan sensed something was wrong. Normally, she would have begged for mercy long ago, but now, in order to break through to the integration realm, she could only endure it. The constant roaring sounds coming from outside made Lu Ruyan's heart jump, worried that the sect's protective formation would be broken by the powerful figures from the 3 major forces. Every second now is precious, bought with the help of the Grand Elders. The lives of the entire sect are now in her hands, she cannot afford to give up. For the sect, I'll fight to the death. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and endured it, feeling her cultivation level constantly increasing, which gradually gave her hope. Hard work always pays off. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 advanced clone talismans. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 swiftness talismans upon activation, immediately increase the user's speed tenfold for half an hour. Listening to the system's introduction to the swift travel talisman, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to get such good stuff so quickly. The tenfold speed increase is based on his current cultivation level. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, he's already elusive and unpredictable. If his speed were increased tenfold, he'd probably be gone in the blink of an eye. A joyful smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. This was truly a great way to escape. Moreover, with the blessing of the silk armor, 2 more images suddenly appeared. This was a huge profit. He had originally planned to let Lu Ruyan rest and recover her strength, but after seeing the reward, he went crazy again. Opportunity waits for no one. It's uncertain whether the Hahuan sect will even exist after this battle. If Lu Ruyan fails to break through to the integration stage, she might even perish. This puts a lot of pressure on Yi Chen. After all, Lu Ruyan was his woman. He naturally didn't want anything to happen to Lu Ruyan, and he hoped more than anyone else that Lu Ruyan could break through to the integration realm. Sect Master, hold on. We absolutely must succeed in this breakthrough. Let's give it our all. Yi Chen shouted in a deep voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. In the darkness of night, the entire mountain range was shaking violently. Countless wild beasts fled the forest in panic, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The Sex Grand Formation, which once radiated golden light, has dimmed considerably under the combined attack of the three powerful forces. Countless cracks appeared on the barrier, and it was on the verge of collapse. The elders of the Hahuan sect were still struggling to hold on at the core of the formation. In order to buy time for Lu Ruyan, they not only spent countless spirit stones, but also poured in most of their own spiritual power. Nevertheless, it was still impossible to completely neutralize the opponent's attack. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's face darkened, and he immediately stopped. We can't go on like this. The sect's protective formation won't last much longer. If we also exhaust our spiritual energy, we'll be lambs to the slaughter. Now that things have come to this, let's hurry up and recover our spiritual power. When the great formation breaks, we'll fight them to the death. Upon hearing his words, the other elders also stopped what they were doing, abandoning their efforts to the formation, and each took out pills to replenish their spiritual energy. They all knew very well that the sect's protective formation was powerless to reverse the situation, and this great battle was inevitable. They might all perish, but at this moment, no one gave up. They fought a final, desperate battle. In the void. Seeing that the Grand Elders of the Joyful Union sect had given up on maintaining the sect's grand formation, the powerful figures from the three major forces perked up, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope, and became even more frenzied. If we go all out, we'll break through the Hahuan sect's protective formation in no time. One of the senior monks shouted in a deep voice. Destroy the Joyful Union sect. Don't give them another chance. Kill all the male disciples, and as for the female disciples. In an instant, the powerful figures from the three major forces all became excited. Boom! 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 Various martial arts techniques bombarded the sect's protective formation, almost extinguishing its already faint light. Shenling Shuang frowned slightly. Although she found these words unpleasant, she didn't say anything. This war to destroy the Hahuan sect was a joint effort by three forces, not just the Heavenly Demon sect. Although she could command the powerful figures of the other two forces, she could not discipline them. At least they are on the same side now. If they break up over something trivial, it would give the Hahuan sect an opportunity to take advantage of them. Besides, if you want these people to fight so hard, you naturally have to give them some benefits. The female disciples of the Hahuan sect are the most suitable to be used as cauldrons, and are the best spoils of war in everyone's eyes. At this moment, Shenling Shuang stopped attacking and instead took out a spirit stone and held it in her hand to restore her spiritual power. The real battle is about to begin, and she needs to maintain her peak condition to have a better chance of winning. She also felt a little doubtful. Aside from seeing Lu Ruyan before, I haven't seen her since. Where has Lu Ruyan, the sect leader, been all this time? They couldn't have run away secretly, could they? Shenling Shuang narrowed her eyes, not caring whether Lu Ruyan escaped or not. As long as she killed the several supreme elders of the Hehuan sect and wiped out the sect's disciples, the Hehuan sect would cease to exist. As for Lu Ruyan, she can't cause much trouble on her own. Just then, rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered in the void, converging above the Hahuan sect. Moments later, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The flashing lightning was terrifying. This is heavenly lightning? A powerful cultivator is breaking through to a higher realm. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Everyone present turned their gaze to the clouds in the void, feeling an immense pressure. This is no ordinary thunderstorm, it is heavenly thunder containing the power of laws. This oppressive feeling makes it hard to breathe. Even a powerful cultivator in the void refinement stage would feel fear upon seeing it. The powerful figures from the three major forces all stopped fighting, their expressions turning serious as they gazed at the gathering clouds and flashing lightning, a hint of suspicion creeping into their minds. Within the Joyful Union sect, a powerful cultivator is breaking through to a higher realm. Is it a breakthrough from the nascent soul stage to the void refinement stage, or someone is attempting to break through to the integration realm? The pressure of this heavenly lightning is far stronger than that of a peak nascent soul cultivator breaking through to the next realm. The crowd muttered to themselves, a growing sense of panic setting in. Chapter 108 My woman, I will protect her.
Shenling Shuang's expression changed drastically, and she realized that something was wrong.
Could it be Lu Ruyan? How is that possible? Isn't she at the nascent soul stage? Why are you trying to break through to the integration realm now? She found it unbelievable.
A few months ago, her understanding of Lu Ruyan was limited to her cultivation level at the nascent soul stage. I can hardly believe that in just a few months, Lu Ruyan has acquired the power of a peak void refinement cultivator.
This is simply unbelievable.
The gathering heavenly lightning before them couldn't be faked. The oppressive aura emanating from it clearly indicated that someone was attempting to break through to the integration realm.
If it's not Lu Ruyan, then who could it be?
Shenling Shuang frowned and muttered to herself, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. Apart from Lu Ruyan, all the powerful figures she knew from the Hahuan sect were right in front of her.
It couldn't be one of those grand elders who broke through. The only possibility is Lu Ruyan. Quickly! Break through the formation and charge in. Don't give them a chance. We must stop her from breaking through.
Shenling Shuang realized what was happening and shouted urgently.
Whoever attempts to break through to the integration realm will become a threat to them.
What needs to be done now is to prevent them from achieving this breakthrough and nip this threat in the bud. The powerful figures from the three major forces realized this at this moment and immediately took action, attacking the sect's protective formation even more frantically. The several elders at the center of the formation suddenly opened their eyes, their cloudy eyes filled with shock and joy.
It's done! It really is done! The second elder exclaimed in surprise.
I never expected the sect leader's cultivation to improve so quickly. The third elder said incredulously. Before this, they didn't quite believe that Lu Ruyan could break through to the integration realm in such a short time. At least they had never seen anyone accumulate so much cultivation in such a short period of time. But now, looking at the clouds gathering in the void and the flashing lightning, I immediately believed it. I was immediately filled with admiration for Lu Ruyan. The Grand Elder was also very excited at this moment, and his whole body trembled involuntarily.
Excellent, excellent. The sect leader has indeed not disappointed me. As long as she withstands the tribulation lightning, she will be able to successfully enter the integration realm. He had only reluctantly accepted it before, choosing to believe Lu Ruyan and Yi Chen, but he never expected it to actually come true. This kid's got some skills. The first elder couldn't help but mutter to himself, his regard for Yi Chen growing stronger. He used his dual cultivation skills to force Lu Ruyan, who was in the nascent soul stage, to the integration stage in just a few months. Who wouldn't be confused by this?
For a fleeting moment, the Grand Elder regretted not being a woman.
Quickly, restore your spiritual power.
Even if it costs us our lives, we must hold off these 12 powerful cultivators and buy time for the sect leader.
We absolutely cannot allow them to disturb the sect leader during his tribulation. As long as the sect master can successfully break through to the integration realm, we are willing to pay any price. Even if we die, the Joyful Union sect can still regain its glory.
The elder's face darkened, and he shouted sternly. He knew very well that now was not the time to be happy. Only when Lu Ruyan withstood the tribulation lightning could she truly be considered to have entered the integration realm. During this process, Lu Ruyan will become extremely weak, and if no one protects her, she could be killed at any moment. Moreover, enduring the tribulation of lightning is extremely dangerous in itself. If one is disturbed along the way, it is easy to fail in breaking through the cultivation realm and suffer backlash. They must protect Lu Ruyan no matter what, because it is equivalent to protecting the future of the sect. The rise and fall of the Hahuan sect rests on Lu Ruyan's shoulders.
Clear. Even if I die, I'll hold them off.
Protecting the sect leader is the most important thing.
The elders all nodded and spoke earnestly.
For the sake of their sect's interests, they disregarded their own lives, willing to pay the ultimate price to protect Lu Ruyan. At their age, their bodies are already decaying, and there is no possibility of them breaking through to the fusion stage. They are practically just waiting to die. It was worth it for the Supreme Elders to sacrifice their lives to buy Lu Ruyan time to break through to the integration stage. At this moment, they all took out their treasured elixirs and swallowed them without hesitation, continuously improving their condition. Even the disciples under his command were now prepared to fight to the death. Upon realizing that Lu Ruyan was about to break through to the integration stage, all the disciples in the sect were ready to die for her and were determined to protect her no matter what, even if it meant facing a void refinement stage expert.
In an open space outside a main hall,
Lu Ruyan casually threw on an outer robe, then sat cross-legged on the ground, releasing her natal magic weapon and spiritual energy barrier, preparing to withstand the baptism of heavenly lightning.
She was very nervous at that moment. He was worried both about failing his breakthrough and about the three major powers interfering. She could sense that the protective formation of the sect was in grave danger and could break at any moment. Once the powerful figures from the three major forces rush in, they will inevitably launch a sneak attack on her. Sect Master, don't worry, I'm here. No one will bother you. Yi Chen, who was standing to the side, noticed Lu Ruyan's concerns and spoke up. Only with clear and focused intention can one successfully withstand the tribulation and break through to the integration stage. At this moment, we must not allow Lu Ruyan to be distracted in the slightest. You. Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately felt a warm glow, the kind of touching feeling of being protected. Although Yi Chen is very powerful now, he still cannot compete with those great cultivators in the void refinement stage. By staying here, he'll only risk his life. Yi Chen, you should go first. Before Lu Ruyan could finish speaking, Yi Chen interrupted her. Sect Master, I won't leave. Just the void refinement stage, it's really nothing. I can handle this. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan with unwavering determination, feeling absolutely confident. How could he possibly abandon his woman and just leave? He was very strong at the void refinement stage, but he wouldn't engage in a direct confrontation. He had obtained countless talismans through dual cultivation before, some offensive and some defensive, and now they were coming in handy. Hearing Yi Chen say that, Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. She opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. She was moved and also very curious about where Yi Chen got his confidence. That's a powerful cultivator in the void refinement stage. To dispel Lu Ruyan's worries, Yi Chen immediately took out 10 high-level clone talismans from his storage ring. The moment the spiritual energy was injected, 100 clones identical to Yi Chen appeared out of thin air on the open ground. A high-level clone talisman can create 10 clones. Although they only possess 30% of the original body's cultivation, these clones are equivalent to the strength of the nascent soul stage. Even a powerful cultivator in the void refinement stage would need some time to kill 100 nascent soul stage cultivators. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the scene before her, completely stunned. Chapter 109 Sect Master, leave it to me. Lu Ruyan never expected Yi Chen to have such methods, and she stood there dumbfounded for a moment. You? How could this be? She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word as she looked at the hundreds of Yi Chen clones radiating the pressure of the nascent soul stage. Even though she was at the peak of the void refinement realm, she had never mastered such a technique. This kid has a lot of secrets. Although Lu Ruyan was always well aware that she didn't know Yi Chen thoroughly enough, she never imagined that he could have such powerful methods. Hundreds of clones at the nascent soul stage were enough to raise a mid-tier sect to the ground. Sect Master, focus on your breakthrough. Leave the rest to me. Yi Chen reminded him. He really went all out this time, using 10 high-level clone talismans. If Lu Ruyan fails to break through to the next realm, all these clone talismans will be wasted. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan snapped out of her reverie, realizing that every second was precious. She nodded to Yi Chen and focused intently on circulating her cultivation technique, preparing to face the tribulation lightning. With a single thought from Yi Chen, all of his hundreds of clones stood guard at the edge of the open space, ready to defend against any intrusion from outsiders. Yi Chen was naturally not foolish enough to take action himself. If he were to be instantly killed by a cultivator in the void refinement stage, he would regret it too late. His storage ring was full of talismans, and even a sword spirit talisman with power comparable to a full-force attack from a nascent soul stage expert. This is also the reason why Yi Chen dared to stay here to protect Lu Ruyan. The clones were merely a means to buy time. He never intended to use them to kill a grandmaster at the void refinement stage. He only needed to buy some time. Yi Chen could kill it with his offensive talismans. Although he had such a method, Yi Chen was reluctant to use it. After all, sword spirit talismans are extremely rare. He has only obtained 2 so far, and using one means having one less. It would be best not to use them at all. Yi Chen hoped that the sect's protective formation and the surrounding elders could hold out until Lu Ruyan successfully entered the integration realm. That way everyone will be safe, and he can keep his talismans. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly struck down from the void. It struck Lu Ruyan directly, producing a loud bang. Despite the protection of her natal magic weapon and spiritual energy shield, which weakened the power of the heavenly lightning, Lu Ruyan was still struck so hard that she trembled all over, her face showing an extremely painful expression. Before she could prepare, a second bolt of lightning struck. Boom!
This time, Lu Ruyan's natal magic weapon was dimmed by the lightning strike, and cracks appeared on it, making it vulnerable to shattering at any moment. The spiritual energy shield that had materialized around him was also starting to weaken, becoming much thinner. Lu Ruyan frowned deeply, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The power of the heavenly lightning had exceeded her expectations. This was only the second strike, and the next ones would only be more intense. At this point, she had no choice but to tough it out. Otherwise, if she misses this opportunity and her Dao heart is clouded, even if her cultivation level doesn't regress, she will find it difficult to break through to the integration realm in this lifetime. Boom! The next second, a third bolt of heavenly lightning struck, hitting the suspended natal magic weapon first. Snap! His natal magic weapon was damaged and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy shield shattered.
The remaining lightning bolts struck Lu Ruyan.
Put! Lu Ruyan spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura immediately weakening. Yi Chen, who was guarding her from the side, frowned and became nervous, sweating for Lu Ruyan.
If things continue like this, won't Lu Ruyan be struck dead by heavenly lightning? Boom! The fourth bolt of heavenly lightning descended in response. Go!
With a wave of her hand, Lu Ruyan sent a celestial-grade magic weapon flying towards the heavenly thunder, which made a loud noise. In an instant, the magical artifact turned to dust, neutralizing some of the power of the heavenly lightning. However, the remaining lightning still left Lu Ruyan weak and listless, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Just thinking of the sect's safety spurred Lu Ruyan to pull herself together and continue enduring the heavenly lightning. Dark clouds rolled and churned in the void, brewing an even more powerful heavenly thunder.
This is already the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning. As long as Lu Ruyan can withstand a few more bolts of heavenly lightning, she will be able to successfully enter the integration realm.
Success or failure hinges on this moment.
Boom!
Just then, the entire mountain peak began to tremble violently once again.
With a loud bang, the protective formation of the Hahuan sect was destroyed by the combined efforts of the three major forces.
The protective array that had isolated the inside from the outside completely dissipated.
There are no more barriers between us.
In the void, Xinling Shuang said coldly. Kill! At a single command, thousands of disciples and elders from the sect charged towards the Hahuan sect.
Not good. Quick, stop them. Stop them.
The elder was startled and hurriedly shouted. He was the first to set off, arriving in the void to intercept the 12 void refinement stage cultivators led by Xinling Shuang. The other elders also made their moves at the same time. Among these great cultivators, only Xinling Shuang and two others are at the peak of the void refinement stage, the rest are at the early or middle stages of the void refinement stage. It would take the three of them working together to deal with one at the peak of the void refinement stage. In the blink of an eye, the three supreme elders were facing off against Xinling Shuang and other peak void refinement cultivators. The first elder and second elder did their best to hold off 6 experts at the early and middle stages of the void refinement realm. Despite this, 3 early-stage void refinement experts still managed to break into the Hahuan sect. They completely ignored the elders and disciples of the Hahuan sect. The 3 of them had a clear goal: to stop Lu Ruyan from breaking through to the next realm. Once Lu Ruyan dies, the Hahuan sect will have no chance of turning the tide. They will completely crush the Hahuan sect. Upon seeing this, the Grand Elder's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted. Hateful! Stop those 3. We can't let them go to the sect leader. He tried to break free and intercept them, but was entangled by the 3 void refinement stage cultivators in front of him. Don't run! You old bastard, die! They attacked one after another, completely desperate, giving the Grand Elder no chance to catch his breath. Although the Grand Elder's cultivation level was higher than theirs, he was still somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, not to mention that he was also preoccupied with the 3 powerful cultivators heading straight into the sect, so his mind wasn't on the current confrontation. The other elders also noticed something was wrong and felt a surge of anxiety. However, they were equally preoccupied, both locked in combat with their respective opponents. Any moment of distraction could result in their immediate death. Everyone's situation was extremely dangerous. They could only watch helplessly as the 3 void refinement stage cultivators stormed into the sect. For a moment, everyone was worried about Lu Ruyan's safety. She's undergoing a tribulation of lightning. Chapter 110 Sword Spirit Talisman, Slaying a Void Refinement Grand Cultivator. Hold! How come there are 3 nascent soul stage cultivators all of a sudden? Are you crazy?
Yi Chen sensed three powerful auras approaching and his expression immediately changed. If they attacked together, even 100 nascent soul stage clones wouldn't last more than a few breaths. Not to mention Lu Ruyan might be affected, he himself could be killed on the spot. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and immediately took out a sword spirit talisman from his storage ring. When it comes to risking everything, one can't be too stingy no matter how precious the talisman is, it's not as precious as one's life. At worst, I'll make it up to Lu Ruyan after this battle is over. Wearing the silk battle armor and practicing dual cultivation a few more times might just trigger its power. While they were pondering, a powerful cultivator at the mid-stage of the Void Refinement Realm had already appeared above the open space. When he saw the hundreds of nascent soul stage clones, he was only slightly surprised and didn't take it to heart. He curled up a cold smile. A trivial skill. Do you think you can stop me like this? You really underestimate me. He raised his hand, ready to annihilate these clones. On the open ground, Yi Chen activated the sword spirit talisman in his hand without hesitation. In an instant, a blinding light suddenly burst forth. A giant sword cleaved through the void, descending from the sky and unleashing boundless sword intent. What is this? The cultivator in the Void Refinement realm above stared blankly at the suddenly descending giant sword of spiritual energy, a chill running through his heart, his blood seemingly freezing at that moment. This was a terrifying power he had never seen before. Methods for merging with the fusion stage? Before he could think any further, the giant sword slashed down at him. No. The cultivator at the Void Refinement stage cried out in terror and hurriedly tried to defend himself. The merciless sword that pierces through fallen flowers. Break! A natal flying sword shone brightly and shot towards the giant sword. Bang! In an instant, his natal flying sword turned to dust, and the giant sword, carrying boundless sword intent, came rushing in. How could this be? His pupils contracted, and he was filled with extreme fear, so much so that he even forgot to run away. A flash of sword light. Put! The cultivator at the Void Refinement stage was instantly annihilated, his primordial spirit also vanishing in an instant. The two nascent soul stage cultivators who rushed in right behind them witnessed the scene. They immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces showing panic, and felt a chill run down their spines. Who is this powerful figure who has made a move? Such powerful sword intent. Was Brother Su really killed just like that? How scary. The two nascent soul stage cultivators were trembling with fear, their faces pale, and for a moment they dared not rashly enter the open space below. Their companions, whose cultivation levels were similar to theirs, were instantly killed by a single sword strike right before their eyes. It would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. They had finally cultivated to this level, so naturally they all cherished their lives greatly. He immediately released his divine sense to investigate, but found no powerful cultivators. On the open ground below, besides Lu Ruyan who was undergoing tribulation, there was only a young man at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Besides that, there are hundreds of nascent soul stage clones. Where can I find a powerful cultivator in the fusion stage? Strangeness. Who exactly delivered that sword strike just now? It couldn't possibly be that nascent soul stage brat down there, could it? One of the cultivators in the Void Refinement stage muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. The other person also frowned, equally puzzled, unable to figure out who had made the move. Boom! At the same time, the fifth bolt of heavenly lightning struck, shattering several magical treasures before hitting Lu Ruyan directly. Her breath had become extremely weak, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered, enduring the fifth bolt of heavenly lightning. The clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, and lightning flashed, still brewing an even more powerful heavenly thunder. No, we can't wait any longer. We must kill her. Otherwise, once she withstands the sixth heavenly lightning strike, she might break through to the nascent soul stage. Even if we join forces, we won't be a match for her. A cultivator in the Void Refinement stage asked anxiously. If Lu Ruyan holds on, they're doomed. Although they had not yet found the Master of Integration stage who was hiding in the shadows and making his move, they had no time to hesitate. The two exchanged a glance, nodded slightly, and immediately rushed towards Lu Ruyan. Hold! Court death! Yi Chen waved his hand and took out another sword spirit talisman, which he then crushed. In the void, the sword light reappeared. The giant sword flashed with a blinding light and slashed down straight down, carrying an arrogant aura that suppressed all ages. It's that sword strike from just now. Oh no! Run! The two powerful cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and their first reaction was to flee.
Such powerful methods are beyond their ability to withstand. The previous companion had tried it before, and was killed with a single sword strike.
The two fled in different directions.
The greatsword had already locked onto one of them, and in the instant it fell, it annihilated him completely.
No!
He only had time to let out a scream before his soul and body were completely destroyed. The great cultivator who had escaped death looked back and trembled with fear. 1 second they were discussing something, the next they were dead. Although the aura of the greatsword had dissipated, it had planted a seed of fear in his heart.
It was as if he too could be wiped out at any moment.
This time, however, he finally understood what was going on.
It really is that nascent soul stage brat below. What a terrifying talisman! How could a mere nascent soul stage cultivator possess such a treasure?
The cultivator didn't rush to attack. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen, hesitating between fear and the urge to strike. If she doesn't intervene, Lu Ruyan could successfully transcend her tribulation and enter the integration stage at any time. If he were to make a move, he couldn't guarantee that Yi Chen wouldn't still have talismans like the one from before, and he might very well be killed himself.
What should I do? This kid might have even more treasures on him.
The cultivator sized up Yi Chen, and many thoughts gradually began to form in his mind. The risks are high, but the rewards can be just as great. With a young person possessing a great treasure right before them, anyone would be tempted by greed.
Yi Chen also realized that he was being watched by the other party.
His expression remained unchanged, but he was very nervous inside.
He's already used 2 sword spirit talismans, and the only one left is the immortal slaying talisman.
The power of the immortal slaying talisman is equivalent to a full force attack from a void refinement stage expert, but the opponent is only at the early void refinement stage and likely possesses numerous magical treasures. There's no guarantee of a one-hit kill.
If he can't kill his opponent, Yi Chen might be in danger.
Although their levels of cultivation are only one step apart, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Yi Chen originally thought that by killing 2 void refinement stage cultivators with 2 sword spirit talismans, he could intimidate the other party.
Who knew this guy wouldn't run away? Chapter 111. Go talk to my clone. Yi Chen waved his hand, holding the immortal slaying talisman in his palm.
He looked firmly at the great cultivator in the void and shouted in a deep voice.
Old man, are you here to die?
He didn't take the other parties seriously at all. At this point, it's a battle of wills between the two sides. He had already killed 2 void refinement stage cultivators, so if he wanted to intimidate them, he naturally had to show the illusion that he was capable of killing them. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the great cultivator's face darkened, and he felt a surge of anger.
When did a junior in the nascent soul stage dare to point his finger at him and curse him? Are you looking for death? Despite his anger, he did not act rashly. Having witnessed the deaths of 2 companions, and now seeing Yi Chen holding a talisman in his hand, a flicker of panic crossed his mind. If this talisman is as powerful as the previous 2, then he'll die here.
At this moment, a hint of apprehension appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen.
Kid, don't be so arrogant. The Hahuan sect is doomed to perish today.
If you know what's good for you, abandon the darkness and embrace the light, and I can guarantee your survival. Otherwise, once the others arrive, you're doomed. The cultivator in the void refinement stage looked at Yi Chen on the open ground below and tried to win him over. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen remained unmoved, seeing through the other party's little scheme at a glance.
It seemed like an attempt to win him over, but in reality, it was a test.
If Yi Chen agrees to surrender at this time, it means that he has no more trump cards left and will no longer pose a threat to those in the void refinement stage. The other party would absolutely kill him without hesitation, rather than spare his life. The cultivation world is inherently full of deceit and treachery. No one can be trusted.
Yi Chen glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's still uncertain who will die. Come on over there if you dare. Coward."
He continued his arrogant mockery, but inside he was panicking. They prayed that Lu Ruyan would survive the lightning tribulation quickly, otherwise both of them would be in danger.
You little brat. Court death.
The great cultivator's face was ashen, looking extremely ugly. No one has dared to curse him like that for many years.
But seeing Yi Chen's arrogant attitude, he began to have doubts.
If he didn't have a powerful trump card, how could a nascent soul cultivator dare to provoke him, a void refinement cultivator? Moreover, the other party had just killed 2 of his companions who were at the void refinement stage, which made him tremble with fear and hesitate. At that moment, he heard Shenling Shuang's voice transmission.
Why haven't you made a move yet? Kill Lu Ruyan quickly, don't let her succeed in her tribulation. This powerful cultivator was an elder of the heavenly demon sect.
Upon hearing Shinling Shuang's telepathic message, he suddenly found himself with no way out. If he backs down at this point and allows Lu Ruyan to successfully break through to the integration stage, it would be tantamount to harming everyone. When that time comes, the heavenly demon sect will be destroyed, and he will be the sect's traitor. With that in mind, he dared not hesitate any longer. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was about to withstand the heavenly lightning again, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and intervene.
"Kid, die!" he roared and charged towards Yi Chen. "Hold! Why is this guy so reckless?" Yi Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath when he saw the other party make a move. "I only meant to scare him away and make him leave, but I didn't expect him to come at me and fight me so fiercely. This guy is truly fearless." Helpless, Yi Chen immediately crushed the immortal slaying talisman in his hand. In an instant, countless flying swords appeared out of thin air, gleaming with chilling sword energy, and hurtled towards the void refinement cultivator. "You really know how to do things." The great cultivator's pupils contracted, and his expression changed slightly. He was already on guard against Yi Chen before he made his move. Seeing Yi Chen use talismans to summon sword techniques again, he immediately summoned his own magic weapon and attacked with all his might. In this life or death situation, he dared not be careless in the slightest. Although these flying swords were not as powerful as the giant swords that had fallen from the sky earlier, they were still capable of threatening his life. Boom! 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 Several intense roars followed in succession. Several celestial-grade magical treasures were shattered on the spot. The power of the flying sword was also weakened considerably, but it still sent the great cultivator flying, his robes torn, his hair disheveled, and blood spitting out. His body was covered in countless cuts from the flying swords, and blood was flowing incessantly. He looked utterly disheveled, his breath weak and feeble. When he stopped, a wave of shock washed over him, mixed with a sense of relief that he was still alive. For a brief moment, he thought he was going to die. Fortunately, he spared no effort in using magical artifacts to weaken the power of this sword move, though he paid a heavy price for it. At this moment, his gaze toward Yi Chen became extremely fierce. "Kid, you're out of tricks this time, aren't you? Die!" From the changes in the power of the talismans, he could tell that Yi Chen's methods were getting weaker and weaker, and he no longer had the ability to instantly kill void refinement stage cultivators. At this moment, he no longer held back, fueled by a burning rage that made him want to tear Yi Chen to pieces, and he no longer considered anything else. He immediately charged toward Yi Chen, determined to tear him to pieces. "Charge them!" Yi Chen shouted in a deep voice. Hundreds of clones from all around the open space rushed towards the approaching great cultivator. Although the opponent was at the early stage of the void refinement realm, he was already at his limit after being hit by a slaying immortal talisman. The gap between the two sides is getting smaller and smaller. Although a clone at the initial stage of transformation is no match for the opponent, its superior numbers and ability to deplete the opponent's remaining spiritual energy. Do they think they can stop me? Ridiculous! The great cultivator sneered with a ferocious expression, and with a flick of his wrist, a celestial sword appeared, which he casually slashed, obliterating one of his clones. These clones attacked with all their might, but all their attacks were blocked by the spiritual energy shield emanating from his body. The clones that kept coming forward were practically throwing their lives away. Yi Chen coldly watched the scene, knowing that these clones couldn't stop the opponent, and he would have to take action himself. He took out the bright light armor from his storage ring, put it on, and it instantly became one with him. With this divine armor, damage can be reduced by 50%. After putting on the armor, Yi Chen felt much more at ease. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 clones were shattered. The battle continued, and Yi Chen could see that the powerful cultivator's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. He appeared strong, but he was simply pushing himself to the limit. Although the previous immortal slaying talisman failed to kill him, it had severely injured him. This gave Yi Chen great confidence. He then took out 10 clone talismans from his storage ring. The next second, 10 more clones appeared beside him. These clones each possessed half of his main body's cultivation level, equivalent to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator or higher. With these clones protecting him, Yi Chen was no longer flustered. He also had quite a few clone talismans in his storage ring. These were his source of confidence. This is all thanks to Lu Ruyan, who had previously asked him to help train 120 female disciples, during which time a considerable number of clone talismans were obtained. Chapter 112. This kid is a bit wicked. Die! The Void Refinement Grandmaster attacked relentlessly, continuously killing Yi Chen's clones.
In the blink of an eye, he annihilated over 100 clones. At this moment, he had also expended a great deal of spiritual energy, and the injuries in his body were almost uncontrollable. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze falling on Yi Chen, and said with a ferocious expression, "Kid, you're dead today. No one can save you. Prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and attacked Yi Chen. Boom! 10 clones of Yi Chen stepped forward to fight almost simultaneously, forcefully blocking the attack of the Void Refinement Grandmaster. Strangeness. These clones have actually become stronger. Mid-stage nascent soul. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and a thought of greed arose in his mind. This kid has a lot of treasures on him. But it will soon be mine. In order to kill Yi Chen, he no longer held back his spiritual power and attacked wildly, not intending to give Yi Chen a chance to breathe. Bang! 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 Several powerful bursts of spiritual energy slammed down, instantly shattering all 10 clones. He had just caught his breath and was preparing to kill Yi Chen when he looked up and froze on the spot. 10 more clones appeared before my eyes. You fucking... There are still more. He looked shocked, his face turning black with anger. I never imagined Yi Chen would have so many clone talismans, it's like they're free. Just who is this kid? You should know that so many nascent soul stage clones are enough to flatten an entire sect, but they were all used to deal with him, who was only at the Void Refinement stage. This kid is insane. He's a complete madman. Don't think that this will save your life. Today, you will die. Boy, prepare to die. The Grandmaster of Void Refinement roared angrily, unleashing a powerful spiritual energy shield around his body. He then chose to withstand the clone's attack head-on and charged straight at Yi Chen. Once he is killed, these clones will naturally disappear. 6 Paths Annihilation Finger. Yi Chen pointed out with one finger and shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, the world changed color. A finger imbued with spiritual energy shot through the air and descended. A powerful, overwhelming pressure swept down. How is that possible? The Grandmaster of the Void Refinement stage's expression changed slightly. He immediately stopped mid-air and raised his hand to unleash a full-force attack to block the assault. Boom! The two sides clashed. In an instant, the earth shook and a fierce wind arose. This was Yi Chen's most powerful strike, its power comparable to that of someone in the early stages of the Void Refinement realm. If the opponent is at their peak, they might be able to easily break through the defense. But he was already at his limit, and faced with this sudden and powerful attack, he suffered another severe blow. Put! The Grandmaster of Void Refinement spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward dozens of meters away, panting heavily, looking even more disheveled than before. He looked up, staring at Yi Chen in disbelief. How is that possible? How can someone with only the nascent soul stage cultivation possess such powerful martial arts skills? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen glanced at him and said indifferently. So this is all there is to the Void Refinement realm. You! Enraged by Yi Chen's taunts, the Void Refinement Grandmaster, despite his injuries, charged at Yi Chen once more. Superior! Yi Chen used his mind to control 10 clones simultaneously, and they attacked together. Powerful spiritual energy attacks roared forth. The Grandmaster of the Void Refinement stage narrowed his pupils, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. If he were at his peak, he would naturally not be afraid of these methods, but now his strength is no different from that of a peak nascent soul cultivator, and he dares not underestimate the attacks of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Block them for me. He immediately summoned a magical artifact, a jade magic mirror, which instantly transformed into a jade plate and blocked his way. Boom! 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 Click! Cracks appeared on the jade magic mirror, and it shattered into pieces the next second. Upon seeing this, the Grandmaster of the Void Refinement stage felt a pang of heartache. This is a celestial-grade magic treasure, which he cherishes greatly. If it weren't for saving their lives, they wouldn't be wasting their lives like this. The power of a magical artifact is limited. It requires the caster to infuse it with spiritual energy to make it more powerful. Unfortunately, his spiritual energy was almost completely depleted at the moment, and he could barely sustain himself, let alone use it to enhance the power of his magic weapon. How dare you destroy my magic weapon? Boy, I'm going to kill you. The Void Refinement Grandmaster now hated Yi Chen to the core, and charged towards him with murderous intent. Court death. Yi Chen's expression darkened, and he once again manipulated his 10 clones to launch a combined attack. The offensive has become even stronger. Hateful. The Grandmaster of the Void Refinement stage was furious, wanting to kill Yi Chen, but he couldn't get past those clones. While defending himself, he destroyed another magic weapon. His heart was bleeding. Originally, he intended to kill people and steal their treasures, but before he could kill anyone, he ended up losing several magical artifacts himself. He had never been so embarrassed before. He immediately took out a bottle of pills radiating rich spiritual energy from his storage ring and swallowed them all at once. The next second, his spiritual energy began to recover rapidly, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that the pills the other party had taken were of a high grade, indicating that they had gone to great lengths. If he isn't killed immediately, he might be in danger. Kill him. With a thought, Yi Chen unleashed 10 clones simultaneously. Die. The Grandmaster of Void Refinement's eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly. He raised his hand and swung his sword, unleashing a violent wave of sword energy. Bang! 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 Before the 10 clones could even get close, they were all annihilated. His face turned pale. All the spiritual energy he had just recovered had been drained by that one sword strike. Nevertheless, as the effects of the medicine continued, the spiritual energy within the body began to recover. Boy, you think you can kill me? Do you know how many years it has taken me to get to where I am today? What makes you think that a decade or so of arduous cultivation can compare to my 1,000 years of spiritual practice? He stared at Yi Chen with a gloomy expression and said, word by word. At the same time, he strode towards Yi Chen, his whole body filled with killing intent. It felt like waves of icy cold were hitting me. Are you so confident that I can't kill you? Yi Chen looked at him and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 20 more clone talismans appeared. The Grandmaster of Void Refinement paused, his expression changing drastically upon seeing the talisman in Yi Chen's hand. How do you still have more? Everyone was stunned. He already found the hundreds of clones incredible, and he thought the subsequent 10 clones were Yi Chen's limit. Who knew that after 10 clones there would be 10 more, and after 10 there would be 20 more? He truly experienced what despair meant. Especially after he had barely managed to kill those clones, he looked up and saw 20 nascent soul stage clones walking towards him. His Dao heart shattered at this moment. What kind of talisman cultivation does this kid practice? Chapter 113 Annihilating a Void Refinement Stage Cultivator. This woman has gone mad. Old man, are you scared now? Too late. So what if you have 1,000 years of cultivation? It's all worthless. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. A thought. 20 clones, each at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, pounced on him. Die. The clones shouted in unison. The Grandmaster of Void Refinement's face darkened, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and raise his sword to meet the challenge. I will not die here. You Junior, there's no way you could kill me. He roared madly, unleashing streaks of sword energy with his immortal sword. He nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy and overdrawn his body to unleash his final remaining power. Bang! 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 In an instant, more than 10 clones were destroyed. At this moment, he was already exhausted. Although he had reached the void refining stage, his strength was not as good as that of the peak nascent soul stage. Old man, close your eyes. Yi Chen flashed and appeared in front of the void refinement grandmaster, wielding the flying feather sword and slashing down. Put! The sword light flashed, instantly piercing through the spiritual energy shield, then struck the body, cutting into the flesh and blood, and emerging without any resistance. The chilling sword energy shredded all life. How is this possible? The Grandmaster of Void Refinement stood frozen in place, looking down at his bleeding abdomen, his eyes filled with disbelief. His own spiritual energy shield was actually pierced by a single sword strike? Feeling his life force draining away, he completely panicked. No, that's impossible. How could you, a mere nascent soul cultivator, possibly kill me? He cried out in panic, unable to accept this fact. He hurriedly took out various pills from his storage ring, hoping to save himself. My vision blurred, my body became uncontrollable, and suddenly the world spun around me, the scene before me transforming into the sky. Thump! The half of the Void Refinement Grandmaster's body fell to the ground. He was unwilling to close his eyes, but soon there was no more movement. A wisp of his primordial spirit emerged from his body. It was only the size of a palm, with a handsome appearance and a resemblance to his original body. Die! A flash of sword light. This wisp of primordial spirit instantly vanished into nothingness. Yi Chen stared coldly at the two severed bodies on the ground, breathing heavily, and muttered to himself.
Those at the Void Refinement realm are really hard to kill.
Just dealing with this early stage Void Refinement cultivator took a celestial slaying talisman and over 100 clones.
This comes at a great cost.
If he didn't have so many clones, Yi Chen might have been the one who died. He originally wanted to keep some tricks up his sleeve so he could save his life in the future, but who knew that 3 Void Refinement Grand Cultivators would suddenly appear and exhaust all his trump cards.
We'll have to get reimbursed for this debt from Lu Ruyan.
Yi Chen muttered to himself, then turned to look at Lu Ruyan, who was still undergoing her tribulation, a hint of worry flashing through his mind. Lu Ruyan looked disheveled, her breath weak, blood stained her lips, as if she would be struck dead by lightning at any moment. At this point, no one can help her. She has to get through this hurdle on her own in order to successfully enter the integration stage.
I hope it works out.
Yi Chen waved his hand and took the storage ring from the Void Refinement Grand Cultivator in front of him. Then they found the storage rings left behind by 2 other great cultivators after their deaths and took them all. These old monsters in the Void Refinement stage have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years, so they must have a lot of good stuff. This will also help offset some of the losses from selling it.
Meanwhile, the fighting on the outskirts was still raging, with both sides locked in a fierce battle.
Although the disciples of the Hahuan sect were relatively weak, they were all ready to die to protect their sect, making it difficult to determine a winner for the time being. The Void Refinement experts clashing in the Void used all their methods in an attempt to kill each other.
The Grand Elder was still worried about Lu Ruyan.
He tried to leave several times but was entangled, and he was almost in despair. 3 powerful cultivators at the Void Refinement stage stormed into the sect, and Lu Ruyan, who was undergoing her tribulation, was doomed. Everyone thought so, but they were all dumbfounded.
Something's not right. Their presence has vanished. A powerful member of the Heavenly Demon sect suddenly frowned.
The expressions on everyone else's faces also changed.
Those 3 seem to be dead.
Unable to sense any presence, and recalling the powerful sword intent within the Hahuan sect earlier, one could guess that the 3 great cultivators were likely in grave danger. The Grand Elder and the others were also stunned, somewhat incredulous. Everyone thought Lu Ruyan was doomed, but who would have thought that the 3 powerful cultivators would die first?
Who did this? Could it be Lu Ruyan? She successfully survived the tribulation? A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the powerful figures from the 3 major forces. If Lu Ruyan successfully enters the integration stage, then they will all be doomed. Impossible. The tribulation hasn't ended yet, so it's impossible for Lu Ruyan to have reached the integration stage. Someone else must have made the move. Xinling Shuang looked up at the clouds flashing with lightning not far away and said with a solemn expression. She also felt very strange at this moment. If there was no aura of a powerful figure and it wasn't Lu Ruyan, then who could have killed the 3 Void Refinement Grandmasters? Such methods should only be used by a powerful being at the integration stage. Sect Master, Lu Ruyan will probably be going through her tribulation soon. Should we retreat first? One of the Heavenly Demon sect experts was frightened and hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Xunling Shuang. If they don't leave now, they'll all die here, and it won't be the Joyful Union sect that's destroyed today, but their Heavenly Demon sect. Xunling Shuang's face darkened, and she showed no intention of leaving. She knew very well that if they withdrew now, Lu Ruyan would go to the Heavenly Demon sect to settle accounts with them once she reached the integration stage. Now, killing Lu Ruyan is their only chance to survive. We must destroy the Joyful Union sect today. If Lu Ruyan successfully breaks through to the next realm, none of us will survive. Xunling Shuang said in a deep voice. Upon hearing her say this, the powerful figures from the 3 major forces all nodded in deep agreement. We absolutely cannot let Lu Ruyan successfully break through to the next realm. She must be killed. Everyone was filled with murderous intent. However, they were all too busy to deal with Lu Ruyan at the moment. The 5 supreme elders of the Hahuan sect were well aware of Lu Ruyan's importance, and at this moment they were risking their lives to intercept the powerful figures from the 3 major forces. We held on. We'd rather die than let them pass. The Grand Elder, fearless in the face of death, unleashed an unprecedentedly terrifying power. The battle intensified, with bursts of clashing spiritual energy rings erupting in the sky. Knowing she couldn't continue this entanglement, Xunling Shuang's expression turned cold, and she immediately unleashed her secret technique. He was muttering to himself. Using blood and essence as a catalyst, and burning one's life as the price. In an instant, his cultivation level suddenly surged. Its strength is almost approaching that of the fusion stage. You actually.
The fifth elder, who was fighting her, suddenly changed his expression.
Sensing the change in Shenling Shuang's aura, he immediately felt something was wrong. This woman has gone mad.
To actually burn one's life force, this could even affect one's foundation, making any further advancement in this lifetime impossible.
Chapter 114 Bewitching Talisman. I've fallen for it.
Before he could think further, Shenling Shuang launched a fierce offensive.
Bang! Put! With a single palm strike, the fifth elder was instantly knocked down from the void. Fifth brother. The second elder, who was engaged in battle, called out anxiously, but there was no response.
Without any restraint, Shenling Shuang charged straight into the sect.
Oh no! The sect leader is in danger.
The first elder noticed Shenling Shuang's movements and his expression changed drastically.
He called out anxiously.
The other elders also realized something was wrong, but none of them could break free to stop Shenling Shuang. At this point, they were also having a tough time, and if they were distracted, their opponents might seize the opportunity to kill them on the spot. At this moment, all we could do was watch helplessly as Shenling Shuang stormed into the sect. The elders felt a chill run through them.
It's over. Lu Ruyan is doomed.
They knew better than anyone that there were no hidden experts within the sect, and they didn't know how the 3 Void Refinement Grandmasters had died.
It seems no one can save Lu Ruyan now. Inside the sect, on an open ground. Boom!
A bolt of lightning descended from the void, carrying immense pressure, like a world-destroying thunderbolt.
In an instant, several magical treasures shimmering with spiritual light flew out and blocked the wind above Lu Ruyan's head. In an instant, several magical artifacts were blasted into fragments by the lightning. The power of the heavenly lightning was also weakened, and it struck Lu Ruyan. Put! Lu Ruyan nearly fainted as her vision went black. She was almost on the verge of death. No! I can't fall.
For the sake of the sect. She gritted her teeth and persevered, her vision already blurred, yet she still refused to give up. She knew that once she fell, the Hawan sect would be finished. Life and death hang in the balance at this moment.
Come on, I can handle it.
Lu Ruyan shouted, frantically circulating her cultivation technique, her spiritual energy surging around her, and she regained her vitality.
The clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, and amidst flashes of lightning, an even more powerful heavenly thunder was brewing. The 6th bolt of heavenly lightning.
Even at the integration stage, at most, one only needs to withstand 7 lightning tribulations to succeed. Only this last bolt of heavenly lightning remains.
Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan on the open ground with a worried expression and muttered anxiously. As long as Lu Ruyan can withstand this final bolt of heavenly lightning, she can successfully enter the integration stage. No one present could rival her. Even if several peak stage void refinement cultivators join forces, they wouldn't be a match for her in a single move.
Suddenly, Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked up into the void and saw a familiar figure flying towards him.
Shenling Shuang,
the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a peak void refinement expert.
Yi Chen swallowed hard, a bad feeling creeping into his heart.
It was already difficult enough to fight against a powerful cultivator in the early stage of the void refinement realm. It was only with the help of the immortal slaying talisman that he was able to severely injure him. He currently has no talismans left to deal with void refinement stage experts, and relying solely on his clones won't buy him much time.
How could it be her? Damn it!
If Yuxuan were here, perhaps she could plead for them.
Yi Chen anxiously racked his brains for a solution.
If Shenling Shuang makes a move, he and Lu Ruyan will surely die.
How can I stop her?
That's a terrifying existence at the peak of the void refinement stage.
Yi Chen probably couldn't withstand even one palm strike from her.
Even with the bright light armor reducing the damage, he would be killed in 2 hits at most.
As Shenling Shuang drew closer, Yi Chen grew anxious. Think hard, you stubborn fool.
In the blink of an eye, Shenling Shuang arrived at the open space. Yi Chen felt a powerful pressure rushing towards him, his chest tightened, and he found it hard to breathe. It felt as if all the blood in my body had frozen. Shenling Shuang's current strength seems to be above the peak of the void refinement stage. Yi Chen looked at Shenling Shuang with a solemn expression, a sense of shock washing over him.
This woman is terrifying.
If Lu Ruyan hadn't attempted to break through to the integration realm, even though they were both at the peak of the void refinement realm, she would definitely not be a match for Shenling Shuang. At this moment, Shenling Shuang's gaze quickly swept over Lu Ruyan, who was undergoing tribulation, and then landed on Yi Chen. Upon seeing the dozen or so clones, a hint of surprise flashed in his cool eyes.
It seems unexpected that a nascent soul stage cultivator would possess such methods.
At the same time, she seemed to recognize Yi Chen, and her face immediately darkened. "You're the guy who was with Yuxuan before.
Did you bully Yuxuan?"
Shenling Shuang said in an icy tone. It was like a cold wind blowing towards Yi Chen. If Yi Chen were Wang Yuxuan's friend, she might spare his life.
But if he bullied Wang Yuxuan, Shenling Shuang would definitely kill him without hesitation to avenge her disciple.
Meeting Shenling Shuang's gaze, Yi Chen's heart trembled, his whole body turned ice cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he trembled involuntarily. He quickly shook his head in denial, saying, "Senior, please don't misunderstand, I didn't bully Yuxuan.
Yuxuan and I are doing fine. If you don't believe me, you can ask her directly. Yuxuan lives not far from here, I can take you there."
Yi Chen wanted to lure Shenling Shuang away to buy time for Lu Ruyan. However, his idea was clearly not going to work, since Shenling Shuang's purpose in coming here was to kill Lu Ruyan, so how could she possibly leave so easily?
"No need. After I kill Lu Ruyan, I will go find her myself. Since you are Yuxuan's friend, I can spare your life. Get out."
Shenling Shuang glanced at Yi Chen indifferently, not taking him seriously, letting him go as if he were an ant. Turning his head to look at Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who was undergoing her tribulation, was in a sorry state, completely like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Before the heavenly lightning struck, Shenling Shuang walked towards her step by step, her spiritual energy surging around her, preparing to kill her. Seeing this, Yi Chen was extremely anxious.
He couldn't just watch Lu Ruyan get killed and do nothing, could he? She was, after all, his woman. Let's give it our all.
Yi Chen gritted his teeth, and a talisman appeared in his hand. The moment his divine sense locked onto Shenling Shuang, he immediately crushed the talisman.
Love charm. The next second, a pink mist drifted towards Shenling Shuang, instantly enveloping her. "You're asking for it."
Shenling Shuang snorted coldly, and released her spiritual power to disperse the smoke.
Her gaze turned icy as she looked at Yi Chen.
Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and for a moment he felt like he was going to die. My heart was in my throat. A love charm can instantly bewitch a target, causing them to fall into a state of arousal and completely lose their reason. Even cultivators below the peak of the integration stage would be affected, so why is it that only Shenling Shuang, who is in the void refinement stage, is completely unharmed?
That shouldn't be the case. Yi Chen began to have doubts.
Just then, Shenling Shuang's face flushed, her body burned, and a hint of allure appeared in her icy gaze as she stared at Yi Chen with a dreamy look.
"What's going on?" Shenling Shuang shook her head, sensing something was wrong. "What kind of poison is this? I am at the peak of the void refinement realm, how could I possibly fall for this?"
She realized there was something wrong with that wisp of pink smoke earlier. At this moment, her consciousness gradually blurred, her mind filled with pure desire.
"That's not poison," Yi Chen explained. Seeing Shenling Shuang's expression, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "This is in the bag. If it's not poison, then what is it?"
Shenling Shuang asked in confusion.
Yi Chen glanced at her and said calmly, "An aphrodisiac." "Shenling Shuang? I kill you."
The way she looked at Yi Chen was strange. She angrily rebuked him. Even as she was about to kill Yi Chen, she suddenly dove into his arms. At that moment, she completely lost her mind, leaving only primal desires.
"You want me." Chapter 115. It's okay for me to sacrifice myself.
Yi Chen held Shenling Shuang in his arms, his heart pounding wildly. This was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the void refinement stage. If the other party suddenly regained consciousness, they could kill him with a single palm strike.
What should we do? The effects of the love charm won't last long.
If Lu Ruyan can't survive the tribulation in time, the two of them will still die. In her rage, Shenling Shuang would probably beat him to a pulp. Yi Chen lowered his head, looking at Shenling Shuang so close to him. Her exquisite face was flushed with a blush. The once icy beauty had suddenly become alluring and seductive, every smile and gesture incredibly tempting. Shenling Shuang clutched Yi Chen's clothes, her breath sweet and fragrant, her body burning with an unbearable heat. Her expression was slightly pained, and she looked at him pleadingly.
It looked like a scorching fireball about to explode. Feeling the warmth emanating from his arms, Yi Chen's heart stirred. Who could resist such a charming and beautiful woman?
Yi Chen gritted his teeth, glanced at Lu Ruyan who was undergoing tribulation, and made a bold decision in his heart.
Sect Master, I did all this for you. I guess I'll have to sacrifice myself. After saying this, Yi Chen left the remaining clones to protect Lu Ruyan, while he swept the currently aroused Qianling Shuang up in his arms and turned to walk into the main hall behind him. Bang! The heavy door closed. Yi Chen strode into the side hall and tossed Qianling Shuang, whom he was carrying, onto the bed. The place is still a mess. Previously, Lu Ruyan had shown signs of a breakthrough during her dual cultivation, and hurriedly put on her clothes and ran out to undergo her tribulation, without even having time to tidy up. Yi Chen was still full of energy at the moment. The 6-flavor Emperor pill he had taken earlier was still taking effect, continuously restoring his vitality. With a wave of his hand, a pill radiating spiritual energy appeared. Heart-melting pill. Whether I live or die depends on you. Yi Chen looked at the pill in his hand, muttered something, and then immediately put it in his mouth and swallowed it. He had previously won Wan Yuxuan's heart completely with just 2 heart harmony pills. Unfortunately, he only has 1 harmony pill left, and he doesn't have absolute confidence that he can conquer Qianling Shuang. What a pity, if only there were 1 more harmony pill. Hopefully, this woman won't kill him when she wakes up. Yi Chen silently offered a prayer, then looked up at Qianling Shuang on the bed. At this moment, the effects of the love charm had fully taken hold. Qianling Shuang rolled around on the bed with a flushed face, desperately tearing at her clothes, showing that she was in great discomfort. Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's gaze, Qianling Shuang suddenly lunged at him like a madwoman. Come on, come quickly. Please. Hurry up, okay? Qianling Shuang pleaded desperately. Seeing this, Yi Chen thought to himself that the love charm was truly powerful. Even a peak-stage void refinement cultivator had instantly turned into a wanton woman. Senior Shen, you begged me for this, you can't go back on your word later. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen picked up Qianling Shuang and crawled into the bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. A cold, warning message flashed by. Yi Chen was taken aback and muttered in surprise. Qianling Shuang also has a heavenly grade spiritual root? Considering that the other party was the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect and a great cultivator at the peak of the void refinement stage, it was reasonable for him to possess a heavenly grade spiritual root. Without talent, one could not have achieved what one has today. We really struck gold this time. Hopefully, it'll drop some good stuff. Yi Chen looked down at Qianling Shuang, and a series of thoughts suddenly welled up in his mind. This is a rare opportunity. It's even rarer to be both talented and stunning. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial slaying talisman. Hearing the chilling prompts flashing through his mind, Yi Chen was overjoyed and instantly became excited. Immortal slaying talisman. Finally, another one has appeared. I don't know if it's because of Qianling Shuang's newbie aura, but she dropped a lot of good stuff on Yi Chen all at once. The value of a single immortal slaying talisman is equivalent to having an extra life. A surge of heat rose in Yi Chen's heart, his gaze fixed intently on the alluring Qianling Shuang. If only I could have a sword spirit talisman. Before the effects of the love charm wore off, he decided to give it another shot. At the same time, also for the sake of his own life, he wanted to maximize the effects of the heart harmony pill and subdue Qianling Shuang. That way, once Qianling Shuang regains consciousness, she won't harbor any more murderous intent towards him. Outside the main hall, Lu Ruyan desperately circulated her cultivation technique to restore her spiritual power in order to fight against the terrifying heavenly lightning that was about to descend. Although she was focused on overcoming her tribulation, her divine sense was still able to perceive everything happening around her. Previously, when Yi Chen was fighting 3 void refinement grandmasters alone, Lu Ruyan was worried that he might be in danger, and almost gave up her own breakthrough to save Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen had many methods to kill the 3 void refinement cultivators. When Qianling Shuang arrived, Lu Ruyan was also nervous, only to see Yi Chen use a love charm to bewitch Qianling Shuang. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's cheeks felt hot, and she thought to herself. How could he even think of that? Giving a void refinement cultivator an aphrodisiac. This kid really hasn't changed his lecherous ways. Logically speaking, given Qianling Shuang's cultivation level, she shouldn't have been affected. This also secretly alarmed Lu Ruyan. This kid's methods were endless, and he certainly had many secrets hidden within him. Hopefully, this kid can manage to seduce Qianling Shuang. This way, the Hawan sect might gain another expert at the void refinement realm.
Lu Ruyan muttered to herself. Not only was she not jealous, she was actually quite looking forward to it. She didn't care at all about becoming best friends with Shenling Shuang. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky.
Boom! Lu Ruyan was startled.
Without thinking, she quickly summoned several magical treasures. At the same time, quickly strengthen your own defenses to counter the heavenly lightning.
Boom!
The next second, terrifying heavenly lightning descended, piercing through several magical artifacts in succession, and striking Lu Ruyan hard.
Countless tiny lightning bolts coursed through Lu Ruyan's body, causing her immense pain. Ah! Lu Ruyan cried out in distress.
Just as she withstood the damage from the heavenly lightning and thought she was about to successfully transcend the tribulation, she discovered that her cultivation level had not changed. Looking up suddenly, the clouds gathered in the sky had not dispersed.
Within the clouds flashing with lightning, an even more powerful bolt of thunder was brewing. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan was startled.
She originally thought that she could successfully pass the tribulation by enduring 7 heavenly lightning bolts, but who would have thought that there would be an 8th heavenly lightning bolt? Without time to think, Lu Ruyan quickly adjusted her state and prepared to continue to withstand the heavenly lightning. Now that things have come to this, she can't give up. She must go all out to have any hope of success.
If they fail, not only will she die, but the entire Hahuan sect will perish. Chapter 116 Danger. Another love charm explodes. Outside the Hahuan sect, above the void. With the 5th elder's fate unknown and Shenling Shuang's attack on Lu Ruyan escalating, the 4 grand elders went into a frenzy, fighting recklessly. Today, you will all die.
The grand elder had given up hope, feeling that Lu Ruyan and the Hahuan sect were beyond saving, so he went all out and fought to the death with the 3 void refinement grand cultivators in front of him.
Bang! Put!
He immediately struck a void refinement grandmaster with a palm strike, sending him flying. Startled, the other 2 quickly switched from offense to defense, summoning their magical treasures to protect themselves. They only dared to entangle the Grand Elder, but dared not launch an attack. The other powerful figures did the same, doing their best to delay and buy time for Shenling Shuang.
As soon as Lu Ruyan dies, the Hahuan sect will surely be thrown into chaos.
When Shenling Shuang, at the peak of the void refinement stage, returns, she will be able to easily kill the remaining supreme elders of the Joyful Union sect.
Only.
The dark clouds of lightning in the distant void still hadn't dissipated, which puzzled everyone.
Strangeness. How come Lu Ruyan is still alive? With sect leader Shen personally taking action, she should be dead for sure.
A grandmaster of the void refinement stage asked in confusion. Seeing that the elders of the Hahuan sect were becoming more and more courageous in battle, they were now somewhat afraid.
If they keep fighting, they might all perish together. Right now, everyone is hoping that Shenling Shuang can come back to help soon. The sect leader's aura hasn't disappeared. He's still within the Hahuan sect. Why hasn't she made a move yet? What are we waiting for?
The powerful figures of the heavenly demon sect were also puzzled and grew increasingly anxious while waiting. For a moment, they all suspected that Shenling Shuang was colluding with the Hahuan sect and deliberately trying to harm them.
Not only them, but even the 4 supreme elders of the Hahuan sect were dumbfounded.
I initially thought Lu Ruyan was going to die, but I can still sense her presence, and she's still undergoing her tribulation.
Shenling Shuang didn't kill her? The sect leader is still alive. What exactly is going on? Could it be that some senior is secretly protecting the sect leader? While fighting desperately, the several elders of the Hahuan sect secretly communicated with each other.
Speaking of senior figures, these individuals are all considered elders of the Hahuan sect, and it's unheard of for the sect to have any hidden powerhouses.
Surely it couldn't have been Lu Ruyan who did it herself.
The elder was suddenly startled, and a figure flashed through his mind.
Could it be that kid? That's impossible. He's only at the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly defeat Shenling Shuang?
He immediately thought of Yi Chen, but quickly dismissed the idea.
Inside a grand hall.
Shenling Shuang's eyes were glazed over, her face was flushed, and her consciousness was gradually returning.
You asshole.
A flash of anger crossed her eyes as she looked at Yi Chen. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen was immediately startled, fearing that Shenling Shuang might suddenly attack and kill him.
Given Shenling Shuang's cultivation level, he wouldn't have time to escape at all.
Why does the love charm's effect last so short?
This is going to get me killed.
Yi Chen muttered to himself with a bitter face, his heart pounding with panic. Beneath him was a delicate and beautiful woman, but also a murderous enemy. The effects of the heart harmony pill last for 3 hours, but the love charm obviously cannot last that long. If Xinling Shuang regains her senses prematurely, she will still harbor immense hatred for Yi Chen and will inevitably resort to murder.
What to do? What to do?
Yi Chen's mind raced, but he didn't stop. While Xinling Shuang hadn't fully regained her senses, he could still try to utilize the effects of the harmony pill to minimize her hostility towards him.
This is practically a gamble. Unless.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a bold idea sprouting in his mind. If they escape now, Xinling Shuang might not catch up, but Lu Ruyan, who is still undergoing tribulation outside, will definitely die. If he gritted his teeth and tried his best, and managed to get a love charm, then he could be saved. Yi Chen glanced down at Xinling Shuang, who was filled with resentment. Her state was constantly switching between anger and confusion.
She tried to regain consciousness, but couldn't control it. Yi Chen knew that he didn't have much time left. Let's give it our all. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. A series of cold, discreet notification sounds flashed through his mind. Yi Chen's heart also turned cold. Not only did I not get the bewitching charm, I didn't get any high-level rewards either.
Having previously obtained a celestial slaying talisman, has my good luck run out? Even if I don't have a love charm, a sword spirit charm will do. At least it would allow him to suppress Xinling Shuang. Yi Chen was inwardly groaning, almost to the point of despair. As the effects of the love charm faded, Xinling Shuang's rationality gradually returned. You little brat, you're dead meat. I'm going to kill you. How dare you treat me like this?
Xinling Shuang stared intently at Yi Chen, her killing intent radiating.
Gurgle.
Yi Chen was startled, and his expression changed drastically. Especially when he met Xinling Shuang's gaze, he felt as if the blood in his body had instantly frozen.
This woman wants to kill him. Spicy.
Yi Chen hurriedly explained.
Senior Shin, you can't wrong me.
We agreed on this beforehand. We can't go back on our word after we've already done it.
You asked for it yourself, I didn't force you. He was trying to reason with Xinling Shuang.
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xinling Shuang seemed to remember something, a flash of embarrassment and anger crossing her face, and her gaze towards Yi Chen became even more furious.
That was just the nonsense I uttered after I was affected. It's your fault that I become I'm going to kill you.
Xinling Shuang was furious and wanted to kill someone, but her body wouldn't obey her commands. The last vestiges of the bewitching talisman were still controlling her reason, preventing her from acting immediately. He could only glare at Yi Chen with shame and indignation, waiting for the effect to wear off before killing him immediately. Yi Chen felt a sharp blade pressed against his neck, chilling him to the bone, threatening to sever his head at any moment. Life and death are gradually slipping out of my control. At this point, he wouldn't even have time to escape. If it weren't for the effect of the heart harmony pill, Xinling Shuang's anger would likely have been even greater, and she might have broken through the seal of the bewitching talisman at any moment.
For a fleeting moment, Yi Chen regretted making the bet.
If he had chosen to run away earlier, he would definitely be safe by now. He could enjoy himself, but he didn't want to die.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a love charm.
Chapter 117. It's time for you to be afraid. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a love charm. A cold, discreet notification sound flashed. Yi Chen was stunned, momentarily wondering if he had misheard.
Is it an auditory hallucination?
Yi Chen swallowed nervously, his divine sense entering his storage ring. Upon seeing that familiar talisman, an excited smile immediately spread across his face.
Love charm. It really is a love charm. Ha 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 ha.
There's hope. From despair to a new beginning, Yi Chen's heart also went through a roller coaster ride. At this moment, the way he looked down at Xinling Shuang was much more confident, without the fear he had shown before.
What are you going to do?
Xinling Shuang was startled, and a sense of foreboding immediately filled her heart.
This kid's suspicious.
Yi Chen didn't answer, but instead took out the bewitching talisman from his storage ring, a smile playing on his lips.
Senior Shin, I hope you can maintain this composure later. Xinling Shuang? What do you mean?
When she saw the love charm in Yi Chen's hand, her expression changed drastically. She was very familiar with this thing.
I was poisoned because of this talisman. No, you can't. You can't do this. Kid, believe me or not, I'll annihilate your soul and spirit. Xinling Shuang became anxious and immediately glared at Yi Chen, warning him. She knew very well how terrifying this talisman was, and that she was utterly powerless to resist it. Yi Chen looked at her and crushed the love charm in his hand without hesitation. He wouldn't believe a single word Xinling Shuang said. Now this woman must be sober and would definitely kill him. To protect himself, Yi Chen had to do this. In an instant, the love charm transformed into a wisp of pink smoke and drifted toward Xinling Shuang, instantly captivating her. The next second, Xinling Shuang quieted down, instantly becoming alluring and seductive. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at Yi Chen, her body burning with unbearable heat. Want? The chilling killing intent vanished without a trace, and Yi Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Call. That was close. I almost died. Yi Chen's back was covered in cold sweat. He had truly panicked just now. If he had been even a fraction slower, and Xinling Shuang had regained control of her body, she could have easily killed him. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to obtain a love charm at a crucial moment, which allowed him to survive. Yi Chen looked down at the beautiful and charming Xinling Shuang, and his expression immediately darkened. Xinling Shuang, I'll teach you to be arrogant. You still want to kill me? Did you murder your husband? Humph, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. He snorted coldly, determined to vent his anger. I was terrified just now, so what's wrong with teaching her a lesson? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Another high-level clone talisman appeared, and Yi Chen was immediately overjoyed. During the previous battle with the Grandmaster of Void Refinement, he had almost exhausted the supplies in his storage ring. He had used up all the dozens of clone talismans he had accumulated, which made him extremely distressed. Fortunately, supplies have been gradually replenished. As long as he weathers this crisis and the Hahuan sect recovers, his comfortable life will be secure. Lu Ruyan might arrange for him to train another 100 or 80 female disciples. As long as his body can handle it, he can have as many rewards as he wants. Outside the main hall, Lu Ruyan was subjected to the baptism of the 8th heavenly lightning. Rumble. The terrifying lightning bolt descended from the sky like a purple water column, which was quite frightening to look at. Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly. Ignoring her concern for the lost magical treasures, she threw all the magical artifacts from her storage ring out. A series of spiritual lights flashed in mid-air. Various defensive magical artifacts were radiating their own light, forming powerful protective layers. But the next second, the heavenly lightning pierced through these magical artifacts. Boom! 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 With almost no hindrance, all 10 plus magical artifacts were destroyed. A bolt of lightning struck Lu Ruyan. Ah! Lu Ruyan felt as if all the meridians in her body had become her own. The excruciating pain almost made her faint. Snap! Snap! After enduring the pain, she heard a series of crisp sounds coming from her body. It's like something broke and then grew back. The next second, Lu Ruyan's aura suddenly surged, and her body radiated a colorful glow, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Boom! As soon as Lu Ruyan stood up and stretched, the ground beneath her feet rumbled. It's done! Is this the fusion stage? She felt the changes within herself and was overjoyed. I finally made it through. Overjoyed, she also restrained her outward spiritual power to avoid shattering her dwelling. Besides, Yi Chen and Xinling Shuang are still inside. Lu Ruyan glanced back at the tightly closed hall, a subtle emotion flickering in her heart. This kid's actually pretty capable. That woman, Xinling Shuang, got off easy. She was well aware of the benefits of dual cultivation with Yi Chen. It could rapidly improve one's cultivation level. If things go well, Xinling Shuang might even be able to reach the integration realm after this battle. Lu Ruyan had no time to think and immediately charged towards the void outside the sect. None of today's invading enemies will escape. This is the aura of the integration stage. Oh no, Lu Ruyan has successfully transcended her tribulation. She's here. Run! The Void Refinement Grand Cultivators who were fighting on the outskirts of the sect changed their expressions drastically upon sensing the sect's powerful aura. The lightning clouds in the void had dissipated, and with that powerful aura, even a fool would know that Lu Ruyan had broken through.
If they don't run now, they're all doomed. The powerful figures from the three major forces panicked. Even combined, they were no match for a nascent soul stage expert. At this moment, I deeply regret coming to besiege the Hahuan sect.
What exactly is Shenling Shuang doing? Why wasn't Lu Ruyan killed? If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have come today.
The experts from the Thousand Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect were so enraged that they cursed loudly. They held off the supreme elder of the Hahuan sect outside, but Shenling Shuang had been inside the sect for so long and still hadn't killed Lu Ruyan.
Wasn't that just sabotaging their team? What danger could a powerful cultivator undergoing tribulation face?
Not only did they not understand, but even the powerful figures of the Heavenly Demon sect did not understand. Seeing that Shenling Shuang hadn't come out yet, everyone ignored her and immediately turned and fled. Disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect, heed my command.
Retreat immediately. Disciples of the Thousand Feather sect, run. Disciples of the Spirit Water sect, leave immediately.
Before fleeing, these powerful figures all urged their respective sect disciples to escape, lest their sect's elite be lost here.
Want to leave? Not so easy.
The elders shouted in a deep voice, immediately stopping the two Void Refinement Grandmasters who had been fighting him for a long time. He was the one who wanted to leave before, but the other party wouldn't let him. Now he can't let the other party get away so easily. Lu Ruyan's successful breakthrough dispelled the gloom in their hearts, and the several supreme elders of the Hahuan sect were overjoyed. Their initial despair turned into joy. They swiftly intercepted the fleeing Void Refinement cultivators, waiting only for Lu Ruyan to arrive so they could settle accounts with them completely. At this moment, offense and defense have diverged.
Chapter 118. The integration stage cultivator made a move and completely suppressed the enemy.
7 nascent soul cultivators from the 3 major powers were frantically trying to escape, but they were held back by 4 supreme elders of the Joyful Union sect, forcing them to fight their way out.
The next second, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped them. Do you think the Hahuan sect is a place where you can come and go as you please?
A chilling voice rang out, sending shivers down one's spine.
The expressions of the 7 Void Refinement Grandmasters changed drastically in an instant. Oh no, Lu Ruyan is here. Such a powerful aura. It's over.
Before they could react, their blood seemed to freeze, and they suddenly stood still in midair.
Put. Put. Put.
Several people coughed up a mouthful of blood, and their breaths immediately became weak and feeble.
Is this the power of the integration stage? Unbelievable. A Void Refinement Grand Cultivator exclaimed with a grim expression. No, that's not right. Lu Ruyan's strength seems to be stronger than that of a typical nascent soul cultivator, another person said. Could it be the previous heavenly lightning? Lu Ruyan endured a stronger lightning tribulation, so her strength has also become stronger after the breakthrough? Another Void Refinement Grand Cultivator asked hesitantly. They were completely immobilized under Lu Ruyan's oppressive aura and had no power to resist. They were all terrified. 2 of the peak Void Refinement cultivators were puzzled. They were only one step away from the integration stage, and even if they were no match for the other, they should not have been suppressed to this extent. The only possibility is that Lu Ruyan's integration stage is different from ordinary people, stronger than others of the same realm. As she pondered, Lu Ruyan appeared before everyone. Greetings, Sect Master. Congratulations, Sect Master, on your successful breakthrough. The sect leader has broken through to the integration stage, truly a cause for celebration. The moment the elders saw Lu Ruyan, they immediately offered their congratulations with joyful expressions, their demeanor becoming even more respectful. In the cultivation world, the strong are respected, especially since Lu Ruyan is the sect leader. In the past, when their cultivation level was higher than Lu Ruyan's, they could still act like powerful figures. Now that Lu Ruyan's cultivation level surpasses theirs, they dare not show the slightest disrespect. Lu Ruyan looked at them and nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, elders. These people are for me to deal with." She felt grateful. If it weren't for the several elders risking their lives to resist these nascent soul cultivators, her and Yi Chen's situation would have been even more dangerous. Lu Ruyan, don't be so arrogant. A Grandmaster of the Void Refinement stage shouted indignantly. If the few of us join forces, we might be able to exhaust your spiritual power. You alone wouldn't be able to kill all 7 of us so easily. 1 against 7, that's an absolute humiliation for them. These Void Refinement Grandmasters had never suffered such humiliation.
At this moment, they inevitably faced Lu Ruyan, who had entered the integration stage, and neither of them was willing to submit. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked at them, a cold glint flashing in her clear eyes, and said indifferently,
"Is that so? Killing you all shouldn't be that difficult, right?" She didn't take these several void refinement cultivators seriously at all. Before breaking through to the fusion stage, she might have had some reservations, but now she has absolute confidence that she can kill them. Lu Ruyan waved her hand, dispelling the oppressive aura that had been trapping the group, giving them a moment to catch their breath. The next second, she pointed a finger, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. Bang! The void refinement grand cultivator who had spoken out in anger earlier was instantly blown into a cloud of bloody mist. His primordial spirit also vanished into thin air in an instant. Hiss! Everyone present who witnessed the scene gasped in shock, their hearts pounding with fear, their minds going completely blank. They knew Lu Ruyan had become very strong, but they never imagined she would be this strong. With a single finger, he annihilated a mid-stage void refinement cultivator. Even if there's a significant difference in their cultivation levels, it's impossible for them to kill each other so easily. In the cultivation world, those at the void refinement stage are already powerful enough to roam freely, but now they are being killed as easily as if they were chickens. The remaining 6 void refinement cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, and their gazes towards Lu Ruyan changed. They felt no different from ants in front of Lu Ruyan, and a deep sense of powerlessness rose within them. How is this possible? He just died like that? A void refinement grand cultivator said in a terrified voice. Such amazing finger technique. Lu Ruyan is incredibly powerful. Another void refinement grandmaster exclaimed in shock. He immediately realized the gap between them. It was like heaven and earth, incomparable. Run! Run! Everyone finally realized that, let alone resisting, even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lu Ruyan's single finger. They might all die before Lu Ruyan even runs out of spiritual energy. What's the difference between this and being sent to your death as cannon fodder? Their cultivation was arduous, and they naturally didn't want to perish here. If they died, their sect would be shattered. Trying to run? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and raised her hand again. 6 paths annihilation finger. A delicate shout. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically, and the world turned upside down. A finger imbued with spiritual energy pierced through the air and crashed down. Instantly locked onto the aura of those 6 void refinement grand cultivators. No. No. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Lu Ruyan, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. These void refinement cultivators cried out in terror. Boom. With a deafening roar, 6 void refinement grandmasters died instantly, their primordial spirits instantly captured by Lu Ruyan the moment they left their bodies. You won't let me go? Then you might as well not be a ghost. Lu Ruyan said coldly. With a little force, he extinguished the primordial spirits of several people. The elders who were not far away were all apprehensive when they saw this scene. They were both surprised and afraid. The joy stems from the fact that the Joyful Union sect has gained a powerful cultivator at the integration stage. The fear arises from witnessing a great cultivator of the same realm being so easily annihilated, which inevitably instills dread. However, they all knew that Lu Ruyan would not attack them, so they were not too worried. A hint of fatigue flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. She had just used swift and decisive methods to kill 7 void refinement grand cultivators, which had consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. He turned around and looked at the several elders. The rest of the matter will be handled by the elders. If any of the 3 major sects have exceptionally talented female disciples, their lives may be spared. Of the powerful figures who came to attack the Hahuan sect this time, all except Shenling Shuang perished. The rest were elders and elite disciples from the 3 major powers. The strongest among them was only at the nascent soul stage, and the few grand elders at the void refinement stage were more than capable of handling them. Yes, sect master. The elders immediately responded. With the fall of the strongest figures from the 3 major forces, the elite disciples who had initially held the upper hand began to crumble. Chapter 119, after conquering, he let go of his killing intent. The Heavenly Demon sect has mobilized its entire force this time, resulting in the heaviest casualties. Elders of the Heavenly Demon sect who attempted to resist were immediately suppressed by the Supreme Elder of the Joyful Union sect. The situation that followed was completely one-sided. The offensive by the 3 major forces ended in defeat without any doubt. These elders and disciples either chose to surrender or were killed on the spot. Very few escaped. At this moment, their minds were filled with questions. Where did the sect leader go? Why has the sect leader, who was at the peak of the void refinement stage, disappeared? Many disciples of the heavenly demon sect still held high hopes for Shenling Shuang, but those hopes gradually turned into despair. Even after their complete defeat, Shenling Shuang never appeared. Their leader seems to have abandoned them. This led many of the elite disciples of the heavenly demon sect to give up resistance and choose to surrender. They lost the will to continue fighting. At the same time, inside a main hall of the Hahuan sect, Shenling Shuang has lost all her strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a harmony pill. A series of cold, beeping notification sounds flashed by. Even if Yi Chen obtained a high-level clone talisman, he would not be moved in the slightest. The moment he heard He Xin Dan, his eyes widened abruptly, and he instantly became agitated. Really? Heart-melting pill? I've obtained another harmony pill? Yi Chen murmured to himself with delight, wondering if he was hallucinating because he was so eager to obtain the heart harmony pill. He quickly found the He Xin Dan in his storage ring, confirming he hadn't misheard. His mood instantly improved, and an excited smile spread across his face. With this heart harmony pill, he was absolutely certain he could completely conquer Shenling Shuang. At least we don't have to worry about the other person killing us after regaining consciousness. Shenling Shuang is much more obedient now. Thanks to the effects of the previous heart harmony pill, she has gradually let go of her hatred for Yi Chen and no longer has any thoughts of killing him. However, to make Shenling Shuang completely infatuated with Yi Chen, she would need the help of a harmony pill. At the same time, Yi Chen also sensed that Lu Ruyan had successfully transcended her tribulation and entered the integration stage, and her strength was enough to suppress Shenling Shuang. But after all, Shenling Shuang was now considered his woman, and over time they had developed feelings for each other, so he couldn't help but feel reluctant to see her killed. If he could completely win over Shenling Shuang and keep her by his side, it would be a good thing for both him and the Hahuan sect. This is why Yi Chen is giving it his all right now. He wasn't doing this for his own enjoyment, everything he did was for the sect. It's truly good when everyone is doing well. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've achieved a perfect score on your first try. Would you like to spend 100,000 spirit stones to increase the probability of your offspring's aptitude? After the upgrade, there is a 100% probability of obtaining a heavenly grade spiritual root. There is a 20% probability that it is a divine grade spiritual root. There's a 1 in 1,000 chance it's an ancient, top grade spiritual root. A cold, warning message flashed by. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and chose to consume spirit stones without hesitation. 100,000 spirit stones is not a small amount, but Yi Chen is not short of spirit stones now. Moreover, Shenling Shuang possesses a heavenly grade spiritual root, and her offspring are guaranteed to have heavenly grade spiritual roots as well. Such opportunities are rare. Ding! 100,000 spirit stones deducted. Congratulations, host. You have successfully increased the probability of your offspring's talent. At this point, the effects of the bewitching talisman gradually wore off, and the heart harmony pill was almost at its limit. Yi Chen watched as Shenling Shuang slowly regained her senses and came to her senses, and he was still a little nervous. Is this woman planning to kill him again? While thinking about it, she started to put on her clothes. If he realizes something is wrong, he should turn and run, perhaps then he'll still have a chance to survive. With Lu Ruyan's help from outside, I believe Shenling Shuang won't be able to cause any big trouble. A moment later, when Shenling Shuang fully regained consciousness and turned to look at Yi Chen, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. You bad person, how could you bully someone like this? I'm at least your senior, aren't I? She spoke with a shy expression. Her delicate demeanor was like a melting iceberg, a tenderness I had never seen before. There was no trace of anger or murderous intent on Shenling Shuang's face anymore. Yi Chen finally relaxed, letting out a long breath. He was finally safe. I couldn't help but marvel at the incredible effects of the He Xin Dan. Even a great cultivator at the peak of the void refinement stage can have their mind completely changed. Yi Chen confidently stepped forward and pulled Shenling Shuang into his arms. What, senior? From now on, you're my woman, Yi Chen's woman. Shenling Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and a blush rose to her cheeks, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she nestled obediently in Yi Chen's arms, savoring the warmth.
The heavenly demon sect master, who was cold and aloof and exuded an intense aura of oppression in front of outsiders, was now like a docile kitten in front of Yi Chen. If the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were to see this, they would be utterly astonished. Even if word got out, probably no one would believe it. Not good. How is the battle going outside? Are the disciples of the heavenly demon sect still fighting? Xinling Shuang then remembered that her purpose in coming here was to attack the Hahuan sect, but she had ended up being unable to extricate herself from the allure of pleasure. At this moment, I can't help but worry about the safety of the sect's disciples. Yi Chen shook his head. He wasn't sure what the situation was outside either, but the fighting had stopped for a long time, and no disciples from the three major forces had stormed in, which was enough to say a lot. The experts and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Thousand Feather Sect, and Spirit Water Sect must have all been defeated. Our sect leader has successfully broken through to the integration stage. With a nascent soul stage expert like Lu Ruyan intervening, the forces of the three major powers are destined to be defeated. What? Lu Ruyan successfully transcended her tribulation? No, I have to go find them. Xinling Shuang said anxiously. Although she has now let go of her hostility towards Yi Chen, she is still the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and naturally, she is worried about the sect elders and disciples. She hurriedly put on her clothes and was about to go out when Yi Chen grabbed her arm. Don't panic, calm down. The battle is over, there's no point in you going out. The surviving disciples have probably all been captured by the Hahuan sect. With your cultivation level, you are no match for our sect leader. Going there would only be suicide. Why not think about both sides shaking hands and making peace, and ending this conflict? Yi Chen looked at Xinling Shuang in front of him and said with a serious expression. He was a disciple of the Hahuan sect, and Xinling Shuang was now his woman. Naturally, he didn't want the two families to continue fighting, as it would benefit no one. Hearing Yi Chen's words of advice, Xinling Shuang gradually calmed down, her face full of worry, not knowing what to do. Chapter 120 Give the child some face. If Lu Ruyan hadn't successfully transcended her tribulation, with her peak void refinement cultivation, she might have been able to fight the Joyful Union sect to the death. But now that Lu Ruyan has reached the nascent soul stage, she is no match for her at all. Acting impulsively will only lead to her death. Then what should I do? Are we just going to stand by and watch our sect be destroyed? I absolutely cannot abandon those disciples. Xinling Shuang said helplessly, unable to let go of the sect's disciples. This is her responsibility as the sect leader, and she is not afraid to die for it. Why don't you stay here for now, and I'll go and talk to the sect leader? Yi Chen hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. You? Xinling Shuang paused for a moment, looking at Yi Chen hesitantly, seemingly not quite believing that Lu Ruyan would listen to him. Lu Ruyan probably won't let this go so easily, will she? She will never let my Heavenly Demon Sect disciple go easily, she said with a worried expression. After all, it was the Heavenly Demon Sect that started the war first, joining forces with the Thousand Feather Sect and the Spirit Water Sect to attack the Joyful Union Sect. Now that they've lost, the Joyful Union Sect will definitely hate the Heavenly Demon Sect to the core, and might even take the opportunity to destroy the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, naturally aware that things were not so simple. After all, the Heavenly Demon Sect had always been a major threat to the Joyful Union Sect, and they would never let go of the opportunity to eliminate them now that they had it. If we let the Heavenly Demon Sect go this time, it might sow the seeds of future trouble. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at Xinling Shuang and said, I do have an idea. Xinling Shuang's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, what idea? At this moment, she placed all her hopes on Yi Chen. Meeting Xinling Shuang's gaze, Yi Chen spoke with a serious expression. After this battle, almost all of the Heavenly Demon Sect's experts perished, and the sect's strength plummeted, perhaps even falling below that of a third-rate sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect must have many enemies. Even if the Joyful Union Sect lets this go, these forces will certainly not let this opportunity pass and launch a revenge attack on the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect will surely be destroyed in no time. In my opinion, it would be better to have all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect submit to the Joyful Union Sect, so that they can become one. This would make both sides stronger and give them a foothold in the southern wilderness. This will also prevent the disciples of the two sects from continuing to fight, and allow the captured Heavenly Demon Sect disciples to escape danger. Xinling Shuang paused for a moment, frowned slightly, and looked at Yi Chen in front of her. To make the Heavenly Demon Sect submit to the Joyful Union Sect? This. She was slightly embarrassed. While this would preserve the sect's disciples, it also meant the annihilation of the heavenly demon sect. As the sect leader, she naturally faced a difficult decision. No one wants their sect's 1,000-year-old foundation to be destroyed like this. In the past, Xinling Shuang would never have even considered it, but now that the heavenly demon sect is weak and all its powerful members have perished, it has no right to bargain. If she doesn't agree, then the disciples captured by the Hahuan sect will certainly not be released easily. Even if she returns to the Tianma sect, it will be an empty shell, existing in name only. Hiss. Xinling Shuang took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. If the Joyful Union sect agrees to accept my Heavenly Demon sect disciples, I am willing to lead the Heavenly Demon sect to submit to the Joyful Union sect.
But, will Lu Ruyan listen to what you say?
She looked at Yi Chen with a suspicious expression.
It's not enough for her to agree. Lu Ruyan also needs to give her her approval.
After all, there must be many people in the Hahuan sect who hate the Tianma sect.
If it weren't for Lu Ruyan's promise, even if they joined them, they would definitely be purged.
Upon hearing Xinling Shuang's words, Yi Chen immediately replied seriously. I can't guarantee it, but I will try my best to persuade them.
If the sect leader disagrees, I will ensure your safe departure from the Hahuan sect. I can do that. He wasn't lying.
If the negotiations really broke down, Yi Chen could use a teleportation talisman to send Xinling Shuang away and ensure her safety.
Good. I trust you. Xinling Shuang nodded and looked at Yi Chen. She thought of Yi Chen's cultivation level. His status within the Hahuan sect must not be low.
Besides, Yi Chen had saved Lu Ruyan several times before, so there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yi Chen didn't delay and immediately got up and walked out of the main hall, intending to have a good talk with Lu Ruyan and turn hostility into friendship.
Yeah.
As Yi Chen walked out of the main hall, wondering where to look for Lu Ruyan, a familiar figure quietly appeared in front of him. Lu Ruyan concealed her presence, looking at Yi Chen with a half smile, her eyes filled with amusement.
You're quite the ladies' man, kid. You even slept with the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. I don't know whether to say you're brave or reckless.
Hearing this, Yi Chen helplessly shrugged and gave a wry smile.
You can't say that. I'm doing this for the sect, isn't it to protect the sect leader? Lu Ruyan knew the situation was urgent. If Yi Chen hadn't fallen for Xinling Shuang, she might have died before successfully transcending her tribulation. It can be said that Yi Chen saved her life, and more than once. Yi Chen didn't explain further, and immediately got down to business with Lu Ruyan in front of him. He recounted to Lu Ruyan all the things he had discussed with Xinling Shuang. Sect Master, what is your opinion? Yi Chen asked with an expectant look on his face.
Both of them were his women, and Yi Chen naturally didn't want them to continue fighting so desperately.
Lu Ruyan snorted coldly.
It's good that she knows what's good for her, otherwise I would have definitely destroyed their Heavenly Demon sect.
With her current strength, she certainly has the ability to do so.
However, Lu Ruyan was clearly also very interested in annexing the Heavenly Demon sect, which would undoubtedly strengthen the Joyful Union sect and give it a chance to return to the ranks of Holy Lands in the future.
Yi Chen, after this, will Xinling Shuang conceive your child? Lu Ruyan suddenly asked. These seemingly unrelated questions may be influencing Lu Ruyan's decision. Meeting. I promise. Yi Chen nodded, his face serious. He was quite certain that Xinling Shuang was pregnant with his child, and he also understood the purpose of Lu Ruyan's question. Not only would it mean having another offspring with a heavenly great spiritual root, but if they could also win over Xinling Shuang, it would also be a good thing for the Hahuan sect. Alright, I accept the Heavenly Demon sect's allegiance. As for the Supreme Elders, I will speak with them. Lu Ruyan agreed.
She had no doubt about Yi Chen's words, because she had always known that Yi Chen possessed the ability to kill with a single shot. This kid always manages to get his female disciples pregnant with his children, and Xinling Shuang was no exception. The sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect is pregnant with the child of a disciple of my Joyful Union sect.
How can she remain the sect leader in the future? Chapter 121 The Divine Artifact, the Heavenly Sword. After Lu Ruyan spoke with Xinling Shuang herself, she was able to leave the Hahuan sect without any problems. As for the Heavenly Demon sect disciples who were captured by the Joyful Union sect today, they were all released. These elite disciples no longer pose a threat to the safety of the Joyful Union sect. If Xinling Shuang dares to go back on her word, Lu Ruyan alone could annihilate the Heavenly Demon sect. Yi Chen looked in the direction Xinling Shuang had left, still feeling somewhat worried. He used a Hexin pill on Xinling Shuang, but he didn't know if the effect would be weakened.
He had originally planned to give the other person another heart harmony pill that evening, but unfortunately, the other person had already left.
As for when we'll meet again, I don't know.
Even if the Heavenly Demon sect were to submit to the Joyful Union sect, the entire sect would still need to relocate for quite some time.
Still watching? You've only met once, and you can't forget him?
If you can't bear to part with her, you can go back to the Heavenly Demon sect with her. Lu Ruyan's voice came from behind, tinged with jealousy. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen snapped out of his daze, turned around to look at Lu Ruyan, who was pouting and looking dissatisfied, and shook his head with a smile.
What is there for me to be reluctant to give up?
I'm just afraid she'll change her mind.
But you're the one who's jealous?
As Yi Chen spoke, he walked up to Lu Ruyan and smiled knowingly.
Humph. Who's jealous? Why would I be jealous? Lu Ruyan snorted and said stubbornly. Oh. Then why do I smell a sour smell?
Yi Chen looked at her and teased her. He deliberately moved closer and sniffed Lu Ruyan's scent.
Hate. You bad person.
Lu Ruyan called out shyly, her face flushed, and turned to walk towards the side hall. Seeing this, Yi Chen followed directly after them.
What are you doing here? Instead of going back to your little courtyard, why don't you spend time with your female confidants? Lu Ruyan turned to look at Yi Chen and asked in surprise.
By this time, the sect war had ended, and she had successfully broken through to the next level.
Yi Chen no longer needed to stay here. Sect Master, why are you going back on your word after you've already done it? Yi Chen said. Lu Ruyan?
She was stunned for a moment, a blush flashed across her cheeks, and she glared at Yi Chen.
Who pulled up their pants and then went back on their word? Explain yourself clearly. The one you were just practicing dual cultivation with was Xinling Shuang, not me. Yi Chen smiled at her and raised an eyebrow. And what about before that? Before?
Lu Ruyan paused, as if remembering something, and her face flushed red instantly.
That was all for the sect.
She spoke with a stubborn expression, her voice growing softer and softer. When she met Yi Chen's burning gaze, Lu Ruyan was immediately startled.
What do you mean? Etc. You don't mean you're thinking of continuing this relationship, do you?
Lu Ruyan stared at Yi Chen in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment.
Is that okay? Yi Chen smiled and nodded, acknowledging his idea. Lu Ruyan? Are you crazy?
Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen, her face flushed, her heart pounding.
Didn't you just get together with Xinling Shuang? Hasn't she fed you enough? This is impossible.
She looked at Yi Chen's body suspiciously, her cheeks gradually burning.
Why not? Sect Master, don't you understand me?
Yi Chen said with a confident expression. Previously, in order to quickly improve Lu Ruyan's cultivation level, he had specifically taken the only 6-flavor Emperor pill, the effects of which could last for 12 hours. Not even half the time has passed yet. After stopping for only a short while, Yi Chen felt hot all over. Otherwise, he wouldn't be clinging to Lu Ruyan and refusing to leave.
You probably wanted to, right? Yi Chen suddenly leaned close to Lu Ruyan's ear and said in an ambiguous tone. Metropolitan.
Hiss. Lu Ruyan instantly felt her body heat up, a wave of weakness washing over her, and she almost couldn't stand up. Looking up at Yi Chen, who was so close to her, she felt a pang of shyness. She was indeed tempted.
I almost couldn't hold back when I was undergoing my tribulation outside. You bad person, you're trying to bully them again.
Lu Ruyan said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Completely devoid of the airs of a sect leader, she blushed and lowered her head like a shy kitten. This action undoubtedly indicates agreement. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately picked up Lu Ruyan and quickly walked into the side hall.
Ah!
Lu Ruyan let out a soft cry, her face flushed red, her heart filled with shyness yet also a surge of anticipation. She hadn't had enough time to enjoy it before it all came to an abrupt end because of the breakthrough. Even if Yi Chen didn't speak up first, she would still try to persuade him to stay. The desire in my heart has reached its peak.
Bang! Yi Chen tossed Lu Ruyan onto the bed and began to undress himself. You little rascal! You want to kill me, don't you? Come on, come on.
She lay on her side on the bed, outlining her alluring figure, and looked at Yi Chen in front of her with a charming expression, calling out seductively.
You little devil! Still saying you don't want to? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson.
Yi Chen snorted coldly, immediately intending to teach her a lesson.
Giggle giggle giggle. Lu Ruyan laughed heartily, in a very cheerful mood. Then I'll be waiting. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. A cold, discreet notification sound flashed. Yi Chen's heart stirred, as if he had remembered something, and he looked down at Lu Ruyan.
Metropolitan. Put on the silken battle armor. Lu Ruyan blushed, glared at Yi Chen, and said coquettishly. You bad guy. They say one thing but do another. He took out the silk thread battle armor from his storage ring and put it on with practiced ease. In an instant, Yi Chen's eyes were glued to it.
Sect Master, you're still so tempting.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Yi Chen felt incredibly happy at that moment. Although a high-level reward didn't immediately appear, it still brought Yi Chen double the reward.
That's like making a profit.
Moreover, Lu Ruyan, dressed in her silk armor, appears even more alluring, which is extremely beneficial to both her mind and body.
It can also improve Yi Chen's efficiency. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 advanced clone talismans.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 heavenly swords which can be bound to a master, increasing sword damage by an additional 50%. Yi Chen was already quite happy when he obtained 2 high-level clone talismans. After all, he had used up most of his clone talismans in the previous battles, so he wanted to save up more so that he could use them as a means of survival in the future. The moment he heard the words Heavenly Sword, his mind went blank, and he became incredibly excited.
Chapter 122 is over, we've been discovered. Not only can it recognize a master, but it can also increase its lethality by an additional 50%?
This means that in addition to the inherent power of the Divine Sword, its destructive power can be increased by an additional 50% based on Yi Chen's cultivation level. The stronger Yi Chen becomes, the more his sword-wielding combat prowess increases. It's equivalent to being invincible within the same realm, and even in battles against opponents of a higher realm, there's a chance of victory. Yi Chen had no doubt that if he had possessed the Heavenly Sword, he could have easily defeated that early-stage Void Refinement cultivator. Right now, I can't wait to find a Void Refinement Grandmaster to practice with. When he looked down at Lu Ruyan, his thoughts instantly changed.
Isn't this a powerful being in the fusion stage training?
Yi Chen never expected to be so lucky, as he obtained another divine artifact. With the double blessing of the silk thread battle armor, he essentially had 2 divine swords.
This was an absolute steal. A multitude of ideas immediately began to form in his mind. Perhaps the drop rate increased after Lu Ruyan's cultivation improved? If that's the case, this is an opportunity not to be missed.
Yi Chen grinned mischievously.
1 hour later. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Perhaps Yi Chen's good luck was used up after he obtained the Heavenly Sword. After that, he didn't get any more high-level rewards, all he got were increases in cultivation level.
Why can't we have something better? I'd even like a clone talisman. If it were a sword spirit talisman, that would be even better.
Yi Chen muttered to himself, his mind filled with many thoughts. He wanted to get as much of everything as possible, taking advantage of the double drop rate, because if he missed it, he'd have to wait until next time. That depends on whether his body can handle it. Inside the sect, in a small courtyard, Lin Xingxue and the others gathered together, waiting anxiously, their hearts filled with unease. Although the 3 major forces had been repelled, they were still worried about Yi Chen. Previously, they were worried that Yi Chen might not have escaped successfully. Now, they were worried that Yi Chen would not know the news of the sect's victory and would never return. If Yi Chen were to leave for distant lands, they might never see each other again in their lives.
Do you think the sect leader will send someone to bring our senior brother back in time?
Lin Xingxue looked up and asked Su Nianwan, Lu Mengyao, and the others in front of her. If the sect leader knew where my senior brother was, he would definitely send him back, since the sect is safe now. I just don't know how the sect leader sent my senior brother away.
Lu Mengyao frowned and said hesitantly.
If we rely on teleportation artifacts, it will be really hard to find people. The 3 major forces have been defeated for so long. If the sect leader could find his senior brother, he should have returned long ago.
Zhao Linger asked in confusion. Could it be that the sect leader is too busy and hasn't had time to send someone to bring my senior brother back? Wang Yuxuan thought for a moment and then tentatively said.
That's possible. Lin Qingxue and the others felt a chill run down their spines, immediately looked at Wang Yuxuan, and nodded in agreement. The sect has just gone through a great battle, and there are still many things for the sect leader, Lu Ruyan, to handle.
It's possible that she might forget some things for a while. The group exchanged glances, worried that Lu Ruyan had forgotten about Yi Chen. Why don't we go and talk to the sect leader about this? If we can't find anyone to help, we can ask our senior brother. Su Nianwan made the suggestion. It immediately won the approval of the others. Then, who will go to find the sect leader? Su Nianwan hesitated for a moment. All eyes turned to Lin Qingxue.
Her cultivation level might not be the highest, but she was the first to arrive at the courtyard.
In other words, she was essentially Yi Chen's eldest daughter-in-law and could represent everyone.
Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Lin Qingxue paused for a moment, seemingly understanding their thoughts, a blush creeping across her cheeks.
Well, okay. I'll go right now. Lin Qingxue was worried about Yi Chen, fearing he might never return. Without hesitation, she immediately left the courtyard to find Lu Ruyan and inquire about Yi Chen's whereabouts.
The rest of the people stayed in the courtyard to wait for news. Wang Yuxuan was also somewhat distracted at this moment, worried about Yi Chen while also concerned about Xinling Shuang's safety. In this battle, the Heavenly Demon Sect's experts were almost all killed or wounded, and Xinling Shuang's fate was unknown. Her current status in the Hahuan sect is very delicate, and her only support is Yi Chen.
If Yi Chen hadn't returned or had encountered danger, she wouldn't even have a place to stay. Su Nianwan, who was standing to the side, seemed to notice Wang Yuxuan's worries and offered words of comfort.
Sister Wang, don't worry, your senior brother will be fine. As for sect leader Shen,
I'll go out and inquire about him for you.
They had all stayed in the courtyard and hadn't gone out to participate in the battle, so their information was still very limited. They only knew that the three major forces had been defeated and that the strong had fallen, but they didn't know exactly who was dead and who was alive.
Thank you so much, Sister Su. Wang Yuxuan looked at Su Nianwan in front of her with gratitude.
Although they haven't known each other for long, they're already as close as sisters.
Su Nianwan immediately left the courtyard to help inquire about Xinling Shuang's whereabouts. Not long after,
Lin Qingxue then arrived outside the main hall where Lu Ruyan lived. After the great battle, many disciples saw Lu Ruyan return, but they didn't know why she stayed behind closed doors. Everyone guessed that she was consolidating her cultivation.
Won't this disturb the sect leader? She has only just broken through to the integration stage, so perhaps she is cultivating right now? But senior brother.
Lin Qingxue muttered to herself with a troubled expression as she walked step by step to the outside of the main hall. As she hesitated about whether to go in, her face suddenly turned red.
The person is standing still. It seems so. Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed, and her heart began to race. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind.
It was indeed inappropriate to disturb the sect leader at this time, and besides, she already knew the answer in her heart.
Lin Qingxue paused for 2 seconds, then immediately turned and left.
She felt embarrassed to stay even a moment longer.
So, senior brother hasn't left the sect yet.
She muttered something under her breath. Suddenly recalling Lu Ruyan's breakthrough to the integration stage at the last minute, he understood what had happened. No wonder the sect leader was in such a hurry to take my senior brother away. So it turns out the purpose wasn't to send him away from the sect to avoid danger, but to have her senior brother help her cultivate. Lin Qingxue quickened her pace and soon disappeared into the distance.
Chapter 123 You're a really bad kid. Inside the main hall,
Lu Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes, a blush flashing across her cheeks.
Oh no, I forgot to set up a protective barrier. It's all your fault, you bad guy.
She muttered something to herself, then quickly waved her hand, setting up a barrier that enveloped the entire hall.
Is this my fault too? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow.
Of course it's your fault.
Who told you to be in such a hurry? Lu Ruyan gave him a shy glare and pouted as she spoke.
That bad guy. If he hadn't been so eager to tempt her earlier, how could he have forgotten to set up a barrier in such a hurry? Yi Chen looked down at Lu Ruyan, a fiery glint in his eyes.
Okay, it's my fault, isn't it? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 advanced clone talismans.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 years of cultivation. As his cultivation level continued to rise, Yi Chen vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He gained a lot of cultivation during this period, but he still couldn't break through to the next level. He is currently at the peak of the nascent soul stage, only one step away from the void refinement stage. Normally, after his cultivation level increases dramatically, he can successfully break through to a higher realm. However, this time there was no sign of a breakthrough.
What's going on here? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and muttered something. Could it be that my cultivation level hasn't increased enough? He frowned, then looked at Lu Ruyan. That must be it. Lu Ruyan? In the sect's courtyard.
Lin Xingxue walked back through the courtyard gate, her cheeks still burning hot, the image lingering in her mind.
Sister Lin is back. Zhao Linger called out.
The group immediately stood up and went to greet her, their eyes all falling on Lin Xingxue.
Sister Lin, have you found out where senior brother is? Lu Mengyao asked anxiously.
Meeting her gaze, Lin Xingxue snapped out of her daze and nodded, her face flushed.
I understand.
The girl's eyes lit up immediately, and they hurriedly asked the question.
Where did my senior brother go? Let's go find him and bring him back now. Let's not delay, let's set off immediately.
Lu Mengyao and the others immediately set off to find Yi Chen.
No need to go.
Lin Xingxue quickly waved her hand, trying to stop them.
My senior brother did not leave. He's still in the sect. Hearing Lin Xingxue say this, the women were overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. This is wonderful.
I was worried for so long, I didn't expect my senior brother to still be here.
That scared me to death. If my senior brother didn't leave, why hasn't he come back yet?
While everyone felt relieved, they were also filled with doubt.
The great battle between the Hahuan sect and the 3 major forces has ended. Since Yi Chen is still in the sect, why hasn't he returned to his courtyard? At this point, he probably doesn't need to be busy with anything. Hey, Sister Lin, why is your face so red?
Zhao Linger then noticed that Lin Xingxue's face was unusually red, and asked in confusion. Lu Mengyao and Wang Yuxuan both looked at her at this moment and noticed this strangeness.
Sister Lin, where did you find your senior brother? Lu Mengyao tentatively asked.
At this moment, she already had some guesses in her mind. If nothing had happened, Lin Xingxue's face wouldn't be so red. Meeting the curious gazes of the group, Lin Xingxue didn't hide anything and stammered out her answer. My senior brother is with the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the group immediately realized what was happening.
Oh, I see. No wonder the sect leader broke through to the integration stage earlier.
Lu Mengyao was the first to understand what was going on.
Zhao Linger suddenly realized.
Wang Yuxuan paused for 2 seconds, and just as she was about to ask a question, she seemed to remember something, and her face flushed red.
At first, she didn't know the little secret between Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan.
It wasn't until she overheard Yi Chen whispering a few words to her during a dual cultivation session that she slowly guessed what was going on. I didn't expect my senior brother to have such refined tastes at a time like this. Wang Yuxuan sighed, her face flushed. Soon Su Nianwan returned from outside and told Wang Yuxuan the news she had found out. Only after learning that all the captured Heavenly Demon sect disciples had been released did her anxiety finally subside.
I was also surprised. The Heavenly Demon sect is actually going to submit to the Joyful Union sect? If the news hadn't already spread throughout the Hahuan sect, Wang Yuxuan would have found it hard to believe it was true. However, this is also a good thing for her. At least she no longer has to choose between the Heavenly Demon sect and Yi Chen.
From now on, she'll be a disciple of the Joyful Union sect, and can be with Yi Chen forever.
I believe my master would agree to me being with my senior brother, right? Wang Yuxuan secretly thought that when Xinling Shuang arrived at the Hahuan sect, she would tell her about this. As dusk fell, lanterns have been lit up in the courtyard.
They haven't slept for 2 days. When the 3 major forces attacked earlier, they fought for a day and a night without anyone daring to rest, all prepared to fight to the death.
After that, he waited for Yi Chen in the courtyard for a whole day, but Yi Chen did not come back. Ha! Zhao Linger yawned, looking sleepy. I guess my senior brother won't be coming back tonight? Maybe he spent the night at the sect leader's place again.
Hearing her say that, Lin Xingxue and the others nodded in agreement.
This isn't the first or second time this has happened, they've gotten used to it. Let's go back to our rooms and rest. I'm exhausted these past few days. Even if my senior brother comes back, he probably won't have the energy to look for us. Lin Qingxue said, her face flushed. Good. Let's go back to our room then. Sun Yanwan felt the same way, so they all got up and went back to their respective rooms to rest. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. In the stillness of the night, Yi Chen walked in from outside, leaning against the wall. Looking at the empty courtyard, he knew that Lin Qingxue and the others had all gone back to their rooms. My gaze swept over the tightly closed doors, and I hesitated, wondering whose room I should sleep in tonight. Qingxue, Meng Yao, and Nianwan are all feeling unwell and need to rest more. Linger is not ready yet. Then it can only be Yu Xuan. Yi Chen muttered to himself, his gaze falling on one of the doors. But the image of Shenling Shuang inadvertently flashed through my mind. Should we tell Yu Xuan about this? He hesitated, finding it somewhat difficult to speak. If he doesn't say it, he'll definitely find out later. Never mind, let's wait until Shenling Shuang arrives. Yi Chen didn't bother to think about it and went straight to Wan Yuxuan's room, pushing open the door and going inside. Chapter 124 A Great Battle? Yeah. The door wasn't locked. A smile flashed across Yi Chen's face. This girl left the door open for herself. He closed the door behind him and turned to walk straight toward the bed. Who? Wang Yuxuan asked warily. When she asked that question, she already had the answer in her heart. She had already recovered her cultivation level after her dual cultivation with Yi Chen, and now she could sense Yi Chen's aura. Besides, no one else can enter this courtyard except Yi Chen. At this moment, only Yi Chen would come to her room. It's me. Yi Chen responded with a smile. Although the room was pitch black, he could still clearly see Wang Yuxuan lying on the bed. A faint fragrance wafted towards my nose. The closer you get to the bed, the stronger the fragrance becomes. Yi Chen immediately felt refreshed and his tired body felt a surge of heat. Senior brother, you're back. Wang Yuxuan said with a look of surprise. Upon confirming that it was Yi Chen, she felt both shy and happy. I'll go light the lamp. Need not. Yi Chen waved his hand and called out to Wang Yuxuan. He had already walked to the bedside in the dark, reached out and took Wang Yuxuan's small hand, and sat down on the edge of the bed to take off his shoes. Good. Wang Yuxuan stopped what she was doing and knelt down next to Yi Chen. Her face gradually turned red, but fortunately it was not noticeable in the darkness. Senior brother, there's something I'd like to ask you. She leaned closer to Yi Chen and hesitated before speaking. Is it about the Heavenly Demon Sect? Yi Chen seemed to see through her thoughts and asked directly. Aside from matters concerning the Heavenly Demon Sect, nothing else could capture Wang Yuxuan's attention. Yes. Wang Yuxuan nodded immediately. A pair of bright eyes looked at Yi Chen expectantly in the darkness. Your sect Master Shin has already agreed to lead the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect to submit to the Joyful Union Sect. In a few days, they should migrate here as a whole. Furthermore, the sect leader and several elders have already agreed to this matter, so there's no mistake. Yi Chen turned to look at Wang Yuxuan and said. As the middleman, he knew more about this than anyone else. Is it true? Very good. From now on, I can stay at the Hahuan sect. Wang Yuxuan exclaimed with delight and immediately cheered. She had initially worried that the news was false, but now that Yi Chen had confirmed it, she was relieved. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect no longer exists, at least Shenling Shuang and most of its disciples survived, which was the best possible outcome for Wang Yuxian. The Heavenly Demon Sect is just existing in a different form. Wang Yuxuan herself had no intention of returning to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Her mind was entirely on Yi Chen, and the only thing she couldn't let go of was her master, Shenling Shuang. Now that Shenling Shuang can come to the Hahuan sect, she has no regrets. I never expected that Master would actually agree to this. Wang Yuxuan gradually calmed down and exclaimed in disbelief. In her memory, Shenling Shuang was someone who never compromised, always proud, and had a personality that would rather die than bow down. Hearing Wang Yuxuan's exclamation, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask. Has your master ever sought a Taoist partner all these years? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan shook her head without hesitation and denied it. No. Master never thinks about such matters of love and romance. His mind is solely focused on cultivation. Although there were many suitors, they were all driven away by Master. From the moment she became Shenling Shuang's disciple, she never saw Shenling Shuang show any interest in any man.
If he hadn't focused on cultivation, he wouldn't have reached the peak of the void refinement stage at such a young age.
This is already an outstanding achievement among people of the same age.
Lu Ruyan was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage back then, which was far inferior to Shunling Shuang. Later, with Yi Chen's help, he gradually improved and eventually reached the integration stage, surpassing Shunling Shuang.
I don't have a cultivation partner. No wonder.
Yi Chen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself as he recalled something.
No wonder Lu Ruyan changed the sheets.
It turned out that the bloodstains weren't from his fight with the Void Refinement Grandmaster, but rather from Shunling Shuang.
Suddenly, Wang Yuxuan stared at Yi Chen, looking suspicious. Senior brother, why are you asking me if our master has a Taoist partner? You don't have something on your mind, do you? That's my master.
Her face grew increasingly flushed. She had a growing feeling that Yi Chen was plotting against her master. She might not have suspected anyone else, but Yi Chen didn't even spare Lu Ruyan, so it's highly possible he's also targeting Shunling Shuang.
Cough cough. Yi Chen quickly waved his hand, denying it. And nothing.
How could I possibly have any feelings for sect leader Shen?
Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Wang Yuxuan's reaction, Yi Chen hesitated to admit what he was about to say. He didn't just have ideas, he took direct action. Shunling Shuang is now his woman. I just haven't figured out how to tell Wang Yuxuan about this yet. Call. That's good. Hearing Yi Chen say that, Wang Yuxuan immediately felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. She can't possibly address her master and sister as sister, can she? Senior brother, have you met my master today? Wang Yuxuan asked curiously. If he hadn't met her before, Yi Chen wouldn't have brought her up. I've met you. Yi Chen nodded.
I had a great battle with sect leader Shen today, and I've had a good taste of her charm.
Wang Yuxuan looked at Yi Chen with surprise and suspicion. Senior brother, you fought a great battle with my master? How is that possible? My master is at the peak of the void refinement stage. She looked at him with disbelief, thinking Yi Chen was bragging.
Shunling Shuang, at the peak of the void refinement stage, could instantly kill Yi Chen, who was at the nascent soul stage, let alone fight him. Besides, Yi Chen wasn't injured at all, making this sound even more like a lie.
You don't believe me? You can ask sect leader Shen yourself when she arrives. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yuxuan with a playful expression and said. In the darkness, Wang Yuxuan couldn't see the expression on his face, otherwise, she might have been able to guess something.
Yi Chen found it difficult to bring up this matter, so he decided to let Shunling Shuang decide whether or not to tell Wang Yuxian. After all, Wang Yuxuan was Shunling Shuang's personal disciple, and Yi Chen didn't want the two of them to develop a rift because of this.
All right. When master arrives, I will definitely go and ask her myself. Wang Yuxuan nodded and said she would keep this in mind.
Seeing how confident Yi Chen was, she began to have some doubts.
Could it be that my senior brother really fought a great battle with our master? Is this possible? Chapter 125 Exclusive Reindeer Battlesuit. Yuxuan. You smell so good.
Yi Chen leaned closer to Wang Yuxuan and whispered in her ear.
A fragrant aroma wafts to the tip of your nose.
Wang Yuxuan's face flushed red instantly, her body trembled slightly, and her cheeks felt burning hot.
His breathing gradually became rapid.
Senior brother, please don't.
Didn't you just come back from the sect leader's place? Isn't this a bit inappropriate?
She said shyly, her thoughts completely in disarray. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and was still a little surprised that Wang Yuxuan knew about his relationship with Lu Ruyan. Remembering that Lin Xingxue had just gone to see him, he didn't ask any further questions.
This wasn't exactly a secret in the courtyard. What's wrong with it? Don't you believe in your brother's abilities?
Yi Chen looked at her and said with conviction.
But
Wang Yuxuan lowered her head shyly, her voice growing softer and softer.
Senior brother, you were leaning against the wall to come back just now. Yi Chen?
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was immediately displeased, and the way he looked at Wang Yuxuan changed.
Good, this is clearly a questioning of his abilities. What's wrong with walking while holding onto the wall?
Yi Chen immediately took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation.
3 seconds later, the weak body instantly became full of energy. Yi Chen immediately felt much more confident. Do you dare doubt your brother's strength? Let's see how I teach you a lesson. Don't beg for mercy later. He stared intently at Wang Yuxuan in front of him and said fiercely. He might have been a little hesitant before, but now he's not hesitant at all. I'm determined to show this little girl what I'm capable of. Yi Chen thought to himself. The last person to doubt him like Lu Mengyao was taught a harsh lesson. Senior brother. Wang Yuxuan let out a shy moan, her body immediately going limp as she nestled into Yi Chen's arms. How could she not miss Yi Chen? I'm just too embarrassed to say it out loud. Faced with Yi Chen's provocation, Wang Yuxuan immediately surrendered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. A cold, discreet notification sound flashed. Yi Chen felt a pang of regret. If only we could bring back Lu Ruyan's silk armor for Wang Yuxuan to wear, it would look incredibly alluring. You can also get double the rewards. But it's not good to wear these kinds of quirky outfits all the time, Yi Chen thought to himself. It would be great if everyone could have one. We can arrange it for Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, Su Nianwan, and Zhao Linger. It would be even better if there were different styles available. Yi Chen grew increasingly excited as he thought about it, his face beaming with excitement, and his emotions becoming heightened. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial slaying talisman. When Yi Chen heard about the immortal slaying talisman, he was overjoyed. I've finally obtained another immortal slaying talisman. Each of these powerful talismans is equivalent to having another means of survival, so Yi Chen naturally hoped to have as many as possible. It would be even better if I could get a sword spirit talisman. I had finally managed to accumulate 2 sword spirit talismans, but I used them all up in a big battle with the Grandmaster of the Void Refinement Realm. He had originally hoped to make amends by getting something from Lu Ruyan, but after a whole day of hard work, he still hadn't gotten a single sword spirit talisman. However, he also obtained quite a few good things, including 2 divine artifacts, the Heavenly Sword, which was a huge profit for him. This time it was a celestial slaying talisman. Will next time it be a sword spirit talisman? Yi Chen muttered to himself. He had a feeling that he was getting closer and closer to obtaining the sword spirit talisman. This also provided Yi Chen with a continuous source of motivation. He glanced down at the alluring Wang Yuxuan. I hope she can hold on. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a reindeer battlesuit when worn by your Taoist partner. It accelerates cultivation progress during dual cultivation and increases the drop rate of high-level rewards by 50%. Yi Chen was stunned, somewhat dazed. Reindeer armor? Could this be a divine-grade piece of armor? He muttered to himself and dismissed the idea. Since it's a battlesuit for Taoist partners, it obviously doesn't offer any defensive capabilities, especially since it only increases the drop rate of high-level rewards. Could this be? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something, and his divine sense eagerly entered the storage ring. The next second, a red velvet dress came into view, decorated with a deer pattern, and a deer antler hairclip floated in the outfit. The moment Yi Chen saw this outfit, his heart raced, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Even without any attribute bonuses, Yi Chen really liked this reindeer battlesuit. This will undoubtedly add a lot of joy. This reindeer battlesuit is so cool. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Senior brother. What, a deer? Where are the deer? Wang Yuxuan asked with a puzzled look. She vaguely heard Yi Chen talking about a deer, but how could there be a deer in the room? If such a demonic beast were to appear, it would likely have been killed by the sect disciples before even getting close to this courtyard. What's wrong with you, senior brother? Could it be that he got too excited and developed some kind of hysteria? Ah. Yi Chen snapped out of his daze, looked down at Wang Yuxuan, and said with a smile. Yes, yes. Soon there will be adorable little deer. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Yuxuan frowned in surprise, her mind filled with questions. Cute little deer? Where is it? Just then, Yi Chen's voice came from beside my ear. Yuxuan, how about I give you a set of clothes? Wang Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled look, not understanding why he would suddenly give her clothes. Is now the right time to deliver clothes? Is this appropriate? Of course. I like anything my senior brother gives me. She responded with a delighted expression. Girls naturally love pretty clothes,
especially when they're given to them by the man they love. They'll like them no matter the style.
If you like it, that's good. Yi Chen flicked his finger and lit the candle on the table, instantly illuminating the room.
At the same time, he took out the reindeer battlesuit he had just acquired from his storage ring and handed it to Wang Yuxuan in front of him.
Here, try this outfit on. Chapter 126 The Alluring Little Deer. Ah. Shall we put them on now? Wang Yuxuan looked at the red velvet dress that Yi Chen had taken out, completely bewildered. I have a strange feeling about this.
My senior brother's behavior seems a bit unusual. Not only did he give her clothes at this time, but he also made her put them on immediately.
Wang Yuxuan didn't ask any more questions, and put on the clothes after receiving them. She quickly realized something was wrong.
Senior brother, these clothes.
It seems a little small. Wang Yuxuan spoke with a rosy face.
After she put it on, much of her skin was still exposed, the tantalizing glimpses of skin creating an alluring effect. She looked even more charming after wearing the deer antler hair clip.
It's not small at all. It's perfectly perfect. That's exactly the effect I wanted.
Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, staring at Wang Yuxuan in front of him with fascination. This reindeer suit is practically tailor-made for her.
Wang Yuxuan looks not only pure and cute in this outfit, but also alluring and captivating. Yuxuan, you look so beautiful in this outfit. Is that so?
Hearing Yi Chen's praise, Wang Yuxuan was overjoyed, her cheeks flushed, and she became even more charming with her rosy cheeks. At this moment, she seemed to understand where Yi Chen had been referring to when he mentioned the elk.
They're not talking about deer at all, they're clearly talking about her. Isn't she just like an adorable deer right now? Senior brother, you're so naughty.
Wang Yuxuan seemed to realize Yi Chen's purpose in making her wear this outfit, and couldn't help but let out a coquettish sigh, feeling incredibly shy inside.
Is it bad? Then let me show you something even worse.
Yi Chen looked at her with a smile and said,
It's like eyeing a beautiful prey.
He immediately took out another life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it.
How can we let such a great opportunity slip by? Of course, we must go all out. That would be more fitting for Wang Yuxuan's reindeer battlesuit.
In an instant, Yi Chen became energetic again, his whole body brimming with power.
When his gaze fell upon Wang Yuxuan, a surge of passion welled up within him. Senior brother, you. Wang Yuxuan's expression changed slightly as she watched Yi Chen take the pill. She knew all too well how potent this pill was, and for a moment she didn't know if she could withstand it. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. A cold, discreet notification sound flashed.
Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned to wild joy.
This was just the beginning, and I immediately received a high-level clone talisman, which can be considered a high-level reward. He thought to himself that the reindeer armor was truly powerful. The drop rate had definitely increased significantly.
Should we finally get a sword spirit talisman this time?
Yi Chen muttered to himself, full of anticipation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial slaying talisman.
Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Another immortal slaying talisman.
Now that he has several immortal slaying talismans in his storage ring, he'd dare to take a gamble even against a mid-stage void refinement cultivator.
Sword spirit talisman. I'd like a sword spirit talisman.
Yi Chen's heart was filled with anticipation, and he was thinking about the sword spirit talisman all the time.
This is not just a means of survival, but can also easily kill any opponent below the fusion stage. Even in the early stages of fusion, it can severely injure.
Yi Chen felt himself getting closer and closer to the sword spirit talisman, as if it would explode at any moment.
They worked incredibly hard for this. 1 hour later. The sky outside the window was gradually getting brighter.
Yi Chen felt exhausted, and his body had almost reached its limit. He obtained quite a few high-level clone talismans and body-strengthening pills, as well as some high-grade cultivation pills, but he didn't get a sword spirit talisman.
Is there no chance left?
These sword spirit talismans are so hard to get. Yi Chen muttered with a look of disappointment.
Even with the increased drop rate of the reindeer suit, he still couldn't get a sword spirit talisman. Only then did he realize how lucky he was to have gotten 2 sword spirit talismans before. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a sword spirit talisman. A cold, discreet notification sound flashed. Yi Chen's expression froze, and he was instantly stunned.
Am I hallucinating? Sword Spirit Talisman? Can it really be true?
Yi Chen had already given up, but the moment he heard the system notification, he perked up completely.
For a moment, he even wondered if he had misheard.
His divine sense entered the storage ring and immediately discovered the newly created Sword Spirit Talisman.
Confirming he wasn't hallucinating, he was overjoyed. Finally, he managed to get a Sword Spirit Talisman.
He'd been begging for it all day.
Ha 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 ha. Finally, it's my turn. Sword Spirit Talisman, this is wonderful.
Yi Chen was so excited he wanted to burst into laughter, but considering Wang Yuxuan was already asleep, he forced himself to hold back, lest he wake her.
He was in a great mood at that moment.
With this Sword Spirit Talisman, he became much more confident, and now he didn't even put a Void Refinement Grandmaster in his eyes.
If he hadn't been completely exhausted, Yi Chen would have even wanted to press his advantage and see if he could get another Sword Spirit Talisman. However, Wang Yuxuan had already fallen asleep, so we should at least be considerate of her health. She simply couldn't take it anymore. Yi Chen wasn't too greedy at this moment.
He yawned wearily, lay down, and fell asleep the instant he lay down.
He was so tired. The next morning, when it was fully light, Lin Xingxue and Su Nianwan both emerged from their rooms with dark circles under their eyes, yawning as they walked. Lin Daiyu, you're awake? Sister Su, you're up so early too?
The two exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress a wry smile, and gave a resentful look towards Wang Yuxuan's room. They barely slept last night, only managing to get a short nap around dawn.
Lin Xingxue pouted and shook her head. My senior brother is so mean. I wonder how my little sister Yuxuan is doing. She was worried that Wang Yuxuan's health wouldn't be able to handle it. Who could stand such a hassle? Don't worry, my senior brother, he should know his limits, right?
Su Nianwan hesitated, a blush creeping across her cheeks, as if memories of sweet moments with Yi Chen were involuntarily flooding her mind.
Let's go, our senior brother will probably wake up soon, let's go prepare some food.
Lin Xingxue and Su Nianwan were the best cooks, and they became increasingly obsessed with cooking.
Gradually, they took over all the meals in the courtyard. Su Nianwan preferred to stew a complete tonic soup for Yi Chen to nourish his body. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the courtyard. Chapter 127 Really don't want it? The courtyard, inside the room.
Yi Chen, who was fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. He frowned slightly, sensing the commotion outside with his divine sense. It seemed there was turmoil within the sect again, with powerful auras rising into the sky.
It felt like being attacked by a hostile force. What happened? Yi Chen was instantly wide awake, quickly got up, dressed, and went outside. Yeah. The door opened. Yi Chen walked out of the room and looked up.
At this moment, hundreds of figures were gathered in the sky above the sect, all of them disciples and elders at the Golden Core realm or above.
Apart from the injured fifth elder, the other four supreme elders were also present.
Yi Chen also saw Lu Ruyan's figure, wearing a black dress. Her figure was charming in the void, and he was somewhat infatuated with her.
Strangeness. What's all this commotion about?
Yi Chen muttered in confusion.
The released divine sense did not detect any invasion by foreign enemies. If a powerful enemy were to attack, the sect's protective formation would definitely be activated first.
However, the area outside the sect was calm and peaceful at this time.
Senior brother, you're awake.
Lu Mengyao walked over from a short distance away, smiling and calling out to Yi Chen.
Mengyao, you've come at the perfect time.
Yi Chen turned his head and saw Lu Mengyao walking towards him, and immediately asked her a question.
What are the sect leader and the others going to do? Do you know?
He slept too soundly in the morning and was still completely unaware of what had happened in the sect.
Lu Mengyao nodded and said, I know.
Besides the Heavenly Demon sect, the Flying Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect are also two other major forces that have come to attack us this time. Today, the sect leader and several grand elders will lead the disciples of the sect who are at least at the Golden Core stage to seek revenge against the Flying Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect.
Because several of us are pregnant, the sect leader didn't let us go.
Her voice grew softer and softer, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Lu Mengyao, Lin Xingxue, and the others were already at the peak of the Golden Core stage. If it weren't for their pregnancies making things inconvenient, they might have already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Now, all of them are 4 months pregnant, their bellies slightly protruding. Since they are all carrying Yi Chen's children, Lu Ruyan naturally wouldn't let them take any risks. After all, Lin Qingxue and the others were carrying the future of the Hahuan sect, which Lu Ruyan and the Grand Elder valued highly.
Upon hearing Lu Mingyao's explanation, Yi Chen looked surprised. Go to the Flying Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect? How come I didn't know?
He spent the entire day cultivating with Lu Ruyan, only returning to the courtyard after dark. He didn't tell her about her intentions. Could it be that they were afraid he would join them in attacking the Flying Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect, so they deliberately kept quiet? Perhaps Lu Ruyan was afraid that he would encounter danger. Yi Chen was aware that his situation was special, and he could understand why Lu Ruyan made such an arrangement. He was still a little worried that Lu Ruyan's actions might be too risky, but considering that she had already reached the integration stage, she would not be in danger as long as she did not encounter any old monsters at the same integration stage, so he felt relieved. He remembered that the Flying Feather sect and the Spirit Water sect were not as powerful as the Heavenly Demon sect, and the Void Refinement Grandmasters who were stationed there had almost all perished in yesterday's great battle, so there were no nascent soul stage experts left.
Lu Ruyan is already the strongest among all the forces. Senior brother, are you worried about the sect leader? If the sect leader knew how much my senior brother cares about her, he would be very happy. Maybe they'll reward my senior brother handsomely. Lu Mengyao, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up to tease him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen snapped out of his thoughts, and the way he looked at Lu Mengyao changed. I've been busy taking care of others these past few days, and I've neglected you all. There's no time like the present, let me reward you properly now. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at her and said with a smile. The word reward was deliberately emphasized. This little girl is really asking for trouble. She'll get on the roof if I don't discipline her for 3 days. She definitely needs a good talking to. Lu Mengyao? Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao's expression changed slightly, and she quickly waved her hands, begging for mercy. No, senior brother, please don't. I know I was wrong. That's not what I meant, let me explain. Her legs went weak with fear. She is currently pregnant, and although the pregnancy is stable, she doesn't dare to go too far, as she is no match for Yi Chen. It's okay, we can talk about it in bed. I'd also like to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Yi Chen ignored all explanations and pulled Lu Mengyao towards her room. Senior brother, isn't this inappropriate? You just finished cultivating with Yushuan last night? Take care of yourself. Lu Mengyao's face turned bright red as she spoke as she walked, trying to persuade Yi Chen to calm down. Don't worry, I'm in perfect health. Don't you understand your elder brother? Yi Chen said with a smile. In front of Lu Mengyao, he took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. This is the source of his confidence. With the life-giving pill in hand, he can conquer any woman. Lu Mengyao? Lu Mengyao had seen this pill many times, and each time she remembered it vividly. Just watching Yi Chen take the pill made her legs weak. I can almost already foresee what will happen next. Senior brother, is it too late for me to beg for mercy now? Lu Mengyao looked at Yi Chen pitifully and blinked her bright eyes at him. Little did she know that her playful and adorable appearance instantly ignited the desire within Yi Chen. It's too late. If you want to beg for mercy, go say it in bed. I would be happy to listen to you then. Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao with a mischievous grin and said, Senior brother, no. Although she said no, her body language betrayed her, and she let Yi Chen pull her into the room. Bang! The door closed. Lu Mengyao's face grew increasingly red, a mixture of shyness, secret joy, and anticipation. In the kitchen, Lin Qingxue and Su Nianwan both heard the commotion outside, exchanged a glance, and shook their heads with smiles. Sister Lu is probably going to suffer again this time. Lin Qingxue said with a smile, showing no intention of going out to rescue anyone. If she were to try and rescue Lu Mengyao at this moment, she might end up getting herself killed as well. She seems to have completely forgotten the lessons she learned from the previous times. Although my senior brother was exhausted last night, he still has many pills. How could Sister Lu be a match for senior brother? She'll probably be begging for mercy soon. Su Nianwan said with a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, and many thoughts unconsciously began to form in her mind. Chapter 128 Lu Ruyan is in danger and needs help. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a year's worth of cultivation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunderclap talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, You have obtained a clone talisman. A series of cold, discreet notification sounds flashed through my mind. Although he didn't gain as much cultivation as Wang Yuxuan, Lu Ruyan, and others, he still obtained quite a few good items. Amid Lu Mengyao's pleas for mercy, Yi Chen chose to back down. After all, Lu Mengyao's body really couldn't take it anymore, and he was hoping for an heir to be born soon. Will you dare to be naughty again next time? Yi Chen looked at Lu Mengyao, who was standing close by, and raised an eyebrow to ask. No. I won't do it again. Wah, my senior brother is bullying me. Lu Mengyao quickly waved her hand, pouting and looking very aggrieved. He said he wouldn't dare to do it again, but he seemed quite resentful inside. After the baby is born, a great battle is inevitable in the secret passage. Humph. Dare to doubt your brother's strength. I won't let you off so easily next time. Yi Chen said arrogantly, like a victorious general returning home, full of awe and pride. Lu Mengyao shrank back, her face flushed, curled up in the blankets, not daring to argue. At this point, trying to be tough would only lead to a harsher lesson. She had already witnessed Yi Chen's prowess. Ha! She yawned, feeling extremely tired, and closed her eyes, falling asleep contentedly. Seeing this, Yi Chen affectionately patted Lu Mengyao's head, smiled, got up, dressed, and quietly left the room. A familiar fragrance wafted to my nose. Yi Chen took a sniff and his appetite immediately whetted, a smile spreading across his face. It really does take having a few more women around. When someone is resting, at least there is someone to keep them company. This is what life is all about. He muttered a few words to himself and headed straight for the kitchen. At his level of cultivation, he could have already abstained from grains, but he still wanted to satisfy his cravings and enjoy the pleasure of delicious food. Moreover, the nourishing soup that Su Nianwan painstakingly prepared was truly effective, allowing Yi Chen's exhausted body to recover quickly. A few days later, Yi Chen was still asleep when he was startled by the noise outside. It seemed that some disciples were calling him from outside the courtyard. Yi Chen opened his eyes, frowned in confusion, and then quickly got up and dressed. Senior brother, where are you going? What's happening outside? Looking at Yi Chen with a sleepy expression on her face, Wang Yuxuan asked in a daze. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen glanced at her and shook his head. I don't know, I'll go out and check. It's okay, don't worry, go back to sleep. I was exhausted last night, so I'll get some more sleep. Faced with Yi Chen's concern, Wang Yuxuan blushed and shrank back into the covers. My senior brother is a big bad guy, she exclaimed shyly. Not only was she exhausted last night, but Yi Chen hadn't let her off the hook for the past few days, and she'd been worn out for days. Seeing this, Yi Chen laughed, put on his clothes, and turned to leave the room. Bang! He closed the door behind him and turned around to see Lin Qingxue, Lu Mengyao, and the others walking towards him anxiously. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen was startled, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Senior brother. Something terrible has happened. The sect leader is in trouble. Lin Qingxue said nervously. The disciples who went to attack the Flying Feather sect brought back news that the sect leader is trapped by the Flying Feather sect. Lu Mengyao said hurriedly. Upon hearing this news, Yi Chen froze for 2 seconds, his head buzzing as if it had exploded. Is Lu Ruyan trapped? How is that possible? His first reaction was disbelief, but judging from Lin Qingxue and the others' expressions, they were clearly not joking with him. Besides, no one would joke about something like this. What exactly happened? The sect leader is at the integration stage. How could the Flying Feather sect possibly trap her? She alone could raise the entire Flying Feather sect to the ground. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingxue and the others in front of him and asked. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. It was the patriarch of the Flying Feather sect who made a move. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and began to explain. The patriarch of the Flying Feather sect disappeared without a trace for many years. Everyone thought he had long since passed away. But when the sect leader led his elite disciples to attack the Flying Feather sect, he appeared. The Flying Feather sect's patriarch is also at the integration stage. The sect leader is no match for him and can only desperately cover the elders and disciples' escape. She herself was trapped by the Flying Feather sect patriarch's formation and her fate is now unknown. In this battle, the third elder and the fourth elder died, and the first elder and the second elder were seriously injured. More than half of the sect's elite disciples have been lost. They all looked grief-stricken. In just a few days, all those familiar faces were gone forever. Now, Lu Ruyan's fate is unknown, and several elders are either dead or injured.
The sect has almost lost the protection of powerful figures and is in grave danger. The Flying Feather sect's patriarch might come and wipe them out at any moment.
How so? Yi Chen's heart tightened as he worried about Lu Ruyan's safety. What was supposed to be a sure victory turned out like this.
The Hahuan sect not only suffered a crushing defeat, but also suffered heavy casualties, almost to the point of being wiped out. It should be noted that the most important thing for a sect is its top experts and elite disciples, and now more than half of them have been lost, which can be described as a major blow to its vitality. Disciples can be replenished quickly, but fallen elders require hundreds of years to mature. Each one that dies is one less to be found.
Senior brother, what should we do now?
Lin Qingxue said with deep concern. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was worried that Yi Chen would be in danger if the Flying Feather sect came to retaliate.
It would be better to escape the sect now.
Meeting the gazes cast at him by the girls, Yi Chen calmed himself down and said earnestly, "We must find a way to rescue the sect leader."
Lu Ruyan was not only the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, but also his woman. You can't just sit idly by and watch your woman get into trouble, can you? Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Calm down.
The Flying Feather sect's patriarch is a powerful figure in the integration stage. Even the sect master is no match for him.
How are you going to save people?
Lin Qingxue, Su Nianwan, and the others hurriedly tried to dissuade him, grabbing Yi Chen's arms on either side, fearing he might act rashly and risk his life. Although Yi Chen is incredibly strong, he is only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He might be killed before he even meets the Flying Feather sect's patriarch. Both of the supreme elders at the peak of the void refinement stage have perished, let alone Yi Chen.
None of them wanted anything to happen to Yi Chen.
Even though they desperately wanted to rescue Lu Ruyan, they would never let him take the risk.
Don't be nervous, I know perfectly well that I can't save the sect leader with my strength. But we absolutely must save that person. We can think of a way.
Yi Chen quickly said, so as not to worry them. He wasn't stupid. He was well aware of the gap between himself and a nascent soul stage expert, and he wouldn't go and throw his life away for nothing. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lin Qingxue and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt at ease.
All eyes were fixed on Yi Chen with curiosity and serious expressions. What can we do?
The Flying Feather sect will not negotiate with the sect this time, and it will certainly not let the sect leader go. The sect leader is already the most powerful expert in the sect, and now there is no one who can rescue her.
Su Nianwan pondered for a moment before speaking.
Unless a powerful expert at the integration stage is willing to intervene to save them, it will be a waste of time for anyone else to go.
No amount of trickery or schemes will work against absolute power. Looking for someone?
Yes, we can find help,
Yi Chen said with a look of surprise. Su Nianwan's words reminded him that if he could find an even stronger expert, he could rescue Lu Ruyan. Chapter 129. You're a real talent.
The patriarch of the Flying Feather sect was only slightly stronger than Lu Ruyan. He only managed to trap Lu Ruyan by relying on an array, which shows that he was only at the early stage of the integration realm. As long as we find a slightly stronger expert in the fusion stage to take action, we have a certain chance of winning.
Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Qingxue and the others exchanged glances, a wry smile on their faces. Senior brother, where can we find a helper stronger than someone at the integration stage?
Several of the sect's supreme elders have been seriously injured, making it even more impossible for them to break through to the integration stage. Even forces that are on good terms with the sect would never offend the Flying Feather sect just to help us.
Lin Qingxue said hesitantly. The idea is easy, but finding the right people is difficult. After all, they didn't know any powerful individuals, let alone experts at the integration stage. There are countless powerful people in this world, but no one will help them without a reason. Yi Chen had already made up his mind, and his expression softened considerably. He spoke with a relaxed look. Just because it's not in our sect doesn't mean other sects don't have it. Other sects? The girls were all bewildered, never expecting that any sect would have a nascent soul stage expert in charge, and even be willing to help. Don't panic, I have a plan. Yi Chen didn't have time to explain further. He turned and rushed into the room. Senior brother, why, are you back again? When Wang Yuxuan woke up again, she looked at Yi Chen, who had returned, completely bewildered. She didn't understand what had happened to make Yi Chen so nervous. Yuxuan, hurry up, get dressed and come out with me. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yuxuan, who was completely naked on the bed, and said, Go out? Now.
Seeing Yi Chen's flustered state, Wang Yuxuan instantly snapped out of her daze, blushed, got out of bed, and started dressing in front of Yi Chen.
My mind is filled with questions. Senior brother, where are we going? What happened?
She asked as she put on her clothes.
Go to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yi Chen replied.
He wanted to ask Shenling Shuang for help, but he didn't know the location of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Instead of asking around, he decided to ask Wang Yuxian to lead the way. With Wang Yuxuan by his side, he was able to find Shenling Shuang smoothly.
Tianma Sect? Wang Yuxuan was a little confused, not understanding why Yi Chen wanted to go to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could it be that Master has changed his mind and is no longer willing to submit to the Hahuan Sect? Seeing Yi Chen's anxious look, she didn't ask any more questions. Senior brother, let's go. After Wang Yuxuan finished dressing, she and Yi Chen walked out of the room.
In the courtyard, Lin Qingxue and the others were still puzzled, but when they saw Yi Chen bring Wang Yuxuan out, they immediately understood Yi Chen's intentions.
Senior brother, are you going to the Heavenly Demon Sect to ask Sect Master Shen for help? Lin Qingxue guessed.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded to her.
That's right.
I'm going to the Heavenly Demon Sect with Yuxuan now. You can stay here without worry. If the Flying Feather Sect comes to retaliate beforehand, don't fight them head-on, just leave the sect. As he spoke, he took out 4 teleportation talismans from his storage ring and handed one to each of them. This is a teleportation talisman. It can send you to any location in your memories. Use this teleportation talisman to escape when you encounter danger.
Yi Chen instructed with some concern.
They were all only at the Golden Core stage, and facing the Flying Feather Sect's patriarch was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They might as well run for their lives. Lin Qingxue and the others accepted the teleportation talisman from Yi Chen with surprised expressions, seemingly not expecting that Yi Chen would possess such a valuable item.
But
Sect Master Shen is only at the peak of the Void Refinement stage, and she is no match for the Flying Feather Sect ancestor.
Sun Yanwan looked at Yi Chen in front of her and said nervously.
Shenling Shuang couldn't even beat Lu Ruyan, let alone deal with the Flying Feather Sect's patriarch.
Even if Shenling Shuang were willing to help, going there would be suicide. Don't worry, once I go, she won't be at the peak of the Void Refinement stage anymore.
Yi Chen said with a confident expression.
Lin
Qingxue and the others were stunned for a moment, then instantly understood the meaning behind Yi Chen's words, and a blush flashed across their cheeks. The way they looked at Yi Chen changed. What was originally a serious matter took a turn for the worse after Yi Chen said it that way.
Isn't this just humiliating Shenling Shuang?
Before they could even try to stop him, Yi Chen had already pulled Wang Yuxuan into the air and soared away.
Be careful, senior brother.
Lin Qingxue and the others called out from behind, a wave of worry washing over them. If Shenling Shuang is no match for the Flying Feather Sect's patriarch, Yi Chen may also be in danger.
But there's no better solution right now.
If their cultivation levels weren't so weak, they would all have wanted to go with Yi Chen. I have faith in senior brother's abilities. He will definitely be able to help Sect Master Shen break through to the integration stage.
Sun Yanwan said with a flushed face that she had confidence in Yi Chen.
Simply breaking through to the integration stage isn't enough. I need to improve my cultivation level further. Lu Mengyao said with a solemn expression. If we could help Sect Master Shen reach the mid-stage of the integration realm in a short period of time, that would be even more secure. Lin Qingxue frowned as she spoke.
Mid-stage integration realm? Then my senior brother is probably going to die, isn't he? This is too much to handle. Zhao Linger exclaimed innocently.
As they talked, their faces flushed, and they became a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, just as Yi Chen and Wang Yuxuan arrived at the outer perimeter of the sect, a figure quickly arrived and blocked their way.
Greetings, Grand Elder. Yi Chen said respectfully. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder of the Joyful Union sect. Yi Chen had met him before and had a good impression of him. He was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Yi Chen, where are you going?
The first elder frowned and looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression as he asked. He was injured, his breathing was disordered, his face was pale, and there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. He had obviously fled all the way back and hadn't had time to clean up. Sensing Yi Chen's presence, they rushed over immediately.
His first thought was that Yi Chen wanted to escape.
Reporting to the Grand Elder, this disciple is going to the Heavenly Demon Sect.
Yi Chen answered calmly. Upon hearing his words, the first elder's face instantly darkened.
He thought Yi Chen really wanted to betray the sect and was about to get angry when Yi Chen continued. I have heard that our sect leader is trapped in the Flying Feather sect and her fate is unknown. The only one who can save her right now is sect leader Shen of the Heavenly Demon sect. This disciple will go to the Heavenly Demon sect to seek help from sect master Shen.
The elder was stunned for 2 seconds.
When he learned that Yi Chen's purpose in going out was to save Lu Ruyan, his anger vanished and he felt guilty for the misunderstanding.
Shenling Xuan?
Even if she were willing to make a move, she's only at the peak of the void refinement stage, no match for the Flying Feather sect's patriarch.
The elder sighed and said.
He had considered seeking help from Shenling Xuan before, but since she was also at the peak of the void refinement stage, going there would be the same suicide. Rest assured, Elder, once I arrive at the Heavenly Demon sect, I will naturally assist Sect Master Shen in breaking through to the integration stage. Yi Chen said with a confident expression.
You? Etc. You wouldn't be thinking of.
The elder looked startled, but quickly stopped himself from speaking.
Knowing Yi Chen's secret, he immediately guessed his plan.
Shocked, his gaze towards Yi Chen became strange.
This kid is really something. Chapter 130. The disciples' meeting will succeed.
Please trust your disciple, Elder, I will surely rescue the sect master this time. At that time, this disciple will return to the sect with the sect leader.
Yi Chen looked at the Grand Elder blocking his way and said sincerely.
He naturally understood what the Grand Elder was worried about. He was afraid that if he left and never returned, there would be no one to help the disciples of the Joyful Union sect improve their cultivation and have offspring. If Yi Chen wanted to leave, he could easily do so using the teleportation talisman in his hand. The reason he chose to stay was because he had grown attached to the Hahuan sect. Not only was life in the courtyard wonderful, but he and Lu Ruyan also got along very well. They were unrestrained within the sect, and his status was second only to Lu Ruyan and a few elders. If they went to other sects, they would probably be locked up and forced into dual cultivation all day long, with no freedom whatsoever, let alone the chance to sleep with the sect leader. Furthermore, the Hahuan sect had even offended the Xiantian Holy Land for his sake, and he had not forgotten this kindness.
If Yi Chen had left the Joyful Union sect, he truly wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a good life and so many female disciples with spiritual roots. Hearing Yi Chen say this, the first elder felt conflicted.
He was indeed worried that Yi Chen might not return. After all, he regarded Yi Chen as the future of the sect.
After a brief hesitation, the Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, "Go ahead. I'm waiting for your good news."
In the end, he chose to believe Yi Chen.
The Hahuan sect is once again facing a life or death situation.
If Lu Ruyan dies, they won't be able to hold on for long.
Even if the sect is destroyed, they still won't be able to keep Yi Chen, and he can still escape. Rather than creating rifts, it's better to choose trust.
Thank you, Elder.
Yi Chen said respectfully.
Without lingering, he retrieved a flying artifact from his storage ring and swiftly departed with Wang Yuxuan.
At this point, he was no longer worried about revealing his whereabouts. Only by getting to the Heavenly Demon sect as soon as possible could Lu Ruyan be saved. After all, even if he goes to the Heavenly Demon sect, Shenling Xuan won't be able to break through to the integration stage immediately. It might take her a few more days. The Grand Elder watched the flying artifact depart and let out a long sigh.
Let's hope this kid succeeds. I never expected him to even dare to mess with Shenling Xuan. On the flying artifact, Wang Yuxuan looked at Yi Chen beside her with suspicion, and the more she thought about it, the more something seemed off.
Senior brother. What did you mean by what you just said to the Grand Elder? Do you have a way to help Master break through the integration stage? What method is it? She couldn't help but ask.
Yi Chen had previously mentioned in the courtyard that if they went to the Heavenly Demon sect, Shenling Xuan could break through to the integration stage. Wang Yuxuan had tried methods to quickly improve her cultivation level before, but she didn't believe that Yi Chen would target Shenling Xuan.
That's her master. Surely my senior brother wouldn't be that beastly?
Meeting Wang Yuxuan's gaze, Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose and hesitated before speaking.
Yuxuan, don't overthink it.
I do have some pills that can enhance cultivation, which can help Senior Shen quickly improve his cultivation. Moreover, I personally witnessed the sect leader's breakthrough and can personally share this experience with Senior Shen. You'll understand when the time comes.
He made up a reason on the spot.
It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to hide his relationship with Shenling Xuan, but he was worried that it would damage the bond between them as master and disciple, which might make Shenling Xuan feel embarrassed, so he hadn't told her. Yi Chen planned to let Shenling Shuang decide whether to tell Wang Yuxian about this, so that it would be easier for both of them to accept it.
Is that really the case? Wang Yuxuan nodded with some doubt, but ultimately chose to believe Yi Chen.
After all, Yi Chen did indeed possess many miraculous pills, and he was also the only disciple to witness Lu Ruyan undergoing her tribulation. The distance between the Heavenly Demon sect and the Joyful Union sect was not far, and Yi Chen accelerated his flying artifact the entire time.
They arrived at the Heavenly Demon sect a day and a night later.
Despite their crushing defeat, the Heavenly Demon sect remained heavily guarded. There were many patrolling disciples around the sect. The moment they saw the flying magic weapon, an outer sect elder took to the air and blocked its path.
Who dares to come to my Heavenly Demon sect?
As soon as the outer sect elder finished speaking, he saw Yi Chen and Wang Yuxuan on the flying magic artifact.
His expression immediately softened, and a smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's Yuxuan. You were also released by the Hahuan sect?
He looked surprised, but was actually quite happy.
As the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect, Wang Yuxuan was cared for by everyone in the sect. Her capture by the Hahuan sect had become a legitimate reason for the Tianma sect to attack the Hahuan sect.
Now that the Heavenly Demon sect is about to be submitted to the Joyful Union sect, all the captured disciples have been released. The elder in front of him thought that Wang Yuxuan had also been released.
Greetings, Elder Zhao.
Wang Yuxuan bowed respectfully upon seeing the person who had arrived.
No need for such formalities. The outer sect elder quickly waved his hand, then stepped aside and said,
You should go in quickly, the sect leader has been missing you a lot these past few days.
Good.
Wang Yuxuan agreed and turned to look at Yi Chen beside her.
Senior brother Yi, let's go inside.
I'll take you to see Master. Yi Chen immediately put away his flying artifact and flew into the sect with Wang Yuxuan.
The Heavenly Demon sect is nestled among mountains.
It is a vast sect with pavilions and courtyards standing on the misty peaks, where one can vaguely see many disciples coming and going. If Yi Chen had broken in alone, he probably wouldn't have been able to find Shenling Shuang's residence accurately.
With Wang Yuxuan guiding them, the journey was smooth and unimpeded.
Not only did no one stop them, but every disciple who passed by bowed to Wang Yuxuan. It's clear that she, as the sect's holy maiden, is highly respected and holds an extremely high position in the hearts of her disciples. At this moment, in a refined and elegant courtyard, the icy beauty Shenling Shuang was listlessly looking at the flowers in the courtyard, but her thoughts had already drifted 1,000 miles away. Since returning to the Heavenly Demon sect, she has been absent-minded and often recalls the crazy scene in a side hall of the Joyful Union sect. Those memories are etched in my mind, and I can't help but think of them, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over me. This made her eager to go to the Hahuan sect and see the man she longed for again.
However, the relocation of the entire clan could not be completed overnight.
She missed Yi Chen very much, but could only suppress her loneliness.
I really hope to see him again. That little rascal.
Shenling Shuang muttered softly, a blush creeping across her cheeks.
Suddenly, she sensed two familiar presences. Yuxuan is back? Etc. This aura is. How is that possible? Shenling Shuang was startled and found it unbelievable.
My thoughts were in complete disarray. Yi Chen's image filled my mind, and I couldn't calm down anymore.
Chapter 131. You're too bold, kid. Outside the courtyard.
Senior brother, this is my master's residence. Don't be too nervous, I will explain your purpose to Master.
If Master truly wishes to submit to the Joyful Union sect, she will likely intervene to rescue sect leader Lu.
Wang Yuxuan turned to Yi Chen beside her and said, worried that he might feel awkward and uneasy since he was new to the place.
Moreover, the person we're about to meet is the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect.
She remembered Yi Chen mentioning that he had seemingly fought a major battle with Shenling Shuang.
If that's the case, we might worry that Shenling Shuang might hold a grudge. Upon hearing what Wang Yuxuan said, Yi Chen nodded calmly. Good.
He was indeed a little nervous at the moment, but not because he was worried that Shenling Shuang would do something to him. Rather, he was wondering if the effects of the previous Hexin Dan were still working.
Will Shenling Shuang be able to resolve this? How can I successfully sleep with Shenling Shuang this time?
Yi Chen had run out of love charms to use, so if he wanted to sleep with Shenling Shuang, he would have to rely on his own charm. He had already decided to sacrifice himself before he even arrived, all in order to rescue Lu Ruyan.
In any case, he and Shenling Shuang had some connection, so she shouldn't be too resistant, right? While she was pondering, Wang Yuxuan had already stepped forward, pushed open the courtyard gate, and gone inside.
As Xinling Shuang's personal disciple, she used to be able to enter and leave this courtyard at will without having to report it. Yi Chen followed her inside, his eyes scanning the surroundings.
Xinling Shuang's residence was quite elegant and quiet.
She did not see any disciples or maids along the way, which showed that she was a person who liked quiet.
Soon, the two arrived at a pond in the backyard and saw Xinling Shuang, who was wearing a light blue gauze dress. Disciple greets master. Wang Yuxuan stepped forward first and bowed respectfully. My disciple, you're back.
Xinling Shuang turned around and looked at Wang Yuxian with a smile on her face, seemingly unsurprised. The Heavenly Demon sect is about to submit to the Joyful Union sect, and the two sides will turn from enemies to friends. Naturally, the Joyful Union sect has no reason to continue detaining Wang Yuxuan.
Disciple Yi Chen greets Senior Shen. Yi Chen stepped forward and performed the disciple's salute. What did you call me? Senior?
Xinling Shuang glanced at Yi Chen, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face, her eyes fixed on him with resentment.
Back when we were on the bed in the Hahuan sect, that's not how they called me. Is this guy trying to deny everything now that he's done his job?
This. Master, senior brother Yi is a disciple of the Hahuan sect.
Is it inappropriate for him to call you senior?
Wang Yuxuan, standing to the side, asked with a puzzled expression. I don't understand why Xinling Shuang reacted so strongly.
Yi Chen didn't seem to have mispronounced it.
Upon hearing this, Xinling Shuang remembered that her apprentice Wang Yuxian was still there. Her face immediately turned red, and she quickly waved her hand.
No. It's nothing. Just call me senior.
She didn't dare let Yi Chen shout anymore, otherwise it would be too embarrassing in front of Wang Yuxuan.
By the way, you two, why did you come together?
Xinling Shuang looked at Wang Yuxian and Yi Chen with suspicion and asked. Judging from Wang Yuxuan's protective attitude towards Yi Chen, it seems like there's something going on between them.
Could this kid have bullied his precious apprentice? Ah. Senior brother Yi and my senior brother accompanied me back to the sect.
Wang Yuxuan blushed, unsure how to explain, and timidly lowered her head.
She couldn't very well say that she had slept with Yi Chen, could she? In front of Xinling Shuang, Wang Yuxian found it difficult to speak.
Seeing her hesitant demeanor, Xinling Shuang immediately became certain of her suspicions. The way they looked at Yi Chen changed.
This guy wasn't satisfied with sleeping with her, he even slept with her precious disciple? Damn it!
Yi Chen sensed that something was wrong, especially the cold look in Xinling Shuang's eyes, which made him feel a chill down his spine. He quickly tried to smooth things over.
Senior Shen, I have come here today with a very important matter I wish to discuss with you.
Xinling Shuang paused, looking at Yi Chen with surprise and asking.
What's the important matter? She originally thought that Yi Chen was just sending Wang Yuxuan back and visiting her at the Heavenly Demon sect.
If there's anything urgent, it should be urging the Heavenly Demon sect to relocate to the Joyful Union sect as soon as possible.
This matter is of great importance. Would you mind if we could discuss this further in a room, Senior Shen? Yi Chen hesitated, not speaking immediately.
Once the news spreads within the sect, many people in the Heavenly Demon sect might no longer want to join the Joyful Union sect.
Without Lu Ruyan's intimidation, they no longer feared the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen wasn't even entirely confident he could persuade Xinling Shuang to help save the person.
But once inside the room, he felt a bit more confident.
This.
Xinling Shuang glanced at Yi Chen with surprise, realizing that things might not be as simple as she thought, and nodded.
Okay, come with me. She turned and walked towards the room next door. Wang Yuxuan wanted to follow along, but Yi Chen gently pulled her back. Yuxuan, wait here for a while.
Don't worry, I'll find a way to persuade Senior Shen. Yi Chen said with a confident expression. Although Wang Yuxuan could speak well of him by his side, he and Xinling Shuang were also quite close, so he didn't need Wang Yuxuan to persuade him. Besides, with Wang Yuxuan acting as a third wheel, how could he possibly win over Xinling Shuang? You can't win over Xinling Shuang with just words.
Senior brother. Wang Yuxuan stopped and met Yi Chen's gaze, then nodded hesitantly.
Senior brother, then you should talk to Master properly.
Just call me if you need anything.
She was still a little worried, afraid that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to persuade Xinling Shuang and they would end up arguing.
After all, they had fought a major battle before, didn't they? It's entirely possible that they'll start fighting. Don't worry. Yi Chen smiled and followed Xinling Shuang into a nearby house. Bang! The door closed. Go ahead and tell me, what's the matter?
Before Shenling Shuang could finish speaking, Yi Chen darted forward and hugged her from behind. You. In an instant, Shenling Shuang's heart pounded, her cheeks burned, and her whole body went weak, almost causing her to lose her balance. A wave of shyness washed over her, and her mind felt like it was about to explode.
What's going on? What are you doing? Didn't you say it was something urgent? Hurry, let go of me. Yuxuan is still outside.
Shenling Shuang blushed and pleaded in a low voice.
She was terrified that Wang Yuxuan would suddenly barge in. If she saw the scene, how could she, as her master, live her life? What do you mean, do? Haven't you thought about me these past few days?
Yi Chen not only didn't let go, but hugged her even tighter, and whispered in Shenling Shuang's ear.
A warm breath brushed against her earlobe.
Shenling Shuang's ears turned bright red, her heart pounded faster and faster, a wave of heat washed over her, and a tingling, numbing sensation spread throughout her body.
Chapter 132 You're after Master? She never expected Yi Chen to be so bold, hugging her the moment he entered the room. No matter what, this is the Heavenly Demon Sect, and she is the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You shouldn't do this. Shall we talk about the important things first? Aren't you already with Yuxuan? It wouldn't be good if Yuxuan saw this.
Shenling Shuang struggled to suppress her desires, enjoying the warmth of his embrace while urging Yi Chen to let go. She had indeed been missing Yi Chen and the time they spent together these past few days, but she still maintained a sliver of rationality and knew that she couldn't do this. If no one else were around, it might be okay, but Wang Yuxuan is right there in the courtyard outside. It would be so embarrassing if she heard us.
Isn't my image completely ruined?
Besides, she could tell that Yi Chen and Wang Yuxuan had already consummated their relationship, so how could she still have the nerve to do such a thing with Yi Chen? Seeing that Shenling Shuang didn't resist, Yi Chen's heart relaxed, and he became bolder, his hands becoming increasingly restless.
Don't worry, Yuxuan won't come in. She is her, and you are you. My feelings for Yuxuan are real, and my feelings for you are real too. So why can't we be together? This matter is very important.
Yi Chen said in a very serious tone. He really wanted to bring up the matter of rescuing Lu Ruyan, but he wasn't entirely confident. If Shenling Shuang finds out that Lu Ruyan is in trouble, there's no guarantee she won't have other ideas. He hasn't yet managed to win Shenling Shuang's complete affections, so he doesn't dare to take the risk. It would be better to first improve Shenling Shuang's cultivation level, and then supplement it with the effects of a harmony pill. That would be a safer approach. Yi Chen glanced at the bed not far away, and without saying a word, he picked up Shenling Shuang and walked over. Shenling Shuang trembled and blushed.
Yi Chen, please don't do this. Please listen to me. It's really not possible now. Let go of me first, let's talk this out.
Her voice held a hint of pleading, as if she were still struggling with her own thoughts. She wanted it but didn't dare, afraid of being discovered, and even more afraid of being overheard by Wang Yuxuan.
I'm struggling internally. Yi Chen acted as if he hadn't heard her pleas, picked up Shenling Shuang and tossed her onto the soft bed. Look me in the eyes. Tell me, do you really not want it?
Yi Chen leaned closer to Shenling Shuang, staring intently at her as he asked.
Shenling Shuang's breathing quickened.
She looked up and met Yi Chen's burning gaze, and felt her whole body go limp. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't say them.
I want it.
Shenling Shuang said, her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, desire overcame reason, and she spoke her truest thoughts.
That's right.
Yi Chen smiled and started taking off his coat.
You little rascal. They dare to be so arrogant even within the Heavenly Demon Sect. That's terrible.
Shenling Shuang blushed and murmured softly, feeling both ashamed and excited.
At this moment, they didn't dare to look up at Yi Chen.
I felt a surge of anticipation for what would happen next.
Yi Chen didn't keep her waiting long.
Taking advantage of the heightened emotions, he took out a harmony pill from his storage ring and swallowed it.
The next second, without hesitation, he pounced on Shenling Shuang on the bed. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a teleportation scroll.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life-giving pill.
A series of cold, beeping notification sounds rang out.
Yi Chen had no interest in the rewards that were coming his way. All he wanted to do was quickly activate the effects of the harmony pill and subdue Shenling Shuang. Only in this way could he successfully persuade Shenling Shuang to help rescue Lu Ruyan. Although he came with a purpose, his feelings for Xinling Shuang were genuine. He was even more enthusiastic now than he had been at the Hahuan sect, without the slightest pretense. It feels like 3 autumns have passed since I last saw you. They were both expressing their longing for each other. In the courtyard, Wang Yuxuan was pacing anxiously, worried that Yi Chen and Xinling Shuang would start fighting. If Master finds out that sect leader Lu has met with misfortune, will he take action against him? What should we do if Master doesn't want to go and save sect leader Lu? Senior brother wouldn't speak disrespectfully to Master, would he? She muttered to herself, already preparing for the worst. If Yi Chen and Xinling Shuang really start fighting, she will risk her life to stop them. One is her master, the other is the man she loves. Choosing either one would be a difficult decision. At this moment, all she could do was pray that Yi Chen and Xinling Shuang could reach an agreement. Why won't you let me come in with you, senior brother? I can still put in a good word for him with my master. Wang Yuxuan frowned slightly, a sense of doubt creeping into her heart. I can't understand why Yi Chen didn't let her come into the house to discuss things earlier. She will definitely help Yi Chen persuade Xinling Shuang to rescue Lu Ruyan. Leaving her alone outside will inevitably cause her to overthink things. Just as she was hesitating whether to go inside and see how Yi Chen and Xinling Shuang's discussion was going, she suddenly froze on the spot. His eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. Looking up at the tightly closed door, my mind suddenly felt like it was exploding. This senior brother and master. Those two actually. How could that be? Wang Yuxuan was stunned for several seconds, and her face turned completely red in an instant. It feels like a dream, I simply can't believe it. He stood frozen in place, completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Should I stay, leave, or go in? At this moment, Wang Yuxuan seemed to understand what Yi Chen meant when he said he had fought a great battle with Xinling Shuang. They may have already practiced dual cultivation back in the Hahuan sect. Yi Chen didn't say it explicitly, but rather hinted at it to her, though she unfortunately didn't understand the meaning at the time. At the same time, she understood why Yi Chen hadn't let her come into the room with him to discuss things. Undoubtedly, they were afraid she would spoil this good occasion. Everything seems to make sense now. Wang Yuxuan snapped out of her daze, her feelings a jumble of emotions. Her cheeks burned, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she finally turned and walked outside. No one else can be let in. Otherwise, how can Master face people? Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she muttered to herself, feeling utterly ashamed. I might as well stand guard outside the courtyard gate to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing us. It's enough for her to know about this. Absolutely no one else should find out. Chapter 133: A Woman of One Heart and One Mind. At this moment, Wang Yuxuan's feelings were complicated, and she didn't know how to face Yi Chen and Xinling Shuang. One is her revered master, the other is the man she loves. Does this mean she and Xinling Shuang will be called sisters from now on? The thought sent a blush creeping across Wang Yuxuan's face, her mind a jumble of emotions. 1 hour later. Courtyard, room. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial slaying talisman. A series of cold, beeping notification sounds flashed by. Yi Chen was overjoyed when he saw the immortal slaying talisman, hoping that he could get a sword spirit talisman instead. He already has a sword spirit talisman, and if he could get another one, his chances of defeating the Flying Feather sect ancestor would be even greater. The opponent was only slightly stronger than the early stage of the fusion realm. The power of a single sword spirit talisman was equivalent to a full force attack from the peak of the fusion realm, enough to seriously injure the opponent. With one more sword spirit talisman, we might be able to kill him on the spot. Even if they can't kill him, Xinling Shuang can easily eliminate him when she intervenes. Unfortunately, despite Yi Chen's efforts, he was unable to obtain another sword spirit talisman. At the same time, the effects of the hushing pill have been fully realized. Xinling Shuang's eyes were full of adoration when she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's image was everywhere in her heart and mind, and her eyes were practically drooling. You bad person, all you do is bully others. You even came all the way from the Hahuan sect, I knew you had no good intentions. She gazed tenderly at Yi Chen, who was so close to her, and said coquettishly, her face flushed, her heart fluttering with tender emotions. Yi Chen smiled and ruffled Xinling Shuang's hair, looking at her and raising an eyebrow. Do you like it? Xinling Shuang blushed and nodded slightly.
Like.
At that moment, she resembled a docile, obedient kitten nestled in Yi Chen's arms, her face radiating happiness and sweetness. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that the heart harmony pill had taken effect, and immediately felt at ease. He was certain that from this moment on, Shenling Shuang's heart belonged only to him. No matter what happens, Shenling Shuang will not hurt him. Yi Chen gently patted Shenling Shuang's back, paused for a few seconds, and then spoke.
Actually, I came here to ask for your help.
Help? Shenling Shuang paused for a moment, looked up at Yi Chen, and said without hesitation.
You said that as long as it's something I can do, I will definitely help you.
She then remembered that Yi Chen had said he needed to talk to her if he had anything important to discuss, but they had forgotten about it after getting caught up in their passion. A few days ago, the sect leader and several senior elders led the sect's elite disciples to the Flying Feather sect, where they happened to run into the Flying Feather sect's patriarch who was returning from training. That Flying Feather sect patriarch was also at the integration stage, and was even stronger than the sect leader.
He trapped her with an array.
The Supreme Elder and his disciples were either dead or wounded, and they all fled back to the sect.
I came to ask you to go with me to the Flying Feather sect to rescue people.
Yi Chen looked down at Shenling Shuang in his arms and told her everything that had happened in the sect.
This.
Shenling Shuang was startled and sat up abruptly, staring at Yi Chen in disbelief, thinking he was joking.
Is Lu Ruyan trapped in the Flying Feather sect? She confirmed it again.
When she joined forces with the Flying Feather sect before, she didn't know that the other side had an ancestor in the integration stage.
This was hidden too well.
If the Flying Feather sect patriarch had also gone to attack the Joyful Union sect, the sect might have been razed to the ground before Lu Ruyan even successfully completed her tribulation.
Meeting Shenling Shuang's gaze, Yi Chen said earnestly, absolutely true. The sect leader is currently trapped within the Flying Feather sect, his fate unknown. If you're willing, we can go together to rescue them. If not, I won't force you.
He didn't force Shenling Shuang to agree to save the person. After all, going there would be risking her life. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Shenling Shuang realized that he was not joking. After a brief moment of surprise, she resolutely nodded in agreement.
I'll go with you to the Thousand Feathers sect to rescue them. Seeing Shenling Shuang agree so readily, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Aren't you going to reconsider? Shenling Shuang shook her head. No need. Since you want to go to the Flying Feather sect to rescue people, I'm willing to go with you. Even if we die, I'll die with you.
She saw through Yi Chen's intentions. He was determined to rescue Lu Ruyan. However, Yi Chen was only at the nascent soul stage, and going to the Flying Feather sect would only be suicide. Not wanting Yi Chen to die, she willingly accompanied him. Touched, Yi Chen reached out and hugged Shenling Shuang, gently patting her back as he spoke.
Don't worry, I won't let you go to your death with me. I don't want to die so soon.
We'll work hard these next few days to help you successfully break through to the fusion stage.
Shenling Shuang was stunned and said incredulously. Fusion period? How is this possible?
I have been hovering at the peak of the void refinement stage for many years, but I have never been able to take this step.
Breaking through the fusion stage isn't as easy as you think.
She gave a bitter smile deep down. She also longed to break through the integration stage. Despite years of arduous training, he still couldn't break through the bottleneck. It would take at least several decades of cultivation before he could possibly take that step. Yi Chen looked at her with a smile, his face full of confidence.
If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Haven't you noticed that your cultivation level has improved quite a bit?
When you left the Hahuan sect last time, your cultivation level must have improved a lot, right? Shenling Shuang paused for 2 seconds, carefully sensing the spiritual energy within her body. Her cultivation had indeed increased significantly. Recalling her last return from the Hahuan sect, her cultivation had also inexplicably surged. She had initially been puzzled, assuming that the improvement in her cultivation was due to some enlightenment gained after the great battle, but she never expected that this matter was related to Yi Chen.
How did you know? Could it be? The improvement in cultivation level is related to our dual cultivation.
Shenling Shuang quickly grasped Yi Chen's implied meaning. She stared at him incredulously. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and her gaze towards him gradually changed.
But, how is that possible? Could it be the dual cultivation secret technique of your Hahuan sect?
Her first thought was the secret technique of the Hahuan sect, but she still couldn't believe that this method could have such a miraculous effect. If word got out that Yi Chen could enable a peak stage void refinement cultivator to quickly break through to the body integration stage, countless forces would be vying for him. It should be understood that even if ordinary dual cultivation techniques drain the cauldron dry, it may not be possible for a foundation establishment cultivator to break through to the golden core stage. Moreover, the cultivation required for a peak void refinement cultivator to reach the integration stage cannot be replenished by any number of cauldrons. Yi Chen looked at the shocked Shenling Shuang with a sly smile and said with a wicked grin, "You don't believe me? Why don't you try and see?" Chapter 134, A pill that brings you so much joy. Don't. Shenling Shuan looked startled and blushed as she tried to persuade her. She's starting to feel overwhelmed. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chen cut him off. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level invisibility talisman, conceals your form undetectable to those below the Great Ascension stage. Effect lasts for 1 hour. A series of cold, beeping notification sounds flashed by. Yi Chen's eyes lit up the moment he saw the advanced invisibility talisman. This is really good stuff. As long as it doesn't make a move, even a Mahayana stage cultivator wouldn't be able to detect its aura. If it's being chased, it can be used to save its life. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze as he looked down at Shenling Shuang underwent a subtle change. Even when Wang Yuxuan wore the deer armor, the drop rate wasn't this high. Shenling Shuang casually obtained these high-level talismans. This made Yi Chen's heart flutter. With such a great opportunity, shouldn't we make the most of it? Without hesitation, Yi Chen took out a life-giving pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. 3 seconds later, his condition instantly reached its peak. Shenling Shuang? Etc. Something seems off about you. She noticed the change, looked at Yi Chen in shock, her face flushed. Shenling Shuan was already overwhelmed before, and now she was filled with even more fear. Is this kid trying to kill himself? Yi Chen didn't give her a chance to speak at all. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Outside the courtyard, Wang Yuxuan stood guard at the gate, glancing back every now and then, her feelings growing increasingly complex and indescribable. Why haven't seen your brother and master come out yet? How many hours have they been there? What should I do? She sighed helplessly, her mind a jumble of emotions, a mix of anxiety and uncertainty about how to face Yi Chen and Shenling Shuang. What should we say when we meet? Should I continue calling him master, or Sister Shen? Senior sister, what are you doing here? Why don't you go in? At this moment, a female disciple walked over, looked at Wang Yuxuan who was guarding outside the gate, and asked curiously. Ah? Wang Yuxuan snapped out of her daze, looked up at the person who had come in, and shook her head nervously, afraid that the other person would see through her thoughts. So it's junior sister Li. No, I didn't do anything. I'll just stand here, for a while. She couldn't very well say that she was waiting for Yi Chen and Shenling Shuan to finish their dual cultivation, could she? If this gets out, putting aside Shenling Shuang's reputation, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect might tear Yi Chen to pieces first. Not only did they take over the Heavenly Demon sect, but they also slept with their sect leader. Isn't that going too far? The female disciple looked at Wang Yuxuan with suspicion, feeling that something was off about her, but she didn't ask any further questions and started to walk inside. Master should be inside, right? I'll go find my master first, and we sisters can have a proper chat later. She was also Shenling Shuang's disciple, though her status was lower than Wang Yuxian's, they were still fellow disciples. Etc. Don't go in. Wang Yuxuan suddenly spoke up, stopping her. This action startled all the female disciples. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Why, can't we go in? She looked at Shenling Shuang with a puzzled expression, then at the courtyard inside the gate, not understanding what had happened. That. Wang Yuxuan was speechless for a moment, her face flushed. She was not good at lying, and at this moment she was absent-minded. She racked her brains and made up an excuse. Master is cultivating. She instructed me to stay here and not let anyone in to disturb her. Junior sister, if you have something to attend to, please come back later. Hearing Wang Yuxuan's explanation, the female disciple nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Then I'll head back now. Since Shenling Shuang was cultivating, she naturally wouldn't disturb her at this time. However, Wang Yuxian's reaction struck her as odd. It's just cultivation, why make such a fuss? Anyone who didn't know better would think Shenling Shuan was having an affair inside. Watching the female disciple leave, Wang Yuxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
She glanced back at the courtyard and muttered anxiously. Senior brother, master, you two hurry up. What if someone finds out? She was getting a little impatient. 2 hours later. The sky gradually darkened. The light in the room grew dimmer and dimmer until it was almost impossible to see anything. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level clone talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 6-flavor Emperor pill. As a series of cold notification sounds rang out, Yi Chen, who had been feeling exhausted, instantly perked up. The 6-flavor Emperor's pill? Did I hear that right? He couldn't quite believe it, thinking he was hallucinating. Although it wasn't a particularly powerful magic weapon or talisman, it was of the greatest help to Yi Chen. In all this time, Yi Chen has only obtained one 6-flavor Emperor pill, which is much harder to get than many high-level rewards. Last time, in order to help Lu Ruyan quickly improve her cultivation and break through to the integration stage, Yi Chen took a 6-flavor Emperor pill, which was also the only one. The effects were self-evident. Not only did it allow Lu Ruyan to successfully break through to the integration stage, but it also helped her win over Xinling Shuang several times in the process. The effect of one 6-flavor Emperor pill is definitely equivalent to that of more than a dozen life-giving pills. When Yi Chen saw the freshly made 6-flavor Emperor pill in his storage ring, he was immediately overjoyed. With this pill, Xinling Shuang's breakthrough to the integration stage became much easier. What, a 6-ingredient elixir? What are you talking about? Xinling Shuang vaguely heard Yi Chen muttering something and couldn't help but ask him out of curiosity. She tilted her head back, her eyes glazed over as she looked at Yi Chen. 6-flavor Emperor's pill. Yi Chen explained with a smile. What kind of elixir is that? Xinling Shuang looked puzzled, tilted her head and thought for a moment, but couldn't recall it. She seemed to have never heard of such a pill before. Yi Chen looked at her with a smile. It's a pill that can make you so happy you'll fly. Xinling Shuang? What flying? She was initially a little confused, but when she met Yi Chen's amused gaze, she instantly understood what it was. Her face flushed bright red, and she felt incredibly shy, wishing she could disappear into the ground. You bad person. You're bullying them again. No, that won't do. Xinling Shuang buried her head in Yi Chen's arms and said shyly. She truly had absolutely no strength left. If Yi Chen comes again, she might really die in bed. Chapter 135. We can't start something and then abandon it. Looking at Xinling Shuang, who was covered in sweat, Yi Chen smiled, stroked her hair, and slowly spoke. Now feel it again, has your cultivation level improved again? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xinling Shuang remembered this matter and immediately sensed it. Her expression changed drastically. How is this possible? My cultivation level has improved this much? My God! Can dual cultivation really improve one's cultivation level so quickly? Xinling Shuang looked shocked. Although she had almost believed it before, the fact that her cultivation level had surged again in such a short time was still incredible to her. If one were to rely on cultivation, it would take at least 10 years of practice to accumulate such cultivation levels. In just a few hours in bed, 10 years of hard work were spared? Xinling Shuang slowly came to her senses, and the way she looked at Yi Chen changed. This kid actually has such skills? How can you improve your cultivation level so easily? I never dared to dream of such a good thing. Do you believe me now? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at her, his eyes filled with amusement. Xinling Shuang blushed deeply, nodded, and said in a soft voice, I believe you. At this moment, she had no doubt that Yi Chen could indeed help her break through to the integration stage in a short period of time. At the same time, she also understood why Lu Ruyan's strength had advanced so rapidly, leaping from the nascent soul stage to the integration stage. So that's why this kid helped. Everything seems to make sense now. Shall we continue? Yi Chen looked at Xinling Shuang in his arms with a smile and said. The sooner she breaks through to the integration stage, the sooner we can rescue Lu Ruyan. After all, Lu Ruyan is in a very dangerous situation and could be killed at any time. They must go to the Flying Feather sect to rescue her as soon as possible. Don't. It's really not working. Please let me rest for a while. Later. Upon hearing this, Xinling Shuang immediately waved her hands and begged for mercy. It was clear she was truly beyond saving. Her gaze towards Yi Chen held a hint of resentment. Are you trying to kill me, kid? She pouted, looking extremely aggrieved.
Seeing this, Yi Chen had no choice but to give up and nodded with a smile.
Okay, let's take a break then. Just a moment.
At this moment, Xinling Shuang seemed to remember something, and her expression changed slightly.
Not good. Yuxuan is still outside. Her face turned bright red instantly.
In his previous frenzy, he had forgotten everything, completely forgetting that his disciple was still in the courtyard. Although they've already gone outside, they clearly already know something. It seems a subtle relationship has developed between Yi Chen and Wang Yuxuan. How can she, as the master, face her disciple? Xinling Shuang was immediately flustered, and when she looked at Yi Chen, she was filled with resentment.
She couldn't help but say coquettishly, "It's all your fault. How could you do this? What should we do now?" She was getting a little anxious. Yi Chen patted her back and gently comforted her. Yuxuan will find out about this sooner or later. Instead of keeping it from her, it's better to tell her directly. If you're too shy to ask, then I'll go and say it. He originally planned to discuss it with Xinling Shuang and then find a suitable opportunity to tell Wang Yuxian about it. But after entering the room, seeing Xinling Shuang's captivating back, he couldn't help but step forward and hug her, and before he knew it. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Xinling Shuang gradually calmed down, raised her head to look at Yi Chen, and said shyly, You go and tell them. I'm a little embarrassed to speak."
Xinling Shuang's mind was in complete turmoil. She had no idea how to face Wang Yuxian, let alone explain the situation.
Yi Chen nodded to her.
"Then you rest first, I'm going out to have a heart-to-heart talk with Yuxuan. Don't worry, things will be taken care of."
Although he was also very tired, Wang Yuxuan was still waiting outside the courtyard, and he couldn't let her wait until dawn, could he? He also has feelings for Wang Yuxuan and will not let her suffer any injustice. Good.
Xinling Shuang hesitated, still feeling a little worried. She didn't know if Wang Yuxuan could accept this, or how she would view her as her mentor in the future.
It's inevitable to feel ashamed.
Yi Chen seemed to see through her thoughts and reached out to stroke her hair to comfort her.
Don't overthink it, leave it to me. Just sleep it off, and everything will be fine when you wake up. Believe me.
He spoke with such seriousness, and his tone was very reassuring. Xinling Shuang stopped worrying and looked at Yi Chen, who was dressed, before her. She nodded slightly, and her anxious heart calmed down.
Yi Chen got up and walked outside. Bang! The door closed again.
Xinling Shuang lay on the bed, her hair, damp with sweat, clung to her fair skin. Though she had been drowsy, she was now wide awake, her gaze fixed on the closed door, anxiously awaiting the outcome.
Yuxuan shouldn't be angry with me, right? Outside the courtyard.
At this moment, the sky was completely dark. Wang Yuxuan sat on the stone steps by the door, staring absently at the ground beneath her feet, lost in thought. The moment she heard footsteps, she immediately perked up, her heart raced, and she involuntarily tensed up.
Yuxuan! Why are you sitting here?
Yi Chen walked up to her and spoke first.
He knew Wang Yuxuan was shy and would definitely feel embarrassed. Ah! Senior brother,
Wang Yuxuan quickly stood up, looked at Yi Chen in front of her, her face flushed, her mind went blank, and she didn't know how to speak.
I can't exactly say I'm afraid of bothering you, can I? You knew all along? Yi Chen didn't mince words and went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's face flushed even more.
She nodded gently, then pouted, looking at Yi Chen with pleading eyes. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She felt extremely wronged.
Senior brother, how could you have slept with my master too? She was feeling conflicted, unsure whether to blame Yi Chen, Xinling Shuang, or simply leave.
Seeing her like this, Yi Chen felt extremely sorry for her and immediately stepped forward to hug her tightly, gently patting her back as he explained.
Yuxuan, it's not what you think, listen to me.
Back in the Hahuan sect, your master wanted to kill me and the sect leader. I had no choice but to use an aphrodisiac on her.
Back then, your master was affected. If he didn't engage in dual cultivation, he would explode and die. Do you think I could just stand by and watch him die? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan quickly shook her head, looking worried. Cannot.
She and Xinling Shuang had a deep relationship, so naturally she didn't want anything to happen to her. The thought that Yi Chen was cultivating with Xinling Shuang under these circumstances made me feel much better.
But master didn't fall for it this time. Wang Yuxuan hesitated. This? Yi Chen said seriously, do you think I'm the kind of person who would back out after I've done my job? Since you slept with her, shouldn't you take full responsibility for her? Are you going to start something with me and then abandon me, turning your back on your master? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Yuxuan quickly shook her head.
I cannot abandon my master. Yi Chen released her, shrugged, and said, That's right.
I did this because I didn't want your master to be sad.
Wang Yuxuan nodded hesitantly, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it.